Knight's Tale by Geoffrey Chaucer. Whilom as old stories tellin us, there was a duck that hight Theseus. Of Athens he was lord and governor, and in his time switch a conqueror. That Greta was there none under the sun. Full many a rich country had he won. What with his wisdom and his chivalry, he conquered all the regnare of Feminy. That whilom was yclept Scythia, and wedded the fresh queen Hippolyta, and brought higher home with him to his country, with martial glory and solemnity, and eke higher young suster Emily. And thus with victory and with melody let I this worthy duck to Athens ride, and all his host in arms him beside. And certes, if it near to long to hear, I wold have told you fully the manner. Page Roman 4. How wonnen was the regnare of Feminy by Theseus and by his chivalry, and of the great battle for the knowns betwixt Athens and Amazones, and how assuaged was Hippolyta, the fair hardy queen of Scythia, and of the fest that was at higher wedding, and of the temple at higher home coming. But all this thing I most as now forbear. I have God wot a large fell to air, and weak bend the oxen in my plough. The remnant of my tale is long on. I will not letten eke none of this root. Let every fellow tell his tale about, and let's see now who shall the super win. There as I left I will agin begin. This duck of whom I made mention, when he was comen almost to the town, in all his weal and his most pride, he was ware as he cast his eye aside, were that there knelled in the highway a compagnie of ladies tway and tway, each after other clad in clothes blake, but switch a cry and switch a woe they make, that in this world nis creature living, that ever heard switch another waymenting, and of this cry ne wold never stenten, till they the reins of his bridle henten. What folk be ye that at min home coming perturben so my fest with crying? Quod Theseus, have ye so great envy of min honour that thus complain and cry? Or who hath you misboden or offended? Do tell me if that it may be amended, and why ye be thus clothed all in blake. The oldest lady of Hem all then spake, when she had swound with a deadly cheer, that it was ruth for to seen and hear. She said, Lord, to whom fortune hath given victory, and as a conqueror to liven, not grieveth us your glory and your honour, but we beseech you of mercy and succour. Have mercy on our woe and our distress. Some drope of pity thrug thy gentilesse upon us wretched women let now fall. For certes, Lord, there nis none of us allay. Page v. that she en hath been a duchess or a queen. Now be we caitives, as it is well sain. Thanked be fortune and higher false weal, that non estat ensureth to be weal. And certes, Lord, to abide in your presence, here in this temple of the goddess Clemence, we han been waiting all this fortnight. Now help us, Lord, sin it lieth in thy might. I wretched wight that weep and wail thus, was whilom with to King Capaneus, that staff at Thebes, cursed be that day, and alas we that ben in this array, and maken all this lamentation. We losten all our husbands at that town, while that the siege the rabouten lay, and yet now the old Creon walla was. That lord is now of Thebes the city, fulfilled of ire and of iniquity, he for despite and for his tyranny, to don the dead bodies of villainy, of allay our lords which that ben uslo, hath allay the bodies on an heap idro, and will not suffer in him by non-assent. neither to ben iberid ne ibrant, but maketh hounds eat hem in despite. And with that word, withouten more respite, they fallen graph and creen piteously. Have on us, wretched women, so mercy, and let our sorrow sinken in thin hurt. This gentle duck down from his courser sturt. With hurt piteous wan, he heard hem speak. Him thought that his hurt wold all tabrek, when he saw hem so piteous and so mate, that whilom wherein of so great estate, and in his arms he hem all uphent, and hem comforted in full good entente, and swore his oath as he was true knight. He wold done so ferforthly his might upon the tyrant Creon hem to wreak, that all the people of Greece shoulder speak, how Creon was of Theseus usserved, as he that hath his death full well deserved, and right anon, withouten more abode, his banner he displayed, and forth he rode, to Thebes ward, and all his host beside. No near Athens nold he go ne ride. Pag Roman 6. Nigh take his essay fully half a day, but onward on his way that night he lay, and sent anon Hippolyta the queen, and Amelie higher young sister sheen, unto the town of Athens for to dwell, and forth he writ their nis no more to tell. The red statue of Mars with spear and tar, so shineth in his white banner large, that all the felders glitteren up and down, and by his banner borne is his pennown, of gold full rich, in which there was ibit, the Minotaura which that he slew in Crete. Thus writ this duck, thus writ this conqueror, and in his host of chivalry the flower, till that he came to Thebes and alight, fair in a felder there, as he thought to fight. But shortly for to specken of this thing, with Creon, which that was of Thebes king, he fought and slew him manly as a knight, in plain battle, and put his folk to flight. And by a sout he won the city after, and rent down both wall and spar and rafter, and to the ladies he restored again the bodies of her housebonds that were slain, to don the obsequies as was though the gyes, but it were all too long for to devise the great clamour and the waymenting, which that the ladies made at the brenning of the bodies and the great honour, that Theseus, the noble conqueror, doth to the ladies when they from him went. But shortly for to tell is min entente, when that this worthy duck, this Theseus, hath Creon slain, and wonnen Thebes thus. Still in the feld he took all night his restay, and did with all the country as hem lest, to ransack in the tars of bodies deed, hem for to stripe of harness and of weed. The pillars died here business and cure, after the battle and discomfiture, and so befell that in the tars they found third girt with many a grievous bloody wound, two young knights ligging by and by, both in on arms wrought full richly, of which two Arcite hight that on, and he that other hight Palamon. Pag Roman 7. Not fully quick ne fully dead they were, but by here coat armure and by here jeers. The Herods knew hem well in special, as though that wherein of the blowed reel, of Thebes and of Sustran too iborn, out of the tars the pillars han hem torn, and han hem carried soft unto the tent of Theseus, and he full sown hem senti to Athens for to dwellen in prison. Perpetual he nold no ransom. And when this worthy duck had thus idon, he took his host, and home he writ anon, with laurel crowned as a conqueror, and there he liveth in joy and in honour. Term of his life, what needeth words mo, and in a tour in anguish and in woe, dwellen this Palamon and eke Arcite, For evermo there may no gold hem quite. Thus passeth year by year and day by day, till it fell ones in a morwy of May, that Emily that fairer was to say nay. Then is the lily upon the stalk green, and fresher than the May with flowers new. For with the rose colour straff higher hue, I not which was the finer of hem too. It was day, as she was wont to do. She was arisen, and already dight. For May wall have no sloggardy an it. The season priketh every gentle hurt, and maketh him out of his sleep to sturt, and saith arise, and do thin observance. This maketh Emily han remembrance, to don honour to May and for to rise. Iclothed was she fresh for to devise. Higher yelwy here was broidered in a tress, behind higher back a yard long I guess. And in the garden at son uprist, she walketh up and down were as higher list. She gathereth flowers party white and red, to make a sotal garland for higher hede. And as an angel heavenlick she song, the gret tour that was so thick and strong, which of the castle was the chef donjon, were as these knights wherein in prison, of which I told you and tellen shall, was even joinant to the garden wall. Pg Roman 8. There as this Emily had higher playing, bright was the sun and clear that morning, and Palamon this woeful prisoner, as was his one by leave of his gaoler, was risen and roamed in a chamber on high, in which he all the noble cities say, and eke the garden full of brandies green. There as this fresh Emily the sheen, was in higher walk and roamed up and down. This sorrowful prisoner, this Palamon, goth in his chamber roaming to and fro, and to himself complaining of his woe, that he was born full oft, he said alas, and so befell by a venture or cas, that thrug a window thick of many a bar, of iron gret and square as any spar. He cast his eyne upon Emilia, and therewithal he blent and cried, as though he stongen were unto the hurt. And with that cry Arcite anon upstood, and said, Cossin min, what aileth thee, that art so pale and deadly for to see? Why criedest thou, who hath thee done offence? For God's love take all in patience. Our prison for it may none other be. Fortune hath given us this adversite, some wick aspect or disposition of Saturn by some constellation, hath given us this, although we had it sworn. So stood the heaven when that we were born. We most endure this, is the short and plain. This Palamon answered and said again, Cossin forsooth of this opinion, thou hast a vain imagination. This prison caused me not to cry, but I was hurt right now thurgout min I. Into min hurt that while my bane beat, the fairness of a lady that I see, yond in the garden, roaming to and fro, is cause of all my crying and woe. I not were she be woman or goddess, but Venus is it softly as I guess. And therewithal on knees adown he fills, and said, Venus, if it be your will, you in this garden thus to transfigure, before me, sorrowful wretched creature. Pg Roman 9. Out of this prison help that we may scape, and if so be, our destin be shape, by a turn word to dean in prison, of our lignage have some compassion, that is so low, brought by tyranny, and with that word our seat again espy, were as this lady roamed to and fro, and with that sight higher butte hurt him so, that if that Palamon was wounded sore, our sight is hurt as moche as he or more. And with a sigh he said piteously, the fresh benty sleth me suddenly, of higher that roameth in yonder place, and but I have higher mercy and higher grace, that I may seen higher at the lest way. I nam but dead their nis, no more to say. This Palamon when he these words heard, dispitously he loked and answered, whether sayest thou this in earnest or in play? Nay quod arcite in earnest be my fay. God help me so me lust full evil play. This Palamon gan knit his brows tway. It were quod he to thee no great honour. For to be false knee, for to be traitor. To me that am thy cousin and thy brother. Usworn foul de pair, and each of us to other. That newer for to dean in the pain. Till that the death departen shall us twain. Neither of us in love to hinder other. Ne in none other casts my leave brother. But that thou shouldest truly forther me. In every case as I should forther thee. This was thin arth, and min also certain. I wot it well, thou darst it not with sane. Thus art thou of my consale, out of doubt. And now thou woldest falsely ben about. To love my lady, whom I love and serve. And ever shall, till that min hurt sterve. Now certes false arcite, thou shalt not so. I loved higher first, and told thee my woe. As to my consale, and to my brother sworn. To forther me, as I have told beforn. For which thou art ibunden as a knight. To helpen me, if it lie in thy might. Or else art thou false I dare well sayn. This Arcita full proudly spake again. Pgx. Thou shalt quod he be rather false than I. And thou art false, I tell thee utterly. For par amour, I loved higher first or thou. What wilt thou sayn, thou wistest not right now. Whether she were a woman or a goddess. Thin is affection of holiness. And min is love as to a creature. For which I told thee min a venture. As to my cousin and my brother sworn. I pose that thou lovedst higher beforn. Wast thou not well the odi clerk saw? That who shall give a lover any law? Love is a greater law by my pen. Than may be yevon of any earthly man. And therefore positive law and switch decree. Is broken all day for love in each degree. A man most needs love, maugre his he de. He may not fleen it, though he should be dead. All be she maid or wide or else whiff. And eke it is not likely all thy life. To standen in higher grace, no more shall I. For well thou wast, thyselven verily. That thou and I be damned to prison. Perpetual us gaineth no ransom. We strive as did the hounds for the bone. They fought all day, and yet here part was none. There came a kite, while that they were so wroth. And bare away the bone betwixt hem both. And therefore at King's court, my brother. Each man for himself, there is none other. Love if thee lust for I love, and I shall. And softly leave brother, this is all. Here in this prison mosten we endure. And everych of us take his aventure. Great was the strife, and long betwixt hem tway. If that I had liser for to say. But to the effect, it happed on a day. To tell it you as shortly as I may. A worthy duck that hight Perithus. That fellow was to this duck Theseus. Sin thilk day that they were children light. Was come to Athens his fellow to visit. And for to play, as he was wont to do. For in this world he loved no man so. And he loved him as tenderly again. So well they loved, as old folk sayn. Pg Zio. That when that on was dead softly to tell. His fellow went and sought him down in hell. But of that story list me not to write. Duck Perithus loved well Arcite. And had him know at Thebes year by year. And finally at request and prayer. Of Perithus withouten any ransom. Duck Theseus let him out of prison. Freely to gone were that him list over all. in switch a gise, as I you tellen shall. This was the forward plainly for to endite, betwixt Theseus and him Arcite, that if so were that Arcite were ifound, ever in his life by day or night stound, in any country of this Theseus, and he were caught, it was accorded thus, that with a sword he shoulder lays his head. There was none other remedy ne read, but taketh his leave, and homeward he him speed. Let him beware his neck lieth to wed. How great a sore we suffereth now our sight. The death he feeleth thurg his hurt smite. He weepeth, waileth, crieth piteously. To sleen himself he waiteth privily. He said, alas the day that I was born. Now is my prison worse than beforn. Now is me shape eternally to dwell, not only in purgatory, but in hell. Alas that ever I knew Perithus, for else had I dwelt with Theseus, if fettered in his prison evermo. Then had I been in bliss and not in woe, only the sight of higher whom that I serve, though that I never higher grace may deserve, wold have sufficed right enough for me. O dericasin Palamon quod he. Thin is the victory of this adventure. Full blissful in prison mayest thou endure. In prison certes nay, but in paradise. Well hath fortune it earned thee the decee. That hast the sight of higher, and I the absence. For possible is sin, thou hast higher presence. And art a knight, a worthy and an able. That by some cast sin fortune is changeable. Thou mayest to thy desire sometime attain. But I that am exiled and barren. Page Roman 12. Of a leg grace, and in so great despair, that there nis earth water fire ni air, ni creature that of hem maked is, that may me heal or don comfort in this. Well ought I stirve in one hope and distress. Farewell my life, my lust, and my gladness. Alas, why plainen men so in commune, of purveyance of God or of fortune, that yeveth hem full oft in many a gise, well better than they can himself devise. So man desireth for to have richesse, that cause is of his murder or great sickness, and so man wold out of his prison fain, that in his house is of his many slain. Infinite harms ben in this matter. We wot not what thing that we pray and hear. We saran as he that dronk is as a moose. A drunken man wot well he hath an whose, but he ne wot which the right way thider. And to a drunken man the way is slider. And certes in this world so faran we. We second fast after felicite, but we go wrong full often truly. Thus we may say in a le, and namely I, that wend and had a great opinion, that if I might escapen fro prison, then I had been in joy and parfite heal. Though now I am exiled fro my wheel, sin that I may not seen you amelie. I nam but dead, there nis no remedy. Upon that other side Palamon, when that he wist Arcita was agon, switch sorry he maketh that the great tour resound of his yelling and clamour. The pure fetters on his shins gret were of his bitter salt Terry's wheat. Alas quod he Arcita cosin, of all our strife God what the fruit is thin. Thou walkest now in Thebes at thy lodge, and of my woe thou yevest little charge. Thou mayest sith thou hast wisdom and manhead, assemblen all the folk of our kinred, and make ware so sharp in this country, that by some adventure or some treaty, thou mayest have hire to lady and to whiff, for whom that I must needs lees my life. Page Roman 13. For as by way of possibility, sith thou art at thy lodge of prison free, and art a lord great is thine avantage, more than is min that stirve her in a cage. For I may weep and wail while that I live, with all the woe that prison may me yev, and eke with pain that love me yeveth also, that doubleth all my torment and my woe. Though with the fire of jealousy upsturt within his breast, and hent him by the hurt, so woodly that he like was to behold the boxer tree or the ashen dead and cold. Then said he, O cruel gods that govern this world with binding of your word etern, and writen in the table of Athament your parlement and your etern grant. What is mankind more unto wyhold than is the sheep that rouketh in the fold? For slain is man right as another beast, and dwelleth eke in prison and arrest, and hath sickness and great adversite, and oftentimes guilt tells pard. What governance is in this prescience, that guiltless tormenteth innocence, and yet increaseth this all my penance? That man is bounden to his observance, for God's sake to letten of his will, there as a beast may all his lust fulfill. And when a beast is dead, he hath no pain, but man after his death mote weep and plain, though in this world he have care and woe. Withouten doubt it may standen so. The answer of this leet I to divines, but well I wot that in this world great pine is. Alas, I see a serpent or a thief, that many a true man hath do meschief. Garnet is large, and were him lust may turn, but I most ben in prison thurg Saturn, and eke thurg Juno jealous and eke wood, that hath well nay destroyed all the blood of Thebes with his waste walls wide, and Venus sleeth me on that other side, for jealousy and fear of him Arcite. Now while I stent of Palamon a light, and letten him in his prison still dwell, and of Arcita forth I while you tell. Page Roman 14. The summer passeth, and the nights long, in crescent double wise the pains strong, both of the lover and of the prisoner. I not which hath the waffler mystere, for shortly, for to say this Palamon perpetually is damned to prison, in chains and in fetters to ben dead, and Arcite is exiled on his Hede, for evermore as out of that country, ne never more he shall his lady see. You lovers axe I now this question, who hath the worse Arcite or Palamon, that on may see his lady day by day, but in prison most he dwellen alway. That other were him lust may ride or go, but sen his lady shall he never mow. Now deemeth as you list ye that can, for I will tell you forth as I began. When that Arcite to Thebes commend was, full oft a day he swelt and said alas, for sen his lady shall he newer mow, and shortly to concluden all his woe. So marchel sorwy had never creature, that is or shall be while the world may dure. His sleep, his meat, his drink is him byraft, that lean he wex and dry as is a shaft. His eyne halwy and grisly to behold, his hue sallow and pale as ashen cold, and solitary he was and ever alone, and wailing all the night making moan. And if he heard song or instrument, then would he weep, he might not be stent. So feeble were his spirits, and so low, and changed so that no man cowed know. His spech ne his voice, though men it heard, and in his jeer for all the world he furred, not only like the lover's malady of Irios, but rather like many, engendered of humours melancholic, beforn his Hede in his cell fantastique, and shortly turned was all up so down, both habit and eke disposition, of him this woeful lover Dan Arcite. What should I all day of his woe indite, when he endured had a year or two, this cruel torment and this pain and woe. Pag. Roman 15. At Thebes in his country, as I said, upon a night in sleep, as he him laid, him thought how that the winged god Mercury before him stood, and bade him be merry. His sleepy yerd in hund he bare upright, and hat he would upon his hears bright. Arrayed was this god as he took keep, as he was wan that Argus took his sleep, and said him thus to Athens, shall thou wend? There is the shapen of thy woe and end. And with that word Arcite awoke and sturt. Now truly how sore that ever me smurt. Quod he to Athens, right now while I fare, ne for no dread of death shall I not spare, to see my lady that I love and serve. In higher presence I reck not to stirve. And with that word he caught a great mirrors, and saw that changed was all his colour, and saw his visage all in another kind. And right anon it ran him in his mind, that sith his face was so disfigured, of malady the which he had endured, he might well if that he bare him low, live in Athens evermore unknow, and sen his lady well nigh day by day. And right anon he changed his array, and clad him as a poor labourer, and all alone save only a squire, that knew his privity and all his cas, which was disguised poorly as he was. To Athens is he gone the next way, and to the court he went upon a day, and at the gate he proffered his service, to drug and draw whatso men wold devise. And shortly of this matter for to sayn, he fell in office with a chamberlain, the which that dwelling was with a melly, for he was wise and cowed so ne spy, of every servant which that served higher. Well cowed he hewn wood and water bearer, for he was yonge and mighty for the knowns, and thereto he was strong and big of bones, to done that any wight can him devise. A year or two he was in this service, page of the chamber of Emily the bright, and philostrate he said that he hight. Pag. Roman 16. But half so well-beloved man as he, ne was there never in court of his degree. He was so gentle of condition, that throughout all the court was his renown. They saiden that it were a chariot, that Theseus wold enhance his degree, and putten him in a worshipful service, there as he might his virtues exercise. And thus within a while his name is sprung, both of his deeds and of his good ton, that Theseus had taken him so near, that of his chamber he made him squire, and gave him gold to maintain his degree. And eke men brought him out of his counter, fro year to year full privily his rent, but honestly and slayly he had spent, that no man wondered how that he had. And 3 year in this wise his life he lad, and bear him so in peace and eke in wear. There knows no man that Theseus hath dare. And in this bliss let I now arcite, and speak I wall of Palamon a light, in Dircenes and horrible and strong prison. This 7 year hath sitten Palamon, forpained what for love and for distress, who feeleth double sorrow and heaviness. But Palamon that love distraineth so, that would out of his wit he goth for woe. And eke thereto he is a prisoner, perpetual not only for a year, who cowed rhyme in English properly. His martyrdom forsooth it am not I. Therefore I pass as lightly as I may. It fell that in the 7th year in May, the 3rd night, as oldie boke sayn, that all this story tellen more plain, were it by adventure or destiny, as when a thing is shapen, it shall be. That soon after the midnight Palamon, by helping of a friend, break his prison, and fleeth the sight fast as he may go, for he had yeven drink his gaoler so. of a clar made of a certain wine, with narcotics and opi of Thebes fine, that all the night, though that men wold him shake, the gaoler slept, he might not awake. Pag. Romans 17. And thus he fleeth as fast as ever he may. The night was short, and fast by the day, that needs cost he most himself and hide, and to a grove fast the beside. With dreadful foot then stalketh Palamon, for shortly this was his opinion, that in that grove he wold him hide all day, and in the night then wold he take his way to Thebes ward his friends for to pray on Theseus to helpen him were, and shortly either he wold lays his liff, or winnen a melly unto his whiff. This is the effect, and his entente plain. Now while I turnen to our sight agin, that little wist how nay was his care, till that fortune had brought him in the snare. The Bessie lark, the messenger of day, sail within higher song the more we grey, and fiery Phoebus riseth up so bright, that all the Orient laugheth of the sight, and with his streams drieth in the greaves, the silver drops hanging in the leaves, and Arcite that is in the court reel, with Theseus the squire principal, is risen and loketh on the Murray day, and for to don his observance to May, remembering on the point of his desire, he on his courser, sturding as the fire, is ridden to the felders him to play, out of the court were it a mile or tway, and to the grove of which that I you told, by a venture his way he gan to hold, to maken him a girland of the greaves, were it of woodbine or of hawthorn leaves, and loud he song agin the sun sheen. O may with all thy flowers and thy green, right welcome be thou fair fresh May. I hope that I some green here getten may. And from his courser, with a lusty hurt, into the grove full hastily he sturt, and in a path he roamed up and down, there as by a venture this Palamon was in a bush that no man might him see, for sore afeard of his death was he. Nothing ne knew he that it was Arcite. God wot he wold have trode it full light. Pag. Roman 18. But Soth is said gone sithen are many years, that feld hath ein, and wood hath heirs. It is full fair a man to bury him even, for all day meeten men at unset Stephen. Full little wote Arcite of his fellow, that was so nay to hearken of his saw. For in the bush he sitteth now full still, when that Arcite had roamed all his fill, and songen all the roundel lustily. Into a study he fell suddenly, as don these lovers in here quaint jers, now in the crop, and now down in the briers, now up now down as bucket in a well, right as the Friday softly for to tell, now shineth it, and now it raineth fast, right so conjury Venus overcast. The hurts of higher folk, right as higher day, is jerful, right so changeth she ara. Selda is the Friday, all the week wylike. When Arcite had usonge, he gan to psych, and set him down without an any more. Alas quod he the day that I was bore. How lunge Juno thug thy cruelty? Wilt thou wherein Thebes the city? Alas Ibrot is to confusion, the blood real of Cadme and Amphion, of Cadmus, which that was the first man, that Thebes built or first the town began, and of the city first was crowned king. Of his lineage am I and his offspring, by very line as of the stock reel. And now I am so caitiff and so thrall, that he that is my mortal enemy, I serve him as his squire poorly, and yet doth Juno me well more shame, for I dare not beno min owen name. But there as I was wont to hite Arcite, Now height I philostrate, not worth a mite. Alas, thou fell Mars, alas, thou Juno. Thus hath your ire our lineage all forward. Save only me, and wretched Palamon, that Theseus martyreth in prison. And over all this, to slend me utterly, love hath his fiery darts so brenningly. Usticked Thurg, my true careful hurt, that shapen was my death erst than my shirt. Page Roman 19. Ye slend me with your ein, Amelie. Ye bend the cause wherefore that I die. Of all the remnant of min other care, ne set I not the mountains of a tear, so that I cowed done aught to your pleasance. And with that word he fell down in a trance, a lunge time, and afterward upsturt. This Palamon that thought Thurgout his hurt, he felt a cold sword suddenly glide. For ire he quoke, no lenger wold he hide. And when that he had heard Arcite's tale, as he were wood with face dead and pale, he stirred him up out of the bushes thick, and said, false Arcite, false traitor wick, now art thou hent that lovest my lady so, for whom that I have all this pain and woe, and art my blood, and to my consale sworn, as I full oft have told thee herebeforn, and hast bejaped here duck Theseus, and falsely changed hast thy name thus. I will be dead, or else thou shalt die. Thou shalt not love my lady Amelie, but I will love her only, and no more. For I am Palamon, thy mortal foe, and though that I no weapon have in this place, but out of prison am astered by grace, I dread not that either thou shalt die, or thou ne shalt nat loven Amelie. Cheese which thou wilt, for thou shalt not astered. This Arcite though with foul despitters hurt, when he him knew and had his tale heard, as furs as a leon pulled out a sword, and said thus, by God that sitteth above, near it that thou art sick and would for love, and eke that thou no weapon hast in this place, thou shouldest never out this grove pace, that thou ne shouldest dean of min hund, for I defy the surety and the bond, which that thou sayest that I have made to thee. What very fool think well that love is free, and I will love her maugre all thy might, but for thou art a worthy gentle knight, and willnest to daring higher by battle. Have here my troth to Morwe I will not file, withouten wedding of any other wight, that here I will be founden as a knight. Page Roman 20. And bringen harness right enough for thee, and cheese the beste, and leave the worst for me, and meat and drink this night while I bring enough for thee, and clothes for thy bedding. And if so be that thou my lady win, and slee me in this woad there I am in, thou mayest well have thy lady as for me. This Palamon answered, I grant it thee. And thus they ben departed till a Morwe, when Etch of Hem hath laid his faith to Borwe. O Cupid out of a lead charity, O Rigne that wolt no fellow have with thee. Falsath is said that love ne lordship, while nat his thanks have no fellowship. Well finden that Arcite and Palamon. Arcite is ridden anon unto the town, and on the Morwe or it were daylight. Full privily 2 harness hath he dight, both sufficient and meet to daring. The battle in the field betwixt hem twain, and on his horse alone as he was born. He carrieth all this harness him beforn, and the grove at time and place are set, that Arcite and this Palamon ben met, though changen gan the colour in her face, right as the hunter in the rigne of trace, that standeth at a gap with a spear, when hunted is the lion or the bearer, and heareth him come rushing in the greaves, and breaking both the boughs and the leaves, and thinketh here cometh my mortal enemy, withouten fail he must be dead or I. For either I mote slain him at the gap, or he mote slen me, if that me mishap. So furden they in changing of her hue, as fur as either of hem other knew. There nuz no good day ne no sallowing, but straight withouten words rehearsing, everich of hem help to armen other, as friendly as he were his own brother. And after that, with sharp spears strong, they foined an etch at other wonder long. Thou mightest wennen that this Palamon, in his fighting were a wood leon, and as a cruel to grey was Arcite, as wild boars gan they toger smite. Pg Roman 21. That frothen white as foam for ire wood, up to the ankle fought they in here blood, and in this wise I let hem fighting dwell. As forth I wall of Theseus you tell, the destiny minister general, that executeth in the world over all the purveyance that God hath sent beforn. So strong it is that, though the world hath sworn the contrary of thing by yea or nay, yet sometime it shall fallen on a day that falleth not eft in 1,000 year. For certainly our appetites here, be it of wear or pays or hate or love, all is this ruled by the sight above. This mean I now by mighty Theseus, that for to hunten is so desirous, and namely at the great heart in May, that in his bed there doth him no day, that he nis clad and ready for to ride, with hunt and horn and hounds him beside. For in his hunting hath he switch delight, that it is all his joy and appetite, to ben himself the great heart's bane. For after Mars he serveth now Diane. Clear was the day, as I have told or this, and Theseus with a led joy and blithe, with his Hippolyta the fair queen, and Amelie clothed all in green, on hunting ben thy ridden really, and to the grove that stood there fast by, in which there was an hart, as men him told, Duck Theseus the straight way hath hold, and to the laund he rideth him full right. There was the hart wont to have his flight, and over a brook, and so forth on his way. This duck will have a curse at him or tway, with hounds switch as him lust to command. And when this duck was commend to the laund, under the sun he loked, and anon he was ware of Arcite and Palamon, that foughten bream as it were bowls too. The bright swords wenten to and fro, so hideously that with the less stroke, it seemed that it wold fell an oak. But what they weren nothing he ne wote. This duck his courser with his sporres smote. Pg Roman 22. And at a sturt he was betwixt hem two, and pulled out a sword, and cried ho, no more up pain of losing of your hede. By mighty Mars he shall anon be dead, that smiteth any stroke that I may send. But telleth me what mystere men ye ben, that bends so hardy for to fighten here, withouten any juge or other officer, as though it were in lists really. This Palamon answered hastily, and said, Sire, what needeth words mo? We have the death deserved both two. Two woeful wretches ben we two caitives, that ben a comrade of our own lives. And as thou art a rightful lord and Jew, ne yev us neither mercy, ne refuge, but slee me first for Saint Charity, but slee my fellow eke as well as me, or slee him first, for though thou know it light. This is thy mortal foe, this is Arcite, that fro thy land is banished on his hede, for which he hath deserved to be dead. For this is he that came unto thy gate, and said that he hight Philostrate. Thus hath he japed thee full many a year, and thou hast maked him thy chief squire. And this is he that loveth Amelie. For sith the day is come that I shall die. I make plainly my confession, that I am thilke, woeful Palamon, that hath thy prison broken wilfully. I am thy mortal foe, and it am I, that loveth so hot Emily the bright, that I wold deem present in higher sight. Therefore I axe death and my joys, but slee my fellow in the same wise. For both we have deserved to be slain. This worthy duck answered anon again, and said this is a short conclusion. Your own mouth by your confession hath damned you, and I while it record. It needeth not to pine you with the cord. He shall be dead by mighty Mars the queen anon, for very womanhead, gan for to weep, and so did Emily, and all the ladies in the compagnie. Page Roman 23. Gret pite was it, as it thought hem allay, that ever switch a chance shoulder befall. For gentle men they were of gret estate, and nothing but for love was this debat. And saw here bloody wounds wide and sore, and allay cried in both less and more. Have mercy, Lord, upon us, women allay. And on here bare knees adown they fall, and wold have kissed his feet there as he stood, till at the last aslaked was his mood. For pity renneth sown in gentle hurt, and though he first for ire quoke and sturt, he hath considered shortly in a clause the trespass of hem both, and eke the cause. And although that his ire here guilt accused, yet in his reason he hem both excused, as thus he thought well that every man while help himself in love if that he can, and eke deliver himself out of prison, and eke his hurt had compassion of women, for they wepten ever in on, and in his gentle hurt he thought anon, and soft unto himself he said fie upon a lord that while have no mercy, but be a leon both in word and deed, to him that ben in repentance and dread, as well as to a proud dispitous man, that while maintaining that he first began, that lord hath little of discretion, that in switch case can no division, but weigheth pride and humbless after on. And shortly, when his ire is thus agon, he gan to loken up with ein light, and spake these same words all on height. The God of love a benedicity, how mighty and how great a Lord is he. Again his might there gainen none obstacles. He may be cleaped a God for his miracles, for he can maken at his own guise of everich hurt as that him list devise. Lo here this Arcite and this Palamon, that quietly wherein out of my prison, and might have lived in Thebes really, and wetten I am here mortal enemy, and that here death lith in my might also, and yet hath love maugre here ein too. Page Roman 24. I brought hem hither both for to die. Now loketh is not this an high folly, who may ben a fool, but if he loves, behold for God's sake that sitteth above. See how they bleed be they not well ariad. Thus hath here Lord the God of love hem paid, here wages and here fees for here service, and yet they wennen for to be full wise, that servant love for aught that may befall. And yet is this the bestay game of a lay, that she for whom they have this jollite, con hem therefore as much'll thank as me. She wot no more of a lay this haute fair, by God than what a cuckow or an hares, but a lem mote ben aside haute or cold. A man mo ben a fool other young or old. I wot it by myself full your agon, for in my time a servant was I on, and therefore sith I know of love's pain, and wot how sore it can a man distreen, as he that oft hath been caught in his laws. I euphoriev all harley this trespass, at request of the queen that kneeleth here. and eke of Emily, my suster dere. And ye should both anon unto me swear, that never mo ye should my country dere, ne maken wear upon me night ne day, but ben my friends in a lair that ye may. I you forgive this trespass every del, and they him swear his axing fair and well, and him of lordship and of mercy prayed, and he hem granted grace, and thus he said, to speak of real lineage and richesse, though that she were a queen or a princess, each of you both is worthy doubtels, to wedden when time is but nathels. I speak as for my suster Emily, for whom ye have this strife and jealousy. Ye wot yourself she may not wedden too, at once though ye fighten evermo, but on of you I'll be him loth or lief, he mo gone pipen in an ivy leaf. This is to say, she may not have you both. I'll be ye never so jealous ne so wroth, and for thee are you put in this degree, that each of you shall have his destiny. Page Roman 25. As him is shape and hearkeneth in what wise. Lo here your end of that I shall devise. My will is this, for plat conclusion, without any replication. If that you liketh, take it for the bestay, that everich of you shall gone were him lest, freely withouten ransom or danger. And this day 50 weeks fair ne near, everich of you shall bring 100 knights, armed for the lists up at all rights, alle ready to daring higher by battle. And this beheat I you withouten file, upon my troth, and as I am a knight, that whether of you both hath that might. This is to saying, that whether he or thou may with his 100, as I spake of now, slee his contrary or out of lists drive, him shall I yeven Emily to wive, to whom that fortune yeveth so fair a grace. The list shall I maken in this place, and God so wisely on my soul reware, as I shall even judge ben and true. Ye shall none other end with me maken, that on of you ne shall be dead or taken. And if you thinketh this is well said, saith your avies and holdeth you apaid. This is your end and your conclusion. Who loketh lightly now but Palamon, who springeth up for joy but Arcite, who cowed it tell or who cowed it indite, the joy that is maked in the place, when Theseus hath done so fair a grace. But down on knees went every manner white, and thanked him with all her heart's might. And namely, these Thebans often sit, and thus with good hope and with hurt bliss, they taken here leave, and homeward gan they ride, to Thebes with his oldie walls wide. I trow men wold deem it negligence, if I forriate to tellen the dispense of Theseus that goth so besily, to maken up the lists really, that switch a noble theatre as it was. I dare well saying in a le, this world there nuz. The circuit a mile was about, walled of stone and ditched all without. Page Roman 26. Round was the shape in manner of a compass, full of degrees the height of 60 par, that when a man was set on o degree, he letted not his fellow for to see. Eastward there stood a gate of marble white, westward right switch another in the opposite, and shortly to concluden switch a place, was never in earth in so little a space. For in the land there nuz no craftsman, that geometry or archimetry can, ni portrayer ni curver of images, that Theseus ni yav him meat and wages, the theatre for to maken and devise, and for to don his right and sacrifice, he eastward hath upon the gate above, in worship of Venus goddess of love, don make an otter and an oratory, and westward in the mind and in memory of Mars he maked hath right switch another, that cost largely of gold a feather, and northward in a turret on the wall, of alabaster white and red coral, an oratory rich for to see, in worship of Diane of chastity, hath Theseus done wrought in noble wise, but yet had I forietten to devise the noble curving and the portraitures, the shape, the contenance of the figures, that wherein in these oratories three, first in the temple of Venus mayest thou see, wrought on the wall fell pittous to behold, the broken sleeps and the Psyche's cold, the sacred Teres and the Waymantinges, the fiery strokes of the desirings, that love's servants in this life enduren, the oaths that here covenants assuren, pleasance and hope desire foolhardiness, beaut and youth bawdry and richesse, charms and force lessenges and flattery, dispense basinus and jealousy, that word of yellowy golds a gerland, and had a cuckoo sitting on higher hund, fests instruments and carols and dances, lust and array and all the circumstances, of love which that I reken and reken shall, by order wherein painted on the walls, page Roman 27, and mo than I can make of mention, for softly all the mount of Cytheron, the Venus hath higher principal dwelling, was showed on the wall in portraying, with all the garden and the lustiness, not was forietten the porter idleness, ne Narcissus the fair of yore Agon, ne yet the folly of King Salomon, ne yet the great strength of Hercules, the enchantment of Medea and Circes, ne of Turnus the hardy fear's courage, the rich Cressus caitiff in servage. Thus may ye seen that wisdom ne richesse, beaut ne slate strength ne hardiness, ne may with Venus holden champarty, for as higher list the world may she jie. Lo, all these folk so caught were in higher laws, till they for woe full often said alas, sufficeth here and samples on or two, and yet I cowed reken 1,000 mo. The statue of Venus glorious for to see, was naked fletting in the large sea, and fro the navel down all covered was, with wars green and bright as any glass. A sityl in higher right hand had she, and on higher hede full seemly for to see, a rose gerland fresh and well smelling, above higher hede higher doves fleckering, before higher stood higher sown Cupid, upon his shoulders wings had he too, and blind he was, as it is often sayn, a bow he bare, and always bright and keen. Why should I not as well eke tell you all the portraiture that was upon the wall, within the temple of mighty Mars the reed, all painted was the wall in length and breed, like to the esters of the grisly place, that height the great temple of Mars in trace, in thilk cold and frosty region, there as Mars hath his sovereign mansion. First on the wall was painted a forest, in which there wanteth nither man ne best, with knotty nary barrion trees old, of stubs sharp and hideous to behold, in which there ran a rumble and a swow, as though a storm should breasten every bough, and downward from an hill under a bent, there stood the temple of Mars armipotent, wrought all of burned steel, of which the entree was lunge and straight and ghastly for to see, and thereout came a rage and switch of vice, that it made all the gates for to rise. The northern light in at the door shone, for window on the wall niche was there none, thurg which men mighten any light discern. The door was all of athament etern, it lenched over thwart and endelong, with iron tough and for to make it strong, every pilar the temple to sustain, was tonegret of iron bright and sheen. There saw I first the dirk imagining, of felony and a lair the compassing, the cruel ire red as any gleed, the pike purse and eke the pale dreed, the smiler with the knife under the cloak, the shepen brenning with the blake smoke, the tresson of the mordring in the bed, the open ware with wounds all beebled, contek with bloody knife sharp menace. All of Chirking was that sorry place. The sleer of himself yet saw I there. His hurt blood hath bathed all his here. The nail idriven in the showed on height. The cold death with mouth gaping upright. Amids of the temple sate mischance, with discomfort and sorry countenance. Yet saw I woodness laughing in his rage. Armed complaint out he's, and fears outrage. The carrion in the bush, with throat icorven. 1,000 slain, and not of quami ustorven. The torrent with the prey by force eraft. The town destroyed was nothing laughed. Yet saw I brent the ship's harpesters. The hunt strangled with the wilder burrs. The sow fretting the child right in the cradle. The coke uscalded for all his long ladle. Naught was foreat by the infortune of Mart. The carter overridden with his cart. Under the wheel full low he lay a downs. There were also of Mart's division, the armourer and the bowyer and the smiths, that forgeth sharp swords on the stith. Page Roman 29. And all above depainted in a tour. Saw I a conquest sitting in great honour, with thilk sharp sword over his head, hanging by a subtle twined thread. Depainted was the slaughter of Julius, of Gret Nero, and of Antonius. Albe that thilk time they were unborn. Yet was here death depainted the before. By menacing of Mars, right by figure. So was it showed in that portraiture, as is depainted in the circles above. Who shall be slain or else dead for love? Sufficeth on ensample in stories oldie. I may not reken him ale, though I wold. The statue of Mars upon a cart stood, armed and looked grim as he were wood. And over his head there shinen 2 figures, of stairs that Ben cleaped in scriptures, that on Pula, that other Rubius. This god of arms was arrayed thus. A wolf there stood before him at his fate, with eyne red, and of a man he eats. With subtle pencil painted was this story, in redouting of Mars and of his glory. Now to the temple of Diane the chaste, as shortly as I can I wall me haste, to tellen you of the description, depainted by the walls up and down, of hunting and of shamefast chastity. There saw I how woeful Callistope, when that Diane aggraved was with here, was turned from a woman till a bearer, and after was she made the loadsterer. Thus was it painted, I can say no fair. Higher sown is eke a stair as men may see. There saw I Dane it earned till a tree. I mean not higher the goddess Diane, but Peneus' daughter which that height Dane. There saw I Aegean and heart immaked, for vengeance that he saw Diane all naked. I saw how that his hounds have him caught, and fretten him for that they knew him not. Yet painted was a little forthermore, how Atalante hunted the wilder boar, and Meliger and many another move, for which Diane wrought hem care and woe. Page XXX. There saw I many another wonder story, the which me list not drawn to memory. This goddess on an heart full hay seat, with smale hounds all about higher fate, and underneath higher fate she had a moan. Wexing it was, and shuld wane and sown. In gaudy green higher statue clothed was, with bow in hund and arwis in a cass. Higher ein cast she full low adown. There Pluto hath his dirk region. A woman travailing was higher beforn. But for higher child so lunge was unborn. Full piteously Lucina again she call, and said help, for thou mayest bestow of all. Well cowed he paint and lifly that it rot. With many a florin he the hues bought. Now ben these lists made and Theseus, that at his great cost arrayed thus the temples and the theatre everidle. When it was done him liked wonder wells. But stint I wall of Theseus a light, and speak of Palamon and of Arcite. The day approacheth of here returning, that ever it should 100 knights bring the battle to daring, as I you told, and till Athens here covenant for to hold, hath everich of hem brought 100 knights, well armed for the wear at a lay rights, and securely the trode many a man, that never sithen that the world began. As for to speak of knighthood of here hund, as fur as God hath maked sea and land, nas of so few, so noble a compagnie, for every wight that loved chivalry, and wold his thanks han a passant name, hath prayed that he might ben of that game. And well was him that their two chosen was, for if there fell to Morwe such a cass, ye knowen well that every lusty knight that loveth par amour and hath his might, were it in England or Ellisworth, they wold here thanks willing to be there, to fight for a lady a benedicity. It were a lusty sight for to see, and right so furden they with Palamon. With him there wenten knights many on. Page Roman 31. Some while ben armed in an habergeon, and in a breastplate and in a jippon, and some while have a pair of plates large, and some while have a pruse sheld or a targe, some while ben armed on his leg is wheel, and have an axe and some a mace of steel. There nis no new guise that it nuz old, armed they wherein as I have you told, everich after his opinion. There mayest thou see coming with Palamon, Lycurge himself, the great king of Thrace. Black was his bird, and manly was his face. The circles of his eyne in his hede, they gloweden betwixen yellowy and red, and like a griffin loked he about, with kempt hairs on his brows stout. His limbs gret his bronze hard and strong, his shoulders broad his arms round and lun, and as the guise was in his country, full high upon a char of gold stood he, with 4 white bowls in the tries, instead of a coat armour on his harness, with nails yellowy and bright as any gold. He had a bear's skin colblake for old. His lunge here was kempt behind his back, as any ravener's feather it shone for Blake. A wreath of gold armgret of huge weight, upon his hede sate full of stones bright, of fine Rubens and of diamonds. About his char there wenten white alons, 20 and mo as gret as any steer, to hunten at the Leon or the Dara, and followed him with Moselle fast ibound, coloured of gold and turrets filed round. 100 lords had he in his route, armed full well with hurt stern and stout, with Arcita in stories as men find, the great Emetrius, the king of Indo, upon a steed bay trapped in steel, covered with cloth of gold, diaprid wheel, came riding like the god of arms Mars. His coat armour was of a cloth of tars, couched with pearls white round and gret. His saddle was of brent gold, new ibit, a mantelet upon his shoulders hanging, bretful of rubies red as fire sparkling. Page Roman 32. His crisp hair like rings was Iran, and that was yellowy and glittered as the sun. His nose was high, his eyne bright citron, his lips round, his colour was sanguine. A few frackners in his face uspraint, Betwixen Yelwy and Blake Sondel imaint, and as a leon he his loking cast. Of 25 his age I cast. His bird was well begonnen for to spring. His voice was as a trump thundering. Upon his hede he word of Laura Green, a Jurland fresh and lusty for to sain. Upon his hand he bare for his did do it, an eagle tame as any lily wit. 100 lords had he with him there, all armed save here heeds in all here gear, full richly in a lem manner things, for trusteth well that earls, dukes, kings were gathered in this noble compagnie, for love and for increase of chivalry. About this king there ran on every part full many a tame leon and leopard, and in this wise these lords all and some ben on the Sunday to the city come, about in prime and in the town alight. This Theseus, this duck, this worthy knight, when he had brought hem into his city, and in hem everich at his degree, he festeth hem and doth so great labour, to essen hem and don hem all honour, that yet men wennen that no man's wit, of non estat ni cauda mendenit. The minstrelsy, the service at the fest, the great yefts to the most and lest, the rich array of Theseus' palace, ni who sate first, ni last upon the days. What ladies fairest ben, or best dancing, or which of hem can carol best or sing, ni who most fellingly speaketh of love, what hawks sitten on perche above, what hounds liggen on the floor adown. Of all this now I make no mention, but of the effect that thinketh me the bestay. Now cometh the point, and hearkeneth if you lest. The Sunday night or day began to spring, when Palamon the lark heard sing. Page Roman 33. Although it near not day by hours too, yet sang the lark, and Palamon right though, with holy hurt and with an high courage, he rose to Wendon on his pilgrimage, unto the blissful Cytherea benign, I mean Venus honourable and dean. And in higher hour he walketh forth apart, unto the lists their higher temple was, and down he kneeleth, and with humble cheer, and hurt sore he said as he should here, fairest of fair, O Lady min Venus, daughter of Jove and spouse to Vulcanus, thou glader of the mount of Cytheron, for thilk love thou hadst to Adon, have pity on my bitter Teres smirt, and take min humble prayer at thin hurt. Alas, I ne have no language to tell the effect ne the torment of min hell. Min hurt may min harms not bery. I am so confused that I cannot say, but mercy, lady bright, that knowest weel my thought, and seest what harms that I feel. Consider all this, and rue upon my sore, as wisely as I shall for evermore. And forth my might thy true servant be, and holden where alway with chastite, that make I min a vow so ye me help. I keep not of arms for to yelp, ne axe I nat to morwy to have victory, ne renown in this case, ne vain glory of priss of arms blowing up and down. But I wold have fully possession of Emily, and die in her service. Find thou the manner how and in what wise. I reck not, but it may better be to have victory of hem or they of me, so that I have my lady in min arms. For though so be that Mars is god of arms, your virtue is so great in heaven above, that if you list, I shall well have my love. Thy temple while I worship evermo, and on thin otter were I ride or go. I wall don sacrifice and fires bete, and if ye wall not so, my lady sweet, then pray I you to morwy with a spear, that our seat me thurg the hurt barrow. Page Roman 34. Then reck I not when I have lost my life, though that our Sita win higher to his whiff. This is the effect and end of my prayer. Yev me my love, thou blissful lady Dara. When the orison was done of Palamon, his sacrifice he did, and that anon. Foul piteously with a less circumstances. All tell I not as now his observances. But at the last the statue of Venus shoke, and made a scene whereby that he took that his prayer accepted was that day. For though the scene showed a delay, yet wist he well that granted was his bone, and with glad hurt he went him home full sown. The third hour, inequal that Palamon began to Venus' temple for to gone. Up rose the sun, and up rose Emily, and to the temple of Diane gan high. Higher maidens that she thither with higher lad. Full readily with hem the fire they had. The incense, the clothes, and the remenant all, that to the sacrifice longen shall. The horns full of mead as was the gyes. There lacked naught to don higher sacrifice. Smoking the temple full of clothes fair. This Emily with hurt debonair. Higher body wesh with water of a well. But how she did higher right I dare not tell. But it be anything in general. And yet it were a game to hearn all. To him that meaneth well it near no charge. But it is good a man to ben at large. Higher bright here kemmed was untressed all. A crown of a green oak cereal. Upon higher head was set full fair and meat. Two fires on the otter gan she bid tear. And did higher things as men may behold. In stace of Thebes and these bokes old. Wan kindled was the fire with piteous cheer. Unto Diane she spake as ye may hear. O chaste goddess of the woads green, to whom both heaven and earth and sea is sane. Queen of the Rignare of Pluto Dirk and Lo. Goddess of maidens that min hurt hast know. Full many a year and wast what I desire. As keep me fro thy vengeance and thin ire. Page Roman 35. That Atian abought cruelly. Chaste goddess, well wotest thou that I desire to ben a maiden all my life. Ne never while I be no love ne whiff. I am thou wast, yet of thy compagny, a maid and love hunting and venery. And for to walken in the woads wilder, and not to ben a wife and be with child. Not while I know in compagny of man. Now help me, lady, sith you may and can. For though three forms that thou hast in thee, and Palamon that hath switch love to me, and eke Arcite that loveth me so sore, this grace I pray thee withouten more, as send love and peace betwixt hem two, and fro me turn away here hurt so, that all here hot love and here desire, and all here Bessie torment and here fire, be quaint or torned in another place. And if so be thou wilt not do me grace, or if my destiny be shapen so, that I shall needs have on of him too, as send me him that most desireth me. Behold, goddess of clean chastite, the bitter tarries that on my cheeks fall. Sin thou art a maid and keeper of us all. My maidenhead thou keep and well conserve, and while I live a maid, I while thee serve. The fires brenn upon the otter clear, while Emily was thus in higher prayer. But suddenly she saw a sight quaint, for right anon on of the fires quaint, and quite again, and after that anon. That other fire was quaint and all agone, and as it quaint it made a whistling, as don these bronze wet in here brenning, and at the bronze end outran anons, as it were bloody drops many on, for which so sore aghast was Emily, that she was well nigh mad, and gan to cry, for she ne wist what it signified. but only for the fear, thus she cried, and wept that it was pity for to hear. And therewithal, Diane gan a purse, with bow in hand, right as an hunteress, and say doubter, stint thin heaviness. Page Roman 36. Among the gods high it is affirmed, and by etern word written and confirmed, thou shalt be wedded unto on of thou, that hand for thee so much'll care and woe, but unto which of hem I may not tell. Farewell, for here I may no longer dwell. The fires which that on min otter brenn, shall thee declare on earth that thou go hen. Thin aventure of love as in this case, and with that word the arwas in the case of the goddess clatteren fast and ring, and forth she went and made a vanishing, for which this Amelie astonied was, and said, what amounteth this, alas? I put me in thy protection, Diane, and under thy disposition. And home she goth anon the next way. This is the effect there nis, no more to say. The next hour of Mars, following this, our sight unto the temple walked is, of fierce Mars to don his sacrifice, with all the rites of his paean wise, with pitiless hurt and high devotion. Right thus to Mars he said his orison. O strange god that in the Rignes cold, of trace honored art and Lord Wyhold, and hast in every Rigne and every land, of arms all the brittle in thin hand, and hem fortunest as thee list devise, accept of me my pitiless sacrifice. It so be that my youth may deserve, and that my might be worthy for to serve thy God, that I may ben on of thine. Then pray I thee to rewear upon my pine, for thilk pain and thilk hot fire, in which thou whilom brendest for desire, when that thou usedest the beauty of fair yonge Venus fresh and free, and hadst higher in arms at thy will, although thee ones on a time misfill, when Vulcanus had caught thee in his laws, and found thee ligging by his whiff, alas! For thilk sorwy that was though in thin hurt, have ruth as well upon my pains smirt. I am yonge and unconning as thou wast, and as I trow with love offended most. Page Roman 37. That ever was any lives creature, for she that doth me all this woe endure, ne rexeth never whether I sink or fleet. And well I wot, or she me mercy heat, I most with strength win higher in the place, and well I wot withouten help or grace of thee ne may my strength not avail. Then help me, Lord, tomorrow in my battle, for thilk fire that whilom brenned thee, as well as that this fire now brenneth me, and do that I tomorrow may hand victory. Min be the travail, and thin be the glory. Thy sovereign temple while I most honourin, of any place and alway most labourin, in thy pleasance and in thy craft strong, and in thy temple I while my banner hangs, and all the arms of my compagnie, and evermore until that day I die. Etern fire I while before thee find, and eke to this avow I while me bind. My bird, my here, that hangeth long adown, that never yet felt non-offensioun, of rasser ne of sheer, I while thee yet, and ben thy true servant while I live. Now, Lord, have ruth upon my sore is sore. Yev me the victory, I ask thee no more. The prayer stint of our Sita the strange, the rings on the temple door that hand, and eke the doors clatter redden full fast, of which our Sita somewhat him agast. The fires brent upon the altar bright, that again all the temple for to light. A sweet smell and on the ground up yaff, and our Sita and on his hund up half, and more incense into the fire he cast, with other rites mow, and at the last, the statue of Mars began his hauberk ring, and with that sound he heard a murmuring, full low and dim, that said thus victory, for which he yaft to Mars honour and glory, and thus with joy and hope well to fare. Our sight anon unto his in knee is fair, as fain as foul is of the bright sun, and right anon switch striff there is begone, for thilk granting in the heaven above, betwixen Venus, the goddess of love, pg Roman 38, and Mars, the stern god armipotent, that Jupiter was Bessiet to stent, till that the pale Saturnus the cold, that knew so many of our ventures oldie, fond in his oldie experience and art, that he full sown hath pleased every part, as sooth is said, elder hath great avantage. In elder is both wisdom and usage. Men may the old outtren, but not outrade. Saturn anon to Stenton striff and dreed, albeit that it is again his kind. Of all this striff he gan a remedy find. My dear doubter, Venus quad Saturn, my curs that hath so wide for to turn, hath more power than what any man's. Min is the drenching in the sea so wan. Min is the prison in the dirk coat. Min is the strangle and hanging by the throat. The murmur and the churls rebelling. The groining and the privy and poisoning. I do vengeance and plain correction, while I dwelt in the scene of the Leon. Min is the ruin of the high hollers, the falling of the tours and of the walls, upon the miner or the carpenters. I slew Samson in shaking the piler. Min ben also the maladies cold, the dirk tressons and the casts oldie. My loking is the fader of pestilence. Now weep no more, I shall do diligence. That Palamon that is thin in night shall have his lady as thou hast him height. Thogmars shall help his knight, yet Nathils. Betwixen you there mo sometime be peas. All be ye not of complexion. That causeth all day switch division. I am thine I'll redie at thy wills. Weep now no more, I shall thy lust fulfill. Now while I stenten of the gods above, of Mars and of Venus goddess of love, and tellen you as plainly as I can the great effect for which that I began. Great was the fest in Athens thilk day, and eke the lusty session of that May made every wight to ben in switch pleasance, that all that Monday justen they and dance. Pg Roman 39, and spenden it in Venus high service, but by the cause that they shoulden rise, early a morwe for to seen the sight. Unto here restair wenten they at night, and on the morwe when the day gan spring, of whores and harness noise and clattering, there was in the hostelries all about, and to the palais rode there many a rout, of lords upon steeds and palfreys. There mayest thou see devising of harness, so uncouth and so rich and wrought so weel, of goldsmithery of browding and of steel, the shelds bright testers and trapures, gold-hewn helms, hauberks coat armures, lords in pairments on here coursers, knights of retinue and eke squires, nailing the spears and helms bokeling, guiding of shelds with laners lacing. There as need is they wherein nothing idle, the foamy steeds on the golden bridle, gnawing and fast the armurers also, with file and hammer priking to and fro, yemen on foot and communes many on, with short staves thick as they may gone, pipes, tromps, nakers, and clarions, that in the battle blowen bloody sounds, the palais full of people up and down. Here 3, there 10 holding here question, devaning of these Theban knights too. Soam saiden, thus soam said, it shall be so. Soam helden with him, with the blacky bird. Some with the bald, some with the thick herd. Some said he looked grim and wold fight. He hath a sparth of 20 pound of white. Thus was the holle full of divining. Long after that the sun gan up spring, the great Theseus that of his sleep is waked, with minstrelsy and noise that was maked, held yet the chamber of his palace rich, till that the Theban knights both illich honoured were, and to the palace fet. Duck Theseus is at the window set, arrayed right as he were a god in throne. The pepple preset thitherward full sown, him for to seen and don high reverence, and eke to hearken his hest and his sentence. Pg. And Herod on a scaffold made an O, till that the noise of the pepple was eardo. And when he saw the pepple of noise, all still, thus showed he the mighty duke's will. The Lord hath, of his high discretion, considered that it were destruction to gentle blood to fighten in the gyes of mortal battle now in this emprise. Wherefore to shapen that they shall not die, he while his first purpose modify. No man therefore up pain of loss of life, no manner shot ni pollax ni short nif, into the list send or thither bring, ni short sword to strike with point biting. No man ni draw ni bear it by his side, ni no man shall unto his fellow ride, but o curs with a sharp igrounden spear, foin if him list on foot himself to were, and he that is at meschief shall be take, and not slain but be brought unto the stake. That shall ben ordained on either side, thither he shall by force and there abide, and if so fall the chevatain be take, on either side or else sleth his make. No longer shall the tourneying illust. God speed you goth forth and lay on fast, with lunge sword and with mace fighteth your fill. Goth now your way, this is the Lord's will. The voice of the pepple touched to the heaven, so loud creden they with Murray Stephen. God save switch a Lord that is so good, he willeth no destruction of blood. Up gone the trumps and the melody, and to the lists writ the compagnie. By ordinance thurgout the sight large, hanged with cloth of gold and not with sarge. Foul like a lord this noble duck gan ride, and these two Thebans upon either side. And after rode the queen and Amelie, and after that another compagnie, of on and other after here degree. And thus they passen thurgout the city, and to the lists commend they be time. It knows not of the day, yet fully prime. When set was Theseus full rich and high, Ippolita the queen and Amelie, Pg. Roman 41, and other ladies in degrees about. Unto the sets preaseth all the route, and westward thurg the gates under mart. Arcite and eke the 100 of his part, with banner red is entered right anon, and in the selve moment Palamon is under Venus estward in the place, with banner white and hardy cheer and face, and in all the world to second up and down. So even without variation, their near switch compagnies never tway, for there was none so wise that could say that any had of other advantage, of worthiness ni of estat ni aid. So even were they chosen for to jest, and in two ranges fair they hem dress. When that here names read were everich on, that in her number gile were their nuns, though were the gates shet and cried was loud, do now your devoir, yonge knights proud. The Herods left here priking up and down, now ringing trumps loud and clarion. There is no more to say but est and west. In Goth the spears sadly in the rest. In Goth the sharp spore into the side. There see men who can just and who can ride. Though shivering shafts upon shelds thick, he feeleth thurg the hurtespone the prick. Up springen spears 20 foot on height, outgone the swords as the silver bright. The helms they towen and tar-shred, outbreast the blowed with stern streams reed. With mighty maces the bones they tar-breast, he thurg the thickest of the throng gan threst. Their stumlin steeds strong and down goth all, he rolleth under foot as doth a ball. He foineth on his foo with a tranchoun, and he him hurtleth with his horse adown. He thurg the body is hurt, and sith id ache. Maugre his hede, and brought unto the stake. As forward was right there he must abide. Another lad is on that other side, and sometime doth hem Theseus to restay. Hem to refresh and drinken, if hem lest. Full after day, han thilk Thebans too. Toasder met, and wrought etch other woe. Unhorsed hath etch other of hem tway. Their nuz no to grey, in the vale of Gallify. Pag Roman 42. When that higher whelp is stole, when it is light. So cruel on the hunt, as is our sight. For jealous hurt upon this Palamon. Ni in Belmary, their nis so fell Leon. That hunted is, or for his hunger would. Ni of his prey desireth so the blood. As Palamon to sleen his foo Arcite. The jealous strokes on here helms bite. Outrenneth blood, on both here sides read. Sometime an end, there is of every deed. For the son, unto the restair went. The strong king, Emetrius gan hent. This Palamon, as he fought with Arcite, and made his sword to pare in his flesh to bite. And by the force of 20 is he take. Unyolden and Idron to the stake. And in the rescues of this Palamon, the strange King Licurge is borne adown. And King Emetrius, for all his strength, is borne out of his saddle a sword's length. So hit him Palamon, or he would take. But all for naught, he was brought to the stake. His hardy hurt might him helpen not. He most abiden when that he was caught. By force and eke by composition. Who sorroweth now but woeful Palamon. That most no more gone again to fight. And when that Theseus had seen that sight, unto the folk that foughten thus etch on, he cried, Ho one, no more for it is done. I will be true juge, and not party. Arcite of Thebes shall have a melee, that by his fortune hath higher fair Ewan. Anon there is a noise of pepple, begone. For joy of this so loud and high withal, it seemed that the lists shalden fall. What can now fair Venus don above? What saith she now, what doth this queen of love? But weepeth so, for wanting of higher will, till that higher tarries in the lists fill. She said, I am ashamed doubtilies. Saturnus said, daughter, hold thy peace. Mars hath his, will his knight hath all his bone. And by Minhede thou shalt ben essayed sown. Pag Roman 43. The trampors with the loud minstrelsy, the herods that so loud yell and cry, ben in here joy for weal of Dan Arcite. But hearkeneth me and stenteth noise a light, which a miracle there befell anon. This fierce Arcite hath of his helmy idnon, and on a courser for to show his face, he priketh endlong the large place, looking upward upon this Emily, and she again him cast a friendlik eye. For women as to specken in commune, they falwen all the favour of fortune, and was all his in cheer as his in hurt. Out of the ground a fury infernal sturt, from Pluto sent at request of Saturn, for which his whores for fear gan to turn, and leapt aside and foundred as he leap. And that Arcite may take any keep, he pite him on the pommel of his hede, that in the place he lay as he were dead. his breast tarbristen with his saddle bow. As Blake he lay as any coal or crow. So was the blood Iranon in his face. Anon he was yborne out of the place, with hurt sore to Theseus' palace. Though was he corven out of his harness, and in a bed brought full fair and blithe. For he was yet in memory and live, and alway crying after Emily. Duck Theseus, with all his compagnie, is commend home to Athens his city, with a le bliss and great solemn night. Albeit that this adventure was fall, he knolled not discomforten hem allay. Men saiden eke that Arcite shall not die, he shall ben held of his malady. And of another thing they were as fain, that of hem allay was their non-uslain. Al were they sore ihurt, and namely on, that with a spear was thurled his breastbone, to other wounds and to broken arms. Some hadden salves, and some hadden charms, and pharmacies of herbs and eke save. They dronken, for they wold here lives have, for which this noble duck, as he well can, comforteth and honoureth every man. Pg. Roman 44. And made revel all the lunge night, unto the strange lords as was right. Neither nuz holden no discomforting, but as at justs or a tourneying. For softly there nuz no discomfiture, for falling nis not but an adventure, ne to be lad by force unto a stake, unyolden and with 20 knights take. O person all alone without mo, and harried forth by arms foot and two, and eke his steed driven forth with staves, with footmen both yeomen and eke knaves. It was arreted him no villainy, there may no man clepen it cowardy, for which anon duck Theseus let cry, to stenten alle rancour and envy, the gree as well of o side as of other, in either side why like as other's brother, and yave hem gifts after her degree, and held her a fest fully days 3, and conveyed the kings worthily out of his town a journey largely, and home went every man the right way. There nuz no more, but farewell have good day. Of this battle I will no more indite, but speak of Palamon and of Arcite. Swelleth the breast of Arcite, and the sore increaseth at his hurt more and more. The clotted blood for any lechercraft corrumpeth and is in his bowk illaft, that neither vineblood ne von toozing, ne drink of herbs may ben his helping, the virtue expulsive or animal, for the virtue cleaped natural, ne may the venom voiden ne expel. The pipes of his lunges gan to swell, and every lacert in his breast adown is shent with venom and corruption. Him gaineth neither for to get his lift, vomit upward, ne downward laxative. All is to brasten thilk region. Nature hath now no domination, and certainly their nature while not wirch. Farewell physic, go bearer the man to church. This is all and some that Arcite most die, for which he sendeth after a melee. Pg. Roman 45. And Palamon, that was his carson dero. Then said he thus, as he shone after here, not may the woeful spirit in min hurt, declare, O point of all my sorrows smirt, to you my lady that I love most, but I bequeath the service of my ghost, to you aboven every creature, sin that my lift knee may no lenger do. Alas the woe, alas the pains strong, that I for you have suffered, and so long. Alas the death, alas mine Emily. Alas departing of our compagnie. Alas min hurts queen, alas my whiff. Min hurts lady ender of my liff. What is this world, what accent men to have? Now with his love, now in his cold grave. alone without any compagnie. Farewell, my sweet farewell, min, Amelie. And soft, take me in your arms tway. For love of God and Herkineth, what I say. I have here, with my cousin Palamon, had strife and rancour many a day agone. For love of you, and for my jealousy. And Jupiter, so wise my soul jai. To specken of a servant properly. With a less circumstances truly. That is to say in troth honour and knighthead. Wisdom humblest estat and high kinred. Freedom and all that longeth to that art. So Jupiter have of my soul part. As in this world, right now ne know I none. So worthy to be loved as Palamon. That serveth you, and while done all his life. And if that ever ye shall ben a whiff. For eat not Palamon, the gentleman. And with that word his speech file began. For from his feet up to his breast woes come. The cold of death that had him overknown. And yet moreover in his arms too. The vital strength is lost and all ago. Only the intellect without more. That dwelled in his hurt psyche and sore. Gan Phelan when the hurt felt death. Dusked his eyne too, and filed his breath. But on his lady yet cast he his eye. His last word was mercy, Amelie. Page Roman 46. His spirit changed whose, and went though. As I came, never, I cannot tell in word. Therefore I stent I am no divinister. Of souls find I not in this register. Ne me lust not the opinions to tell. Of hem though, that they written were they dwell. Our sight is cold, the Mars his soul jai. Now while I specken forth of Amelie. Shrite Amelie, and huleth Palamon. And Theseus, his sister took anon. Swooning and bear her from the core away. What helpeth it to Tarian forth the day? To tellen how she weep, both even and morwe. For in switch cas, women have switch sorwe. When that here husbands ben fro hem ago. That for the more part, they sorrowen so. Or else fallen in switch malady. That a till last certainly they die. Infinite ben the sorrows and the terries. Of oldie folk and folk of tender years. In all the town for death of this Theban. For him there weepeth both child and man. So great weeping was there none certain. When Hector was ybrought all fresh uslain. To Troy, alas, the piety that was there. Cratching of cheeks rending, eke of here. Why woldest thou be dead thighs women cry? And haddest gold enough and Amelie. No man might gladen this duck Theseus. Saving his oldie fader Aegeus. That knew this world's transmutation. As he had seen it chongen up and down. Joy after woe and woe after gladness. And showed him ensample and likeness. Right as there died, never man quad he. That he ne lived in earth in some degree. Right so there lived, never man he said. In all this world, that sometime he ne dade. This world nis, but a thurgfair full of woe. And we ben pilgrims, passing to and fro. Death is an end of every world's sore. And over all this, yet said he muchel more. To this effect, full wisely to enhort. The people that they should hem recomfort. Duck Theseus, with all his Bessie cure. He casteth now were that the sepulchre. Page Roman 47. Of good arsight may best imate be. And eke most honourable in his degree. And at the last he took conclusion. That there is first arsight in Palamon. Hadden for love the battle hem between. That in that selve grove sote and green. There as he had his amorous desires. His complaint, and for love his hote fires. He wold make a fire in which the office of funeral he might all accomplize. And let anon command to hack and hew. The oaks old, and lay hem on a row. In culpans, well arrayed for to brenn. His officers with swift feet they ran, and ride anon at his commandment. And after this Theseus hath sent, after a bearer, and it all overspread, with cloth of gold, the richest that he had, and of the same suit he clad Arcite. Upon his hands were his gloves white, eke on his head a crown of laura green, and in his hand a sword full bright and keen. He laid him bare the visage on the bearer. Therewith he wept that pity was to hear, and for the pebble shoulder seen him allay. When it was day, he brought him to the holler, that roareth of the crying and the sound. Though came this woeful Theban Palamon, with floatery bird and ruggy ashy hears, in clothes blake, it dropped all with terries, and passing over of weeping Emily, the ruefulest of all the compagnie, and in as much as the service should be, the more noble and rich in his degree. Duck Theseus let forth 3 steeds bring, that trapped were in steel all glittering, and covered with the arms of Dan Arcite, and eke upon these steeds gret and white, their Satan folk of which on bare his sheld, another his spear up in his hands held, the thrid bare with him his bow turquoise, of brent gold was the cas and the harness, and riding forth apa with sorrowful cheer, toward the grow as ye shall after hear, the noblest of the Greeks that there were, upon here shoulders carried the bearer. Pag Roman 48, with slacky pa and ein red and wheat, thurg out the city by the Maester Street, that spread was al with black and wonder high. Right of the same is all the street eerie. Upon the right hand went oldie Aegeus, and on the other side Duck Theseus, with vessels in here hund of gold full fine, all full of honey milk and blood and wine, eke Palamon with full gret compagnie, and after that came woeful Emily, with fire in hund as was that time the Gies, to don the office of funeral service, high labour and full gret apparailing, was at the service of that fire making, that with his green top the heaven wrought, and 20 fathom of bread the arms straught. This is to saying the boughs were so broad, of stree first there was laid many a load, but how the fire was maked up on height, and eke the names how the trees height, as oak fir birch asp alder home poplar, willow elm plane ash box chestine lind laura, maple thorn betch hazel yew whipalter. How they were felled shall not be told for me, ne how the gods ran up and down, disherited of here habitation, in which they wandered in rest and peace, nymphs, fawns, and amydriades, ne how the bests and the birds allay, fledden for fear when the wood gan fall, ne how the ground agast was of the light, that was not wont to see the sun bright, ne how the fire was cooshed first with stree, and then with dry sticks cloven ather, and then with green wood and spicery, and then with cloth of gold and with perry, and garlands hanging with full many a flower, the myrrh the incense also with sweet odour, ne how Arcita lay among all this, ne what richesse about his body is, ne how that Emily, as was the Gies, put in the fire of funeral service, ne how she swound when she made the fire, ne what she spake, ne what was higher desire, ne what jewels men in the fire cast, when that the fire was gret and brent fast. Pag Roman 49, ne how some cast here sheld and some here spear, and of here vestments which they were, and cups full of wine and milk and blood, into the fire that brent as it were wood, ne how the Greeks with a huge root 3 times riding all the fire about. Upon the left hand, with a loud shouting, and thrice with here spears clattering, and thrice how the ladies gan to cry, ne how that led was homeward a melee, ne how our sight is brent to ashen cold, ne how the lituake was wyhold, all thilk night ne how the Greeks play, the wake players ne keep I not to say, who wrestled best naked with oil anoint, ne who that bear him best in no disjoint. I will not tellen eke how they all gone home till Athens when the play is done, but shortly to the point now while I wend, and maken of my lunge tale an end, by process and by lengths of certain years. All stenten is the mourning and the tarries of Greeks by on general assent. Then seemeth me there was a parlement at Athens upon certain points and cas, amongs the which points uspoken was, to have with certain countries alliance, and have of Thebans fully obeisance, for which this noble Theseus anon let senden after gentle Palamon, unwist of him what was the cause and why, but in his blacky clothes sorrowfully he came at his commandment on high, though sent he Theseus for a melee. When they were set, and hushed was all the place, and Theseus abiden hath a space, or any word came from his wise breast, his eyne set hither as was his lest, and with a sad visage he sight still, and after that right thus he said his will, the first mover of the cause above, when he first made the fair chain of love. Great was the effect, and high was his intent. Well wist he why, and what thereof he meant. For with that fair chain of love he bond the fire, the air, the water, and the land. Pgl. In certain bonds that they may not flee. That same prince and mover eke quad he hath stablished in this wretched world adown, certain of days and duration, to all that are engendered in this place, over the which day they ne mo not pace. Almo they yet the days well abridge. There needeth none authority allege, for it is proved by experience. But that me lust declaren my sentence, then may men by this order well discern that thilk mover stable is and etern. Well may men knowen, but it be a fool's, that every part deriveth from his whole. For nature hath not taken his beginning of no party ne cantle of a thing, but of a thing that parfait is and stable, descending so till it be corruptible, and therefore of his wise purveyance he hath so well beset his ordinance, that specks of things and progressions shallen enduren by successions, and not etern without any light. This mayest thou understand, and seen at eye. Lo the oak that hath so long a nourishing, fro the time that it ginneth first to spring, and hath so long a life as ye may see, yet at the last wasted is the tree. Considereth eke how that the hard stone under our feet on which we tread and gone, it wasteth as it lieth by the way. The broad river sometime wexeth dray. The great towns see we wane and wend. Then may ye see that all thing hath an end. Of man and woman see we well also, that needs in on of the terms too. That is to sayn in youth or else age. He mote be dead the king as shall a page. Soam in his bed, soam in the depessie, soam in the large feld as ye may see. There helpeth not all goth that ilk way. Then may I sayn that a lething mote de. What maketh this but Jupiter the king, the which is prince and cause of a le thing, converting a le unto his proper will, from which it is derived sath to tell. Pg le. And here agains no creature on live, of no degree availeth for to strive. Then is it wisdom as it thinketh me, to maken virtue of necessit, and take it well that we may not eschew, and namely, that to us all is due. And whoso grutcheth aught he doth folly, and rebel is to him that all may judge. And certainly a man hath most honour, to dean in his excellence and flower, when he is psycher of his good name, then hath he done his friend nay him no shame, and glader ought his friend ben of his death, when with honour is yolden up his breath, than when his name appalled is for aid. For all forietten is his vassalage, then is it best as for a worthy fame, to deign when a man is best of name. The contrary of all this is wilfulness. Why grutchen we, why have we heaviness? That good arsight of chivalry, the flower, departed is with duty and honour, out of this foul prison of this life. Why grutchen here his carson and his whiff, of his welfare that loven him so well? Can he hems thank, nay God wot never a del, that both his soul and eke himself offend, and yet they mow her lustres not amend. What may I conclude of this lunge sarai? But after sorwy I read us to be Marai, and thanken Jupiter of all his grace, and that we departen from this place, I read that we make of sorrows too, O parfit joy lasting evermo, and loketh now where most sorry is herein. There while I first amenden and begins, sister quod he this is my full assent, with all the avies here of my parlement, that gentle Palamon your owen knight, that serveth you with will and hurt and might, and ever hath done sin you first him knew, that ye shall of your grace upon him rear, and taken him for husband and for lord. Lean me your hand for this is our rare accord. Let's see now of your womanly piety. He is a king's brother's sown party. Page lure, and though he were a poor bacheller, sin he hath served you so many a year, and had for you so great adversite, it most ben considered leaveth me, for gentle mercy oweth to pass and right. Then said he thus to Palamon the knight, I trow there needeth little sermoning, to maken you a senten to this thing. Cometh near, and take your lady by the hand. Betwixen hem was maked on the bond, that hight matrimony or marriage, by all the conseil of the baronage. And thus, with a le bliss and melody, hath Palamon wedded Amelie. And God that all this wide world hath wrought, send him his love that hath it dera ibot. For now is Palamon in a le wheel, living in bliss in richesse and in heal. And Emily him loveth so tenderly, and he higher serveth all so gently, that never was there no word hem between, of jealousy, ne of none other teen. Thus endeth Palamon and Amelie, and God save all this fair compagnie. Page Levi. The nonnes priest's tale. A poor wide sandal stoupen in age, was whilom dwelling in a narwy cottage, beside a grove standing in a dale. This widow which I tell you of my tale, sin thilk day that she was last a whiff, in patience led a foul simple life. For little was higher cattle and higher rent, by husbandry of switch as God higher senti. She found herself and eke higher doutrin too. 3 large sows had she and no mow, 3 kine and eke a sheep that hight mal. Full sooty was higher burr and eke higher holler, in which she ate many a slender meal. Of poignant sauce ne knew she never a dealy. No dainty morsel passed third higher throat. Higher diet was accordant to higher coat. Repletion ne made higher never psych. A temper diet was all higher physique. and exercise and hurt sufficence. The gout let hire nothing for to dance. Ni apoplexy shent, not hire he dee. No win, ni drank, she neither white ni red. Higher board was served most with white and black. Milk and brown bread, in which she found no lack. Pig live. Saint bacon, and sometime an eye or tway. For she was as it were a manor day. A yard she had enclosed all about, with sticks and a dry ditch without, in which she had a cock hight Chanticleer. In all the land of crowing, nuz his peer. His voice was merrier than the Murray organ. On mass days that in the churches gone, well sacre was his crowing in his loge. Then is a clerk or any abbey orlog. By nature he knew etch a centioun of the equinoctial in Thilk town. For 1 degrees 15 were ascended. Then crew he that it might not ben amended. His coom was redder than the fin coral, embattled as it were a castle wall. His bill was black, and as the jet it shone. Like a sewer were his leggers and his tone. His nails whiter than the lily flower, and like the burned gold was his colour. This gentle cock had, in his governance, 7 hens for to don all his pleasance, which were his susters and his paramours, and wonder like to him as of colours, of which the fairest hued in the throat was cleaped fair damosel pertelote. Curdays she was discreet and debonair, and companionable, and bare herself so fair, sithen the day that she was 7 old, that trulich she hath the hurt in hold of Chanticleer loken in every lith. He loved higher, so that well was him therewith. But switch a joy it was to hear hem sing, when that the bright sun gan to spring. In sweet accord, my leaf is fair in land, for thilk time, as I have understand, bests and brids cowden speak and sing. And so befell that, in a dawning, as Chanticleer among his wives allay, sate on his perche that was in the hollow, and next him sate his fair pertelote. This Chanticleer gan groanen in his throat, as man that in his dream is dretched sore. And when that pertelote thus heard him roar, she was aghast and said hurt Darrow, what aileth you to groan in this manner? Pig lv. Ye ben a very slepper fie for shame. And he answered and said thus, Madame, I pray you that ye take it not agref. By God me met, I was in switch mischief. Right now that yet min hurt is sore affright. Now God quad he my sweven recca right, and keep my body out of foul prison. My met how that I roamed up and down. Within our yard were, as I saw a bestay, was like an hound and wold hand made arrest. Upon my body and hand had me dead. His colour was betwixt yellowy and red, and tipped was his tail and both his ears, with black unlike the remnant of his hears. His snout was small with glowing eyne tway, yet for his loke almost for fear I day. This caused me my groaning doubtels. Av quad she fie on you hurtles. Alas quad she for by that God above. Now hen ye lost min hurt and all my love. I cannot love a coward by my faith. For certes, whatso any woman saith, we all desiren, if it might be, to have an husband hardy, wise, and free, and secre and non niggard ni no fool, ni him that is august of every tool, ni non aventure by that God above. How dorsten ye for shame say to your love, that anything might maken you afford? Han ye no man's hurt, and han a bird? Alas and con, ye ben august of Swevenese. Nothing but vanity God wot in Sweven is. Swevens engendren of repletions, and oft of fume and of complexions, when humours ben to habundant in a white. Certes this dream, which ye han met tonight, cometh of the great superfluity of ure reed cole rapard, which causeth folk to dreaden in her dreams, of arwes and of fire with reed lems, of reed bests that they wall hem bite, of contek and of wasps gret and light, right as the humour of melancholy causeth full many a man in sleep to cry, for fear of bowls and of burrs blake, or else that blake devils while hem take. Pglvi. Of other humours cowed I tell also, that worken many a man in sleep mock woe, but I wall pass as lightly as I can. Lo Caton, which that was so wise a man, said he not thus, nay, do no force of dreams. Now sire quad she when we flee fro the bemes, for God's love as takes some laxative, up peril of my soul and of my life. I counsel you the best I will not lie, that both of choler and of melancholy ye purge you, and for ye shall not tarry. Though in this town be none apothecary, I shall myself 2 herbs tecken you, that shall be for your heal and for your prow. And in our yerd the herbs shall I find, the which han of here property by kind, to purgen you beneth and eke above. Sire, forget not this for God's love. Ye ben full colrike of complexion, where that the sun in his ascension, ne find you not replete of humour's hote. And if it do, I dare well lay a groat, that ye shall han a fever tertian, or else an ague that may be your bane. A day or 2 ye shall han digestives, of worms, or ye take your laxatives, of l'oreal centauri and fumetta, or else of elebe that groweth there, of catapuse, or of gator berries, or herb ive growing in our yerd that murray is. Pick hem right as they grow, and eat hem in. Bait murray husband for your fader kin. Dreadeth no dream, I can say you no more. Madame quad, he grand mercy of your lore. But Nathos as touching Dan Caton, that hath of wisdom switch a great renown, though that he bade no dreams for to dread. By God men maun in oldie books read, of many a man more of auctority, than ever Caton was so mote either, that all the revere sane of his sentence, and han well founden by experience, that dreams ben significations, as well of joy as tribulations, that folk enduren in this life present, there needeth make of this non-argument. Pglvi. The very preve showeth it indeed. On of the greatest auctors that men read, saith thus that whilom 2 fellows went on pilgrimage in a full good entente, and happed so they came into a town, where there was switch a congregation of people and eke so straight of herbergage, that they ne found as moche as a cottage, in which they both might illoged be, wherefore they musten of necessity. As for that night, departen compagnie, and etch of hem goth to his hostelry, and took his logging as it wold fall. That on of hem was logged in a stall, fur in a yard with oxen of the plough. That other man was logged well enough, as was his aventure or his fortune, that us governeth all as in commune. And so befell that long or it were day, this man met in his bed there as he lay, how that his fellow gan upon him cal, and said, alas, for in an oxen stall, this night shall I be Mordred there I lie. Now help me, dear brother, or I die. In a la haste, come to me, he said. This man out of his sleep for fear abraid, but when that he was waken of his sleep, he turned him and took of this no keep. Him thought his dream was but a vanity. Thus twice in his sleeping dreamed he, and at the thrid time yet his fellow came as him thought, and said, I now am slow. Behold my bloody wounds, depair and wide. Arise up early in the morwy tide. And at the west gate of the town quod he, a cart full of donge there shalt thou see, in which my body is hid privily. Do thilk cart arresten boldly. My gold caused my mortar soth to sain, and told him every point how he was slain, with a foul pitous face pale of hue, and trusteth well his dream he found full true. For on the morwy sown, as it was day, to his fellows in knee he took his way, and when that he came to this ox's stall, after his fellow he began to call, Pglvi. The hosteler answered him anon, and said, Sire, your fellow is agon. As soon as day he went out of the town, this man gan fallen in suspicion, remembering on his dreams that he met, and forth he goth no lenger wold he let, unto the west gate of the town, and fond a dong cart as it went for to dong land, that was arrayed in the same wise, as he han heard the deed man devise, and with an hardy hurt he gan to cry, Vengeance and justice of this felony. My fellow Mordred is this same night, and in this cart he lith gaping upright. I cry out on the ministers quod he, that shulden keep and rulen this city. Harrow alas, here lith my fellow slain. What should I more unto this tale sayn? The people outsturt and cast the cart to ground, and in the middle of the dong they found the deed man that Mordred was all new. O blissful God, that art so good and true. Lo how that thou beraced Mordor alway. Mordor wall out that see we day by day. Mordor is so loathsome and abominable to God, that is so just and reasonable, that he ne wall not suffer it hild be, though it abide a year or two or three. Mordor wall out, this is my conclusion, and right anon the ministers of the town han hent the carter, and so sore him pined, and eke the hosteler so sore engined, that they beknew here wickedness anon, and were anhanged by the neck bonds. Here maun ye see that dreams bend to dread, and certes in the same book one read, right in the next chapter after this. I gab not so have I joy and blithe. Two men that wold han passed over the sea, for certain cause in to a fur country. If that the wind ne had been contrary, that made hem in a city for to tarry, that stood full merry upon a haven side. But on a day agin the even tides, the wind gan change and blew right as hem lest. Jolliffe and glad they went into here rest. Pg licks, and casten hem full early for to sail. But to that, O man fell a gret merville, that on of hem in sleeping as he lay, he met a wonder dream again the day. Him thought a man stood by his bed's side, and him commanded that he should abide, and said him thus, if thou to morwy wend, thou shalt be draint my tale is at an end. He woke and told his fellow what he met, and prayed him his voyage for to let. As for that day, he prayed him for to abide. His fellow that lay by his bed's side gan for to laugh, and scorned him full fast. No dream quod he may so my hurt agast, that I wall letten for to do my things. I set not a straw by thy dreminges, for swevens ben but vanities and japes. Men dream all day of ools and of apes, and eke of many a mace therewithal. Men dream of thing that never was ne shall. But sith I see that thou wall there abide, and thus forslouthen wilfully thy tide, God wot it roweth me, and have good day. And thus he took his leave, and went his way. But or that he had half his curs ussailed, not I not why ne what mischance it ailed. But casually the ship's bottom rent, and ship and man under the water went, in sight of other ships there beside, that with him sailed at the same tide. And therefore fair Pertelote so dare, by switch and samples oldie mayest thou lear, that no man shoulder be to reckels of dreams, for I say thee doubtels, that many a dream full sore is for to dread. Lo, in the life of Saint Kenelme I read, that was Kenulphus sown, the noble king of Mercenreich, how Kenelm met a thing, a little or he were murdered on a day. His murder in his aversion, he say, his Norris him expound every dell, his sweven, and bade him for to keep him well. Fro tressen, but he nuz but 7-year-old, and therefore little tale hath he told, of any dream so holy was his hurt. By God, I had liever than my shirt. PGLX. That ye had read his legend, as have Roman one Dame Pertelote, I say you truly. Macrobius, that writ the aversion, in a frike of the worthy Scipion, affirmeth dreams and saith that they ben warning of things that men after seen. And furthermore, I pray you looketh well in the Oldie Testament of Daniel, if he held dreams any vanity. Read eke of Joseph, and there shall ye see, were dreams ben sometime, I say not a lay, warning of things that shall after fall. Loke of Egypt, the king Dan Pharaoh, his baker and his boatler also, whether they ne felt non effect in dreams, whoso while second acts of sundry rems, may read of dreams many a wonder thing. Lo Cressus, which that was of Lydie king, met he not that he sat upon a tree, which signified he should anhanged be. Lo higher a dramatia Hector's wife, that day that Hector shoulder lees his life. She dreamed on the same night beforn, how that the life of Hector should be lorn, if thilke day he went into battle. She warned him, but it might not avail. He went forth for to fight Nathels, and was uslain anon of Achilles. But thilke tale is all too long to tell, and eke it is nigh day I may not dwell. Shortly I say, as for conclusion, that I shall han of this aversion, adversity, and I say furthermore, that I need tell of laxatives no store, for they ben venomous, I wot it well. I hem defy, I love hem, never a dell. But let us speak of mirth, and stint all this. Madame Pertelote, so have I blies, of o thing God hath sent me large grace. For wan, I see the beauty of your face. Ye ben so scarlet red about your eyne, it maketh all my dread for to dean. For al so psyche as in principio, mulia est homines confusio. Madame, the sentence of this Latin is, woman is man's joy and man's blies. PGLXI. For when I feel anit your soft side, albeit that I may not on you ride, for that our perche is made so narwy alas. I am so full of joy and of solace, that I defy both sweven and dream. And with that word he flew down fro the bemet, for it was day, and eke his hands aleh, and with a chuck he gan hem for to cowl, for he had found a corn lay in the yerd. Real he was no more afeard. He feathered Pertelote 20 time, and trade higher eke, as oft it was prime. He loketh as it were a grim leon, and on his twos he roameth up and down. Him deign not to set his feet to ground. He chucketh when he hath a corn ifound, and to him rennen than his wives aleth. Thus real as a prince is in his holler, leave I this chontekler in his pasture, and after while I till his adventure. When that the month in which the world began, that height March when God first maked man, was complete, and it passed were also. So then March ended 30 days, and 2. Befell that Chanticleer in all his pride, his 7 wives walking him beside, cast up his eyne to the bright sun, that in the scene of Taurus had Iran. 20 degrees and on, and somewhat more. He knew by kind, and by none other laws, that it was prime and crew with blissful Stephen. The sun, he said, is clommen up on heaven. 20 degrees and on, and more iwis. Madame Pertelote, my world's blies. Herkina thighs, blissful brids how they sing, and see the fresh flowers how they spring. Foul is min, hurt of revel and solars, but suddenly him fell a sorrowful cass. For ever the latter end of joy is woe. God wot that worldly joy is soon ago, and if a rhetor cowed fair indite, he in a chronicle might it softly write. As for a sovereign notability, now every wise man let him hearken me. This story is also true, I undertake, as is the book of Launcelot du Lake. P.G. L. That women hold in full great reverence. Now while I turn agent to my sentence, a carl fox full of slay iniquity, that in the grove had wonders 3, by high imagination forecast, the same night thurgout the Heges brast, into the yerd their Chanticleer the fair, was wont and eke his wives to repair, and in a bed of worts still he lay, till it was past undurn of the day, waiting his time on Chanticleer to fall, as gladly Don thighs homicides allay, that in a wait liggen to murder men's. O false murderer rucking in thy den, O new Scariot, new Genelon, O false dissimuler, O Greek Sinon, that broughtest Troy al utterly to sorwy. O Chanticleer, accursed be the morwe, that thou into thy yerd flew fro the bemes. Thou were full well y-warned by thy dreams, that thilke day was perilous to thee. But what that God forwot most needs be, after the opinion of certain clerks, witness on him that any parfit clerk is, that in scole is gret altercation, in this matter and gret disputason, and hath been of 100,000 men. But I ne cannot bolt it to the bren, as can the holy Doctor Augustine, or Bose or the Bishop Bradwardine, whether that God's worthy forwarding straineth me needly for to don a thing, needly cleep I simple necessity, or else if free choice be granted me, to do that same thing or do it not, though God forwot it or that it was wrought, or if his wedding straineth never a dell, but by necessity conditional, I will not hand to don of switch matter. My tale is of a cock, as ye may hear, that took his conseil of his whiff and sorwy, to walken in the yerd upon the morwe, that he had met the dream, as I you told. Women's conseils ben full often cold. Women's conseil brought us first to woe, and made Adam fro paradies to go. P.G. L.Z.I. There as he was full merry and well at s. But for I not to whom I might displease, if I conseil of women wold blame. Pass over for I said it in my game. Read octors where they treat of switch matter, and what they sayn of women ye moan here. Thighs bend the cock's words and not mine. I can none harm of no woman divines. Fair in the sund to bath higher murrily, lith pertelote and all higher susters by. Agen the San and Chanticleer so free, sang merrier than the mermaid in the sea. For physiologus saith securely, how that they singen well and merrily. And so befell that, as he cast his eye among the worts on a boater flea, he was ware of this fox that lay full low, nothing ne list him thon for to crow. but cried anon cock cock, and up he stood, as man that was afraid in his hurt. For naturally a beast desireth flee fro his contrary, if he may it see, though he never erst had seen it with his eye. This Chanticleer when he gan him espy, he wold hand fled, but that the fox anon said, Gentle sire, alas, what will ye don? Be ye afraid of me, that am your friend? Now certes, I were worse than any fend, if I to you wold harm or villainy. I nam not come your conseil to espy, but truly the cause of my coming was only for to hearken how ye sing. For truly ye han as merry as Stephen, as any angel hath that is in heaven. Therewith ye han of music more felling than had Bose or any that can sing. My lord your fader God his soul bless, and eke your mother of higher gentilesse, han in min whose ibn to my gret s. And certes sire full fain wold I you please, but for men speak of St. John, I wall say, so mote I brauken well min ein twee. Save you nie heard I never man so sing, as did your fader in the morning. Certes it was of hurt all that he song, and for to make his voice the more strong. Pg elziv. He wold so pain him that with both his eyne he must wink so loud he walled a creen, and standen on his tip tune therewithal, and stretchen forth his neck long and small, and eke he was of switch discretion, that there nuz no man in no region, that him in song or wisdom might pass. I have well read in Dan Bernal the essay, among his verse, how that there was a cock, that for a priest's son gave him a knock upon his leg while he was young and nice. He made him for to lays his benefice, but certain there is no comparison betwixt the wisdom and discretion of your fader and his subtlety. Now singeth sire for Saint Charity. Let's see can ye your fader counterfeit. This Chanticleer his wings gan to bete, as man that cowed not his treason espy, so was he ravished with his flattery. Alas, ye lords, many a false flatter is in your court, and many a lusengiar that pleaseth you well more by my faith than he that sophistness unto you saith. Redath ecclesiast of flattery, bait were ye lords of higher treachery. This Chanticleer stood high upon his toes, stretching his neck, and held his eyne clues, and gan to crowin loud for the nones. And Dan Russell the fox stirred up at once, and by the garget hent Chanticleer, and on his back toward the wood him bearer. For yet ne was there no man that him sued. O destiny, that mayest not been eschewed. Alas, that Chanticleer flew fro the bemes. Alas, his whiff ne wrought not of dreams. And on a Friday fell all this mesciance. O Venus, that art goddess of pleasance, sin that thy servant was this Chanticleer, and in thy service did all his power, more for delit than world to multiply. Why wilt thou suffer him on thy day to die? O Goffride dere meester sovereign, that when thy worthy King Richard was slain, with shot complainedst his death so sore. Why ne had I now thy science and thy lore? Pg lxv. The Friday for to chiden as did ye, for on a Friday softly slain was he. Then wold I show you how that I cowed plain, for Chanticleer's dread and for his pain. Certes switch cry ne lamentation, nuz never of ladies made wan Ilion, was one and Pyrrhus with his straight sword, when he had hent King Priam by the bird, and slain him as saith us Enadus, as madden all the hens in the clues, when they had seen of Chanticleer the sight. But sovereignly Dame Pertolote shright, full louder than did Hasdrubal's whiff. when that higher husband had illost his life, and that the Romains hadn't brent Carthage. She was so full of torment and of rage, that wilfully into the fire she stirred, and brent higher Selvan with a steadfast hurt. O woeful hens, right so crieden ye, as when that Nero brent the city of Rome, cried the senators' wives, for that here husbands losten allay here lives. Withouten guilt this Nero hath hem slain. Now while I turn unto my tale again, the selly wide and higher doctrine too, harden these hens cry and maken woe, and out at the doors stirten they anon, and saw the fox toward the woad is gone, and bear upon his back the cock away. They creeden out Harrow and Walla wath. Aha the fox, and after him they ran, and eke with staves many an other man. Ran Collar dog and Talbot and Jurland, and Malkin with higher distaff in higher hund. Ran cow and calf and eke the very hogges. So furred were for barking of the dogges, and shouting of the men and women eke. They ronnen so hem thought here hurts breek. They yelleden as fens dawn in hell. The dokes creeden as men wold hemquell. The gees for fear flewen over the trees. Out of the hive came the swarm of bees. So hideous was the noise of benedicity. Certes he jack straw and his many. Nee Madden never shouts half so shrill, when that they wolden any Fleming killed. Pglxvi. As thilk day was made upon the fox, of bras they broughten beams and of box, of horn and bone in which they blew and pooped, and therewithal they shriked and they hooped. It seemed as that the heaven shoulder fall. Now good men, I pray you hearkeneth a less. Lo how fortune turneth suddenly, the hope and pride eke of higher enemy. This cock that lay upon the fox's bake, in all his dread unto the fox he spake, and said, Sire, if that I were as ye, yet wold I sain, as wisly God help me. Turneth agin, ye proud churls ale, a very pestilence upon you fall. Now I am come unto the woad's side. Maugre your heed, the cock shall here abide. I will him eat in faith, and that anon. The fox answered in faith, it shall be done. And as he spake the word, al suddenly, the cock brake from his mouth deliverly, and high upon a tree he flew anon. And when the fox saw that the cock was gone, alas quod he, O Chanticleer, alas, I have quod he idon to you trespass, inasmuch as I maked you a ferd. When are you hent and brought out of your yerd? But sire, I did it in no wick entente. Come down, and I shall tell you what I meant. I shall say soth to you, God help me so. Nay then quod he, I shrew us both too. And first I shrew myself both blood and bones. If thou beguile me oftener than once, thou shalt no more thurg thy flattery. Do me to sing and winken with men, aye. For he that winketh wan he shoulder see. Al wilfully God, let him never this. Nay quod the fox, but God yev him meshance. That is so indiscreet of governance. That jangleth wan, that he should hold his peas. Lo which it is for to be recels, and negligent and trust on flattery. But ye that holden this tale a folly, as of a fox or of a cock or hen, taketh the morality thereof, good men. For St. Paul saith that all that righten is, to our doctrine it is irighten iwes. Pglxvi. Taketh the fruit, and let the chaff be still. Now good God, if that it be thy will, as saith my Lord, so make us all good men, and bring us to thy high bliss, amen. Sire non nes priest our host said anon. Iblest be thy brech, and every ston. This was a merry tale of Chanticleer. But by my troth, if thou were secular, Thou woldest been a treadifowl aright. For if thou have courage, as thou hast might, thee were need of hens, as I ween, ye mo than 7 times 17. See which bronze hath this gentle priest, so gret a neck, and switch a large breast. He loketh as a sparhawk with his eyne, him needeth not his colour for to dean, with Brazil knee, with grain of Portingale. But sire fair, fall you for your tale. And after that, he with full merry cheer said to another, as ye shullen hear, PGLXVI. The flower and the leaf. The argument. A gentlewoman out of an arbour in a grove seeth a great company of knights and ladies in a dance upon the green grass, the which being ended they all kneel down, and do honour to the daisy, some to the flower, and some to the leaf. Afterward this gentlewoman learneth by one of these ladies the meaning hereof. Which is this: they which honour the flower, a thing fading with every blast, are such as look after beauty and worldly pleasure. But they that honour the leaf, which abideth with the root, notwithstanding the frosts and winter storms, are they which follow virtue, enduring qualities, without regard of worldly respects. When that Bus, his chair of gold so high, had whirled up the starry sky aloft, and in the bowl was entred certainly, when showerous sort of rain descended soft, causing the ground feel timmies and oft, up for to give many and wholesome air, and every plain was iclothed fair, with new green and maketh smale flowers, to springen here and there in field and mead. So very good and wholesome be the showers, that they renew that was old and deed. In winter time, and out of every seed, springeth the herb so that every white of this season waxeth richt glade and licked. PGL6. And I so glade of the season sweet, was happy thus upon a certain night, as I lay in my bed sleep full unmeet, was unto me, but why that I ne might rest I ne wist for their nuz earthly white, as I suppose had more of Herdes s than I, for I nad sickness nor disease, wherefore I merville greatly of myself, that I so long withouten sleep lay, and up I rose 3 houris after 12, about the springing of the gladsome day, and on I put my gear and mine array, and to a pleasant grove I gan to pang, long or the bright sun upresin was, in which were oakies gret straight as a line, undire the which, the grass so fresh of hue, was newly sprung, and an 8 foot or 9. Every tree well fro his fellow grew, with branches broad, laden with levis new, that sprongen out agen the sun sheen, some very reed, and some a glad light green, which as me thought was a right pleasant sight, and eke the birdies' songies for to hear, would have rejoiced any earthly wight, and I that couth not yet in no manner, herein the nightingale of all the years, full busily hearkened with hurt and air, if I her voice perceive could anywhere, and at the last a path of little breed, I found that greatly had not used be, for it foregrowen was with grass and weed, that well unnethers a wight might it see. Thought I this path some wider doth pard, and so I followed till it me brought to a right pleasant herbier well erot, which that benched was, and with turfies new, freshly turved, whereof the green grass, so small, so thick, so short, so fresh of hue, that most like to green wool, what I it was. The heg also that yedden in compass, and classed in a leth the green herber, with sycamore was set, and eglato, within in fear so well and cunningly, that every branch and leaf grew by measure, plain as a board of an height by and by. I see never a thing, I you ensure. PGLXX. So well idden for he that took the cure. It for to make I trow did all his pain, to mak it par although that men have sen. And shapen was this herber rofe and al, as is a pretty parlour, and also the heg as thick as is a castle wall, that who that list without to stand or go, thog he wold all day prayin' to and fro. He should not see if there were any wight within or no, but one within well might perceive although that idden there without, into the field that was on every side, covered with corn and grass, that out of doubt, though one would secken all the world a-wide, so rich a felder could not be espied, upon no cost as of the quantity, for of a leg-good thing there was plenty. And I that all these pleasant sights see, thought suddenly I felt so sweet an air of the eglater that certainly there is no hurt I deem in such despair, ne yet with thoughties froward and contraire, so overlaid, but it should soon have boat, if it had honest felt this savor sote. And as I stowed and cast aside mine eye, I was ware of the fairest medlar tree that ever yet in all my life I see, as full of blossomis as it might be. Therein a goldfinch leaping prettily from bough to bough, and as him list he eat here and there of buddies and flowers sweet. And to the herbier side was adjoining this fairest tree of which I have you told. And at the last the bird began to sing, when he had eaten what he eaten would, so passing sweetly that by many fold it was more pleasant than I couth devise. And when his song was ended in this wise, the nightingale with so merry a note answered him that a le the woad erong, so suddenly that as it were a sote, I stowed astonied and was with the song, thorough ravished that till late and long, I ne wist in what place I was ne where, I and methought she song in by mine ear. PGLXXI. Wherefore I waited about busily on every side if I her might see, and at the last I gan full well espy where she sate in a fresh green laurel tree, on the further side, even right by me, that gave so passing a delicious smell, according to the eglanter full well, whereof I had so inly great pleasure, as methought I surely ravished was, into paradise wherein my desire was for to be, and no further to par. As for that day, and on the sote grass, I sat me down for, as for mine intent, the birdie's song was more convenient, and more pleasant to me by many fold, than meat or drink or any other's thing. Thereto the herbier was so fresh and cold, the wholesome savours eke so comforting, that as I demied sith the beginning of the worlde was never seen than so pleasant a ground of none earthly man. And as I sat the birdies hearkening thus, methought that I heard voices suddenly, the most sweetest and most delicious, that ever any wight I trow truly hearden in here life, for the harmony and sweet accord was in so good music, that the voices to angels most were like, at the last out of a grove even by, that was right godly and pleasant to sight. I see where there came singing lustily a world of ladies, but to tell a right, their beauty gret lieth not in my might, neither array, nevertheless I shall tell you a pert, though I speak not of all. The surcoats white of velvet well fitting, they werein clad, and the semis each one, as it werein a manure garnishing, was set with emeralds one and one. By and by, but many a rich stone was set on the perfiles out of doubt, of collars sleeves and trainees round about, as of gret pearlies round and orient, and diamondies fine and rubies red. and many Arthur stone, of which I went. Pg Alexa. The namies now, and everich on her heed. A rich fret of gold, which withouten dreed was full of stately rich stonies set. And every lady had a chaplets on the headies of branches fresh and green, so weel erot, and so marvellously, that it was a right noble sight to seen. Some of Laurier, and some full pleasantly, had chaplets of wodebind, and sadly, some of Agnes Castus, wherein also chaplets fresh, but there were many of those that danced and eke song full soberly, but all they yed in manner of compace. But one there yed in mid the company, sole by herself, but all followed the pace that she kept, whose heavenly figured face so pleasant was, and her wheel-shaped person, that of beauty she passed them everich own, and more richly beseen by manyfold. She was also in every manner thing upon her head full pleasant to behold. A coron of gold rich for any king, a branch of Agnes Castus eke bearing in her hand, and to my sight truly, she lady was of all the compagnie, and she began a roundel lustily, that sus le foil divert moi men call, sine mon jolie cœur est endormi. And then the company answered all, with voices sweet and tuned, and so small, that me thought it the sweetest melody that ever I heard in my life softly. And thus they all came dancing and singing into the middies of the maid echoon, before the herbier where I was sitting. And God wot, I thought I was well begun, for then I might avise them one by one, who fairest was, who best could dance or sing, or who most womanly was in all thing. They had not danced but a little throw, when that I heard not fur of suddenly so great a noise of thundering trumpies blow, as though it should have departed the sky. And after that, within a while I sigh, from the same grove where the ladies came out, of men of armies coming such a rout. Pg Lxzi. As all men on earth had been assembled on that place, well horsed for the nonies, steering so fast that all the earth trembled. But for to speak of rich eyes and starness, and men and horse, I trow the large oneness of Preteer John, ne all his treasury, might not unneth have bought the 10th party of their array. Whoso list to hear more, I shall rehearse so as I can alight out of the grove that I speak of before. I see come first, all in their cloakies white, a company that wore for their delight chaplets fresh of oakies cereal, but newly sprung, and trumpets were they all, on every trump hanging a broad banner of fine tartarium full richly bete. Every trumpet his lordie's armies bear about their neckies with gret pearly seat. Calaris broad for cost they wowed not leet, as it would seem, for their scotchons echoon were set about with many a precious stone. The horses' harness was all white also, and after them, next in one company, camen kingies at armies, and no mo, in cloakies of white cloth with gold richly, chaplets of green on their heads on high. The crownies that they on their scotchons beara were set with pearl and ruby and sapphire, and eke gret diamondies many one. But all the horses' harness and other gear was in a suit according everich own, as ye have heard the foresaid trumpets were, and by semming they were nothing to leer, and the guiding they did so mannerly. And after them came a great company of Herodes and Persevantes eke, arrayed in clothes of white velvet, and hardily they were nothing to seek, how they on them shouldn't the harness set, and every man had on a chaplet, scotchiness and eke horse harness indeed. They had in suit of them that for them yed. Next after these a pair, in armour bright, all save the headies, seemly knighties 9, and every clasp and nail as to my sight. PGLX Ziv. Of their harness were of red gold so fine, with cloth of gold and furred with ermine, were the taporis of their steedies strong, both wide and large, that to the ground did hung, and every boss of bridle and patral that they had on was worth, as I would ween, £1,000, and on the headies well dressed were crownies of the laurier green, the best inlaid that ever I had seen. And every knight had after him riding 3 henchmen still upon him awaiting, of which every first on a short truncheon his lordie's helmet bore so richly dight, that the worst of them was worth the ransom of any king. The second, a shield bright, bare at his back the thread barin upright, a mighty spear full sharp yground and keen, and every child whereof levis green, a fresh chaplet upon his hairs bright, and cloakies white of fine velvet they were, though steedies trapped and arrayed right, without difference as their lordies were. And after them, on many a fresh courser, there came of armed knighties such a rout, that they bespread the large field about, and all they werein, after their degrees, chapelets new, or made of laurier green, or some of oak, or some of osier trees, some in the hondies barin bowers sheen, some of laurier, and some of oakies benny, some of hawthorn, and some of the woadbine, and many mo which I have not in mind. And so they came their horse freshly stirring, with blowdy sonies of the trompies loud. There see I many an uncouth disguising, in the array of thilk knighties proud, and at the last, as evenly as they cowed, they took their place in middies of the mead, and every knight turned his horse's heed to his fellow, and lightly laid a spear into the rest, and so justies began on every part, about in here and there. Some brake his spear, some threw down horse and man, about the felder astray the steedies ran, and to behold their rule and governance, I you ensure it was a great plaisance. PGLXXV. And so the justies last an hour and more, but though that crowned were in laurier greens, did win the prize, their dinties were so sore, that there was none against them might sustain, and the justing allay was left off clean, and fro their horse the 9 alight anon, and so did all the remnant everychone, and forth they yed Tajadir twain and twain, that to behold it was a worthy sight, toward the ladies on the green plain, that song and danced, as I said now right, the ladies as soon as they godly might, they bracken off both the song and the dance, and yet to meet them with full glad semblance, and every lady took full womanly by the hand a knight, and so forth they yed unto a fair laurier that stode fast by, with levis laid the bowers of gret breed, and to my dome there never was indeed a man that had seen a half so fair a tree, for underneath it there might well have be 100 persons at their own pleasance, shadowed fro the heat of ph bus bright, so that they shouldn't have felt no grievance, neither for rain ne hail that them hurt might, the savor eke rejoice would any wight, that he be sick or melancholious. It was so very good and virtuous, and with great reverence they inclined low unto the tree so sote and fair of hue, and after that, within a little throw, they all began to sing and dance of new, some song of love, some plaining of untrue, environing the tree that stode upright, and ever yet a lady and a knight. And at the last I cast mine eye aside, and was ware of a lusty company that came roaming out of the felder wide, and hund in hund a knight and a lady, the ladies all in surcoats that richly purfled were with many a rich stone, and every knight of green ware mantles on, embroiled weel so as the surcoats were, and everich had a chaplet on her head, which did right weel upon the shining here. PGLXXVI. Marked of goldly flowerous white and red, the knighties eke that they in hand led, in suit of them were chaplets everich own, and before them went minstrels many one, as harpies, pippies, ludies, and sautry, allay in green, and on the headies biff, of diverse floweries made full craftily, all in a suit goldly chaplets they wear, and so dancing into the maid they fare. In mid the which they found a tuft that was all overspread with floweries in compares, whereto they inclined everich with great reverence, and that full humbly. And at the last there though began anon a lady for to sing right womanly, a bargaret in praising the daisy, for as may thought among her nodies sweet, she said si douce est la marguerite. Then they alle answered her in fear, so passingly well and so pleasantly, that it was a most blissful noise to hear. But I not how it happied sedanely, as about none the song so fervently wax hot that the pretty tender flowers had lost the beauty of their fresh colours, for shrunk with heat the ladies eke to brent, that they ne wist where they them might bestow. The nighties swelt for lack of shade nigh shent, and after that, within a little throw, the wind began so sturdily to blow, that down goth all the flowers everich own, so that in all the mead there laughed not one, save such as succoured were among the leaves, fro every storm that might them assail, growing undire the hedges and thick greaves. And after that there came a storm of hail, and rain in fear, so that withouten fail, the ladies' knee, the nighties nade, o thread, dry on them, so drooping wet was their weed. And when the storm was clean passed away, though in the white that stode undire the tree, they felt nothing of all the great affray, that they in green without had an ib. To them they yed for routh and for pite, them to comfort after their great disease. So fain they were the helpless for to s. PGLXXVI. Then I was ware how one of them, in green, had on a coron rich and well-fitting, wherefore I deemed well she was a queen, and though in green on her were awaiting the ladies then in white that were coming towards them, and the nighties in fear began to comfort them and make them cheer. The queen in white that was of great beauty took by the hand the queen that was in green, and said, Suster, I have great pity of your annoy and of your troublous teen, wherein ye and your company have been so long, alas, and if you please to go with me, I shall do you the s. In all the pleasure that I can or may, whereof that Arthur humbly as she might thanked her for, in right evil array. She was with storm and heat you behight, and every lady then anon right, that were in white, one of them took in green, by the hund which, when the nighties had seen, in like manner each of them took a knight, clad in the green, and forth with them they fare, to an heg where that they anon right, to maken these justies they would not spare, bowers to hew down, and eke trees to square, wherewith they made them stately fierce gret, to dry their clothes that were wringing wheat, and after that of herbis that there grew, they made for blisters of the son brenning, inkmentes very good, wholesome, and new, where that they yed the sick fast anointing, And after that they yed about gathering pleasant salades which they made them eat, for to refresh their great unkindly heat. The lady of the life then gan to pray her of the floor for so to my semming they should be callied as by their array, to soup with her and eke for anything, that she should with her all her pepple bring. And she iron in right godly manner thanketh her fast of her most friendly cheer, saying plainly that she would obey with all her hurt, all her commandment, and then anon, without lenguer delay. Pglxxvi. The lady of the leaf hath one assent, to bring a palfrey after her intent, arrayed wheel in fair harness of gold, for nothing lacked that to him long shouled. And after that, to all her company, she made to purvey horse and everything, that they netted, and then full hastily, even by the herbier where I was sitting, they passed all so merrily singing, that it would have comforted any wight. But then I see a passing wonder sight, for then the nightingale that all the day had in the laurier seat and did her might, the whole service to sing longing to May, all sedanely began to take her flight, and to the lady of the leaf forthright she flew and set her on her hand softly, which was a thing I marvelled at greatly. The goldfinch eke that fro the medlar tree was fled for heat unto the bushes cold, unto the lady of the flower gan flee, and on her hund he set him as he wold, and pleasantly his wingies gan to fold, and for to sing they pain them both as sore as they had do of all the day before. And so these ladies rode forth a great pace, and all the rout of nighties eke in fear. And I that had seen all this wonder case, thought that I would assay in some manner to know fully the trouth of this matter, and what they were that rode so pleasantly. And when they were the herbier passed by, I dressed me forth and happied meet anon. A right fair lady, I do you ensure, and she came riding by herself alone, allay in white with semblance full demure. I her salude, bade her goad aventure, mote her befall as I cowed most humbly, and she answered my doubtier gramercy. Madame, quod I if that I durst inquire, of you I wold fain of that company, wit what they be that passed by this herber. And she iron answered right friendly, my doubter although that passed hereby, in white clothing be servants ever at own, unto the leaf, and I myself am one. Pglx6. See ye not her that crowned is, quod she, allay in white madame, then quod I yes, that is Diane goddess of chastity, and for by cause that she a maiden is, into her hund the brants she beareth this, that Agnes Castus men call properly, and all the ladies in her company, which ye see of that herb chaplets were, be such as han all we kept maidenhead, and all they that of laurier chaplets bearer, be such as hardy were in manly deed, victorious name which never may be deed, and all they were so worthy of their hand, in their time that no one might them withstand, and though that were chaplets on their heed, of fresh woadbind be such as never were, to love untrue in word, in thought ne deed, but I steadfast ne for pleasance ne fear, though that they shoulder their hurties all to tear, wowed never flit, but ever were steadfast, till that their livers their asunder brast. Now fair Madame, quod I yet would I pray your ladyship, if that it mightn't be, that I might know by some manner of way, sithen that it hath licked your beaut, the trouth of these ladies, for to tell me, what that these knighties be in rich armour, and what though be in green, and with the flowers, and why that some did reverence to the tree, and some unto the plot of floweris fair. With right goad will my doubter fare, quod she, sith your desire is goad and debonair, though nine crowned be very exemplar of all honour longing to chivalry, and those certain be clept the nine worthy, which that ye may see riding all before, that in their time did many a noble deed, and for their worthiness full oft have bore the crown of laurier levis on their head, as ye may in your oldie bokies read, and how that he that was a conqueror had by laurier alway his most honour, and though that barren bows in their hund of the precious laurier so notable, be such as were I wole ye understand. P.G. LXXX. Most noble knighties of the round table, and eke the douciperis honourable, which they beara in the sign of victory, as witness of their deadies mightily. Eke there be knighties old of the garter, that in their timmies did right worthily, and the honour they did to the laureate is for by it they have their laud wholly, their triumph eke and martial glory, which unto them is more perfect riches than any wight imagine can or guess, for one leaf given of that noble tree to any wight that hath done worthily, and it be done so as it ought to be, is more honour than anything earthly. Witness of Rome that founder was truly of all knighthood and deadies marvellous. Record I take of Titus Livius. And as for her that crowned is in green, it is Flora of these floweris goddess, and all that here on her awaiting Benny. It are such folk that loved idleness, and not delight in no kind business, but for to hunt and hawk and play in meads, and many other such like idle deeds, and for the great delight and the pleasance they have to the flower, and so reverently they unto it do in such obeisance, as ye may see now, fair Madame, quod I, if I durst ask what is the cause and why that knighties have the ensign of honour, rathier by the leaf than by the flower. Softly doubter, quod she, this is the truth, for knights ever should be persevering to seek honour without faintise or slouth, fro wheel to better in all manners thing, in sign of which with levis I lasting they be rewarded after their degree, whose lusty green may not apparid be, but I keeping the beauty fresh and green, for there nis no storm that may them deface, ne hail nor snow ne wind nor frosties keen, wherefore they have this property and grace, and for the flower within a little space, wollen be lost so simple of nature, they be that they no grevance may endure. P.G. LXXXI. And every storm wole blow them sown away, ne they last not but for a season. That is the cause, the very truth to say, that they may not by no way of reason be put to no such occupation. Madame, quod I, with all mine whole service, I thank you now in my most humble wise, for now I am ascertained thoroughly of everything I desired to know. I am right glad that I have said softly, aught to your pleasure, if ye will me trow. Quod she iron, but to whom do ye owe your service, and which wollen ye honour? Pray tell me this year the leaf or the flower. Madam, quod I, although I lest worthy, unto the leaf I owe mine observance. That is, quod she, right well done certainly, and I pray God to honour you advance, and keep you fro the wicked remembrance of Melibauch and all his cruelty, and all that goad and well-conditioned be. For here I may no longer now abide, but I must follow the great company, that ye may see yonder before you ride, And forthwith, as I couth most hummily, I took my leave of her, and she gan hie after them as fast as ever she might. And I drow homeward, for it was nigh night, and put all that I had said in writing, undire support of them that lust it read. O little boke, thou art so unconning, how darst thou put thyself in prise for dread? It is wonder that thou wexest not read, sith that thou wast full light who shall behold thy rude language full boisterously unfold. P.G. LXX. The whiff of Bath's tale, in oldie days, of the King Arthur, of which that Bretons specken great honour. All was this land fulfilled of fairy. The elf queen, with higher jolie compagnie, danced full oft in many a green mead. This was the old opinion, as I read. I speak of many 100 years ago. But now can no man see none elves mo. For now the great charity and prayers of limiteurs and other holy freers, that searchen every land and every stream, as thick as motes in the sunbeam, blissing hollers, chambers, kitchens, and burrs, sites and burgs, castles high and tours, thropes and burns, sheppings and dairies. This maketh that there ben no fairies. For there as wont to walken was an elf. There walketh now the limiter himself, in under meals and in morninges, and saith his matins and his holy things, as he goth in his limitation. Women may now go safely up and down, in every bush and under every tree. There is none other incubus but he, and he ne will don hem no dishonor. P.G. LXXZI. And so befell it that this King Arthur had in his hoose a lusty bachelor, that on a day came riding fro river, and happed that alone as she was born, he saw a maiden walking him beforn, of which maid he anon maugre higher he de, by very force bereft higher maidened, for which oppression was switch clamour, and switch pursuit unto the King Arthur. That damned was this knight for to be dead, by curs of law and shuld have lost his heed. Paraventure switch was the statute though, but that the queen and other ladies mo. So lunge Praeden, the King of Grace, till he his liff him granted in the place, and yaff him to the queen all at higher will, to cheese whether she wold him save or spill. The queen thanketh the king with all higher might, and after this thus spake she to the knight, when that she saw higher time upon a day. Thou standest, yet quod she in switch array, that of thy liff yet hast thou not surety. I grant thee liff, if thou canst tellen me, what thing is it that women most desiren? Beware and keep thy neck bone from earing. And if thou canst not tell it me anon, yet while I yev thee leave for to gone, a 12-month and a day to seek and lear, an answer sufficient in this matter, and surety while I have or that thou pace, the body for to yelden in this place. Woe was the knight, and sorrowfully he siketh, but what he may not done all as him liketh, and at the last he cheese him for to wend, and come agen right at the year's end, with switch answer as God wold him perve, and taketh his leave, and wendeth forth his way. He seeketh every whose and every place, where as he hopeth for to finden grace, to learnen what thing women loven most. But he ne cowed Aravan in no cost, were as he might find in this matter. Two creatures according in fear, some said in women loven best richesse, some said in honor, some said in jolliness. P.G. LXX Ziv. Some rich array, some said in lust abed, and oft time to be wide and to be weds. Some said in that we ben in hurt most essayed, When that we ben iflated and iprised, he goth full nigh, the sarth I will not lie. A man shall win us best with flattery, and with attendance, and with basiness. Ben we illimed both more and less, and so men saiden that we loven best, for to be free, and do right as us lest, and that no man repreve us of our vice, but say that we ben wise, and nothing nice. For truly there nis none of us all, if any white while chloris on the goal, that we nil kike for, that he saith us soth. Assay, and he shall find it that so doth. For be we never so vicious within, we while beholden wise, and clean of sin. And so saiden that gret delit han we, for to be holden stable, and eke secure, and in o purpose steadfastly to dwell, and not berain thing that men us tell, but that tale is not worth a rakestel. Pard we women canen nothing heal. Witness on me while ye hear the tale. Ovid amongs other things smale. Said Mida had, under his lunge hears, growing upon his heady two asses heirs, the which vice he hid, as he bestem might, full subtlety from every man's sight, that save his whiff there wist of it no mo. He loved higher most, and trusted higher also. He prayed higher that to no creature she nold tellin of his disfigure. She swore him nay, for all the world to win. She nold do that villainy nay sin, to make higher husband hence so foul a name. She nold not tell it, for higher owen shame. But Nathel's higher thought that she died, that she so lunge shoulder a consail hide. Higher thought it swall so sore about higher hurt, that needly some word higher must astert. And sith she durst not tell it to no man, down to Mary's fast by she ran, till she came, their higher hurt was a fire, and as a biter bumbleth in the mire. Pg lxxxv. She laid higher mouth unto the water down. Bury me not thou water with thy sound. Quod she to thee I tell it, and no mo. Min husband hath long asses heirs too. Now is min hurt all whole, now is it out. I might no lenger keep it out of doubt. Here may ye see, though we a time abide, yet out it most we can no consail hide. The remnant of the tale, if ye while hear, redath Ovid, and the ye may it lear. This night of which my tale is specially, when that he saw he might not come there be. This is to sayn, what women loven most. Within his breast full sorrowful was his ghast, but home he goth he might not sojourn. The day was come that homeward must he turn, and in his way it happed him to ride, in all his care, under a forest side, whereas he saw upon a dance go, of ladies 24, and yet mo. Toward this ilk dance he drow full yearn, in hope that he some wisdom shoulder learn. But certainly he came fully there. Evanished was this dance he nist not were. No creature saw he that bare liff, save on the green he saw sitting a whiff. A fouler wight there may no man devise. Again this night this oldie whiff gan arise, and said, Sire knight, here forth ne lith no. Tell me what that ye second by your fay. Paraventure it may the better be. Thys oldie folk con marchal thing quad she. My leave mother quad this night certain. I nom but dead, but if that I can feign. What thing it is that women most desire. Cowd ye me wis, I wold quite well your hire. Plight me thy troth here in minhund quad she. The next thing that I require of thee, thou shalt it do, if it be in thy might. And I will tell it you, or it be night. Have here my troth, quad the night I grant. Then quad she, I dare me well avant. Thy liff is soft, for I will stand there be. Upon my liff, the queen will say as Roman one, let's see which is the proudest of hem alle. that weareth on a kerchief or a cowl. PG LXXXVI. That dare saying, nay of that I shall you tesh. Let us go forth, withouten lenger spech. Though round she a pistol in his air, and bade him to be glad, and have no fear. When they ben commend to the court this night, said he had hold his day as he had height. And redie was his answer, as he said, full many a noble whiff, and many a maid, and many a widow, for that they ben wise. The queen herself, sitting as a justice, assembled ben his answer for to hear. And afterward this night was bode a purr. To every wight commanded was silence, and that the knight should tell in audience what thing that worldly women loven best. This night ne stood not still as doth a best, but to this question anon answered, with manly voice that all the court it heard. My liege lady, generally quod he, women desiren to hand sovereignty, as well over here husband as here love, and for to ben in maestry him above. This is your most desire, though ye me kill. Doth as you list, I am here at your will. In all the court ne was there whiff ne made, ne widow that contraried that he said, but said he was worthy to hand his liff. And with that word up sturt this oldie whiff, which that the knight saw sitting on the green. Mercy quod she my sovereign lady queen, that your court depart as doth me right. I taught this answer unto this knight, for which he plight me his troth there. The first thing I wold of him require, he wold it do, if it lay in his might. Before this court, then pray I thee, sire knight, quod she that thou me take unto thy whiff. For well thou wast that I have kept thy liff. If I say false, say nay upon thy fay. This knight answered, alas, and walla wah. I wot right well that switch was my behest. For God's love as cheese, a new request. Take all my good, and let my body go. Nay then quod she, I shrew us both too. For though that I be oldie foul and poor, I knowed for all the metal ne the ore. PG LXXXVR. That under earth is grave or lith above. But if thy whiff I were, and eke thy love, my love quod he nay my damnation. Alas that any of my nation should ever so foul disparaged be. But all for naught the end is this that he, constrained was he needs, must hire wed, and taketh this oldie whiff and goth to bed. Now wolden so men sane peradventure, that for my negligence I do no cure, to tellen you the joy and all the array, that at the fest was that ilk day, to which thing shortly answeren I shall. I say there was no joy ne fest at all. There nuz but heaviness and machel sorwy. For privily he wedded higher on the morwy, and all day after hid him as an ools. So woe was him, his whiff loked so foul. Gret was the woe the knight had in his thought, when he was with his whiff abed ibrought. He walweth and he turneth to and fro. This oldie whiff lay smiling evermo, and said, O dera husband benedicity, fareth ever knight thus with whiff as ye? Is this the law of King Arthur's whose? Is every knight of his thus dangerous? I am your own love, and eke your whiff. I am she which that saved hath your liff. And certes, yet did I you never unright. Why fare ye thus with me this first night? Ye faren like a man had lost his wit. What is my guilt, for goddess love tell it? And it shall ben amended, if I may. Amended quod, this night alas nay nay. It wall not ben amended, never mo. Thou art so lathly, and so oldie also. And thereto commend of so low a kind. That little wonder is, though I walwy and wind. So wold God min hurt wold breast. Is this quad she the cause of your unrest? Ye certainly quad he no wonder is. Now sire quad she I cowed amend all this. If that me list it were days 3. So well ye might'n bear you unto me. But for ye specken of switch gentilesse, as is descended out of old richesse. Pg lxxxvi. That therefore shullen ye be gentlemen. Switch arrogance nis, not worth an hen. Loke who that is most virtuous alway. Prive and appet, and most intendeth I. To do the gentle deeds that he can. And take him for the greatest gentleman. Christ while we claim of him our gentilesse. Not of our elders, for here old richesse. For though they yev us all here herited, for which we claim to ben of high parad, yet may they not bequeathen for no thing to none of us here virtuous living, that made hem gentlemen called to be, and bade us followen hem in switch degree. Well can the wise poet of Florence that height dance specken of this sentence. Lo in switch manner rhyme is Dante's tale. Full selda upriseth by his branches smale. Prowess of man for God of his goodness, while that we claim of him our gentilesse. For of our elders may we nothing claim, but temporal thing that man may hurt and maim. Eke every wight wot this as well as I. If gentilesse were planted naturally unto a certain lineage down the line, prive and appet than wold they never find. To don of gentilesse the fair office, they mightn't do no villainy or vice. Take fire and barrow it into the darkest hoos, betwixt this and the Mount of Caucasus, and let men shet the doors and go then. Yet while the fire as fair lie and brenn, as 20,000 men might it behold, his office natural I while it hold, up peril of my life till that it die. Here may ye see well how that gentry is not annexed to possession, sith folk nay don here operation, alway as doth the fire low in his kind. For God it what men mound foul often find, a lord sown do shame and villainy, and he that while hand pris of his gentry, for he was born of a gentle hoose, and had his elders noble and virtuous, and nil himselven do no gentle deeds, ni fawi his gentle ancestry that dead is. Pg lxxx. He nis not gentle be he duck or earl, for villains sinful deeds make a churl, for gentilesse nis but the renomme of thin ancestors for here high bounty, which is a strange thing to thy person. Thy gentilesse cometh fro God alone. Then cometh our very gentilesse of grace. It was no thing bequeathed us with our place. Thinketh how noble as saith Valerius was thilke Tullius Hostilius, that out of poverty rose to high noblesse. Redath Senec and redath eke Bose. There shall ye seen express that it no dread is, that he is gentle that doth gentle deadies, and therefore leave husband I thus conclude, albeit that min ancestors wherein rude, yet may the high God, and so hope I, grant me grace to liven virtuously. Then am I gentle when that I begins to liven virtuously and wiven sin, and there as ye of poverty me repreve, the high God on whom that we believe, in wilful poverty cheese to lead his life, and certes every man maiden or wife may understand that Jesus heaven king, ne wold not cheese a vicious living. Glad poverty is an honest thing certain. This while Senec and other clerks saying, whoso that halt him paid of his poverty, I hold him rich al had he not a shirt. He that coveteth is a poor wight, for he wold han that is not in his might. But he that not hath ne coveteth to have, is rich, although ye hold him but a knave. Vere povert is sin properly. Juvenal saith of povert merrily. The poor man, when he goth by the way, before the thieves he may sing and play. Povert is hateful good, and as I guess, a foul gret bringer out of besinus. A gret amender eke of sapience. To him that taketh it in patience. Povert is this, although it some len. Possession that no white wall challenge. Povert full, often when a man is low, maketh his guard, and eke himself to know. Pg. Povert a spectacle, is as thinketh me. Third, which he may his very friends see. And therefore, sire, sin, that I you not grieve. Of my povert, no more me repreve. Now, sire of elder, that ye repreven me. And certes, sire, though non octorite, were in no book ye Gentiles of honor, saying that men should an oldie white honor, and cleep him fader for your gentillesse. And octors shall I finden as I guess. Now there ye saying that I am foul and old. Then dread ye not to ben a coquold. Fulfilled an elder, also so mote I thee. Ben gret wardings upon chastity. But Nathal's sin, I know your delit. I shall fulfill your worldly appetite. She's now quad she on of thys things tway. To hem me foul and old, till that I dig. And be to you a true humble whiff. And never you displease in all my life. Or else while ye hand me yonge and fair, and take your aventure of the repair, that shall be to your whose, because of me. Or in some other place, it may well be. Now cheese yourselven, whether that you liketh. This knight aviseth him, and sore siketh. But at the last he said in this manner, my lady and my love, and whiff so dare, I put me in your wise governance. Cheeseth yourself, which may be most pleasance, and most honor to you and me also. I do no force the weather of the two, for as you liketh it sufficeth me. Then have I got the mastery quad she, sin I may cheese and govern as me lest. Ye certes whiff quad, he I hold it best. Kiss me quad, she we be no lenger wrath. For by my troth, I will be to you both. This to saying ye, both fair and good. I pray to God, that I mote sterven would. But I to you be, al so good and true, as ever was whiff sin, that the world was new. And but I be to morwe as fair to seen, as any lady empress or queen, that is betwixt the est, and eke the west. Doth with my life and death right as you lest. Pg. Cast up the curtain, look how that it is. And when the knight saw verily all this, that she so fair was, and so yonge thereto, for joy he hent higher in his arms too. His hurt bathed in a bath of bliss. 1,000 time arrow he gan higher kiss. And she obeyed him in everything that might don him pleasance or liking. And thus they live unto here, lives' end. In parfait joy, and Jesu Christus send. Husbands meek, and yonge, and fresh abed. And grace to overlive hem, that we wed. And eke, I pray Jesus, to short here lives, that will not be governed by here wives. And old, and angry niggards of dispense. God send him sown, a very pestilence. Pg. 1. Translations from Ovid's Epistles. Pg. 3. Preface to the translation. Ovid's Epistles 2. The life of Ovid being already written in our language, before the translation of his Metamorphoses, I will not presume so far upon myself to think I can add anything to Mr. Sandys, his undertaking 3. Pg. 4. The English reader may there be satisfied that he flourished in the reign of Augustus Caesar, that he was extracted from an ancient family of Roman knights, that he was born to the inheritance of a splendid fortune, for that he was designed to the study of the law, and had made considerable progress in it before he quitted that profession for this of poetry to which he was more naturally formed. The cause of his banishment is unknown, because he was himself unwilling further to provoke the emperor by ascribing it to any other reason than what was pretended by Augustus, which was the lasciviousness of his elegies, and his art of love. 5. It is true they are not to be excused in the severity of manners, as being able to corrupt a larger empire, if there were any, than that of Rome. Yet this may be said in behalf of Ovid, that no man has ever treated the passion of love with so much delicacy of thought and of expression, or searched into the nature of it more philosophically, than he, and the emperor, who condemned him, had as little reason as another man to punish that fault with so much severity, if at least he were the author of a certain epigram which is ascribed to him, relating to the cause of the first civil war betwixt himself and Mark Antony, the triumvir, which is more fulsome than any passage I have met with in our poet. 6. pg 5. To pass by the naked familiarity of his expressions to Horace, which are cited in that author's life, I need only mention one notorious act of his in taking Livia to his bed, when she was not only married, but with child by her husband, then living. But deeds, it seems, may be justified by arbitrary power. When words are questioned in a poet, there is another guess of the grammarians as far from truth as the first. From reason they will have him banished for some favors which they say he received from Julia, the daughter of Augustus, whom they think he celebrates under the name of Corinna in his elegies. But he who will observe the verses which are made to that mistress may gather from the whole contexture of them that Corinna was not a woman of the highest quality. If Julia were then married to Agrippa, why should our poet make his petition to Isis for her safe delivery, and afterwards condole her miscarriage, which for aught he knew might be by her own husband? Or indeed, how durst he be so bold to make the least discovery of such a crime, which was no less than capital, especially committed against a person of Agrippa's rank? Or, if it were before her marriage, he would surely have been more discreet than to have published an accident which must have been fatal to them both. But what most confirms me against this opinion is pg that Ovid himself complains that the true person of Corinna was found out by the fame of his verses to her, which if it had been Julia, he durst not have owned, and beside an immediate punishment must have followed. He seems himself more truly to have touched at the cause of his exile in those obscure verses. Cur aliquid vidi cur noxia lumina fes. Cur imprudenti cognita culpa mihi est. Insius actum vidit sine vest Dianam. Prda fuit cannabis non minus illes. Namely, that he had either seen or was conscious to somewhat which had procured him his disgrace, but neither am I satisfied that this was the incest of the emperor with his own daughter, for Augustus was of a nature too vindicative to have contented himself with so small a revenge, or so unsafe to himself as that of simple banishment, but would certainly have secured his crimes from public notice by the death of him who was witness to them. Neither have historians given us any sight into such an action of this emperor, nor would he, the greatest politician of his time in all probability, have managed his crimes with so little secrecy as not to shun the observation of any man. It seems more probable that Ovid was either the confidant of some other passion, or that he had stumbled by some inadvertency upon the privacies of Livia, and seen her in a bath, for the words sine vest Dianam agree better with Livia, who had the fame of chastity, than with either of the Julias, who were both noted of incontinency. The first verses, which were made by him in his youth, and recited publicly according to the custom, whereas he himself assures us to Corinna his banishment happened not until pg 7, the age 50, from which it may be deduced with probability enough that the love of Corinna did not occasion it. Nay, he tells us plainly that his offense was that of error, only not of wickedness, and in the same paper of verses also that the cause was notoriously known at Rome, though it be left so obscure to afterwards. 7. But to leave conjectures on a subject so uncertain. 8. And to write somewhat more authentic of this poet, that he frequented the court of Augustus, and was well received. In it is most undoubted all his poems bear the character of a court, and appear to be written as the French call it cavalierment. Add to this that the titles of many of his elegies and more of his letters in his banishment are addressed to persons well known to us, even at this distance, to have been considerable in that court. Nor was his acquaintance less with the famous poets of his age than with the noblemen and ladies. He tells you himself, in a particular account of his own life, that Macer Horace Tibullus Nine Propertius, and many others of them, were his familiar friends, and that some of them communicated their writings to him, but that he had only seen Virgil. Page 8. If the imitation of nature be the business of a poet, I know no author who can justly be compared with ours, especially in the description of the passions. And to prove this, I shall need no other judges than the generality of his readers, for all passions being inborn with us, we are almost equally judges when we are concerned in the representation of them. Now, I will appeal to any man who has read this poet, whether he finds not the natural emotion of the same passion in himself, which the poet describes in his feigned persons. His thoughts, which are the pictures and results of those passions, are generally such as naturally arise from those disorderly motions of our spirits. Yet, not to speak too partially in his behalf, I will confess that the copiousness of his wit was such that he often writ too pointedly for his subject, and made his persons speak more eloquently than the violence of their passion would admit, so that he is frequently witty out of season, leaving the imitation of nature, and the cooler dictates of his judgment for the false applause of fancy. Yet he seems to have found out this imperfection in his riper age, for why else should he complain that his Metamorphoses was left unfinished? Nothing sure can be added to the wit of that poem or of the rest, but many things pg9 ought to have been retrenched, which I suppose would have been the business of his age if his misfortunes had not come too fast upon him. But take him uncorrected, as he is transmitted to us, and it must be acknowledged, in spite of his Dutch friends, the commentators, even of Julius Scaliger himself, that Seneca's censure will stand good against him. Nescivit quod bene cessit relinquer. He never knew how to give over when he had done well, but continually varying the same sense 100 ways, and taking up in another place what he had more than enough inculcated, before he sometimes cloys his readers instead of satisfying them, and gives occasion to his translators, who dare not cover him, to blush at the nakedness of their father. This, then, is the allay of Ovid's writings, which is sufficiently recompensed by his other excellencies. Nay, this very fault is not without its beauties, for the most severe censor cannot but be pleased with the prodigality of his wit, though at the same time he could have wished that the master of it had been a better manager. Everything which he does becomes him, and if sometimes he appears too gay, yet there is a secret gracefulness of youth which accompanies his writings, though the staidness and sobriety of age be wanting in the most material part, which is the conduct. It is certain that he seldom has miscarried, for if his elegies be compared with those of Tibullus and Propertius, his contemporaries, it will be found that those poets seldom designed before they writ, and though the language of Tibullus be more polished, and the learning of Propertius, especially in his fourth book, more set out to ostentation, yet their common practice was to look no further before them than the next line, whence it will inevitably follow that they pg10 can drive to no certain point, but ramble from one subject to another, and conclude with somewhat which is not of a piece with their beginning. Purpureus late, qui splendit unius et alta. Exuder panas. As Horace says, though the verses are golden, they are but patched into the garment. But our poet has always the goal in his eye, which directs him in his race, some beautiful design, which he first establishes, and then contrives the means which will naturally conduct him to his end. This will be evident to judicious readers in his epistles, of which somewhat, at least in general, will be expected. The title of them in our late editions is Epistle Heroidum, the letters of the heroines, but Heinsius has judged more truly that the inscription of our author was barely epistles, which he concludes from his cited verses, where Ovid asserts this work as his own invention, and not borrowed from the Greeks, whom, as the masters of their learning, the Romans usually did imitate, but it appears not from their writings that any of the Grecians ever touched upon this way, which our poet therefore justly has vindicated to himself. I quarrel not at the word heroidum, because it is used by Ovid in his Art of Love. Jupiter ad vetters supplex heroides ibat. But sure he could not be guilty of such an oversight to call his work by the name of heroines, when there are divers men or heroes, as namely Paris Leander, and Acontius joined in it, except Sabinus, who writ some answers to Ovid's letters. Quam celer e toto, rediat muse orb Sabinus. I remember not any of the Romans who have treated pg-11 on this subject, save only Propertius, and that but once in his epistle of Arethusa to Lycodas, which is written so near the style of Ovid, that it seems to be but an imitation, and therefore ought not to defraud our poet of the glory of his invention. Concerning the epistles, I shall content myself to observe these few particulars. First, that they are generally granted to be the most perfect pieces of Ovid, and that the style of them is tenderly passionate, and courtly, two properties well agreeing with the persons, which were heroines and lovers, yet where the characters were lower, as in nun and hero, he has kept close to nature in drawing his images after a country life, though perhaps he has Romanized his Grecian dames too much, and made them speak sometimes as if they had been born in the city of Rome, and under the empire of Augustus. There seems to be no great variety in the particular subjects, which he has chosen, most of the epistles being written from ladies who were forsaken by their lovers, which is the reason that many of the same thoughts come back upon us in divers letters. But of the general character of women, which is modesty, he has taken a most becoming care, for his amorous expressions go no further than virtue may allow, and therefore may be read, as he intended them, by matrons without a blush. Thus much concerning the poet. It remains that I should say somewhat of poetical translations in general, and give my opinion with submission to better judgments, which way of version seems to be the most proper. All translation, I suppose, may be reduced to these three heads. First, that of metaphrase, or turning an author word by word and line by line from one language pg-12 into another. Thus, or near this manner, was Horace his Art of Poetry, translated by Ben Jonson. The second way is that of paraphrase or translation with latitude, where the author is kept in view by the translator, so as never to be lost, but his words are not so strictly followed as his sense, and that too is admitted to be amplified, but not altered. Such is Mr. Waller's translation of Virgil's. Fourth need. The third way is that of imitation, where the translator, if now he has not lost that name, assumes the liberty not only to vary from the words and sense, but to forsake them both as he sees occasion, and taking only some general hints from the original to run divisions on the groundwork as he pleases. Such is Mr. Cowley's practice in turning two odes of Pindar and one of Horace into English. Concerning the first of these methods, our master Horace has given us this caution: nec verbum verbo curabis redir fidus interpres, nor word for word to faithfully translate. As the Earl of Roscommon has excellently rendered it, too faithfully is indeed pedantically. It is a faith-like, that which proceeds from superstition blind and zealous. Take it in the expression of Sir John Denham to Sir Richard Fanshawe on his version of the Pastor Fido: that servile path thou nobly dost decline, of tracing word by word and line by line. A new and nobler way thou dost pursue, to make translations and translators too. They but preserve the ashes, thou the flame. True to his sense, but truer to his fame. It is almost impossible to translate verbally and pg-13 well at the same time, for the Latin, a most severe and compendious language, often expresses that in one word which either the barbarity or the narrowness of modern tongues cannot supply in more. It is frequent also that the conceit is couched in some expression which will be lost in English. Atque irdum venti vila fidem ferent. What poet of our nation is so happy as to express this thought literally in English, and to strike wit or almost sense out of it? In short, the verbal copier is encumbered with so many difficulties at once that he can never disentangle himself from all. He is to consider at the same time the thought of his author and his words, and to find out the counterpart to each in another language, and besides this, he is to confine himself to the compass of numbers, and the slavery of rhyme. It is much like dancing on ropes, with fettered legs. A man may shun fall by using caution, but the gracefulness of motion is not to be expected, and when we have said the best of it, it is but a foolish task, for no sober man would put himself into a danger for the applause of escaping without breaking his neck. We see Ben Jonson could not avoid obscurity in his literal translation of Horace, attempted in the same compass of lines. Nay, Horace himself could scarce have done it to a Greek poet. Brevis esse laboro obscurus fio. Either perspicuity or gracefulness will frequently be wanting. Horace has indeed avoided both these rocks in his translation of the 3 first lines of Homer's Odyssey, which he has contracted into 2. Dic mihi musa verum capt post tempora trage. Quemores hominum multorum vidit et urbs. Page 14. Muse speak the man who since the siege of Troy so many towns such change of manners saw. Roscommon. But then the sufferings of Ulysses, which are a considerable part of that sentence, are omitted. The consideration of these difficulties in a servile literal translation not long since made 2 of our famous wits, Sir John Denham and Mr. Cowley, to contrive another way of turning authors into our tongue, called by the latter of them imitation. As they were friends, I suppose, they communicated their thoughts on this subject to each other, and therefore their reasons for it are little different. Though the practice of one is much more moderate, I take imitation of an author in their sense to be an endeavor of a later poet to write like one who has written before him on the same subject, that is not to translate his words or to be confined to his sense, but only to set him as a pattern, and to write as he supposes that author would have done had he lived in our age and in our country. Page 15. Yet I dare not say that either of them have carried this libertine way of rendering authors, as Mr. Cowley calls it, so far as my definition reaches, for in the Pindaric Odes, the customs and ceremonies of ancient Greece are still preserved, but I know not what mischief may arise hereafter from the example of such an innovation, when writers of unequal parts to him shall imitate so bold an undertaking to add and to diminish what we please, which is the way avowed by him ought only to be granted to Mr. Cowley, and that too only in his translation of Pindar, because he alone was able to make him amends by giving him better of his own whenever he refused his author's thoughts. Pindar is generally known to be a dark writer, to want connection, I mean, as to our understanding to soar out of sight, and leave his reader at a gaze so wild and ungovernable. A poet cannot be translated literally. His genius is too strong to bear a chain, and Samson-like, he shakes it off. A genius so elevated and unconfined as Mr. Cowley's was but necessary to make Pindar speak English, and that was to be performed by no other way than imitation. Page 16. But if Virgil or Ovid or any regular intelligible authors be thus used, it is no longer to be called their work, when neither the thoughts nor words are drawn from the original pg 17, but instead of them there is something new produced, which is almost the creation of another hand. By this way it is true somewhat that is excellent may be invented, perhaps more excellent than the first design, though Virgil must be still accepted when that perhaps takes place. Yet he who is inquisitive to know an author's thoughts will be disappointed in his expectation, and it is not always that a man will be contented to have a present made him when he expects the payment of a debt. To state it fairly, imitation of an author is the most advantageous way for a translator to show himself, but the greatest wrong which can be done to the memory and reputation of the dead Sir John Denham, who advised more liberty than he took himself, gives his reason for his innovation in his admirable preface. Before the translation of the second need, poetry is of so subtle a spirit that in pouring out of one language into another, it will all evaporate. And if a new spirit be not added in the transfusion, there will remain nothing but a caput mortuum. I confess this argument holds good against a literal translation, but who defends it? Imitation and verbal version are, in my opinion, the 2 extremes which ought to be avoided, and therefore, when I have proposed the mean betwixt them, it will be seen how far his argument will reach. No man is capable of translating poetry who, besides a genius to that art, is not a master both of his author's language and of his own, nor must we understand the language only of the poet, but his particular turn of thoughts and expression, which are the characters that distinguish, and as it were individuate him from all other writers. When we are come thus far, it is time to look into ourselves, pg 18, to conform our genius to his, to give his thought either the same turn, if our tongue will bear it, or if not to vary, but the dress not to alter or destroy the substance. The like care must be taken of the more outward ornaments the words when they appear, which is but seldom literally graceful. It were an injury to the author that they should be changed. But since every language is so full of its own proprieties, that what is beautiful in one is often barbarous, nay, sometimes nonsense in another, it would be unreasonable to limit a translator to the narrow compass of his author's words. It is enough if he choose out some expression which does not vitiate the sense. I suppose he may stretch his chain to such a latitude, but by innovation of thoughts, methinks, he breaks it. By this means the spirit of an author may be transfused, and yet not lost, and thus it is plain that the reason alleged by Sir John Denham has no farther force than to expression for thought, if it be translated truly, cannot be lost in another language, but the words that convey it to our apprehension, which are the image and ornament of that thought, may be so ill chosen as to make it appear in an unhandsome dress, and rob it of its native luster. There is therefore a liberty to be allowed for the expression. Neither is it necessary that words and lines should be confined to the measure of their original. The sense of an author, generally speaking, is to be sacred and inviolable. If the fancy of Ovid be luxuriant, it is his character to be so, and if I retrench it, he is no longer Ovid. It will be replied that he receives advantage by this lopping of his superfluous branches. But I rejoin that a translator has no such right. When a painter copies from the life, I suppose, he has no privilege to alter features and lineaments under pretense that his picture will pg 19 look better. Perhaps the face which he has drawn would be more exact if the eyes or nose were altered, but it is his business to make it resemble the original. In two cases only there may a seeming difficulty arise, that is if the thought be notoriously trivial or dishonest, but the same answer will serve for both, that then they ought not to be translated. Lent. Dispers tractata, nitser posse relinquas. Thus I have ventured to give my opinion on this subject against the authority of two great men, but I hope without offense to either of their memories, for I both loved them living and reverence them now they are dead. But if after what I have urged it be thought by better judges that the praise of a translation consists in adding new beauties to the piece, thereby to recompense the loss which it sustains by change of language, I shall be willing to be taught better, and to recant in the meantime. It seems to me that the true reason why we have so few versions which are tolerable is not from the too close pursuing of the author's sense, but because there are so few who have all the talents which are requisite for translation, and that there is so little praise and so small encouragement for so considerable a part of learning. In 1680, the epistles of Ovid being translated by the poets of the time, it was necessary, says Dr. Johnson, to introduce them by a preface, and Dryden, who on such occasions was regularly summoned, prefixed a discourse upon translation, which was then struggling for the liberty it now enjoys, why it should find any difficulty in breaking the shackles of verbal interpretation, which must forever debar it from elegance. It would be difficult to conjecture, were not the power of prejudice every day observed, the authority of Johnson, Sandys, and Holiday had fixed the judgment of the nation, and it was not easily believed that a better way could be found than they had taken, though Fanshawe, Denham, Waller, and Cowley had tried to give examples of a different practice. O pure exilii decepto, causa magistro. The deity replies to this charge by alluding to the secret cause of his banishment, for which the looseness of his verses furnished only an ostensible reason. Juro. Nil nisi concessum nos t didacis magistra. Artibus et nullum crimen ines tuis. Ut hoc sic utinam cetera defendir passes. Scis aliud quad t elserit esse magis. Causa me cunctis nimium quoque nota ruin. Indicio non est testificanda meo. Temporis Elias Calui favic poetas. Quatque durant vates reba ades dios. Spisuas valacas legit mihi grandior vo. Quic nosit serpens juvat herba macer. Spi suo solitus reciter propertius ins. Jur sodalitiae qui mihi junctus erat. Ponticus hero o batus quoque claris iambo. Dulcia convictus membra fura me. Et tenuit nostras numerosus Horatius auras. Dum ferit Ausonia carmina culta lyra. Virgilium vidi tantum nec avara tabulo. Tempus amiciti fata dedir me. Trist lib Roman 4 elig 9. Page 21. Canis to Macaris. Epist Roman 11, the argument. Macaris and Canis, son and daughter to Aulus, god of the winds, loved each other incestuously. Canis was delivered of a son, and committed him to her nurse, to be secretly conveyed away. The infant, crying out by that means, was discovered to Aulus, who, enraged at the wickedness of his children, commanded the babe to be exposed to wild beasts on the mountains, and withal sent a sword to Canis with this message, that her crimes would instruct her how to use it. With this sword she slew herself, but before she died she writ the following letter to her brother Macaris, who had taken sanctuary in the temple of Apollo. If streaming blood my fatal letter stain, imagine ere you read the writer slain. One hand the sword, and one the pen employs, and in my lap the ready paper lies. Think in this posture thou behold'st me write. In this my cruel father would delight. Oh, were he present, that his eyes and hands might see and urge the death which he commands. Than all the raging winds more dreadful he, unmoved without a tear, my wounds would see. Page 22. Jove justly placed him on a stormy throne. His people's temper is so like his own. The north and south, and each contending blast, are underneath his wide dominion cast. Those he can rule, but his tempestuous mind is like his airy kingdom unconfined. Ah, what avail my kindred gods above, that in their number I can reckon Jove? What help will all my heavenly friends afford, when to my breast I lift the pointed sword? That hour which joined us came before its time. In death we had been one without a crime. Why did thy flames beyond a brother's move? Why loved I thee with more than sister's love? For I loved too, and knowing not my wound, a secret pleasure in thy kisses found. My cheeks no longer did their color boast. My food grew loathsome, and my strength I lost. Still ere I spoke a sigh would stop my tongue. Short were my slumbers, and my nights were long. I knew not from my love these griefs did grow. Yet was, alas, the thing I did not know. My wily nurse by long experience found, and first discovered to my soul its wound. "'Tis love," said she, and then my downcast eyes and guilty dumbness witnessed my surprise. Forced at the last my shameful pain I tell, and oh, what followed we both know too well. When half denying more than half content, embraces warmed me to a full consent. Then with tumultuous joys my heart did beat, and guilt that made them anxious made them great. But now my swelling womb heaved up my breast, and rising weight my sinking limbs oppressed. Page 23. What herbs, what plants did not my nurse produce, to make abortion by their powerful juice? What medicines tried we not to the unknown? Our first crime common, this was mine alone. But the strong child secure in his dark cell, with nature's vigor did our arts repel. And now the pale-faced empress of the night 9 times had filled her orb with borrowed light. Not knowing 'twas my labor, I complain of sudden shootings and of grinding pain. My throes came thicker, and my cries increased, which with her hand the conscious nurse suppressed. To that unhappy fortune was I come. Pain urged my clamors, but fear kept me dumb. With inward struggling I restrained my cries, and drunk the tears that trickled from my eyes. Death was in sight, Lucina gave no aid, and even my dying had my guilt betrayed. Thou camest, and in thy countenance sat despair, rent with thy garments all, and torn thy hair, yet feigning comfort which thou couldst not give, pressed in thy arms, and whispering me to live. For both our sakes saidst thou preserve thy life. Live, my dear sister, and my dearer wife. Raised by that name, with my last pangs I strove. Such power have words when spoke by those we love. The babe, as if he heard what thou hadst sworn, with hasty joy sprung forward to be born. What helps it to have weathered out one storm? Fear of our father does another form. High in his hall, rocked in a chair of state, the king with his tempestuous counsel sate. Through this large room our only passage lay, by which we could the newborn babe convey. Swathed in her lap, the bold nurse bore him out, with olive branches covered round about. Page 24. And muttering prayers as holy rites she meant, through the divided crowd unquestioned went. Just at the door the unhappy infant cried. The grandsire heard him, and the theft he spied. Swift as a whirlwind to the nurse he flies, and deafs his stormy subjects with his cries. With one fierce puff he blows the leaves away. Exposed the self-discovered infant lay. The noise reached me and my presaging mind. Too soon its own approaching woes divined. Not ships at sea with winds are shaken more, nor seas themselves when angry tempests roar, than I when my loud father's voice I hear. The bed beneath me trembled with my fear. He rushed upon me and divulged my stain. Scarce from my murder could his hands refrain. I only answered him with silent tears. They flowed, my tongue was frozen up with fears. His little grandchild he commands away to mountain wolves and every bird of prey. The babe cried out as if he understood, and begged his pardon with what voice he could. By what expressions can my grief be shown? Yet you may guess my anguish by your own. To see my bowels, and what yet was worse, your bowels too, condemned to such a curse. Out went the king, my voice its freedom found. My breasts I beat, my blubbered cheeks I wound. And now appeared the messenger of death. Sad were his looks, and scarce he drew his breath, to say, your father sends Yahweh that word. His trembling hands presented me a sword. Your father sends you this, and lets you know that your own crimes the use of it will show. Too well I know the sense those words impart. His present shall be treasured in my heart. Page 25. Are these the nuptial gifts a bride receives? And this the fatal dower a father gives? Thou god of marriage, shun thy own disgrace, and take thy torch from this detested place. Instead of that, let furies light their brands, and fire my pile with their infernal hands. With happier fortune may my sisters wed, warned by the dire example of the dead. For thee, poor babe, what crime could they pretend? How could thy infant innocence offend? A guilt there was, but oh, that guilt was mine. Thou sufferest for a sin that was not thine. Thy mother's grief and crime, but just enjoyed, hewn to my sight and born to be destroyed. Unhappy offspring of my teeming womb, dragged headlong from thy cradle to thy tomb. Thy unoffending life I could not save, nor weeping could I follow to thy grave, nor on thy tomb could offer my shorn hair, nor show the grief which tender mothers bear. Yet long thou shalt not from my arms be lost, for soon I will overtake thy infant ghost. But thou, my love, and now my love's despair, perform his funerals with paternal care. His scattered limbs with my dead body burn, and once more join us in the pious urn. If on my wounded breast thou droppest a tear, think for whose sake my breast that wound did bear, and faithfully my last desires fulfill, as I perform my cruel father's will. Page 26. Helen to Paris. Epist. Romans 17:13. The argument. Helen, having received an epistle from Paris, returns the following answer, wherein she seems at first to chide him for his presumption in writing, as he had done, which could only proceed from his low opinion of her virtue, then owns herself to be sensible of the passion which he had expressed for her, though she much suspected his constancy, and at last discovers her inclination to be favorable to him, the whole letter showing the extreme artifice of womankind. When loose epistles violate chaste eyes, she half consents who silently denies. How dares a stranger with designs so vain marriage and hospitable rites profane? Was it for this your fleet did shelter find from swelling seas and every faithless wind? For though a distant country brought you forth, your usage here was equal to your worth. Does this deserve to be rewarded so? Did you come here a stranger or a foe? Page 27. Your partial judgment may perhaps complain, and think me barbarous for my just disdain. Ill-bred then let me be, but not unchaste, nor my clear fame with any spot defaced. Though in my face there's no affected frown, nor in my carriage a feigned niceness shown, I keep my honour still without a stain, nor has my love made any coxcomb vain. Your boldness I with admiration see. What hope had you to gain a queen like me? Because a hero forced me once away, am I thought fit to be a second prey? Had I been one, I had deserved your blame, but sure my part was nothing but the shame. Yet the base theft to him no fruit did bear. I 'scaped unhurt by anything but fear. Rude force might some unwilling kisses gain, but that was all he ever could obtain. You on such terms would ne'er have let me go. Were he like you, we had not parted so. Untouched, the youth restored me to my friends, and modest usage made me some amends. 'Tis virtue to repent a vicious deed. Did he repent that Paris might succeed? Sure 'tis some fate that sets me above wrongs, yet still exposes me to busy tongues. I'll not complain for who's displeased with love, if it sincere, discreet, and constant prove. But that I fear not, that I think you base, or doubt the blooming beauties of my face. But all your sex is subject to deceive, and ours, alas, too willing to believe. Yet others yield, and love o'ercomes the best. But why should I not shine above the rest? Fair Leda's story seems at first to be a fit example ready formed for me. Page 28. But she was cozened by a borrowed shape, and under harmless feathers fell to rape. If I should yield, what reason could I use? By what mistake the loving crime excuse? Her fault was in her powerful lover lost. But of what Jupiter have I to boast? Though you to heroes and to kings succeed, our famous race does no addition need, and great alliances but useless prove to one that comes herself from mighty Jove. Go then and boast in some less haughty place your Phrygian blood and Priam's ancient race, which I would show I valued if I durst. You are the fifth from Jove, but I the first. The crown of Troy is powerful, I confess, but I have reason to think ours no less. Your letter filled with promises of all that men can good and women pleasant call, gives expectation such an ample field as would move goddesses themselves to yield. But if I e'er offend great Juno's laws, yourself shall be the dear, the only cause. Either my honor ill to death maintain, or follow you without mean thoughts of gain. Not that so fair a present I despise. We like the gift when we the giver prize. But 'tis your love moves me, which made you take such pains and run such hazards for my sake. I have perceived, though I dissembled too, 1,000 things that love has made you do. Your eager eyes would almost dazzle mine, in which wild man your wanton thoughts would shine. Sometimes you'd sigh, sometimes disordered stand, and with unusual ardor press my hand. Contrive just after me to take the glass, nor would you let the least occasion pass. Page 29. When oft I feared I did not mind alone, and blushing sate for things which you have done, then murmured to myself hell for my sake. Do anything I hope 'twas no mistake. Oft have I read within this pleasing grove, under my name, those charming words I love. I frowning seemed not to believe your flame, but now alas, am come to write the same. If I were capable to do amiss, I could not but be sensible of this. For oh, your face has such peculiar charms, that who can hold from flying to your arms? But what I near can have without offence, may some blessed maid possess with innocence. Pleasure may tempt, but virtue more should move. Oh, learn of me to want the thing you love. What you desire is sought by all mankind. As you have eyes, so others are not blind. Like you they see, like you my charms adore. They wish not less, but you dare venture more. Oh, had you then upon our coasts been brought, my virgin love, when 1,000 rivals sought, you had I seen, you should have had my voice. Nor could my husband justly blame my choice. For both our hopes, alas, you come too late. Another now is master of my fate. More to my wish, I could have lived with you, and yet my present lot can undergo. Cease to solicit a weak woman's will, and urge not her you love to so much ill. But let me live contented as I may, and make not my unspotted fame your prey. Some right you claim, since naked to your eyes 3 goddesses disputed beauty's prize. One offered valor t'other crowns, but she obtained her cause, who smiling promised me. Page 30. But first, I am not of belief so light, to think such nymphs would show you such a sight. Yet granting this, the other part is feigned. A bribe so mean your sentence had not gained. With partial eyes I should myself regard, to think that Venus made me her reward. I humbly am content with human praise. A goddess applause would envy raise. But be it as you say, for 'tis confessed, the men who flatter highest please us best. That I suspected ought not to displease, for miracles are not believed with ease. One joy I have that I had Venus' voice, a greater yet that you confirmed her choice. That proffered laurels promise sovereignty. Juno and Pallas you contemned for me. Am I your empire then, and your renowns? What heart of rock but must by this be won? And yet bear witness, O you powers above, how rude I am in all the arts of love. My hand is yet untaught to write to men. This is the essay of my unpracticed pen. Happy those nymphs whom use has perfect made. I think all crime and tremble at a shade. E'en while I write, my fearful conscious eyes look often back, misdoubting a surprise. For now the rumor spreads among the crowd, at court in whispers, but in town aloud. Dissemble you whate'er you hear them say, to leave off loving were your better way. Yet if you will dissemble it, you may love secretly the absence of my lord. More freedom gives, but does not all afford. Long is his journey, long will be his stay, called by affairs of consequence away. To go or not, when unresolved he stood, I bid him make what swift return he could. Page 31. Then kissing me, he said, I recommend all to thy care, but most my Trojan friend. I smiled at what he innocently said, and only answered, you shall be obeyed. Propitious winds have borne him far from hence, but let not this secure your confidence. Absent he is, yet absent he commands. You know the proverb, princes have long hands. My fame's my burden, for the more I am praised, a juster ground of jealousy is raised. Were I less fair, I might have been more blessed. Great beauty through great danger is passest. To leave me here his venture was not hard, because he thought my virtue was my guard. He feared my face, but trusted to my life. The beauty doubted, but believed the wife. You bid me use the occasion while I can, put in our hands by the good easy man. I would, and yet I doubt twixt love and fear. One draws me from you, and one brings me near. Our flames are mutual, and my husband's gone. The nights are long, I fear, to lie alone. One house contains us, and weak walls divide, and you're too pressing to be long denied. Let me not live, but everything conspires to join our loves, and yet my fear retires. You court with words when you should force employ. A rape is requisite to shamefaced joy, indulgent to the wrongs which we receive. Our sex can suffer what we dare not give. What have I said, for both of us 'twere best, our kindling fire, if each of us suppressed. The faith of strangers is too prone to chain, and like themselves, their wandering passions range. Page 32. Hypsipyle and the fond Mannonian maid were both by trusting of their guests betrayed. How can I doubt that other men deceive, when you yourself did fair none leave? But lest I should upbraid your treachery, you make a merit of that crime to me. Yet grant you were to faithful love inclined. Your weary Trojans wait but for a wind. Should you prevail while I assign the night, your sails are hoisted and you take your flight. Some bawling mariner our love destroys, and breaks asunder our unfinished joys. But I with you may leave the Spartan port, to view the Trojan wealth and Priam's court. Shown while I see, I shall expose my fame, and fill a foreign country with my shame. In Asia what reception shall I find, and what dishonor leave in Greece behind? What will your brothers Priam, Hecuba, and what will all your modest matrons say? In you, when on this action you reflect, my future conduct justly may suspect. And what here stranger lands upon your coast, conclude me by your own example lost. I from your rage a strumpet's name shall hear, while you forget what part in it you bear. You my crime's author, will my crime upbraid. Deep underground, oh, let me first be laid. You boast the pomp and plenty of your land, and promise all shall be at my command. Your Trojan wealth, believe me, I despise. My own poor native land has dearer ties. Page 33. Should I be injured on your Phrygian shore, what help of kindred could I there implore? Medea was by Jason's flattery won. I may like her believe, and be undone. Plain honest hearts like mine suspect no cheat, and love contributes to its own deceit. The ships about whose sides loud tempests roar, with gentle winds were wafted from the shore. Your teeming mother dreamed a flaming brand, sprung from her womb, consumed the Trojan land. To second this old prophecies conspire, that Ilium shall be burnt with Grecian fire. Both give me fear, nor is it much allayed, that Venus is obliged our loves to aid. For they who lost their cause revenge will take, and for one friend 2 enemies you make. Nor can I doubt, but should I follow you, The sword would soon our fatal crime pursue. A wrong so great my husband's rage would rouse, and my relations would his cause espouse. You boast your strength and courage, but alas, your words receive small credit from your face. Let heroes in the dusty field delight. Those limbs were fashioned for another fight. Bid Hector sally from the walls of Troy. A sweeter quarrel should your arms employ. Yet fears like these should not my mind perplex, were I as wise as many of my sex. But time and you may bolder thoughts inspire, and I perhaps may yield to your desire. You last demand a private conference. These are your words, but I can guess your sense. Your unripe hopes their harvest must attend. Be ruled by me, and time may be your friend. Page 34. This is enough to let you understand. For now my pen has tired my tender hand. My woman knows the secret of my heart, and may hereafter better news impart. Page 35. Dido to Nes. Epist Romans 7, the argument. Nes, the son of Venus and Anchises, having at the destruction of Troy saved his gods his father and son, Ascanius, from the fire, put to sea with 20 sail of ships, and having been long tossed with tempests, was at last cast upon the shore of Libya, where Queen Dido, flying from the cruelty of Pygmalion her brother, who had killed her husband Sichus, had lately built Carthage. She entertained Nes and his fleet with great civility, fell passionately in love with him, and in the end denied him not the last favors, but Mercury, admonishing Nes to go in search of Italy, a kingdom promised him by the gods, he readily prepared to follow him. Dido soon perceived it, and having in vain tried all other means to engage him to stay, at last in despair writes to him as follows. So on Mander's banks, when death is nigh, the mournful swan sings her own elegy. Not that I hope, for oh, that hope were vain, by words your lost affection to regain. But having lost whate'er was worth my care, why should I fear to lose a dying prayer? 'Tis then resolved poor Dido must be left, of life, of honor, and of love bereft. Page 36. While you with loosened sails and vows prepare to seek a land that flies the searcher's care, nor can my rising towers your flight restrain, nor my new empire offered you in vain. Built walls you shun, unbuilt you seek, that land is yet to conquer, but you this command. Suppose you landed where your wish designed, think what reception foreigners would find. What people is so void of common sense to vote succession from a native prince? Yet their new scepters and new loves you seek, new vows to plight and plighted vows to break. When will your towers the height of Carthage know, or when your eyes discern such crowds below? If such a town and subjects you could see, still would you want a wife who loved like me? For oh, I burn like fires with incense bright, not holy tapers flame with purer light. Nes is my thoughts' perpetual theme, their daily longing and their nightly dream. Yet he's ungrateful and obdurate still. Fool that I am to place my heart so ill. Myself I cannot to myself restore. Still I complain, and still I love him more. Have pity, Cupid, on my bleeding heart, and pierce thy brothers with an equal dart. I rave, nor canst thou Venus' offspring be. Love's mother could not bear a son like thee. From hardened oak, or from a rock's cold womb, at least thou art from some fierce tigress come, or on rough seas from their foundation torn, got by the winds and in a tempest born, like that which now thy trembling sailors fear, like that whose rage should still detain thee here. Behold how high the foamy billows ride, the winds and waves are on the juster side. Page 37. To winter weather and a stormy sea, ill owe what rather I would owe to thee. Death thou deservest from heaven's avenging laws. But I am unwilling to become the cause. To shun my love, if thou wilt seek thy fate. 'Tis a dear purchase and a costly hate. Stay but a little till the tempests cease, and the loud winds are lulled into a peace. May all thy rage like theirs inconstant prove, and so it will, if there be power in love. Know'st thou not yet what dangers ships sustain? So often wrecked, how darest thou tempt the main? Which were it smooth, were every wave asleep. 10,000 forms of death are in the deep. In that abyss the gods their vengeance store, for broken vows of those who falsely swore. Their winged storms on seaborne Venus wait, to vindicate the justice of her state. Thus I to thee the means of safety show, and lost myself would still preserve my foe. False as thou art, I not thy death design. O rather live to be the cause of mine. Should some avenging storm thy vessel tear, but heaven forbid my words should omen bear. Then in thy face thy perjured vows would fly, and my wronged ghost be present to thy eye. With threatening looks think thou beholdst me stare, gasping my mouth and clotted all my hair. Then should forked lightning and red thunder fall. What couldst thou say, but I deserved them all? Lest this should happen, make not haste away. To shun the danger will be worth thy stay. Have pity on thy son, if not on me. My death alone is guilt enough for thee. What has his youth, what have thy gods deserved? To sink in seas, who were from fires preserved. Page 38. But neither gods nor parent didst thou bear. Smooth stories all to please a woman's ear. False is the tale of thy romantic life. Nor yet am I thy first deluded wife. Left to pursuing foes, Crusa stayed. By the base man forsaken and betrayed. This when thou toldst me struck my tender heart, that such requital followed such desert. Nor doubt I, but the gods for crimes like these 7 winters kept thee wandering on the seas. Thy starved companions cast ashore I fed. Thyself admitted to my crown and bed. To harbor strangers, succor the distressed. Was kind enough, but oh too kind the rest. Cursed be the cave which first my ruin brought, where from the storm we common shelter sought. A dreadful howling echoed round the place. The mountain nymphs thought I my nuptials grace. I thought so then, but now too late I know. The Furies yelled my funerals from below. O chastity and violated fame, exact your dues to my dead husband's name. By death redeem my reputation lost, and to his arms restore my guilty ghost. Close by my palace, in a gloomy grove, is raised a chapel to my murdered love. There wreathed with boughs and wool his statue stands, the pious monument of artful hands. Page 39. Last night methought he called me from the dome, and thrice with hollow voice cried, Dido come. She comes, thy wife, thy lawful summons hears, but comes more slowly clogged with conscious fears. Forgive the wrong I offered to thy bed. Strong were his charms whom my weak faith misled. His goddess mother and his aged sire, born on his back, did to my fall conspire. Oh, such he was, and is that were he true. Without a blush I might his love pursue. But cruel stars my birthday did attend, and as my fortune opened, it must end. My plighted lord was at the altar slain, whose wealth was made my bloody brother's gain. Friendless and followed by the murderer's hate, to foreign countries I removed my fate, and here a suppliant from the natives' hands, I bought the ground on which my city stands, with all the coast that stretches to the sea, e'en to the friendly port that sheltered thee. Then raised these walls which mount into the air, At once my neighbours wonder and their fear, for now they arm, and round me leagues are made, my scarce established empire to invade. To man my new-built walls I must prepare, an helpless woman and unskilled in war. Yet thousand rivals to my love pretend, and for my person would my crown defend, whose jarring votes in one complaint agree, that each unjustly is disdained for thee. To proud harbours give me up a prey, for that must follow if thou goest away. Or to my husband's murderer leave my life, that to the husband he may add the wife. Go then, since no complaints can move thy mind. Go, perjured man, but leave thy gods behind. Page 40. Touch not those gods by whom thou art forsworn, who will in impious hands no more be born. Thy sacrilegious worship they disdain, and rather would the Grecian fires sustain. Perhaps my greatest shame is still to come, and part of thee lies hid within my womb. The babe unborn must perish by thy hate, and perish guiltless in his mother's fate. Some god, thou sayest, thy voyage does command. Would the same god had barred thee from my land? The same, I doubt not, thy departure steers, who kept thee out at sea so many years, while thy long labours were a price so great, as thou to purchase Troy wouldst not repeat. But Tiber now thou seek'st to be at best, when there arrived a poor precarious guest. Yet it deludes thy search, perhaps it will to thy old age lie undiscovered still. A ready crown and wealth in dower I bring, and without conquering here thou art a king's. Here thou to Carthage mayst transfer thy Troy. Here young Ascanius may his arms employ, and while we live secure in soft repose, bring many laurels home from conquered foes. By Cupid's arrows I adjure thee stay, by all the gods companions of thy way. So may thy Trojans, who are yet alive, live still and with no future fortune strive. So may thy youthful son old age attain, and thy dead father's bones in peace remain. As thou hast pity on unhappy me, who knew no crime but too much love of thee. I am not born from fierce Achilles' line, nor did my parents against Troy combine. To be thy wife, if I unworthy prove, by some inferior name admit my love. Page 41. To be secured of still possessing thee, what would I do and what would I not be? Our Libyan coasts their certain seasons know, when free from tempests passengers may go. But now with northern blasts the billows roar, and drive the floating seaweed to the shore. Leave to my care the time to sail away. When safe, I will not suffer thee to stay. Thy weary men would be with ease content. Their sails are tattered and their masts are spent. If by no merit I thy mind can move, what thou deniest my merit, give my love. Stay till I learn my loss to undergo, and give me time to struggle with my woe. If not know this, I will not suffer long. My life's too loathsome, and my love too strong. Death holds my pen, and dictates what I say, while cross my lap the Trojan sword I lay. My tears flow down the sharp edge, cuts their flood, and drinks my sorrows that must drink my blood. How well thy gift does with my fate agree. My funeral pomp is cheaply made by thee. To no new wounds my bosom I display. The sword but enters where love made the way. But thou, dear sister, and yet dearer friend, shalt my cold ashes to their urn attend. Sigeus' wife, let not the marble boast, I lost that title when my fame I lost. This short inscription only let it bear. Unhappy Dido lies in quiet here, the cause of death and sword by which she died. Knees gave the rest her arm supplied. H.C. Mihai, Narara's neck me mover. The line would have run more justly thus: "This struck not, while thou toldst my tender heart." Page 43. Translations from Ovid's Metamorphoses. Page 45. Dedication. Prefixed to the. Translations from Ovid's Metamorphoses. This dedication contains abundance of literary and political controversy. The first heat of the revolution had been long over, and the losers began to assume the privilege of talking without fear that an established government would think their complaints worthy of much notice. Dryden, whom the evils of degradation and poverty pressed severely, was not of a temper to remain silent under them as soon as he conceived it safe to utter his grievances in losing his places of laureate and historiographer. There was not only dishonor but great pecuniary loss, nor was it at all a soothing addition that his old enemy Shadwell had obtained the one, and his equivocal friend Rymer the other of his appointments. He sets out in extremely bad humor with the government, under which he had suffered this deprivation, with those who had risen by his fall, and with himself for having cultivated the barren field of poetry instead of aspiring to the honors of the gown. At length, after having ventured probably as far as he thought safe, certainly as far as to excite displeasure in flourishes of declamation, which, though expressed against ministers in general, are obviously leveled against those of the day, he turns short, and falls with great vehemence upon the whole body of critics, ancient and modern, as the natural enemies of poets and poetry. Descending to those of his own day, he singles out Rymer, who in a piece called A Short View of Tragedy, published in 1692, had depreciated the modern drama in his deep admiration of the ancients. The controversy concerning the comparative merits of the ancients and moderns was now raging in the literary world. Perrault had written his parallel, and Sir William Temple his essay on ancient and modern learning. Watton's Reflections were published in 1694, and these led the way to Swift's Battle of the Books, in which our author is treated with great severity. Rymer had not only espoused the cause of the ancient tragedians in the general dispute, but, as Dryden complains, had treated pg 46 him slightly, and our bard was not famous for patience under such offences. He therefore retorts in this dedication, maliciously upbraids Rymer with the fate of his fallen tragedy Edgar, and artfully divides the comparison between the Grecian and British dramatists from that which Perrault had instituted between the ancient poets in general and those of modern France. Our author's good taste, as well as policy, led him to take a distinction so necessary for the maintenance of his cause. Having bestowed what he thought an adequate chastisement upon Rymer, he employs the small remainder of the preface in discussing a few miscellaneous points of criticism, chiefly relating to translation. The tone of this dedication, excited as Dryden himself, informs us the resentment of the court, who employed Rymer to attack our author's dramatic reputation, a task which he never accomplished. Page 47. Dedication. Ovid. The Third Miscellany, 1693. Containing translations from Ovid's Metamorphoses. To the Right Honourable Lord Radcliffe. My Lord, these miscellany poems are by many titles yours. The first they claim from your acceptance of my promise to present them to you before some of them were yet in being. The rest are derived from your own merit, the exactness of your judgment in poetry, and the candor of your nature, easy to forgive some trivial faults when they come accompanied with countervailing beauties. But after all, though these are your equitable claims to a dedication from other poets, yet I must acknowledge a bribe in the case, which is your particular liking of my verses. Page 48. It is a vanity common to all writers to overvalue their own productions, and it is better for me to own this failing in myself than the world to do it for me. For what other reason have I spent my life in so unprofitable a study? Why am I grown old in seeking so barren a reward as fame? The same parts and application which have made me a poet might have raised me to any honors of the gown, which are often given to men of as little learning and less honesty than myself. No government has ever been or ever can be wherein time-servers and blockheads will not be uppermost. The persons are only changed, but the same jugglings in state, the same hypocrisy in religion, the same self-interest and mismanagement will remain forever. Blood and money will be lavished in all ages, only for the preferment of new faces with old consciences. There is too often a jaundice in the eyes of great men. They see not those whom they raise in the same colours with others. All whom they affect look golden to them, when the gilding is only in their own distempered sight. These considerations have given me a kind of contempt for those who have risen by unworthy ways. I am not ashamed to be little. When I see them so infamously great, neither do I know why the name of poet should be dishonourable to me, if I am truly one, as I hope I am, for I will never do anything that shall dishonour it. The notions of morality are known to all men, none can pretend ignorance of those ideas which are inborn in mankind, and if I see one thing and practice the contrary, I must be disingenuous, not to acknowledge a clear truth, and base to act against the light of my own conscience. For the reputation of my honesty, no PG-49 man can question it, who has any of his own for that of my poetry. It shall either stand by its own merit or fall for want of it. Ill writers are usually the sharpest censors, for they, as the best poet and the best patron said, when in the full perfection of decay, turn vinegar and come again in play. Thus the corruption of a poet is the generation of a critic, I mean of a critic, in the general acceptation of this age, for formerly they were quite another species of men. They were defenders of poets and commentators on their works to illustrate obscure beauties, to place some passages in a better light, to redeem others from malicious interpretations, to help out an author's modesty, who is not ostentatious of his wit, and in short to shield him from the ill nature of those fellows, who were then called Zoily and Momy, and now take upon themselves the venerable name of censors, but neither Zoilus nor he, who endeavoured to defame Virgil, were ever adopted into the name of critics. By the ancients what their reputation was, then we know, and their successors in this age deserve. No better are our auxiliary forces turned our enemies, are they who at best are but wits of the second order, and whose only credit amongst readers is what they obtained by being subservient to the fame of writers. Are these become rebels of slaves and usurpers of subjects? Or to speak in the most honourable terms of them, are they from our seconds become principals against us? Does the ivy undermine the oak, which supports its weakness? Page 50. What labour would it cost them to put in a better line than the worst of those which they expunge in a true poet, Petronius, the greatest wit perhaps of all the Romans yet? When his envy prevailed upon his judgment to fall on Lucan, he fell himself in his attempt. He performed worse in his essay of the Civil War than the author of the Pharsalia, and avoiding his errors, has made greater of his own Julius Scaliger, would needs turn down Homer and abdicate him after the possession of 3,000 years. Has he succeeded in his attempt? He has indeed shown us some of those imperfections in him which are incident to humankind. But who had not rather be that Homer than this Scaliger? You see the same hypercritic when he endeavours to mend the beginning of Claudian, a faulty poet, and living in a barbarous age, yet how short he comes of him, and substitutes such verses of his own as deserve the ferula. What a censure has he made of Lucan, that he rather seems to bark than sing. Would any but a dog have made so snarling a comparison? One would have thought he had learned Latin, as late as they tell us he did Greek. Yet he came off with a pace to be your good leave Lucan. He called him not by those outrageous names of fool, booby, and blockhead. He had somewhat more of good manners than his successors, as he had much more knowledge. We have two sorts of those gentlemen in our nation, some of them proceeding with a seeming moderation and pretence of respect to the dramatic writers of the last age, only scorn and vilify the present poets to set up their predecessors. But this is only in appearance, for their real design is nothing less than to do honour to any PG-51 man besides themselves. Horace took notice of such men in his age. Ingeniis non elefavit plaudit sepultes. Nostra sed impunat nos nostrac lividus odit. It is not with an ultimate intention to pay reverence to the names of Shakespeare, Fletcher, and Ben Jonson that they commend their writings, but to throw dirt on the writers of this age. Their declaration is one thing, and their practice is another. By a seeming veneration to our fathers, they would thrust out us their lawful issue, and govern us themselves under a specious pretence of reformation. If they could compass their intent, what would wit and learning get by such a change? If we are bad poets, they are worse. And when any of their woeful pieces come abroad, the difference is so great betwixt them and good writers, that there need no criticisms on our part. To decide it when they describe the writers of this age, they draw such monstrous figures of them as resemble none of us. Our pretended pictures are so unlike that it is evident we never sat to them. They are all grotesque, the products of their wild imaginations, things out of nature, so far from being copied from us that they resemble nothing that ever was or ever can be. But there is another sort of insects more venomous than the former, those who manifestly aim at the destruction of our poetical church and state, who allow nothing to their countrymen either of this or of the former age. These attack the living by raking up the ashes of the dead, well knowing that if they can subvert their original title to the stage, we who claim under them must fall. Of course, peace be to the venerable shades of Shakespeare and Ben Jonson. None of the living will presume to have any competition with them, as they were our PG-52 predecessors, so they were our masters. We trail our plays under them. But as at the funerals of a Turkish emperor our ensigns are furled or dragged upon the ground in honor to the dead, so we may lawfully advance our own afterwards to show that we succeed, if less in dignity, yet on the same foot and title, which we think too we can maintain against the insolence of our own janissaries. If I am the man, as I have reason to believe, who am seemingly courted and secretly undermined, I think I shall be able to defend myself when I am openly attacked, and to show, besides, that the Greek writers only gave us the rudiments of a stage, which they never finished, that many of the tragedies in the former age amongst us were without comparison beyond those of Sophocles and Euripides. But at present I have neither the leisure nor the means for such an undertaking. It is ill going to law for an estate with him who is in possession of it, and enjoys the present profits to feed his cause. But the quantum mutatus may be remembered in due time. In the mean, while I leave the world to judge who gave the provocation. This, my lord, is, I confess, a long digression from miscellany poems to modern tragedies, but I have the ordinary excuse of an injured man who will be telling his tale unseasonably to his betters, though at the same time I am certain you are so good a friend as to take a concern in all things which belong to one who so truly honors you, and besides being yourself a critic of the genuine sort, who have read the best authors in their own languages, who perfectly distinguish of their several merits, and in general prefer them to the moderns. Yet I know you judge for the English tragedies against the Greek and Latin, as well as against the French, Italian, and Spanish of these latter ages. Indeed, there is a vast difference betwixt PG-53 arguing like Perrault in behalf of the French poets against Homer and Virgil, and betwixt giving the English poets their undoubted due of excelling Aeschylus, Euripides, and Sophocles. For if we or our greater fathers have not yet brought the drama to an absolute perfection, yet at least we have carried it much farther than those ancient Greeks, who, beginning from a chorus, could never totally exclude it, as we have done, who find it an unprofitable encumbrance, without any necessity of entertaining it amongst us, and without the possibility of establishing it here, unless it was supported by a public charge. Neither can we accept of those lay bishops, as some call them, who, under pretense of reforming the stage, would intrude themselves upon us, as our superiors, being indeed incompetent judges of what is manners, what religion, and least of all what is poetry and good sense. I can tell them in behalf of all my fellows that, when they come to exercise a jurisdiction over us, they shall have the stage to themselves, as they have the laurel. As little can I grant that the French dramatic writers excel the English, our authors as far surpass them in genius, as our soldiers excel theirs in courage. It is true, in conduct they surpass us either way, yet that proceeds not so much from their greater knowledge as from the difference of tastes in the two nations. They content themselves with a thin design without episodes, and managed by few persons. Our audience will not be pleased, but with variety of accidents and underplot, and many actors. They follow the ancients too servilely in the mechanic rules, and we assume too much license to ourselves in keeping them only in view at too great a distance. But if our audience had their tastes, our poets could more easily comply with them than the French writers could come up PG-54 to the sublimity of our thoughts, or to the difficult variety of our designs. However it be, I dare establish it for a rule of practice on the stage, that we are bound to please those whom we pretend to entertain, and that at any price, religion and good manners only excepted, and I care not much if I give this handle to our bad illiterate poetasters for the defense of their scriptions, as they call them. There is a sort of merit in delighting the spectators, which is a name more proper for them than that of auditors, or else Horace is in the wrong when he commends Lucilius for it. But these commonplaces I mean to treat at greater leisure in the meantime, submitting that little I have said to your lordship's approbation or your censure, and choosing rather to entertain you this way, as you are a judge of writing, than to oppress your modesty with other commendations, which though they are your due, yet would not be equally received. In this satirical and censorious age, that which cannot without injury be denied to you, is the easiness of your conversation, far from affectation or pride, not denying even to enemies their just praises. And this, if I would dwell on any theme of this nature, is no vulgar commendation to your lordship without flattery. My lord, you have it in your nature to be a patron and encourager of good poets, but your fortune has not yet put into your hands the opportunity of expressing it. What you will be hereafter may be more than guessed. By what you are at present, you maintain the character of a nobleman, without that haughtiness which generally attends too many of the nobility, and when you converse with gentlemen, you forget not that you have been of their order. You are married to the daughter of a king, who amongst her other high perfections has derived from him charming behavior, pg 55, a winning goodness, and a majestic person. The muses and the graces are the ornaments of your family. While the muse sings, the grace accompanies her voice. Even the servants of the muses have sometimes had the happiness to hear her, and to receive their inspirations from her. I will not give myself the liberty of going farther, for it is so sweet to wander in a pleasing way that I should never arrive at my journey's end. To keep myself from being belated in my letter, and tiring your attention, I must return to the place where I was setting out. I humbly dedicate to your lordship my own labors in this miscellany, at the same time not arrogating to myself the privilege of inscribing to you the works of others who are joined with me in this undertaking, over which I can pretend no right, your lady. And you have done me the favor to hear me read my translations of Ovid, and you both seemed not to be displeased with them. Whether it be the partiality of an old man to his youngest child, I know not, but they appear to me the best of all my endeavors in this kind. Perhaps this poet is more easy to be translated than some others, whom I have lately attempted. Perhaps, too, he was more according to my genius. He is certainly more palatable to the reader than any of the Roman wits, though some of them are more lofty, some more instructive, and others more correct. He had learning enough to make him equal to the best, but as his verse came easily, he wanted the toil of application to amend it. He is often luxuriant both in his fancy and expressions, and as it has lately been observed, not always natural. pg 56. If wit be pleasantry, he has it to excess, but if it be propriety, Lucretius, Horace, and above all Virgil, are his superiors. I have said so much of him already in my preface to his heroical epistles, that there remains little to be added. In this place, for my own part, I have endeavored to copy his character what I could in this translation, even perhaps farther than I should have done. Ito, his very faults, Mr. Chapman, in his translation of Homer, professes to have done it somewhat paraphrastically, and that on set purpose, his opinion being that a good poet is to be translated in that manner. I remember not the reason which he gives for it, but I suppose it is for fear of omitting any of his excellencies. Sure I am that if it be a fault, it is much more pardonable than that of those who run into the other extreme of a literal and close translation, where the poet is confined so straitly to his author's words that he wants elbow room to express his elegancies. He leaves him obscure, he leaves him prose where he found him verse, and no better than thus has Ovid been served by the so much admired Sandys. This is at least the idea which I have remaining of his translation, for I never read him since I was a boy. They who take him upon content from the praises which their fathers gave him may inform their judgment by reading him again, and see if they understand the original. What is become of Ovid's poetry in his version, whether it be not all or the greatest part of it evaporated. But this proceeded from the wrong judgment of the age in which he lived. They neither knew good verse nor loved it. They were scholars, it is true, but they were pedants. pg 57. And for a just reward of their pedantic pains, all their translations want to be translated into English. If I flatter not myself, or if my friends have not flattered me, I have given my author's sense, for the most part truly, for to mistake sometimes is incident to all men, and not to follow the Dutch commentators always may be forgiven to a man who thinks them, in the general heavy gross-witted fellows, fit only to gloss on their own dull poets, but I leave a farther satire on their wit, till I have a better opportunity to show how much I love and honour them. I have likewise attempted to restore Ovid to his native sweetness, easiness, and smoothness, and to give my poetry a kind of cadence, and as we call it, a run of verse, as like the original as the English can come up to the Latin, as he seldom uses any synallephers, so I have endeavoured to avoid them as often as I could. I have likewise given him his own turns both on the words and on the thought, which I cannot say are inimitable, because I have copied them, and so may others if they use the same diligence, but certainly they are wonderfully graceful in this poet, since I have named the synallepher, which is the cutting off one vowel immediately before another. I will give an example of it from Chapman's Homer, which lies before me for the benefit of those who understand not the Latin prosodia. It is in the first line of the argument to the first Iliad. Apollo's priest to Th Argive fleet doth bring Roman 100. There we see he makes it not the Argive, but Th Argive, to shun the shock of the two vowels immediately following each other. But in his second argument, pg 58, in the same page, he gives a bad example of the quite contrary kind. Alpha the prayer of Chryses sings, the armies plague the strife of kings. In these words, the armist ending with a vowel and armies beginning with another vowel, without cutting off the first, which by it had been th armies, there remains a most horrible ill-sounding gap betwixt those words. I cannot say that I have everywhere observed the rule of the synallepher in my translation, but wheresoever I have not, it is a fault in sound. The French and the Italians have made it an inviolable precept in their versification. Therein, following the severe example of the Latin poets, our countrymen have not yet reformed their poetry so far, but content themselves with following the licentious practice of the Greeks, who, though they sometimes use synallephers, yet make no difficulty very often to sound one vowel upon another, as Homer does in the very first line of Alpha. It is true, indeed, that in the second line in these words, and the synallepher in revenge, is twice observed, but it becomes us, for the sake of euphony, rather muses coler severiors with the Romans than to give into the looseness of the Grecians. I have tired myself, and have been summoned by the press to send away this dedication, otherwise I had exposed some other faults, which are daily committed by our English poets, which with care and observation might be amended, for after all our language is both copious, significant, and majestical, and might be reduced into a more harmonious sound. But for want of public encouragement, pg 59, in this iron age, we are so far from making any progress in the improvement of our tongue, that in few years we shall speak and write as barbarously as our neighbours. Notwithstanding my haste, I cannot forbear to tell your lordship that there are two fragments of Homer translated in this miscellany, one by Mr. Congreve, whom I cannot mention without the honour which is due to his excellent parts, and that entire affection which I bear him, and the other by myself. Both the subjects are pathetical, and I am sure my friend has added to the tenderness which he found in the original, and without flattery surpassed his author. Yet I must needs say this in reference to Homer, that he is much more capable of exciting the manly passions than those of grief and pity. To cause admiration is indeed the proper and adequate design of an epic poem, and in that he has excelled even Virgil. Yet, without presuming to arraign our master, I may venture to affirm that he is somewhat too talkative, and more than somewhat too digressive. This is so manifest that it cannot be denied in that little parcel, which I have translated perhaps too literally, their Andromache, in the midst of her concernment and fright for Hector, runs off her bias, to tell him a story of her pedigree, and of the lamentable death of her father, her mother, and her 7 brothers. The devil was in Hector, if he knew not all this matter as well as she who told it him, for she had been his bedfellow for many years together. And if he knew it then, it must be confessed that Homer, in this long digression, has rather given us his own character than that of the fair lady whom he paints his dear friends the commentators, who never fail him at a pinch, will needs excuse him by making the present sorrow of Andromache to occasion the PG-60 remembrance of all the past, but others think that she had enough to do with that grief, which now oppressed her without running for assistance to her family. Virgil, I am confident, would have omitted such a work of supererogation, but Virgil had the gift of expressing much in little, and sometimes in silence, for though he yielded much to Homer in invention, he more excelled him in his admirable judgment. He drew the passion of Dido for knees in the most lively and most natural colors that are imaginable. Homer was ambitious enough of moving pity, for he has attempted twice on the same subject of Hector's death, first when Priam and Hecuba beheld his corpse, which was dragged after the chariot of Achilles, and then in the lamentation which was made over him when his body was redeemed by Priam, and the same persons again bewail his death, with a chorus of others to help the cry. But if this last excite compassion in you, as I doubt not but it will, you are more obliged to the translator than the poet, for Homer, as I observed before, can move rage better than he can pity. He stirs up the irascible appetite, as our philosophers call it. He provokes to murder, and the destruction of gods, images he forms, and equips those ungodly manculars whom we poets, when we flatter them, call heroes, a race of men who can never enjoy quiet in themselves, until they have taken it from all the world. This is Homer's commendation, and such as it is the lovers of peace, or at least of more moderate heroism, will never envy him, but let Homer and Virgil contend for the prize of honor betwixt themselves. I am satisfied they will never have a third concurrent. I wish Mr. Congreve had the leisure to translate him, and the world the good nature and justice to encourage him in that noble design of which he is more capable. Pg. 61 than any man I know. The Earl of Mulgrave and Mr. Waller, two of the best judges of our age, have assured me that they could never read over the translation of Chapman without incredible pleasure and extreme transport. This admiration of theirs must needs proceed from the author himself, for the translator has thrown him down as low as harsh numbers, improper English, and a monstrous length of verse could carry him. What then would he appear in the harmonious version of one of the best writers living in a much better age than was the last? I mean for versification and the art of numbers, for in the drama we have not arrived to the pitch of Shakespeare and Ben Jonson. But here, my lord, I am forced to break off abruptly without endeavoring at a compliment in the close. This miscellany is without dispute one of the best of the kind which has hitherto been extant in our tongue, at least as Sir Samuel Tuke has said before me, a modest man may praise what is not his own. My fellows have no need of any protection, but I humbly recommend my part of it as much as it deserves to your patronage and acceptance, and all the rest to your forgiveness. I am, my lord, your lordship's most obedient servant, John Dryden. Pg. 62. My lodging is on the cold ground. Lord Radcliffe succeeded to his father in 16,967 and died 29th April 1705. Wit like tierce claret when it gins to pall. Neglected lies, and's of no use at all, but in its full perfection of decay, turns vinegar and comes again in play. Pg. 63. The first book, Ovid's Metamorphoses. Of bodies changed to various forms I sing. Ye gods, from whence these miracles did spring, inspire my numbers with celestial heat, till I my long, laborious work complete, and add perpetual tenor to my rhymes, deduced from nature's birth to Caesar's times, before the seas and this terrestrial ball, and heaven's high canopy that covers all. One was the face of nature, if a face, rather a rude and indigested mass, a lifeless lump, unfashioned and unframed, of jarring seeds and justly chaos named. No sun was lighted up the world to view, no moon did yet her blunted horns renew, nor yet was earth suspended in the sky, nor poised did on her own foundations lie. Pg. 64. Nor seas about the shores their arms had thrown. But earth and air and water were in one. Thus air was void of light, and earth unstable, and water's dark abyss unnavigable. No certain form on any was impressed. All were confused, and each disturbed the rest. For hot and cold were in one body fixed, and soft with hard and light with heavy mixed. But God or nature, while they thus contend, to these intestine discords put an end. Then earth from air, and seas from earth were driven, and grosser air sunk from ethereal heaven. Thus disembroiled, they take their proper place. The next of kin contiguously embrace, and foes are sundered by a larger space. The force of fire ascended first on high, and took its dwelling in the vaulted sky. Then air succeeds in lightness next to fire, whose atoms from unactive earth retire. Earth sinks beneath and draws a numerous throng of ponderous, thick, unwieldy seeds along. About her coasts unruly waters roar, and rising on a ridge insult the shore. Thus when the God, whatever God was he, had formed the whole and made the parts agree, that no unequal portions might be found, he moulded earth into a spacious round. Then with a breath he gave the winds to blow, and bade the congregated waters flow. He adds the running springs and standing lakes, and bounding banks for winding rivers makes. Some part in earth are swallowed up the most, in ample oceans disemboged are lost. He shades the woods, the values he restrains, with rocky mountains and extends the plains, and as 5 zones the ethereal regions bind. 5 correspondent are to earth assigned. Page 65. The sun with rays directly darting down, fires all beneath and fries the middle zone. The 2 beneath the distant poles complain of endless winter and perpetual rain. Betwixt the extremes 2 happier climates hold, the temper that partakes of hot and cold. The fields of liquid air, enclosing all, surround the compass of this earthly ball. The lighter parts lie next the fires above, the grosser near the watery surface move. Thick clouds are spread, and storms engender there, and thunder's voice which wretched mortals fear, and winds that on their wings cold winter bear. Nor were those blustering brethren left at large, on seas and shores their fury to discharge. Bound as they are, and circumscribed in place, they rend the world resistless where they pass, and mighty marks of mischief leave behind. Such is the rage of their tempestuous kind. First Eurus to the rising morn is sent, the regions of the balmy continent, and eastern realms where early Persians run, to greet the blessed appearance of the sun. Westward the wanton Zephyr wings his flight, pleased with the remnants of departing light. Fierce Boreas with his offspring issues forth, to invade the frozen wagon of the north, while frowning Auster seeks the southern sphere, and rots with endless rain the unwholesome year. High o'er the clouds and empty realms of wind, the god a clearer space for heaven designed, where fields of light and liquid there flow, purged from the ponderous dregs of earth below. Scarce had the power distinguished these when straight the stars no longer overlaid with weight. Page 66. Exert their heads from underneath the mass, and upward shoot and kindle as they pass, and with diffusive light adorn the heavenly place. Then every void of nature to supply, with forms of gods he fills the vacant sky. New herds of beasts he sends the plains to share, new colonies of birds to people air, and to their oozy beds the finny fish repair. A creature of a more exalted kind was wanting yet, and then was man designed. conscious of thought of more capacious breast, for empire formed and fit to rule the rest, whether with particles of heavenly fire, the God of nature did his soul inspire, or earth but new divided from the sky, and pliant still retained the ethereal energy, which wise Prometheus tempered into paste, and mixed with living streams the godlike image cast. Thus, while the mute creation downward bend their sight and to their earthly mother tend, man looks aloft and with erected eyes beholds his own hereditary skies. From such rude principles our form began, and earth was metamorphosed into man. The Golden Age. The Golden Age was first when man yet knew no rule but uncorrupted reason knew, and with a native bent did good pursue, unforced by punishment, unawed by fear. His words were simple and his soul sincere. Needless was written law where none oppressed. The law of man was written in his breast. Page 67. No suppliant crowds before the judge appeared. No court erected, yet nor cause was heard. But all was safe, for conscience was their guard. The mountain trees in distant prospect please, ere yet the pine descended to the seas. Ere sails were spread new oceans to explore, and happy mortals, unconcerned for more, confined their wishes to their native shore. No walls were yet, nor fence, nor moat, nor mound, nor drum was heard, nor trumpet's angry sound, nor swords were forged, but void of care and crime. The soft creation slept away their time, the teeming earth yet guiltless of the plough, and unprovoked did fruitful stores allow, content with food which nature freely bred. On wildings and on strawberries they fed, cornels and brambleberries gave the rest, and falling acorns furnished out a feast. The flowers unsown in fields and meadows reigned, and western winds immortal spring maintained. In following years the bearded corn ensued, from earth unasked, nor was that earth renewed. From veins of valleys milk and nectar broke, and honey sweating through the pores of oak. The Silver Age. But when good Saturn, banished from above, was driven to hell, the world was under Jove. Succeeding times a silver age behold, excelling brass, but more excelled by gold. Then summer, autumn, winter did appear, and spring was but a season of the year. The sun his annual course obliquely made, good days contracted and enlarged the bad. Page 68. Then air with sultry heats began to glow. The wings of winds were clogged with ice and snow, and shivering mortals into houses driven sought shelter from the inclemency of heaven. Those houses then were caves or homely sheds, with twining osiers fenced and moss their beds. Then ploughs for seed the fruitful furrows broke, and oxen labored first beneath the yoke. The Brazen Age. To this next came in course the Brazen Age, a warlike offspring prompt to bloody rage, not impious yet. The Iron Age. Hard steel succeeded then, and stubborn as the metal were the men. Truth, modesty, and shame the world forsook. Fraud, avarice, and force their places took. Then sails were spread to every wind that blew. Raw were the sailors, and the depths were new. Trees rudely hollowed did the waves sustain, ere ships in triumph ploughed the watery plain. Then landmarks limited to each his right, for all before was common as the light. Nor was the ground alone required to bear her annual income to the crooked share, but greedy mortals, rummaging her store, digged from her entrails first the precious ore, which next to hell the prudent gods had laid, and that alluring ill to sight displayed. Thus cursed steel, and more accursed gold, gave mischief birth, and made that mischief bold. Page 69. And double death did wretched man invade, by steel assaulted, and by gold betrayed. Now brandished weapons glittering in their hands, mankind is broken loose from moral bands. No rights of hospitality remain. The guest by him who harbored him is slain. The son-in-law pursues the father's life. The wife her husband murders, he the wife. The stepdame poison for the son prepares. The son inquires into his father's years. Faith flies and piety in exile mourns. And justice here, oppressed to heaven, returns. The giants war, nor were the gods themselves more safe above. Against beleaguered heaven the giants move. Hills piled on mountains mountains lie, to make their mad approaches to the sky, till Jove, no longer patient, took his time, to avenge with thunder their audacious crime. Red lightning played along the firmament, and their demolished works to pieces rent, singed with the flames and with the bolts transfixed. With native earth their blood the monsters mixed. The blood endued with animating heat did in the impregnate earth new sons beget. They like the seed from which they sprung accursed, against the gods immortal hatred nursed, an impious, arrogant, and cruel brood, expressing their original from blood, which when the King of gods beheld from high, withal revolving in his memory what he himself had found on earth of late, Lycaon's guilt and his inhuman treat. Page 70. He sighed nor longer with his pity strove, but kindled to a wrath becoming Jove. Then called a general council of the gods, who summoned issue from their blessed abodes, and fill the assembly with a shining train. Away there is, in heaven's expanded plain, which when the skies are clear is seen below, and mortals by the name of Milky know. The groundwork is of stars through which the road lies open to the thunderer's abode. The gods of greater nations dwell around, and on the right and left the palace bound. The commons, where they can the nobler sort, with winding doors wide, open front the court. This place as far as earth with heaven may vie. I dare to call the Louvre of the sky, when all were placed in seats distinctly known, and he, their father, had assumed the throne. Upon his ivory scepter first he leant, then shook his head that shook the firmament, ere earth and seas obeyed the almighty nod, and with a general fear confessed the God. At length with indignation thus he broke his awful silence, and the powers bespoke. I was not more concerned in that debate of empire when our universal state was put to hazard and the giant race our captive skies were ready to embrace. For though the foe was fierce, the seeds of all rebellion sprung from one original. Now wheresoever ambient waters glide, all are corrupt and all must be destroyed. Let me this holy protestation make. By hell and hell's inviolable lake, I tried whatever in the Godhead lay, but gangrene members must be lopped away before the nobler parts are tainted to decay. Page 71. There dwells below a race of demigods, of nymphs in waters and of fauns in woods, who though not worthy yet in heaven to live, let them at least enjoy that earth we give. Can these be thought securely lodged below, when I myself, who no superior know, I who have heaven and earth at my command, have been attempted by Lycaon's hand? At this a murmur through the synod went, and with one voice they vote his punishment. Thus when conspiring traitors dared to doom the fall of Caesar and in him of Rome, The nations trembled with a pious fear, all anxious for their earthly thunderer. Nor was their care, O Caesar, less esteemed by thee than that of heaven for Jove was deemed, who with his hand and voice did first restrain their murmurs, then resumed his speech again. The gods to silence were composed and sat, with reverence due to his superior state. Cancel your pious cares already he has paid his debt to justice and to me. Yet what his crimes and what my judgments were remains for me thus briefly to declare. The clamors of this vile degenerate age, the cries of orphans and the oppressor's rage, had reached the stars. I will descend, said I, in hope to prove this loud complaint a lie. Disguised in human shape, I travelled round the world, and more than what I heard I found. O'er Mnalus I took my steepy way, by caverns infamous for beasts of prey, then crossed Cyllene and the piny shade, more infamous by cursed Lycaon made. Dark night had covered heaven and earth before I entered his inhospitable door. Page 72. Just at my entrance, I displayed the sign that somewhat was approaching of divine. The prostrate people pray, the tyrant grins, and adding profanation to his sins. Ill try, said he, and if a god appear, to prove his deity shall cost him dear. 'Twas late, the graceless wretch my death prepares, when I should soundly sleep, oppressed with cares. This dire experiment he chose to prove, if I were mortal or undoubted Jove. But first he had resolved to taste my power, not long before, but in a luckless hour. Some legates, sent from the Molossian state, were on a peaceful errand come to treat. Of these he murders one, he boils the flesh, and lays the mangled morsels in a dish. Some part he roasts, then serves it up so dressed, and bids me welcome to this human feast. Moved with disdain, the table I o'erturned, and with avenging flames the palace burned. The tyrant, in a fright for shelter, gains the neighboring fields and scours along the plains. Howling he fled, and fain he would have spoke, but human voice his brutal tongue forsook. About his lips the gathered foam he churns, and breathing slaughter, still with rage he burns. But on the bleeding flock his fury turns. His mantle, now his hide, with rugged hairs, cleaves to his back, a famished face he bears. His arms descend, his shoulders sink away, to multiply his legs for chase of prey. He grows a wolf, his hoariness remains, and the same rage in other members reigns. His eyes still sparkle in a narrower space. His jaws retain the grin and violence of his face. This was a single ruin, but not one deserves so just a punishment alone. Page 73. Mankind's a monster, and the ungodly times confederate into guilt, are sworn to crimes. All are alike involved in ill, and all must by the same relentless fury fall. Thus ended he, the greater god's ascent, by clamors urging his severe intent. The less fill up the cry for punishment, yet still with pity they remember man, and mourn as much as heavenly spirits can. They ask, when those were lost of human birth, what he would do with all his waste of earth. If his dispeopled world he would resign to beasts a mute and more ignoble lie. Neglected altars must no longer smoke, if none were left to worship and invoke. To whom the Father of the gods replied, lay that unnecessary fear aside. Mine be the care new people to provide. I will from wondrous principles ordain a race unlike the first, and try my skill again. Already had he tossed the flaming brand, and rolled the thunder in his spacious hand, preparing to discharge on seas and land. but stopped for fear, thus violently driven. The sparks should catch his axletree of heaven, remembering in the fates a time when fire should to the battlements of heaven aspire, and all his blazing worlds above should burn, and all the inferior globe to cinders turn. His dire artillery thus dismissed, he bent his thoughts to some securer punishment, concludes to pour a watery deluge down, and what he durst not burn resolves to drown. The northern breath that freezes floods he binds with all the race of cloudispelling winds. The south he loosed, who night and horror brings, and fogs are shaken from his flaggy wings. Page 74. From his divided beard 2 streams he pours, his head and rheumy eyes distill in showers. With rain his robe and heavy mantle flow, and lazy mists are lowering on his brow. Still as he swept along with his clenched fist, he squeezed the clouds, the imprisoned clouds resist. The skies from pole to pole with peals resound, and showers enlarged come pouring on the ground. Then clad in colors of a various dye, Junonian iris breeds a new supply. To feed the clouds, impetuous rain descends. The bearded corn beneath the burden bends. Defrauded clowns deplore their perished grain, and the long labors of the year are vain. Nor from his patrimonial heaven alone is Jove content to pour his vengeance down. Aid from his brother of the seas he craves, to help him with auxiliary waves. The watery tyrant calls his brooks and floods, who roll from mossy caves their moist abodes, and with perpetual urns his palace fill. To whom in brief he thus imparts his will. Small exhortation needs your powers implore, and this bad world so Jove requires destroy. Let loose the rains to all your watery store, bear down the dams and open every door. The floods by nature enemies to land, and proudly swelling with their new command, remove the living stones that stop their way, and gushing from their source augment the sea. Page 75. Then with his mace their monarch struck the ground, with inward trembling earth received the wound, and rising streams a ready passage found. The expanded waters gather on the plain, they float the fields and overtop the grain. Then rushing onwards with a sweepy sway, bear flocks and folds and laboring hinds away. Nor safe their dwellings were forsapped by floods, their houses fell upon their household gods. The solid piles too strongly built to fall, high o'er their heads behold a watery wall. Now seas and earth were in confusion lost, a world of waters and without a coast. One climbs a cliff, one in his boat is borne, and ploughs above where late he sowed his corn. Others o'er chimney tops and turrets row, and drop their anchors on the meads below. Or downward driven they bruise the tender vine, or tossed aloft are knocked against a pine. And where of late the kids had cropped the grass, the monsters of the deep now take their place, insulting nereids on the city's ride, and wondering dolphins o'er the palace glide. On leaves and masts of mighty oaks they bruise, and their broad fins entangle in the boughs. The frighted wolf now swims among the sheep, the yellow lion wanders in the deep. His rapid force no longer helps the boar, the stag swims faster than he ran before. The fowls long beating on their wings in vain, despair of land and drop into the main. Page 76. Now hills and vales no more distinction know, and levelled nature lies oppressed below. The most of mortals perish in the flood, the small remainder dies for want of food. A mountain of stupendous height there stands, betwixt the Athenian and Boeotian lands. The bound of fruitful fields while fields they were. But then a field of waters did appear. Parnassus is its name, whose forky rise mounts through the clouds and mates the lofty skies. High on the summit of this dubious cliff, Deucalion wafting moored his little skiff. He with his wife were only left behind. Of perished man, they too were humankind. The mountain nymphs and Themis they adore, and from her oracles relief implore. The most upright of mortal men was he, the most sincere and holy woman she. When Jupiter surveying earth from high, beheld it in a lake of water lie, that where so many millions lately lived, but two, the best of either sex, survived. He loosed the northern wind fierce Boreas flies, to puff away the clouds and purge the skies. Serenely, while he blows the vapors driven, discover heaven to earth and earth to heaven. The billows fall, while Neptune lays his mace on the rough sea and smooths its furrowed face. Already Triton at his call appears. Above the waves a Tyrian robe he wears, and in his hand a crooked trumpet bears. The sovereign bids him peaceful sounds inspire, and give the waves the signal to retire. His writhen shell he takes, whose narrow vent grows by degrees into a large extent, then gives it breath the blast with doubling sound, runs the wide circuit of the world around. Page 77. The sun first heard it in his early east, and met the rattling echoes in the west. The waters, listening to the trumpet's roar, obey the summons and forsake the shore. A thin circumference of land appears, and earth, but not at once, her visage rears, and peeps upon the seas from upper grounds. The streams, but just contained within their bounds, by slow degrees into their channels crawl, and earth increases as the waters fall. In longer time the tops of trees appear, which mud on their dishonored branches bear. At length the world was all restored to view, but desolate and of a sickly hue. Nature beheld herself and stood aghast, a dismal desert and a silent waste, which when Deucalion, with a piteous look, beheld, he wept, and thus to Pyrrha spoke. O wife, O sister, O of all thy kind, the best and only creature left behind, by kindred love, and now by dangers joined, of multitudes who breath the common air, we too remain a species in a pair. The rest the seas have swallowed, nor have we e'en of this wretched life a certainty. The clouds are still above, and while I speak, a second deluge o'er our heads may break. Should I be snatched from hence, and thou remain without relief or partner of thy pain, how couldst thou such a wretched life sustain? Should I be left, and thou be lost, the sea that buried her I loved should bury me. O could our Father his old arts inspire, and make me heir of his informing fire, that so I might abolished man retrieve, and perished people in new souls might live. Page 78. But heaven is pleased, nor ought we to complain, that we the examples of mankind remain. He said the careful couple join their tears, and then invoke the gods with pious prayers. Thus in devotion, having eased their grief, from sacred oracles they seek relief, and to Cephis's brook their way pursue. The stream was troubled, but the ford they knew, with living waters in the fountain bred. They sprinkle first their garments and their head, then took the way which to the temple led. The roofs were all defiled with moss and mire, the desert altars void of solemn fire. Before the gradual prostrate they adored, the pavement kissed, and thus the saint implored. O righteous Themis, if the powers above by prayers are bent to pity and to love, if human miseries can move their mind. If yet they can forgive, and yet be kind. Tell how we may restore, by second birth, mankind and people desolated earth. Then thus the gracious goddess nodding said, Depart, and with your vestments veil your head, and stooping lowly down with loosened zones, throw each behind your backs your mighty mother's bones. Amazed the pair and mute with wonder stand, till Pyrrha first refused the dire command. Forbid it, heaven, said she, that I should tear those holy relics from the sepulchre. They pondered the mysterious words again, for some new sense, and long they sought in vain. At length Deucalion cleared his cloudy brow, and said the dark enigma will allow a meaning which, if well I understand, from sacrilege will free the gods' command. Pg 79. This earth, our mighty mother, is the stones. In her capacious body are her bones. These we must cast behind with hope and fear. The woman did the new solution here. The man diffides in his own augury, and doubts the gods, yet both resolve to try. Descending from the mount, they first unbind their vests, and veiled they cast the stones behind. The stones a miracle to mortal view, but long tradition makes it pass for true. Did first the rigor of their kind expel, and suppled into softness as they fell. Then swelled, and swelling by degrees grew warm, and took the rudiments of human form. Imperfect shapes in marble such are seen, when the rude chisel does the man begin, while yet the roughness of the stone remains, without the rising muscles and the veins. The sappy parts, and next resembling juice, were turned to moisture for the body's use, supplying humour's blood and nourishment. The rest too solid to receive a bent, converts to bones, and what was once a vein, its former name and nature did retain, by help of power divine in little space. What the man threw assumed a manly face, and what the wife renewed the female race. Hence we derive our nature born to bear laborious life, and hardened into care. The rest of animals from teeming earth, produced in various forms, received their birth. The native moisture in its close retreat, digested by the sun's ethereal heat, as in a kindly womb began to breed, then swelled and quickened by the vital seed, and some in less and some in longer space, were ripened into form and took a several face. Pg 80. Thus when the Nile from Pharian fields is fled, and seeks with ebbing tides his ancient bed, the fat manure with heavenly fire is warmed, and crusted creatures as in wombs are formed. These when they turn the glebe, the peasants find, some rude and yet unfinished in their kind, short of their limbs a lame imperfect birth, one half alive in one of lifeless earths. For heat and moisture when in bodies joined, the temper that results from either kind, conception makes and fighting till they mix, their mingled atoms in each other fix. Thus nature's hand the genial bed prepares, with friendly discord and with fruitful wars. From hence the surface of the ground with mud and slime besmeared the effaces of the flood, received the rays of heaven, and sucking in the seeds of heat, new creatures did begin. Some were of several sorts produced before, but of new monsters earth created more. Unwillingly, but yet she brought to light the python too, the wondering world to fright, and the new nations with so dire a sight. So monstrous was his bulk, so large a space did his vast body and long train embrace, whom Ph. Bus, basking on a bank espied, ere now the god his arrows had not tried, but on the trembling deer or mounting goat. At this new quarry he prepares to shoot. Though every shaft took place, he spent the store of his full quiver, and 'twas long before the expiring serpent wallowed in his gore. Then, to preserve the fame of such a deed, for Python slain, he Pythian games decreed, where noble youths for mastership should strive, to quoit to run and steeds and chariots drive. Page 81. The prize was fame in witness of renown. An oaken garland did the victor crown. The laurel was not yet for triumphs born, but every green alike by Phbus worn, did with promiscuous grace his flowing locks adorn. The transformation of Daphne into a laurel. The first and fairest of his loves was she, whom not blind fortune, but the dire decree of angry Cupid forced him to desire. Daphne her name, and Peneus was her sire. Swelled with the pride that new success attends, he sees the stripling while his bow he bends, and thus insults him, "Thou lascivious boy, are arms like these for children to employ? No such achievements are my proper claim, due to my vigor and unerring aim. Resistless are my shafts, and Python late in such a feathered death has found his fate. Take up thy torch, and lay my weapons by." With that the feeble souls of lovers fry, to whom the son of Venus thus replied, "Phbus, thy shafts are sure on all beside, but mine on Phbus mine the fame shall be of all thy conquests when I conquer thee." He said, and soaring swiftly winged his flight, nor stopped but on Parnassus' airy height. Two different shafts he from his quiver draws, one to repel desire, and one to cause. One shaft is pointed with refulgent gold, to bribe the love and make the lover bold. One blunt and tipped with lead, whose base allay provokes disdain and drives desire away. Page 82. The blunted bolt against the nymph he dressed, but with the sharp transfixed Apollo's breast. The enamored deity pursues the chase. The scornful damsel shuns his loathed embrace. In hunting beasts of prey her youth employs, and Phbe rivals in her rural joys. With naked neck she goes and shoulders bare, and with a fillet binds her flowing hair. By many suitors sought she mocks their pains, and still her vowed virginity maintains. Impatient of a yoke, the name of bride, she shuns and hates the joys she never tried. On wilds and woods she fixes her desire, nor knows what youth and kindly love inspire. Her father chides her oft, "Thou ost," says he, "a husband to thyself, a son to me." She like a crime abhors the nuptial bed. She glows with blushes, and she hangs her head. Then casting round his neck her tender arms, soothes him with blandishments and filial charms. "Give me my lord," she said, "to live and die a spotless maid, without the mariagity. 'Tis but a small request, I beg no more than what Diana's father gave before." The good old sire was softened to consent, but said her wish would prove her punishment. For so much youth and so much beauty joined, opposed the state which her desires designed. The god of light, aspiring to her bed, hopes what he seeks, with flattering fancies fed, and is by his own oracles misled. And as in empty fields the stubble burns, or nightly travelers, when day returns, their useless torches on dry hedges throw, that catch the flames and kindle all the row, so burns the god, consuming in desire, and feeding in his breast the fruitless fire. Page 83. Her well-turned neck, he viewed her neck was bare, and on her shoulders her dishevelled hair. "Oh, were it combed," said he, "with what a grace would every waving curl become her face." He viewed her eyes like heavenly lamps that shone, He viewed her lips too sweet to view alone, her taper fingers and her panting breast. He praises all he sees, and for the rest, believes the beauties, yet unseen, are best. Swift as the wind, the damsel fled away, nor did for these alluring speeches stay. Stay, nymph, he cried, I follow not a foe. Thus from the lion trips the trembling doe. Thus from the wolf the frightened lamb removes, and from pursuing falcons fearful doves. Thou shunst a god, and shunst a god that loves, unless some thorn should pierce thy tender foot, or thou shouldst fall in flying my pursuit. To sharp uneven ways thy steps decline. Abate thy speed, and I will bate of mine. Yet think from whom thou dost so rashly fly. Nor basely born, nor shepherd's swain am Roman one. Perhaps thou know'st not my superior state, and from that ignorance proceeds thy hate. Me claros delphos tenidos obey. These hands the Paterian scepter sway. The king of gods begot me, what shall be, or is, or ever was in fate, I see. Mine is the invention of the charming lyre. Sweet notes and heavenly numbers I inspire. Sure is my bow, unerring is my dart, but are more deadly his who pierced my heart. Medicine is mine, what herbs and simples grow. In fields and forests all their powers I know, and am the great physician called below. Alas, that fields and forests can afford no remedies to heal their lovesick lord. Page 84. To cure the pains of love no plant avails, and his own physic the physician fails. She heard not half so furiously she flies, and on her ear the imperfect accent dies. Fear gave her wings, and as she fled the wind, increasing, spread her flowing hair behind, and left her legs and thighs exposed to view, which made the god more eager to pursue. The god was young, and was too hotly bent to lose his time in empty compliment, but led by love and fired by such a sight, impetuously pursued his near delight, as when the impatient greyhound slipped from far, bounds o'er the glebe to course the fearful hare. She in her speed does all her safety lay, and he with double speed pursues the prey, o'erruns her at the sitting turn and licks his chaps in vain and blows upon the flicks. She scapes and for the neighboring covert strives, and gaining shelter doubts if yet she lives. If little things with great we may compare, such was the god and such the flying fair. She urged by fear her feet did swiftly move, but he more swiftly who was urged by love. He gathers ground upon her in the chase, now breathes upon her hair with nearer pace, and just is fastening on the wished embrace. The nymph grew pale and in a mortal fright, spent with the labor of so long a flight, and now despairing cast a mournful look upon the streams of her paternal brook. Page 85. Oh, help, she cried, in this extremest need. If water gods are deities indeed, gape earth and this unhappy wretch entomb, or change my form, whence all my sorrows come. Scarce had she finished, when her feet she found, benumbed with cold and fastened to the ground. A filmy rind about her body grows, her hair too leaves her arms extend to boughs. The nymph is all into a laurel gone. The smoothness of her skin remains alone, yet Bus loves her still, and casting round her bowl his arms some little warmth he found. The tree still panted in the unfinished part, not wholly vegetative, and heaved her heart. He fixed his lips upon the trembling rind. It swerved aside, and his embrace declined. To whom the god, because thou canst not be my mistress, I espouse thee for my tree. Be thou the prize of honor and renown, the deathless poet and the poem crown. Thou shalt the Roman festivals adorn, and after poets be by victors worn. Thou shalt returning Caesar's triumph grace, when pomps shall in a long procession pass, wreathed on the post before his palace wait, and be the sacred guardian of the gate, secure from thunder and unharmed by Jove, unfading as the immortal powers above, and as the locks of Phbus are unshorn, so shall perpetual green thy boughs adorn. The grateful tree was pleased with what he said, and shook the shady honors of her head. The transformation of Io into an heifer, an ancient forest in Thessalia grows, which Tempe's pleasant valley does enclose. Pg 86. Through this the rapid Peneus takes his course, from Pindus rolling with impetuous force. Mists from the river's mighty fall arise, and deadly damps enclose the cloudy skies. Perpetual fogs are hanging o'er the wood, and sounds of waters deaf the neighborhood. Deep in a rocky cave he makes abode, a mansion proper for a morning god. Here he gives audience, issuing out decrees to rivers, his dependent deities. On this occasion hither they resort, to pay their homage and to make their court, all doubtful whether to congratulate his daughter's honor or lament her fate. Spurchas crowned with poplar first appears, then old Epidanas came crowned with years, and Ippius turbulent Amphrysos tame, and as last with lagging waters came. Then of his kindred brooks a numerous throng condole his loss and bring their urns along. Not one was wanting of the watery train that filled his flood or mingled with the main, but in a choose who in his cave alone wept not another's losses but his own. For his dear Io, whether strayed or dead, to him uncertain, doubtful tears he shed. He sought her through the world, but sought in vain, and nowhere finding, rather feared her slain. Her just returning from her father's brook, Jove had beheld with a desiring look. And O fair daughter of the flood, he said, worthy alone of Jove's imperial bed, happy whoever shall those charms possess. The king of gods nor is thy lover less, invites thee to yon cooler shades to shun the scorching rays of the meridian sun. Pg 87. Nor shalt thou tempt the dangers of the grove. Alone without a guide, thy guide is Jove. No puny power, but he whose high command is unconfined, who rules the seas and land, and tempers thunder in his awful hand. O fly not, for she fled from his embrace. O'er Lerna's pastures he pursued the chase, along the shades of the Leacan plain. At length the god, who never asks in vain, involved with vapors imitating night, both air and earth, and then suppressed her flight, and mingling force with love, enjoyed the full delight. Meantime the jealous Juno from on high surveyed the fruitful fields of Arcady, and wondered that the mist should overrun the face of daylight and obscure the sun. No natural cause she found from brooks or bogs, or marshy lowlands to produce the fogs. Then round the skies she sought for Jupiter, her faithless husband, but no Jove was there. Suspecting now the worst, or I, she said, am much mistaken, or am much betrayed. With fury she precipitates her flight, dispels the shadows of dissembled night, and to the day restores his native light. The almighty Lecher, careful to prevent the consequence, foreseeing her descent, transforms his mistress in a trice, and now in Io's place appears a lovely cow. So sleek her skin, so faultless was her make, even Juno did unwilling pleasure take to see so fair a rival of her love. And what she was, and whence, enquired of Jove. Of what fair herd, and from what pedigree? The god Hathcote was forced upon a lie. Page 88. And said she sprung from earth, she took the word, and begged the beauteous heifer of her lord. What should he do? 'Twas equal shame to Jove, or to relinquish or betray his love. Yet to refuse so slight a gift would be, but more to increase his consort's jealousy. Thus fear and love by turns his heart assailed, and stronger love had sure at length prevailed. But some faint hope remained his jealous queen. Had not the mistress through the heifer seen the cautious goddess of her gift possessed, yet harbored anxious thoughts within her breast, as she who knew the falsehood of her Jove, and justly feared some new relapse of love, which to prevent and to secure her care, to trusty Argus she commits the fair. The head of Argus, as with stars the skies, was compassed round and wore 100 eyes, but two by turns their lids in slumber steep, the rest on duty still their station keep, nor could the total constellation sleep. Thus ever present to his eyes and mind, his charge was still before him, though behind. In fields he suffered her to feed by day, but when the setting sun to night gave way, the captive cow he summoned with a coal, and drove her back and tied her to the stall. On leaves of trees and bitter herbs she fed. Heaven was her canopy, bare earth her bed, so hardly lodged, and to digest her food, she drank from troubled streams defiled with mud. Her woeful story fain she would have told, with hands upheld, but had no hands to hold. Her head to her ungentle keeper bowed. She strove to speak, she spoke not, but she lowed. Affrighted with the noise she looked around, and seemed to inquire the author of the sound. Page 89. Once on the banks, where often she had played, her father's banks she came, and there surveyed her altered visage and her branching head, and starting from herself she would have fled. Her fellow nymphs, familiar to her eyes, beheld but knew her not in this disguise. Even in Achilles himself was ignorant, and in his daughter did his daughter want. She followed where her fellows went, as she were still a partner of the company. They stroke her neck, the gentle heifer stands, and her neck offers to their stroking hands. Her father gave her grass, the grass she took, and licked his palms and cast a piteous look. And in the language of her eyes she spoke. She would have told her name and asked relief, but wanting words in tears she tells her grief, which with her foot she makes him understand, and prints the name of Io in the sand. Ah, wretched me, her mournful father cried. She with a sigh to wretched me replied. About her milk-white neck his arms he threw, and wept, and then these tender words ensue. And art thou she whom I have sought around the world, and have at length so sadly found? So found is worse than lost with mutual words. Thou answerest not, no voice thy tongue affords, but sighs are deeply drawn from out thy breast, and speech denied by lowing is expressed. Unknowing I prepared thy bridal bed, with empty hopes of happy issue fed. But now the husband of a herd must be, thy mate and bellowing sons thy progeny. Oh, were I mortal, death might bring relief, but now my godhead but extends my grief, prolongs my woes of which no end I see, and makes me curse my immortality. Page 90. More had he said, but fearful of her stay, the starry guardian drove his charge away to some fresh pasture on a hilly height. He sat himself and kept her still in sight. The eyes of Argus transformed into a peacock's train. Now Jove no longer could her sufferings bear, but called in haste his airy messenger, the son of Maia, with severe decree, to kill the keeper and to set her free. With all his harness, soon the god was sped. His flying hat was fastened on his head. Wings on his heels were hung, and in his hand he holds the virtue of the snaky wand. The liquid air his moving pinions wound, and in the moment shoot him on the ground. Before he came in sight, the crafty god, his wings dismissed, but still retained his rod. That sleep-procuring wand wise Hermes took, but made it seem to sight a shepherd's hook. With this he did a herd of goats control, which by the way he met and slyly stole. Clad like a country swain he piped and sung, and playing drove his jolly troop along. With pleasure Argus the musician heeds, but wonders much at those new vocal reeds. And whosoe'er thou art my friend, said he, up hither drive thy goats and play by me. This hill has bruise for them and shade for thee. The god, who was with ease induced to climb, began discourse to pass away the time. And still betwixt his tuneful pipe he plies, and watched his hour to close the keeper's eyes. Page 91. With much ado he partly kept awake, not suffering all his eyes repose to take, and asked the stranger who did reeds invent, and whence began so rare an instrument, the transformation of syrinx into reeds. Then Hermes thus: a nymph of late there was, whose heavenly form her fellows did surpass, the pride and joy of fair Arcadia's plains, beloved by deities, adored by swains. Syrinx her name, by Sylvans oft pursued, as oft she did the lustful gods delude. The rural and the woodland powers disdained, with Cynthia hunted and her rights maintained. Like PHBE clad, even PHB's self she seems, so tall, so straight, such well-proportioned limbs. The nicest eye did no distinction know, but that the goddess bore a golden bow. Distinguished thus the sight she cheated too. Descending from Lycus, Pan admires the matchless nymph and burns with new desires. A crown of pine upon his head he wore, and thus began her pity to implore. But ere he thus began, she took her flight. So swift she was already out of sight, nor stayed to hear the courtship of the god, but bent her course to Ladon's gentle flood. There by the river stopped, and tired before, relief from water nymphs her prayers implore. Now while the lustful god, with speedy pace, just thought to strain her in a strict embrace, he fills his arms with reeds new rising on the place, and while he sighs his ill success to find, the tender canes were shaken by the wind. Page 92. And breathed a mournful air, unheard before. That much surprising Pan, yet pleased him more. Admiring this new music, thou, he said, who canst not be the partner of my bed, at least shall be the consort of my mind, and often, often to my lips be joined. He formed the reeds proportioned as they are, unequal in their length, and waxed with care. They still retain the name of his ungrateful fair. While Hermes piped and sung and told his tale, the keeper's winking eyes began to fail, and drowsy slumber on the lids to creep, till all the watchman was at length asleep. Then soon the god his voice and song suppressed, and with his powerful rod confirmed his rest. Without delay his crooked falchion drew, and at one fatal stroke the keeper slew. Down from the rock fell the dissevered head, opening its eyes in death and falling bled, and marked the passage with a crimson trail. Thus Argus lies in pieces cold and pale, and all his 100 eyes, with all their light, are closed at once in one perpetual night. These Juno takes that they no more may fail, and spreads them in her peacock's gaudy tail, impatient to revenge her injured bed. She wreaks her anger on her rival's head, with furies frights her from her native home, and drives her gadding round the world to roam. Nor ceased her madness and her flight before she touched the limits of the Pharian shore. At length arriving on the banks of Nile, wearied with length of ways and worn with toil, she laid her down and leaning on her knees, invoked the cause of all her miseries, and cast her languishing regards above, for help from heaven and her ungrateful Jove. Page 93. She sighed, she wept, she lowed, 'twas all she could, and with unkindness seemed to tax the god. Last with an humble prayer she begged repose, or death at least to finish all her woes. Jove heard her vows, and with a flattering look in her behalf to jealous Juno spoke. He cast his arms about her neck and said, "Dame, rest secure no more thy nuptial bed. This nymph shall violate by Styx I swear, and every oath that binds the thunderer." The goddess was appeased, and at the word was Io to her former shape restored. The rugged hair began to fall away, the sweetness of her eyes did only stay, though not so large her crooked horns decrease, the wideness of her jaws and nostrils cease, her hoofs to hands return in little space, the 5 long taper fingers take their place, and nothing of the heifer now is seen, beside the native whiteness of her skin. Erected on her feet she walks again, and to the duty of the 4 sustain. She tries her tongue, her silence softly breaks, and fears her former lowings when she speaks. A goddess now through all the Egyptian state, and served by priests who in white linen wait. Her son was Epaphus, at length believed, the son of Jove, and as a god received, with sacrifice adored and public prayers. He common temples with his mother shares, equal in years and rival in renown. With Epaphus, the youthful Phaeton, like honor claims and boasts his sire the sun, his haughty looks and his assuming air, the son of Isis could no longer bear. "Thou taxed thy mother's word too far," said he, "and hast usurped thy boasted pedigree." Page 94. "Go, base pretender to a borrowed name." Thus taxed he blushed with anger and with shame. But shame repressed his rage, the daunted youth soon seeks his mother and enquires the truth. "Mother," said he, "this infamy was thrown by Epaphus on you and me, your son. He spoke in public, told it to my face, nor durst I vindicate the dire disgrace. Even I the bold, the sensible of wrong, restrained by shame, was forced to hold my tongue. To hear an open slander is a curse, but not to find an answer is a worse. If I am heaven begot, assert your son by some sure sign, and make my father known, to right my honor and redeem your own." He said, and saying cast his arms about her neck and begged her to resolve the doubt. "'Tis hard to judge if Clymene were moved more by his prayer, whom she so dearly loved, or more with fury fired to find her name traduced and made the sport of common fame." She stretched her arms to heaven and fixed her eyes on that fair planet that adorns the skies. "Now by those beams," said she, "whose holy fires consume my breast and kindle my desires, by him who sees us both and cheers our sight, by him the public minister of light, I swear that son begot thee. If I lie, let him his cheerful influence deny. Let him no more this perjured creature see, and shine on all the world but only me. If still you doubt your mother's innocence, his eastern mansion is not far from hence. With little pains you to his levee go, and from himself your parentage may know." With joy the ambitious youth his mother heard, and eager for the journey soon prepared. Page 95. He longs the world beneath him to survey, to guide the chariot and to give the day. From Meroe's burning sands he bends his course, nor less in India feels his father's force. His travel urging till he came in sight, and saw the palace by the purple light. Crura neck, ablato prosent velocious serve. With his lolled tongue he faintly licks his prey. His warm breath blows her flicks up as she lies. Vol Roman 9 p. 128. Page 96. Meleager and Atalantus. Out of the 8th book of Ovid's Metamorphoses. Connection to the former story. Ovid, having told how Theseus had freed Athens from the tribute of children, which was imposed on them by Minos, king of Crete, by killing the Minotaur here, makes a digression to the story of Meleager and Atalanta, which is one of the most inartificial connections in all the Metamorphoses, for he only says that Theseus obtained such honor from that combat that all Greece had recourse to him in their necessities, and amongst others Calydon, though the hero of that country Prince Meleager was then living. From him the Caledonians sought relief, though valiant Meleagrus was their chief. The cause abhor who ravaged far and near, of Cynthia's wrath the avenging minister. For Oeneus with autumnal plenty blessed, by gifts to heaven his gratitude expressed. Culled sheafs to Ceres, to Laius wine, to Pan and Pales offered sheep and kine, and fat of olives to Minerva's shrine. Page 97. Beginning from the rural gods his hand was liberal to the powers of high command. Each deity in every kind was blessed, till at Diana's fane the invidious honor ceased. Wrath touches even the gods, the queen of night, fired with disdain and jealous of her right. Unhonored though I am, at least said she, not unrevenged that impious act shall be. Swift as the word she sped the boar away, with charge on those devoted fields to prey. No larger bulls the Egyptian pastures feed, and none so large Sicilian meadows breed. His eyeballs glare with fire suffused with blood. His neck shoots up a thick-set thorny wood. His bristled back a trench impaled appears, and stands erected like a field of spears. Froth fills his chaps, he sends a grunting sound, and part he churns, and part befoams the ground. For tusks with Indian elephants he strove, and Jove's own thunder from his mouth he drove. He burns the leaves, the scorching blast invades the tender corn, and shrivels up the blades, or suffering not their yellow beards to rear. He tramples down the spikes, and intercepts the year. In vain the barns expect their promised load, nor barns at home, nor ricks are heaped abroad. In vain the hinds the threshing floor prepare, and exercise their flails in empty air. With olives ever green the ground is strowed, and grapes ungathered shed their generous blood. Amid the fold he rages, nor the sheep their shepherds, nor the grooms their bulls can keep. From fields to walls the frighted rabble run, nor think themselves secure within the town, till Meleagrus and his chosen crew contemn the danger and the praise pursue. Page 98. Fair leaders twins in time to stars decreed. One fought on foot, one curbed the fiery steed. Then issued forth famed Jason after these, who manned the foremost ship that sailed the seas. Then Theseus joined with bold Pirithous came, a single conquered in a double name. The Thestian sons Idas who swiftly ran, and Ceneus, once a woman now a man. Lynceus with eagle's eyes and lion's heart, Leucippus with his never-erring dart, Acastus Filius Phnix Telamon, Eschon Lelex and Eurytion, Achilles' father and great Phocus' son, Dryas the fierce and Hippasus the strong, with twice-old Iolas and Nestor then, but young, Laertes active and Ancus bold, Mopsus the sage, who future things foretold, and t'other seer, yet by his wife unsold. 1,000 others of immortal fame, among the rest fair Atalanta came, grace of the woods, a diamond buckle bound, her vest behind that else had flowed upon the ground, and showed her buskend legs, her head was bare, but for her native ornament of hair, which in a simple knot was tied above. Sweet negligence, unheeded bait of love, her sounding quiver on her shoulder tied, one hand a dart and one a bow supplied. Such was her face as in a nymph displayed, a fair fierce boy, or in a boy betrayed, the blushing beauties of a modest maid. The Caledonian chief, at once the dame, beheld at once, his heart received the flame. With heaven's averse, O happy youth, he cried, for whom thy fates reserve so fair a bribe. Page 99. He sighed, and had no leisure more to say. His honor called his eyes another way, and forced him to pursue the now neglected prey. There stood a forest on the mountain's brow, which overlooked the shaded plains below. No sounding axe presumed those trees to bite, coeval with the world, a venerable sight. The heroes there arrived, some spread around, the toils some search, the footsteps on the ground, some from the chains, the faithful dogs unbound, of action eager and intent on thought. The chiefs their honorable danger sought. A valley stood below the common drain of waters from above and falling rain. The bottom was a moist and marshy ground, whose edges were with bending osiers crowned. The knotty bulrush next in order stood, and all within of reeds a trembling wood. From hence the boar was roused and sprung amain, like lightning sudden on the warrior train. Beats down the trees before him, shakes the ground. The forest echoes to the crackling sound. Shout the fierce youth, and clamors ring around. All stood with their protended spears prepared. With broad steel heads the brandished weapons glared. The beast impetuous with his tusks aside deals glancing wounds, the fearful dogs divide. All spend their mouth aloft, but none abide. Eschen threw the first, but missed his mark, and stuck his boar-spear on a maple's bark. Then Jason and his javelin seemed to take, but failed with overforce, and whizzed above his back. Mopsus was next, but ere he threw addressed to Ph. Bus, thus, O patron, help thy priest. If I adore, and ever have adored, thy power divine, thy present aid afford. Page 100. That I may reach the beast the god allowed. His prayer and smiling gave him what he could. He reached the savage, but no blood he drew. Dian unarmed the javelin as it flew. This chafed the boar, his nostrils flames expire, and his red eyeballs roll with living fire. Whirled from a sling or from an engine thrown, amidst the foes so flies a mighty stone. As flew the beast, the left wing put to flight. The chief's o'erborne, he rushes on the right. Empalamos and Pelagon he laid in dust and next to death, but for their fellows' aid. Onesimus fared worse, prepared to fly. The fatal fang drove deep within his thigh, and cut the nerves no more sustain. The bulk unpropped, falls headlong on the plain. Nestor had failed the fall of Troy to see, but leaning on his lance, he vaulted on a tree. Then gathering up his feet, looked down with fear, and thought his monstrous foe was still too near. Against a stump his tusk the monster grinds, and in the sharpened edge new vigor finds. Then trusting to his arms, young Othries found, and ranched his hips with one continued wound. Now leaders twins, the future stars appear, White were their habits, white their horses were, conspicuous both, and both in act to throw their trembling lances brandished at the foe. Nor had they missed, but he to thickets fled, concealed from aiming spears, not pervious to the steed. But Telamon rushed in and happed to meet a rising root that held his fastened feet. So down he fell, whom sprawling on the ground, his brother from the wooden gyves unbound. Pg 101. Meantime the virgin huntress was not slow to expel the shaft from her contracted bow. Beneath his ear the fastened arrow stood, and from the wound appeared the trickling blood. She blushed for joy, but Meleagrus raised his voice with loud applause, and the fair archer praised. He was the first to see, and first to show his friends the marks of the successful blow. Nor shall thy valor want the praises due. He cider virtuous envy seized the crew. They shout, the shouting animates their hearts, and all at once employ their thronging darts. But out of order thrown in air they join, and multitude makes frustrate the design. With both his hands the proud Ancus takes, and flourishes his double-biting axe. Then forward to his fate he took a stride before the rest, and to his fellows cried, "Give place and mark the difference, if you can, between a woman warrior and a man's. The boar is doomed, nor though Diana lend her aid, Diana can her beast defend." Thus boasted, he then stretched, on tiptoe stood, secure to make his empty promise good. But the more wary beast prevents the blow, and upward rips the groin of his audacious foe. Ancus falls his bowels from the wound, rush out, and clotted blood distains the ground. Pirithous, no small portion of the war, pressed on, and shook his lance to whom from far. Thus Theseus cried, "O stay my better part, my more than mistress of my heart, the heart." The strong may fight aloof Ancus tried, his force too near, and by presuming died. He said, and while he spake his javelin threw, hissing in air, the unerring weapon flew. Pg 102. But on an arm of oak that stood betwixt the marksman and the mark his lance he fixed. Once more bold Jason threw, but failed to wound the boar, and slew an undeserving hound. And through the dog the dart was nailed to ground. 2 spears from Meleager's hand were sent, with equal force, but various in the event. The first was fixed in earth, the second stood on the boar's bristled back, and deeply drank his blood. Now, while the tortured savage turns around, and flings about his foam, impatient of the wound, the wound's great author close at hand provokes his rage, and plies him with redoubled strokes. Wheels as he wheels, and with his pointed dart explores the nearest passage to his heart. Quick and more quick, he spins in giddy gyres, then falls, and in much foam his soul expires. This act with shouts, heaven high the friendly band applaud, and strain in theirs the victor's hand. Then all approach the slain with vast surprise, admire on what a breadth of earth he lies, and scarce secure reach out their spears afar, and blood their points to prove their partnership of war. But he, the conquering chief, his foot impressed on the strong neck of that destructive beast, and gazing on the nymph with ardent eyes, "Accept," said he, "fair non-Acrane, my prize, and though inferior, suffer me to join my labors and my part of praise with thine." At this presents her with the tusky head, and chine with rising bristles roughly spread. Glad she received the gift, and seemed to take with double pleasure for the giver's sake. The rest were seized with sullen discontent, and a deaf murmur through the squadron went. Pg 103. All envied, but the Thistian brethren showed the least respect, and thus they vent their spleen aloud. Lay down those honoured spoils, nor think to share. Weak woman as thou art, the prize of war. Ours is the title, then a foreign claim. Since Meleagrus from our lineage came. Trust not thy beauty, but restore the prize, which he besotted on that face and eyes. Would rend from us at this inflamed with spite. From her they snatch the gift from him, the giver's right. But soon the impatient prince his falchion drew, and cried, ye robbers of another's due, now learn the difference at your proper cost, betwixt true valor and an empty boast. At this advanced and sudden as the word, in proud Plexippus' bosom plunged the sword. Toxeus amazed, and with amazement slow, or to revenge, or ward the coming blow, stood doubting, and while doubting thus he stood, received the steel bathed in his brother's blood, pleased with the first unknown, the second news. Altha to the temples pays their dues, for her son's conquest when at length appear, her grisly brethren stretched upon the bier. Pale at the sudden sight, she changed her cheer, and with her cheer her robes, but hearing tell the cause, the manner, and by whom they fell. 'Twas grief no more, or grief and rage were one. Within her soul at last 'twas rage alone, which burning upwards in succession dries the tears that stood considering in her eyes. There lay a log unlighted on the earth's, when she was laboring in the throes of birth. For the unborn chief the fatal sisters came, and raised it up and tossed it on the flame. Pg 104. Then on the rock a scanty measure place of vital flax, and turn the wheel apace, and turning sunctor this red brand and thee. O newborn babe, we give an equal destiny. So vanished out of view the frighted dame, sprung hasty from her bed, and quenched the flame. The log in secret locked she kept with care, and that while thus preserved her heir. This brand she now produced, and first she strows the hearth with heaps of chips, and after blows. Thrice heaved her hand, and heaved she thrice repressed. The sister and the mother long contest, two doubtful titles in one tender breast. And now her eyes and cheeks with fury glow, now pale her cheeks, her eyes with pity flow. Now luring looks presage approaching storms, and now prevailing love her face reforms. Resolved she doubts again, the tears she dried with blushing rage are by new tears supplied. And as a ship which winds and waves a sail, now with the current drives, now with the gale, both opposite and neither long prevail, she feels a double force by turns obeys the imperious tempest and the impetuous seas. So fares Altha's mind, first she relents, with pity of that pity, then repents. Sister and mother long the scales divide, but the beam nodded on the sister's side. Sometimes she softly sighed, then roared aloud, but sighs were stifled in the cries of blood. The pious, impious wretch at length decreed, to please her brothers, ghosts her son should bleed. And when the funeral flames began to rise, receive, she said, a sister's sacrifice. Pg 105. A mother's bowels burn high in her hand. Thus while she spoke, she held the fatal brand. Then thrice before the kindled pile she bowed, and the three furies thrice invoked aloud. Come, come, revenging sisters, come and view a sister paying her dead brother's due. A crime I punish, and a crime commit, but blood for blood, and death for death is fit. Great crimes must be with greater crimes repaid, and second funerals on the former laid. Let the whole household in one ruin fall, and may Diana's curse o'ertake us all. Shall fate to happy news still allow one son, while this dear stands deprived of two? Better 3 lost than 1 unpunished go. Take then, dear ghosts, while yet admitted new. In hell you wait my duty, take your due. A costly offering on your tomb is laid, when with my blood the price of yours is paid. Ah, whither am I hurried? Ah, forgive, ye shades, and let your sisters issue live. A mother cannot give him death, though he deserves it, he deserves it not from me. Then shall the unpunished wretch insult the slain. Triumphant live, not only live but reign. While you thin shades, the sport of winds are tossed o'er dreary plains, or tread the burning coast. I cannot bear tease past tease done. Perish this impious, this detested son. Perish his sire, and perish I withal. And let the house's heir, and the hoped kingdom fall. Where is the mother, fled her pious love? And where the pains with which 10 months I strove? Ah, hadst thou died, my son, in infant years, thy little hearse hadst been bedewed with tears. Thou livest by me, to me thy breath resign. Mine is the merit, the demerit thine. Page 106. Thy life by double title I require, once given at birth, and once preserved from fire. 1 murder pay, or add 1 murder more, and me to them who fell by thee restore. I would but cannot, my son's image stands before my sight, and now their angry hands my brothers hold, and vengeance these exact. This pleads compassion, and repents the fact. He pleads in vain, and I pronounce his doom. My brothers, though unjustly, shall o'ercome, but having paid their injured ghosts their due. My son requires my death, and mine shall his pursue. At this, for the last time, she lifts her hand, averts her eyes, and half unwilling drops the brand. The brand amid the flaming fuel thrown, or drew, or seemed to draw a dying groan. The fires themselves but faintly licked their prey, then loathed their impious food, and would have shrunk away. Just then the hero cast a doleful cry, and in those absent flames began to fry. The blind contagion raged within his veins, but he with manly patience bore his pains. He feared not fate, but only grieved to die, without an honest wound, and by a death so dry. Happy Ancus thrice aloud he cried, with what becoming fate in arms he died. Then called his brother's sister's sire around, and her to whom his nuptial vows were bound. Perhaps his mother, a long sigh he drew, and his voice failing, took his last adieu. For as the flames augment, and as they stay at their full height, then languish to decay, they rise and sink by fits, at last they soar in one bright blaze, and then descend no more. Just so his inward heats at height impair, till the last burning breath shoots out the soul in air. Page 107. Now lofty Caledon in ruins lies. All ages, all degrees unsluice their eyes, and heaven and earth resound with murmurs, groans, and cries. Matrons and maidens beat their breasts and tear their habits, and root up their scattered hair. The wretched father, now no more, with sorrow sunk, lies prostrate on the floor, deforms his hoary locks with dust obscene, and curses age, and loathes a life prolonged with pain. By steel her stubborn soul his mother freed, and punished on herself her impious deed. Had I 100 tongues a wit so large, as could their 100 offices discharge, had Ph. Bus all his helicon bestowed, in all the streams, inspiring all the God, those tongues that wit, those streams that God in vain would offer to describe his sister's pain. They beat their breasts with many a bruising blow, till they turn livid and corrupt the snow. The core they cherish while the core remains, and exercise and rub with fruitless pains. And when to funeral flames 'tis borne away, they kiss the bed on which the body lay. And when those funeral flames no longer burn, the dust composed within a pious urn, even in that urn their brother they confess, and hug it in their arms and to their bosoms press. His tomb is raised, then stretched along the ground. Those living monuments his tomb surround. Even to his name, inscribed their tears they pay, till tears and kisses wear his name away. But Cynthia now had all her fury spent, not with less ruin than a race content. Page 108. Excepting gorge perished all the seed, and her whom heaven for Hercules decreed. Satiate at last no longer she pursued the weeping sisters, but with wings endued, and horny beaks, and sent to flit in air, who yearly round the tomb in feathered flocks repair. Page 109. Baucis and Philemon. Out of the 8th book of Ovid's Metamorphoses. The author, pursuing the deeds of Theseus, relates how he with his friend Pirithous were invited by Achelous the river god to stay with him till his waters were abated. Achelous entertains them with a relation of his own love to Paramel, who was changed into an island by Neptune at his request. Pirithous, being an atheist, derides the legend and denies the power of the gods to work that miracle. Lelex, another companion of Theseus, to confirm the story of Achelous, relates another metamorphosis of Baucis and Philemon into trees of which he was partly an eyewitness. Thus Achelous ends his audience here, with admiration and admiring fear. The powers of heaven, except Ixion's son, who laughed at all the gods, believed in none. He shook his impious head, and thus replies, "These legends are no more than pious lies. You attribute too much to heavenly sway, to think they give us forms and take away." Page 110. The rest of better minds their sense declared against this doctrine, and with horror heard. Then Lelex rose, an old experienced man, and thus with sober gravity began. Heaven's power is infinite, earth, air, and sea. The manufacture, mass, the making power obey. By proof to clear your doubt in Phrygian ground, 2 neighboring trees, with walls encompassed round, stand on a moderate rise, with wonder shown. One a hard oak, a softer linden one. I saw the place, and them by Pythias sent to Phrygian realms, my grandsire's government. Not far from thence is seen a lake, the haunt of coots and of the fishing cormorant. Here Jove with Hermes came, but in disguise of mortal men, concealed their deities. One laid aside his thunder, one his rod, and many toilsome steps together trod. For harbour at 1,000 doors they knocked, not one of all the 1,000 but was locked. At last an hospitable house they found, a homely shed, the roof, not far from ground, was thatched with reeds and straw together bound. There Baucis and Philemon lived, and there had lived long married, and a happy pair. Now old in love, though little was their store, inured to want their poverty they bore, nor aimed at wealth, professing to be poor. For master or for servant here to call was all alike, where only 2 were all. Command was none, where equal love was paid, or rather both commanded, both obeyed. From lofty roofs the gods repulsed before, now stooping entered through the little door. Page 111. The man their hearty welcome first expressed, a common settle drew for either guest, inviting each his weary limbs to rest. But ere they sat, officious Baucis lays 2 cushions stuffed with straw the seat to raise. Coarse but the best she had, then takes the load of ashes from the hearth and spreads abroad the living coals, and lest they should expire, with leaves and barks she feeds her infant fire. It smokes, and then with trembling breath she blows, till in a cheerful blaze the flames arose. With brushwood and with chips she strengthens thee, and adds at last the boughs of rotten trees. The fire thus formed, she sets the kettle on. Like burnished gold the little seether shone. Next took the coleworts which her husband got from his own ground, a small well-watered spot. She stripped the stalks of all their leaves the best. She culled, and then with handy care she dressed. High o'er the hearth a chine of bacon hung. Good old Philemon seized it with a prong, and from the sooty rafter drew it down. Then cut a slice, but scarce enough for one, yet a large portion of a little store, which for their sake alone he wished were more. This in the pot he plunged without delay, to tame the flesh and drain the salt away. The time between before the fire they sat, and shortened the delay by pleasing chat. Page 112. A beam there was on which a beechen pail hung by the handle on a driven nail. This filled with water, gently warmed they set. Before their guests in this they bathed their feet, and after with clean towels dried their sweat. This done the host produced the genial bed, sallow the foot, the borders, and the stead, which with no costly coverlet they spread, but coarse old garments, yet such robes as these they laid alone at feasts on holidays. The good old housewife tucking up her gown, the table sets, the invited gods lie down. The trivatible of a foot was lame, a blot which prudent Baucis overcame, who thrust beneath the limping leg a shard. So was the mended board exactly reared, then rubbed it o'er with newly gathered mint, a wholesome herb that breathed a grateful scent. Pallas began the feast where first was seen the party-colored olive, black, and green. Autumnal cornels next in order served, in lees of wine well pickled and preserved. A garden salad was the third supply, of endive, radishes, and succory. Then curds and cream, the flower of country fare, and new-laid eggs which Baucis busy care turned by a gentle fire and roasted rare. All these in earthenware were served to board, and next in place an earthen pitcher stored, with liquor of the best the cottage could afford. This was the table's ornament and pride, with figures wrought like pages at his side. Stood beechen bowls, and these were shining clean, varnished with wax without and lined within. Page 113. By this the boiling kettle had prepared, and to the table sent the smoking lard, on which with eager appetite they dine. A savoury bit that served to relish wine. The wine itself was suiting to the rest, still working in the must and lately pressed. The second course succeeds like that before. Plums, apples, nuts, and of their winter store. Dry figs and grapes and wrinkled dates were set in canisters to enlarge the little treat. All these a milk-white honeycomb surround, which in the midst the contrabanquet crowned. But the kind hosts their entertainment grace, with hearty welcome and an open face. In all they did you might discern with ease a willing mind and a desire to please. Meantime the beechen bowls went round and still, though often emptied, were observed to fill. Filled without hands and of their own accord, ran without feet and danced about the board. Devotion seized the pair to see the feast, with wine and of no common grape increased. And up they held their hands and fell to prayer, excusing as they could their country fare. One goose they had, 'twas all they could allow, a wakeful sentry and on duty now, whom to the gods for sacrifice they vow. Her with malicious zeal the couple viewed. She ran for life, and limping they pursued. Full well the fowl perceived their bad intent, and would not make her master's compliment, but persecuted to the powers she flies, and close between the legs of Jove she lies. He with a gracious ear the suppliant heard, and saved her life then what he was declared. And own the God, the neighborhood said he, shall justly perish for impiety. You stand alone exempted, but obey with speed and follow where we lead the way. Page 114. Leave these accursed, and to the mountain's height ascend, nor once look backward in your flight. They haste, and what their tardy feet denied, the trusty staff their better leg supplied. An arrow's flight they wanted to the top, and they're secure, but spent with travel stop. Then turn their now no more forbidden eyes. Lost in a lake, the floated level lies. A watery desert covers all the plains. They're caught alone, as in an isle remains, wondering with peeping eyes while they deplore their neighbor's fate and country now no more. Their little shed scarce large enough for two seems from the ground increased in height and bulk to grow. A stately temple shoots within the skies. The crotchets of their cot in columns rise. The pavement polished marble they behold. The gates with sculpture grace the spires and tiles of gold. Then thus the sire of gods with looks serene, speak thy desire, thou only just of men. And thou, O woman, only worthy found to be with such a man in marriage bound. Awhile they whisper then, to Jove addressed. Philemon thus prefers their joint request. We crave to serve before your sacred shrine, and offer at your altars rites divine. And since not any action of our life has been polluted with domestic strife, we beg 1 hour of death that neither she, with widow's tears, may live to bury me, nor weeping I with withered arms may bear my breathless bosses to the sepulchre. The Godheads sign their suit, they run their race, in the same tenor all the appointed space. Page 115. Then when their hour was come, while they relate these past adventures at the temple gate, old Baucis is by old Philemon seen, sprouting with sudden leaves of sprightly green. Old Baucis looked where old Philemon stood, and saw his lengthened arms a sprouting wood. New roots their fastened feet begin to bind, their bodies stiffen in a rising rind. Then ere the bark above their shoulders grew, they give and take at once their last adieu. At once farewell, O faithful spouse, they said. At once the encroaching rinds their closing lips invade. Even yet an ancient Tyanon shows a spreading oak that near a linden grows. The neighborhood confirm the prodigy. Grave men not vain of tongue or like to lie. I saw myself the garlands on their boughs, and tablets hung for gifts of granted vows, and offering fresher up with pious prayer. The good, said I, are God's peculiar care, and such as honor heaven shall heavenly honor share. Page 116. The Fable of Iphis and Ian, from the 9th book of Ovid's Metamorphoses. The fame of this, perhaps through Crete had flown, but Crete had newer wonders of her own. In Iphis changed for near the Gnossian bounds, as loud report the miracle resounds. At Phthus dwelt a man of honest blood, but meanly born and not so rich as good, esteemed and loved by all the neighborhood, who to his wife before the time assigned for childbirth came, thus bluntly spoke his mind. If heaven, said Lygdus, will vouchsafe to hear, I have but 2 petitions to prefer. Short pains for thee, for me, a son and heir. Girls cost as many throes in bringing forth. Beside, when born, the tits are little worth. Page 117. weak puling things unable to sustain their share of labour and their bread to gain. If therefore thou a creature shalt produce of so great charges and so little use, bear witness, heaven, with what reluctancy her hapless innocence I doom to die. He said, and tears the common grief display of him who bade and her who must obey. Yet Telethusa still persists to find fit arguments to move a father's mind, to extend his wishes to a larger scope, and in one vessel not confine his hope. Lygdus continues, hard her time drew near, and she her heavy load could scarcely bear, when slumbering in the latter shades of night, before the approaches of returning light, she saw, or thought she saw before her bed, a glorious train and Isis at their head. Her moony horns were on her forehead placed, and yellow sheaves her shining temples graced. A mitre for a crown she wore on high. The dog and dappled bull were waiting by. Osiris sought along the banks of Nile, the silent god, the sacred crocodile, and last a long procession moving on, with timbrels that assist the labouring moon. Her slumbers seemed dispelled and broad awake. She heard a voice that thus distinctly spake, My votary, thy babe from death defend, nor fear to save whate'er the gods will send. Delude with art thy husband's dire decree. When danger calls, repose thy trust on me, and know thou hast not served a thankless deity. This promise made with night, the goddess fled. With joy the woman wakes and leaves her bed, devoutly lifts her spotless hands on high, and prays the powers their gift to ratify. Page 118. Now grinding pains proceed to bearing throes, till its own weight the burden did disclose. 'Twas of the beauteous kind, and brought to light, with secrecy to shun the father's sight. The indulgent mother did her care employ, and passed it on her husband for a boy. The nurse was conscious of the fact alone. The father paid his vows as for a son, and called him Iphis by a common name, which either sex with equal right may claim. Iphis his grandsire was, the wife was pleased, of half the fraud by fortune's favour eased. The doubtful name was used without deceit, and truth was covered with a pious cheat. The habit showed a boy the beauteous face, with manly fierceness mingled female grace. Now 13 years of age was swiftly run, when the fond father thought the time drew on, of settling in the world his only son. Eanth was his choice, so wondrous fair, her form alone with Iphis could compare. A neighbour's daughter of his own degree, and not more blessed with fortune's goods than he. They soon espoused, for they with ease were joined, who were before contracted in the mind, their age the same, their inclinations too, and bred together in one school they grew. Thus fatally disposed to mutual fires, they felt before they knew the same desires. Equal their flame, unequal was their care. One loved with hope, one languished in despair. The maid accused the lingering days alone, for whom she thought a man she thought her own. But Iphis bends beneath a greater grief, as fiercely burns, but hopes for no relief. In her despair adds fuel to her fire. A maid with madness does a maid desire. Page 119. And scarce refraining tears, alas, said she, what issue of my love remains for me? How wild a passion works within my breast! With what prodigious flames am I possessed? Could I the care of Providence deserve? Heaven must destroy me if it would preserve. And that's my fate, or sure it would have sent some usual evil for my punishment, not this unkindly curse to rage and burn. where nature shows no prospect of return, nor cows for cows consume with fruitless fire, nor mares when hot their fellow mares desire. The father of the fold supplies his ewes, the stag through secret woods his hind pursues, and birds for mates the males of their own species choose. Her females nature guards from female flame, and joins two sexes to preserve the game. Would I were nothing or not what I am, Crete famed for monsters wanted of her store, till my new love produced one monster more. The daughter of the sun a bull desired, and yet e'en then a male a female fired. Her passion was extravagantly new, but mine is much the matter of the two. To things impossible she was not bent, but found the means to compass her intent. To cheat his eyes she took a different shape, yet still she gained a lover and a leap. Should all the wit of all the world conspire, should Daedalus assist my wild desire, what art can make me able to enjoy, or what can change e'en to a boy? Extinguish then thy passion hopeless maid, and recollect thy reason for thy aid. Page 120. Know what thou art, and love as maidens ought, and drive these golden wishes from thy thought. Thou canst not hope thy fond desires to gain. Where hope is wanting, wishes are in vain. And yet no gods against our joys conspire. No jealous husband hinders our desire. My parents are propitious to my wish, and she herself consenting to the bliss. All things concur to prosper our design, all things to prosper any love but mine. And yet I never can enjoy the fair. 'Tis past the power of heaven to grant my prayer. Heaven has been kind as far as heaven can be. Our parents with our own desires agree, but nature stronger than the gods above refuses her assistance to my love. She sets the bar that causes all my pain. One gift refused makes all their bounty vain. And now the happy day is just at hand, to bind our hearts in Hymen's holy band. Our hearts, but not our bodies, thus accursed. In midst of water I complain of thirst. Why comest thou, Juno, to these barren rites, to bless a bed defrauded of delights? And why should Hymen lift his torch on high, to see two brides in cold embraces lie? Thus lovesick Iphias her vain passion mourns, with equal ardor fair Aeanthe burns, invoking Hymen's name and Juno's power, to speed the work and haste the happy hour. She hopes while Telethusa fears the day, and strives to interpose some new delay. Now feigns a sickness, now is in a fright, for this bad omen or that boding sight. But having done whate'er she could devise, and emptied all her magazine of lies. Page 121. The time approached the next ensuing day. The fatal secret must to light betray. Then Telethusa had recourse to prayer. She and her daughter with dishevelled hair, trembling with fear great Isis they adored, embraced her altar and her aid implored. Fair queen, who dost on fruitful Egypt smile, who sway'st the sceptre of the Pharian isle, and sevenfold falls of disemboguing Nile, relieve in this our last distress, she said. A suppliant mother and a mournful maid, thou goddess, thou wert present to my sight. Revealed I saw thee by thy own fair light. I saw thee in my dream as now I see, with all thy marks of awful majesty, the glorious train that compassed thee around, and heard the hollow timbrel's holy sound. Thy words I noted, which I still retain. Let not thy sacred oracles be vain, that Iphias lives, that I myself am free. From shame and punishment I owe to thee. On thy protection all our hopes depend. Thy counsel saved us, let thy power defend. Her tears pursued her words, and while she spoke, the goddess nodded and her altar shook. The temple doors, as with a blast of wind, were heard to clap the lunar horns that bind. The brows of Isis cast a blaze around. The trembling timbrel made a murmuring sound. Some hopes these happy omens did impart. Forth went the mother with a beating heart, not much in fear nor fully satisfied. But Iphias followed with a larger stride. The whiteness of her skin forsook her face, her looks emboldened with an awful grace. Her features and her strength together grew, and her long hair to curling locks withdrew. Page 122. Her sparkling eyes with manly vigor shone. Big was her voice, audacious was her tone. The latent parts at length revealed began to shoot and spread and burnish into man. The maid becomes a youth, no more delay. Your vows but look and confidently pay. Their gifts the parents to the temple bear. The votive tables this inscription wear. Iphias the man has to the goddess paid the vows that Iphias offered when a maid. Now when the star of day had shown his face, Venus and Juno with their presence grace, the nuptial rites and Hymen from above descended to complete their happy love. The gods of marriage lend their mutual aid, and the warm youth enjoys the lovely maid. Page 123. Pygmalion and the statue. From the 10th book of Ovid's Metamorphoses. The proptides for their impudent behavior being turned into stone by Venus, Pygmalion, prince of Cyprus, detested all women for their sake, and resolved never to marry. He falls in love with a statue of his own making, which is changed into a maid, whom he marries. One of his descendants is Cinyras, the father of Mirha. The daughter incestuously loves her own father, for which she is changed into a tree, which bears her name. These two stories immediately follow each other, and are admirably well connected. Pygmalion, loathing their lascivious life, abhorred all womankind, but most a wife. So single chose to live, and shunned to wed, well pleased to want a consort of his bed, yet fearing idleness, the nurse of ill. In sculpture exercised his happy skill, and carved in ivory such a maid so fair, as nature could not with his art compare. Were she to work but in her own defense, must take her pattern here and copy hence. Page 124. Pleased with his idol, he commends, admires, adores, and last, the thing adored desires. A very virgin in her face was seen, and had she moved, a living maid had been. One would have thought she could have stirred but strove with modesty, and was ashamed to move. Art hid with art, so well performed the cheat. It caught the carver with his own deceit. He knows 'tis madness, yet he must adore, and still, the more he knows, it loves the more. The flesh, or what so seems, he touches oft, which feels so smooth that he believes it soft. Fired with this thought at once, he strained the breast, and on the lips a burning kiss impressed. 'Tis true the hardened breast resists the gripe, and the cold lips return a kiss unripe. But when retiring back, he looked again. To think it ivory was a thought too mean. So would believe she kissed, and courting more, again embraced her naked body o'er, and straining hard, the statue was afraid. His hands had made a dint, and hurt the maid. Explored her limb by limb, and feared to find so rude a gripe had left a livid mark behind. With flattery now he seeks her mind to move, and now with gifts, the powerful bribes of love, he furnishes her closet first, and fills the crowded shelves with rarities of shells, adds orient pearls which from the conchs he drew, and all the sparkling stones of various hue, and parrots imitating human tongue, and singing birds in silver cages hung. and every fragrant flower and odorous green were sorted well, with lumps of amber laid between. Rich fashionable robes her person deck, pendants her ears, and pearls adorn her neck. Her tapered fingers too with rings are graced, and an embroidered zone surrounds her slender waist. PG 125. Thus like a queen, arrayed so richly dressed, beauteous she showed, but naked showed the best. Then from the floor he raised a royal bed, with coverings of Sidonian purple spread. The solemn rites performed, he calls her bride, with blandishments invites her to his side, and as she were with vital sense possessed, her head did on a plumy pillow rest. The feast of Venus came a solemn day, to which the Cypriots do devotion pay. With gilded horns the milk-white heifers led, slaughtered before the sacred altars bled. Pygmalion offering first approached the shrine, and then with prayers implored the powers divine. Almighty gods, if all we mortals want, if all we can require be yours to grant, make this fair statue mine, would have said, but changed his words for shame, and only prayed, give me the likeness of my ivory maid. The golden goddess, present at the prayer, well knew he meant the inanimated fair, and gave the sign of granting his desire. For thrice in cheerful flames ascends the fire. The youth, returning to his mistress hies, and impudent in hope, with ardent eyes, and beating breast by the dear statue lies. He kisses her white lips, renews the bliss, and looks and thinks they redden at the kiss. He thought them warm before nor longer stays, but next his hand on her hard bosom lays. PG 126. Hard as it was beginning to relent, it seemed the breast beneath his fingers bent. He felt again his fingers made a print. 'Twas flesh, but flesh so firm it rose against the dint. The pleasing task he fails not to renew. Soft and more soft at every touch it grew, like pliant wax when chafing hands reduce the former mass to form and frame to use. He would believe, but yet is still in pain, and tries his argument of sense again, presses the pulse and feels the leaping vein, convinced o'erjoyed his studied thanks and praise. To her who made the miracle he pays. Then lips to lips he joined, now freed from fear. He found the savor of the kiss sincere. At this the wakened image oped her eyes, and viewed at once the light and lover with surprise. The goddess present at the match she made, so blessed the bed such fruitfulness conveyed, that ere 10 moons had sharpened either horn, to crown their bliss a lovely boy was born. Paphos his name, who grown to manhood walled the city Paphos from the founder called. PG 127. Cinyras and Myrrha. Out of the 10th book of Ovid's Metamorphoses. There needs no connection of this story with the former, for the beginning of this immediately follows the end of the last. The reader is only to take notice that Orpheus, who relates both, was by birth a Thracian, and his country far distant from Cyprus, where Myrrha was born, and from Arabia, whither she fled. You will see the reason of this note soon after the first lines of this fable. Nor him alone produced the fruitful queen, but Cinyras, who like his sire had been a happy prince, had he not been a sire. Daughters and fathers, from my song retire. I sing of horror, and could I prevail, you should not hear or not believe my tale. Yet if the pleasure of my song be such that you will hear and credit me too much, attentive listen to the last event, and with the sin believe the punishment. PG 128. Since nature could behold so dire a crime, I gratulate at least my native clime, that such a land which such a monster bore so far is distant from our Thracian shore. Let Araby extol her happy coast, her cinnamon and sweet amomum boast, her fragrant flowers, her trees with precious tears, her second harvests and her double years. How can the land be called so blessed that mere her bears? Not all her odorous tears can cleanse her crime. Her plant alone deforms the happy clime. Cupid denies to have inflamed thy heart, disowns thy love and vindicates his dart. Some fury gave thee those infernal pains, and shot her venomed vipers in thy veins. To hate thy sire had merited a curse, but such an impious love deserved a worse. The neighboring monarchs by thy beauty led, contend in crowds ambitious of thy bed. The world is at thy choice, except but one, except but him thou canst not choose alone. She knew it too, the miserable maid, ere impious love her better thoughts betrayed. And thus, within her secret soul, she said, Ah, mere her whither would thy wishes tend? Ye gods, ye sacred laws, my soul defend from such a crime as all mankind detest, and never lodged before in human breast. But is it sin, or makes my mind alone? The imagined sin for nature makes it none. What tyrant then these envious laws began, made not for any other beast but man? The father bull his daughter may bestride, the horse may make his mother mare a bride. What piety forbids the lusty ram, or more salacious goat to rut their dam? pg 129. The hen is free to wed her chick she bore, and make a husband whom she hatched before. All creatures else are of a happier kind, whom nor ill-natured laws from pleasure bind, nor thoughts of sin disturb their peace of mind. But man a slave of his own making lives. The fool denies himself what nature gives. Too busy senates with an over-care to make us better than our kind can bear, have dashed a spice of envy in the laws, and straining up too high have spoiled the cause. Yet some wise nations break their cruel chains, and own no laws but those which love ordains, where happy daughters with their sires are joined, and piety is doubly paid in kind. Oh, that I had been born in such a clime, not here where 'tis the country makes the crime, but whither would my impious fancy stray? Hence hopes and ye forbidden thoughts away. His worth deserves to kindle my desires, but with the love that daughters bear to sires. Then had not Cinyras my father been, what hindered Mirha's hopes to be his queen? But the perverseness of my fate is such, that he's not mine because he's mine too much. Our kindred blood debars a better tie. He might be nearer were he not so nigh. Eyes and their objects never must unite. Some distance is required to help the sight. Fain would I travel to some foreign shore, never to see my native country more. So might I to myself restore. So might my mind these impious thoughts remove, and ceasing to behold, might cease to love. But stay, I must to feed my famished sight, to talk, to kiss, and more if more I might. pg 130. More impious maid, what more canst thou design? To make a monstrous mixture in thy line, and break all statutes human and divine. Canst thou be called to save thy wretched life, thy mother's rival and thy father's wife? Confound so many sacred names in one, thy brother's mother sister to thy son. And fear'st thou not to see the infernal bands, their heads with snakes, with torches armed their hands, full at thy face the avenging brands to bear, and shake the serpents from their hissing hair? But thou in time the increasing ill control, nor first debauch the body by the soul. Secure the sacred quiet of thy mind, and keep the sanctions nature has designed. Suppose I should attempt the attempt were vain. No thoughts like mine his sinless soul profane. Observant of the right, and oh that he could cure my madness, or be mad like me. Thus she but Cinyras, who daily sees a crowd of noble suitors at his knees. Among so many knew not whom to choose, irresolute to grant or to refuse. But having told their names, inquired of her, who pleased her best, and whom she would prefer. The blushing maid stood silent with surprise, and on her father fixed her ardent eyes. And looking sighed, and as she sighed began round tears to shed, that scalded as they ran. The tender sire, who saw her blush and cry, ascribed it all to maiden modesty, and dried the falling drops, and yet more kind. He stroked her cheeks, and holy kisses joined. She felt a secret venom fire her blood, and found more pleasure than a daughter should. Page 131. And asked again, what lover of the crew she liked the best, she answered, one like you. Mistaking what she meant her pious will, he praised, and bade her so continue still. The word of pious heard, she blushed with shame of secret guilt, and could not bear the name. 'Twas now the mid of night, when slumbers close our eyes and soothe our cares with soft repose. But no repose could wretched Mirha find, her body rolling as she rolled her mind. Mad with desire, she ruminates her sin, and wishes all her wishes o'er again. Now she despairs, and now resolves to try. Would not, and would again, she knows not why. Stops and returns makes, and retracts the vow. Fain would begin, but understands not how. As when a pine is hewn upon the plains, and the last mortal stroke alone remains, laboring in pangs of death, and threatening all. This way and that she nods, considering where to fall. So Mirha's mind, impelled on either side, takes every bent, but cannot long abide. Irresolute, on which she should rely, at last unfixed in all, is only fixed to die. On that sad thought she rests, resolved on death. She rises, and prepares to choke her breath. Then, while about the beam her zone she ties, dear Cinyras, farewell, she softly cries. For the I die, and only wish to be not hated, when thou know'st I die for thee. Pardon the crime in pity to the cause. This said, about her neck the noose she draws. The nurse who lay without her faithful guard, though not the words, the murmurs overheard, and sighs and hollow sounds, surprised with fright. She starts and leaves her bed, and springs a light. Page 132. Unlocks the door, and entering out of breath, the dying saw, and instruments of death. She shrieks, she cuts the zone with trembling haste, and in her arms her fainting charge embraced. Next, for she now had leisure for her tears, she weeping asked, in these her blooming years, what unforeseen misfortune caused her care to loathe her life and languish in despair. The maid with downcast eyes, and mute with grief, for death unfinished and ill-timed relief, stood sullen to her suit, the beldame pressed the more to know, and bared her withered breast, adjured her by the kindly food she drew from those dry founts her secret ill to show. Sad Mirha sighed, and turned her eyes aside. The nurse still urged, and would not be denied, nor only promised secrecy, but prayed she might have leave to give her offered aid. Good will, she said, my want of strength supplies, and diligence shall give what age denies. If strong desires thy mind to fury move, with charms and medicines I can cure thy love. If envious eyes their hurtful rays have cast, more powerful verse shall free thee from the blast. If heaven offended sends thee this disease, offended heaven with prayers we can appease. What then remains that can these cares procure? Thy house is flourishing, thy fortune sure. Thy careful mother yet in health survives, and to thy comfort thy kind father lives. The virgin started at her father's name, and sighed profoundly conscious of the shame. Nor yet the nurse her impious love divined, but yet surmised that love disturbed her mind. Thus thinking she pursued her point and laid, and lulled within her lap the mourning maid. Page 133. Then softly soothed her thus, I guess your grief. You love my child, your love shall find relief. My long experienced age shall be your guide. Rely on that, and lay distrust aside. No breath of air shall on the secret blow, nor shall what most you fear your father know. Struck once again, as with a thunderclap, the guilty virgin bounded from her lap, and threw her body prostrate on the bed, and to conceal her blushes hid her head. There silent lay, and warned her with her hand to go, but she received not the command, remaining still importunate to know. Then mere her thus, or ask no more or go. I prithee go, or staying spare my shame. What thou wouldst hear is impious even to name. At this on high the beldame holds her hands, and trembling both with age and terror stands, adjures, and falling at her feet entreats, soothes her with blandishments and frights with threats, to tell the crime intended or disclose what part of it she knew, if she no farther knows, and last, if conscious to her counsel made, confirms anew the promise of her aid. Now Mirha raised her head, but soon oppressed, with shame reclined it on her nurse's breast, bathed it with tears, and strove to have confessed. Twice she began, and stopped again she tried. The faltering tongue its office still denied. At last her veil before her face she spread, and drew a long preluding sigh, and said, O happy mother, in thy marriage beds. Then groaned, and ceased the good old woman shook. Stiff were her eyes, and ghastly was her look. Page 134. Her hoary hair, upright with horror stood, made to her grief more knowing than she would. Much she reproached, and many things she said, to cure the madness of the unhappy maid. In vain for Mirha stood convict of ill. Her reason vanquished, but unchanged her will. Perverse of mind, unable to reply, she stood resolved or to possess or die. At length the fondness of a nurse prevailed, against her better sense, and virtue failed. Enjoy my child, since such is thy desire. Thy love, she said, she durst not say thy sire. Live though unhappy live on any terms. Then with a second oath her faith confirms. The solemn feast of Ceres now was near, when long white linen stoles the matrons wear. Ranked in procession walk the pious train, offering first fruits and spikes of yellow grain. For 9 long nights the nuptial bed they shun, and sanctifying harvest lie alone. Mixed with the crowd the queen forsook her lord, and Ceres' power with secret rites adored. The royal couch now vacant for a time, the crafty crone of fishes in her crime. The cursed occasion took the king she found, easy with wine and deep in pleasure drowned. Prepared for love, the beldame blew the flame, confessed the passion, but concealed the name. Her form she praised, the monarch asked her years, and she replied the same that Mirha bears. Wine and commended, beauty fired his thought. Impatient, he commands her to be brought. Pleased with her charge, performed she hies her home, and gratulates the nymph, the task was overcome. Mirha was joyed the welcome news to hear, but clogged with guilt, the joy was insincere. Page 135. So various, so discordant is the mind, that in our will a different will we find. Ill she presaged, and yet pursued her lust. For guilty pleasures give a double gust. 'Twas depth of night Arctophylax had driven his lazy wain half round the northern heaven. When Mirha hastened to the crime desired, the moon beheld her first, and first retired. The stars amazed ran backward from the sight, and shrunk within their sockets, lost their light. Icarius first withdraws his holy flame. The Virgin's sign in heaven, the second name, slides down the belt, and from her station flies. And night with sable clouds involves the skies. Bold Mirha still pursues her black intent. She stumbled thrice, an omen of the event. Thrice shrieked the funeral owl, yet on she went. Secure of shame, because secure of sight. Even bashful sins are impudent by night. Linked hand in hand the accomplice and the dame. Their way exploring to the chamber came. The door was ope, they blindly groped their way. Where dark in bed the expecting monarch lay. Thus far her courage held, but here forsakes. Her faint knees knock at every step she makes. The nearer to her crime, the more within she feels remorse and horror of her sin. Repents too late her criminal desire, and wishes that unknown she could retire. Her lingering, thus the nurse who feared delay, the fatal secret might at length betray, pulled forward to complete the work begun, and said to Cinyras, receive thy own. Thus saying she delivered kind to kind, accursed, and their devoted bodies joined. The sire, unknowing of the crime, admits his bowels and profanes the hallowed sheets. Pg 136. He found she trembled, but believed she strove with maiden modesty against her love, and sought with flattering words vain fancies to remove. Perhaps he said, my daughter, cease thy fears, because the title suited with her years. And fathersh might whisper him again, that names might not be wanting to the sin. Full of her sire, she left the incestuous bed, and carried in her womb the crime she bred. Another and another night she came, for frequent sin had left no sense of shame, till Cinyras desired to see her face, whose body he had held in close embrace, and brought a taper, the revealer light, exposed both crime and criminal to sight. Grief, rage, amazement could no speech afford, but from the sheath he drew the avenging sword. The guilty fled the benefit of night, that favored first, the sin secured the flight. Long wandering through the spacious fields she bent her voyage to the Arabian continent, then past the region which Pancha joined, and flying left the palmy plains behind. 9 times the moon had mewed her horns at length, with travel weary, unsupplied with strength, and with the burden of her womb oppressed. Sabine fields afford her needful rest, their loathing life, and yet of death afraid. In anguish of her spirit, thus she prayed, ye powers, if any so propitious are, to accept my penitence and hear my prayer. Your judgments, I confess, are justly sent. Great sins deserve as great a punishment. Yet since my life the living will profane, and since my death the happy dead will stain. Pg 137. A middle state your mercy may bestow, betwixt the realms above and those below. Some other form to wretched Mirha give, nor let her wholly die, nor wholly live. The prayers of penitence are never vain. At least she did her last request obtain. For while she spoke, the ground began to rise, and gathered round her feet her legs and thighs. Her toes in roots descend, and spreading wide, a firm foundation for the trunk provide. Her solid bones convert to solid wood, to pith her marrow and to sap her blood. Her arms are boughs, her fingers change their kind. Her tender skin is hardened into rind. And now the rising tree her womb invests. Now shooting upwards, still invades her breasts, and shades the neck, and weary with delay, she sunk her head within, and met it half the way. And though with outward shape she lost her sense, with bitter tears she wept her last offence. And still she weeps, nor sheds her tears in vain, for still the precious drops her name retain. Meantime the misbegotten infant grows, and ripe for birth distends with deadly throes, the swelling rind with unavailing strife, to leave the wooden womb, and pushes into life. The mother tree, as if oppressed with pain, writhes here and there to break the bark in vain, and like a laboring woman would have prayed, but wants a voice to call Lucina's aid. The bending bowl sends out a hollow sound, and trickling tears fall thicker on the ground. The mild Lucina came uncalled and stood beside the struggling boughs, and heard the groaning wood. Page 138. Then reached her midwife hand to speed the throes, and spoke the powerful spells that babes to birth disclose. The bark divides the living load to free, and safe delivers the convulsive tree. The ready nymphs receive the crying child, and wash him in the tears the parent plant distilled. They swathed him with their scarfs beneath him spread. The ground with herbs with roses raised his head. The lovely babe was born with every grace. Even envy must have praised so fair a face. Such was his form as painters, when they show their utmost art on naked loves bestow, and that their arms no difference might betray. Give him a bow, or his from Cupid take away. Time glides along with undiscovered haste, the future but a length behind the past. So swift are years, the babe whom just before his grandsire got, and whom his sister bore. The drop, the thing which late the tree enclosed, and late the yawning bark to life exposed. A babe, a boy, a beauteous youth appears, and lovelier than himself at riper years. Now to the queen of love he gave desires, and with her pains revenged his mother's fires. Page 139. Sakes and Alcyone. Out of the 10th book of Ovid's Metamorphoses. Connection of this fable with the former. Sakes, the son of Lucifer, the morning star and king of Traken in Thessaly, was married to Alcyone, daughter to Aulus, god of the winds. Both the husband and the wife loved each other with an entire affection. Daedalion, the elder brother of Sakes, whom he succeeded, having been turned into a falcon by Apollo, and Sinead, Daedalion's daughter, slain by Diana Sakes, prepares a ship to sail to Claros there to consult the oracle of Apollo, and as Ovid seems to intimate, to inquire how the anger of the gods might be atoned. These prodigies affect the pious prince, but more perplexed with those that happened since, he purposes to seek the clarion god, avoiding Delphos, his more famed abode, since Phlegon robbers made unsafe the road. Yet could not he from her he loved so well the fatal voyage he resolved conceal. But when she saw her lord prepared to part, a deadly cold ran shivering to her heart. Page 140. Her faded cheeks are changed to boxen hue, and in her eyes the tears are ever new. She thrice essayed to speak, her accents hung, and faltering died unfinished on her tongue, or vanished into sighs with long delay. Her voice returned and found the wonted way. Tell me, my lord, she said, what fault unknown thy once beloved Alcyone has done? Whither, ah, whither is thy kindness gone? Can Sakes then sustain to leave his wife, and unconcerned forsake the sweets of life? What can thy mind to this long journey move? Or needst thou absence to renew thy love? Yet if thou goest by land, though grief possess my soul, even then my fears will be the less. But be warned to shun the watery way. The face is frightful of the stormy sea. For late I saw adrift disjointed planks, and empty tombs erected on the banks. Nor let false hopes to trust betray thy mind, because my sire in caves constrains the wind, can with a breath a clamorous rage appease. They fear his whistle and forsake the seas. Not so for once, indulged they sweep the main, deaf to the call or hearing here in vain. But bent on mischief, bear the waves before, and not content with seas, insult the shore. When ocean, air, and earth at once engage, and rooted forests fly before their rage, at once the clashing clouds to battle move, and lightnings run across the fields above. I know them well, and marked their rude comport, while yet a child within my father's court. In times of tempest they command alone, and he but sits precarious on the throne. The more I know, the more my fears augment, and fears are oft prophetic of the event. Page 141. But if not, fears or reasons will prevail. If fate has fixed the obstinate to sail, go not without thy wife, but let me bear my part of danger with an equal share, and present suffer what I only fear. Then o'er the bounding billows shall we fly, secure to live together or to die. These reasons moved her star-like husband's heart, but still he held his purpose to depart. For as he loved her equal to his life, he would not to the seas expose his wife, nor could be wrought his voyage to refrain, but sought by arguments to soothe her pain. Nor these availed at length, he lights on one, with which so difficult a cause he won. My love so short, and absence cease to fear, for by my father's holy flame I swear, before 2 moons their orb with light adorn, if heaven allow me life, I will return. This promise of so short a stay prevails. He soon equips the ship, supplies the sails, and gives the word to launch. She trembling views this pomp of death, and parting tears renews. Last with a kiss she took a long farewell, sighed with a sad presage, and swooning fell, while sake seeks delays the lusty crew. Raised on their banks, their oars in order drew, to their broad breasts a ship with fury flew. The queen recovered, rears her humid eyes, and first her husband on the poop espies, shaking his hand at distance on the main. She took the sign, and shook her hand again. Still as the ground recedes, retracts her view, with sharpened sight, till she no longer knew the much-lived face that comfort lost supplies. With less, and with the galley feeds her eyes. Page 142. The galley borne from view by rising gales, she followed with her sight the flying sails, when even the flying sails were seen no more. Forsaken of all sight, she left the shore. Then on her bridal bed her body throws, and sought in sleep her wearied eyes to close. Her husband's pillow and the widowed part, which once he pressed, renewed the former smart. And now a breeze from shore began to blow. The sailors shipped their oars and ceased to row. Then hoist their yards atrip and all their sails, let fall to court the wind and catch the gales. By this the vessel half her course had run, and as much rested till the rising sun. Both shores were lost to sight when at the close of day a stiffer gale at east arose. The sea grew white, the rolling waves from far, like heralds first denounce the watery war. This seen, the master soon began to cry, "Strike, strike the topsail, let the main sheet fly, and furl your sails, the winds repel the sound." And in the speaker's mouth the speech is drowned, yet of their own accord, as danger taught, each in his way officiously they wrought. Some stow their oars, or stop the leaky sides, Another bolder, yet the yard bestrides, and folds the sails aforth with labour laves. The intruding seas and waves ejects on waves. In this confusion, while their work they ply, the winds augment the winter of the sky, and wage intestine wars the suffering seas, are tossed and mingled as their tyrants please. The master would command, but in despair of safety stands amazed with stupid care, nor what to bid or what forbid he knows. The ungoverned tempest to such fury grows. Page 143. Vain is his force and vainer is his skill. With such a concourse comes the flood of ill. The cries of men are mixed with rattling shrouds. Seas dash on seas, and clouds encounter clouds. At once from east to west, from pole to pole. The forky lightnings flash, the roaring thunders roll. Now waves on waves ascending scale the skies, and in the fires above the water fries. When yellow sands are sifted from below, the glittering billows give a golden show. And when the fouler bottom spews the black, the Stygian dye the tainted waters take. Then frothy white appear the flatted seas, and change their colour, changing their disease. Like various fits the tracking vessel finds, and now sublime she rides upon the winds, as from a lofty summit looks from high, and from the clouds beholds the nether sky. Now from the depth of hell they lift their sight, and at a distance see superior light. The lashing billows make a loud report, and beat her sides as battering rams a fort, or as a lion bounding in his way, with force augmented bears against his prey, sidelong to seize or unappalled with fear, springs on the toils and rushes on the spear. So seas impelled by winds with added power, assault the sides and o'er the hatches tower. The planks their pitchy coverings washed away, now yield and now a yawning breach display. The roaring waters with a hostile tide rush through the ruins of her gaping side. Meantime in sheets of rain the sky descends, and ocean swelled with waters upwards tends. One rising falling one the heavens and sea meet at their confines in the middle way. Page 144. The sails are drunk with showers and drop with rain. Sweet waters mingle with the briny main. No star appears to lend his friendly light. Darkness and tempest make a double night. But flashing fires disclose the deep by turns, and while the lightnings blaze the water burns. Now all the waves their scattered force unite, and as a soldier foremost in the fight, makes way for others and an host alone, still presses on and urging gains the town. So while the invading billows come abreast, the hero 10th advanced before the rest, sweeps all before him with impetuous sway, and from the walls descends upon the prey. Part following enter, part remain without. With envy hear their fellows conquering shout, and mount on others' backs in hope to share. The city thus become the seat of war, and universal cry resounds aloud. The sailors run in heaps, a helpless crowd. Art fails and courage falls no succor near. As many waves, as many deaths appear. One weeps and yet despairs of late relief. One cannot weep his fears, congeal his grief, but stupid with dry eyes expects his fate. One with loud shrieks laments his lost estate, and calls those happy whom their funerals wait. This wretch with prayers and vows the gods implores, and even the skies he cannot see adores. That other on his friends his thoughts bestows, his careful father and his faithful spouse. The covetous worldling in his anxious mind thinks only on the wealth he left behind. All sakes his Alcyone employs. For her he grieves, yet in her absence joys. His wife he wishes, and would still be near. Not her with him, but wishes him with her. Pg 145. Now with last looks, he seeks his native shore, which fate has destined him to see no more. He sought but in the dark, tempestuous night. He knew not whither to direct his sight. So whirl the seas, such darkness blinds the sky, that the black night receives a deeper dye. The giddy ship ran round the tempest tore. Her mast and overboard the rudder bore. One billow mounts, and with a scornful brow, proud of her conquest gained, insults the waves below. Nor lighter falls than if some giant tore Pindus and Athos with the freight they bore, and tossed on seas, pressed with the ponderous blow. Down sinks the ship within the abyss below. Down with the vessels sink into the main. The many never more to rise again. Some few on scattered planks with fruitless care lay hold and swim, but while they swim despair. Even he who late a scepter did command now grasps a floating fragment in his hand, and while he struggles on the stormy main, invokes his father and his wife in vain. But yet his consort is his greater care. Alcyone he names amidst his prayer, names as a charm against the waves and wind, most in his mouth and ever in his mind. Tired with his toil, all hopes of safety past, from prayers to wishes he descends at last, that his dead body, wafted to the sands, might have its burial from her friendly hands, as oft as he can catch a gulf of air, and peep above the seas, he names the fair. And even when plunged beneath on her, he raves, murmuring Alcyone below the waves. Pg 146. At last a falling billow stops his breath, breaks o'er his head, and whelms him underneath. Bright Lucifer, unlike himself, appears. That night his heavenly form obscured with tears, and since he was forbid to leave the skies, he muffled with a cloud his mournful eyes. Meantime Alcyone, his fate unknown, computes how many nights he had been gone, observes the waning moon with hourly view, numbers her age, and wishes for a new. Against the promised time provides with care, and hastens in the woof the robes he was to wear, and for herself employs another loom, new-dressed to meet her lord returning home, flattering her heart with joys that never were to come. She fumed the temples with an odorous flame, and oft before the sacred altars came, to pray for him who was an empty name. All powers implored, but far above the rest, to Juno she her pious vows addressed, her much-loved lord from perils to protect, and safe o'er seas his voyage to direct. Then prayed that she might still possess his heart, and no pretending rival share a part. This last petition heard of all her prayer. The rest dispersed by winds were lost in air. But she, the goddess of the nuptial bed, tired with her vain devotions for the dead, resolved the tainted hand should be repelled, which incense offered and her altar held. Then Iris thus bespoke, thou faithful maid, by whom the queen's commands are well conveyed. Pg 147. Haste to the house of sleep, and bid the god, who rules the night by visions with a nod, prepare a dream in figure and in form, resembling him who perished in the storm. This form before Alcyone present, to make her certain of the sad event. Endued with robes of various hue she flies, and flying draws an arch, a segment of the skies. Then leaves her bending bow, and from the steep descends to search the silent house of sleep. Near the Cimmerians in his dark abode, deep in a cavern dwells the drowsy god, whose gloomy mansion nor the rising sun, nor setting visits, nor the lightsome noon, But lazy vapours round the region fly, perpetual twilight and a doubtful sky. No crowing cock does there his wings display, nor with his horny bill provoke the day, nor watchful dogs, nor the more wakeful geese, disturb with nightly noise the sacred peace. Nor beast of nature, nor the tame are nigh, nor trees with tempests rocked, nor human cry, but safe repose without an air of breath, dwells here and a dumb quiet next to death. An arm of Lethe with a gentle flow, arising upwards from the rock below. The palace moats, and o'er the pebbles creeps, and with soft murmurs calls the coming sleeps. Around its entry nodding poppies grow, and all cool simples that sweet rest bestow. Night from the plants their sleepy virtue drains, and passing sheds it on the silent plains. No door there was the unguarded house to keep, on creaking hinges turned to break his sleep. But in the gloomy court was raised a bed, stuffed with black plumes and on an ebon stead. Page 148. Black was the covering too, where lay the god, and slept supine, his limbs displayed abroad. About his head fantastic visions fly, which various images of things supply, and mock their forms, the leaves on trees not more, nor bearded ears in fields, nor sands upon the shore. The virgin entering bright, indulged the day, to the brown cave, and brushed the dreams away. The god, disturbed with this new glare of light, cast sudden on his face, unsealed his sight, and raised his tardy head, which sunk again, and sinking on his bosom, knocked his chin. At length shook off himself, and asked the dame, and asking yawned for what intent she came. To whom the goddess thus, O sacred rest, sweet pleasing sleep, of all the powers the best, O peace of mind repairer of decay, whose balms renew the limbs to labours of the day. Care shuns thy soft approach, and sullen flies away. Adorn a dream, expressing human form, the shape of him who suffered in the storm, and send it flitting to the Tracan court, the wreck of wretched sakes to report. Before his queen bid the pale spectre stand, who begs a vain relief at Juno's hand. She said, and scarce awake her eyes could keep, unable to support the fumes of sleep, but fled returning by the way she went, and swerved along her bow with swift ascent. The god uneasy till he slept again, resolved at once to rid himself of pain, and though against his custom called aloud, exciting Morpheus from the sleepy crowd. Morpheus of all his numerous train expressed the shape of man, and imitated best the walk, the words, the gesture could supply, the habit mimic, and the mien belie. Page 149. Plays well, but all his action is confined, extending not beyond our human kind. Another birds and beasts, and dragons, apes, and dreadful images, and monster shapes. This demon Islos in heaven's high hall, the gods have named, but men phobter call. A third is Phantasus, whose actions roll on meaner thoughts and things devoid of soul. Earth fruits and flowers he represents in dreams, and solid rocks unmoved and running streams. These three to kings and chiefs their scenes display, the rest before the ignoble commons play. Of these the chosen Morpheus is dispatched, which done the lazy monarch overwatched. Down from his propping elbow drops his head, dissolved in sleep, and shrinks within his bed. Darkling the demon glides for flight prepared, so soft that scarce his fanning wings are heard. To Tracan swift, as thought the flitting shade, through air his momentary journey made, then lays aside the steerage of his wings, forsakes his proper form, assumes the king's, and pale as death, despoiled of his array, Into the queen's apartment takes his way, and stands before the bed at dawn of day. Unmoved his eyes, and wet his beard appears, and shedding vain, but seeming real tears, the briny water dropping from his hairs. Then staring on her with a ghastly look, and hollow voice, he thus the queen bespoke. Knowest thou not me not, yet unhappy wife? Or are my features perished with my life? Look once again, and for thy husband lost. Lo, all that's left of him, thy husband's ghost. Thy vows for my return were all in vain. Thy stormy south o'ertook us in the main, and never shalt thou see thy loving lord again. Page 150. Bear witness, heaven, I called on thee in death, and while I called a billow stopped my breath. Think not that flying fame reports my fate. I present, I appear, and my own wreck relate. Rise, wretched widow, rise, nor undeplored. Permit my ghost to pass the Stygian ford, but rise prepared in black to mourn thy perished lord. Thus said the player god, and adding art of voice and gesture, so performed his part. She thought so like her love, the shade appears, that Sakes spake the words, and Sakes shed the tears. She groaned her inward soul, with grief oppressed. She sighed, she wept, and sleeping beat her breast. Then stretched her arms, to embrace his body bare. Her clasping arms enclose, but empty air. At this not yet awake, she cried, "O stay! One is our fate, and common is our way." So dreadful was the dream, so loud she spoke, that starting sudden up the slumber broke. Then cast her eyes around in hope to view her vanished lord, and find the vision true. For now the maids who waited her commands ran in with lighted tapers in their hands, tired with the search, not finding what she seeks. With cruel blows she pounds her blubbered cheeks, then from her beaten breast the linen tear, and cut the golden caul that bound her hairs. Her nurse demands the cause with louder cries. She prosecutes her griefs, and thus replies. No more Alcyone, she suffered death with her loved lord when Sakes lost his breath. No flattery, no false comfort give me none. My shipwrecked Sakes is forever gone. I saw him manifest in view, his voice, his figure, and his gestures knew. Page 151. His luster lost, and every living grace, yet I retain the features of his face, though with pale cheeks, wet beard, and dropping hair. None but my Sakes could appear so fair. I would have strained him with a strict embrace, but through my arms he slipped and vanished from the place. There, even just there, he stood, and, as she spoke, where last the spectre was, she cast her look. Fain would she hope, and gazed upon the ground, if any printed footsteps might be found. Then sighed and said, this I too well foreknew, and my prophetic fear presaged too true. 'Twas what I begged when, with a bleeding heart, I took my leave, and suffered thee to part. Or I to go along, or thou to stay. Never, never to divide our way. Happier for me that all our hours assigned together we had lived, even not in death disjoined. So had my Sakes still been living here, or with my Sakes I had perished there. Now I die absent in the vast profound, and me without myself the seas have drowned. The storms were not so cruel should I strive to lengthen life, and such a grief survive. But neither will I strive, nor wretched thee in death forsake, but keep thee company. If not one common sepulchre contains our bodies, or one urn our last remains, yet Sakes and Alcyone shall join, their names remembered in one common line. No farther voice her mighty grief affords, for sighs come rushing in betwixt her words, and stopped her tongue but what her tongue denied. Soft tears and groans and dumb complaints supplied. 'Twas morning to the port she takes her way, and stands upon the margin of the sea. Page 152. That place, that very spot of ground she sought, or thither by her destiny was brought, where last he stood, and while she sadly said, "'Twas here he left me lingering here, delayed his parting kiss, and there his anchors weighed." Thus speaking, while her thoughts past actions trace, and call to mind, admonished by the place, sharp at her utmost ken she cast her eyes, and somewhat floating from afar descries. It seemed a corpse adrift to distant sight, but at a distance who could judge aright? It wafted nearer yet, and then she knew that what before she but surmised was true. A corpse it was, but whose it was unknown. Yet moved howe'er, she made the case her own, took the bad omen of a shipwrecked man, as for a stranger wept, and thus began: "Poor wretch, on stormy seas to lose thy life, unhappy thou, but more thy widowed wife." At this she paused, for now the flowing tide had brought the body nearer to the side. The more she looks, the more her fears increase, at nearer sight, and she's herself the less now driven ashore, and at her feet it lies. She knows too much in knowing whom she sees. Her husband's corpse. At this she loudly shrieks. "Tease, he she cries, and tears her cheeks, her hair, her vest, and stooping to the sands, about his neck she casts her trembling hands. And is it thus, O dearer than my life? Thus return'st thou to thy longing wife?" She said, and to the neighboring mole she strode, raised there to break the incursions of the flood. Headlong from hence to plunge herself she springs, but shoots along supported on her wings. A bird new-made about the banks she plies, not far from shore, and short excursions tries. Page 153. Nor seeks in air her humble flight to raise, content to skim the surface of the seas. Her bill, though slender, sends a creaking noise, and imitates a lamentable voice, now lighting where the bloodless body lies. She with a funeral note renews her cries. At all her stretch her little wings she spread, and with her feathered arms embraced the dead. Then flickering to his pallid lips she strove, to print a kiss, the last essay of love. Whether the vital touch revived the dead, or that the moving waters raised his head, to meet the kiss, the vulgar doubt alone. For sure a present miracle was shown. The gods their shapes to winter birds translate, but both obnoxious to their former fate. Their conjugal affection still is tied, and still the mournful race is multiplied. They bill, they tread, Alcyone compressed. 7 days sits brooding on her floating nest. A wintry queen, her sire at length is kind, calms every storm and hushes every wind, prepares his empire for his daughter's ease, and for his hatching nephews smooths the seas. Page 154. Zacchaeus, transformed into a cormorant. From the 11th book of Ovid's Metamorphoses. These some old man sees wanton in the air, and praises the unhappy constant pair. Then to his friend the long-necked cormorant shows the former tale, reviving other woes. That sable bird, he cries, which cuts the flood, with slender legs, was once of royal blood. His ancestors from mighty Tros proceed, the brave Laomedon and Ganymedes, whose beauty tempted Jove to steal the boy, and Priam, hapless prince, who fell with Troy. Himself was Hector's brother, and had fate, but given this hopeful youth a longer date, perhaps had rivaled warlike Hector's worth, though on the mother's side of meaner birth. Fair Alexatho, a country maid, bare Sacas by stealth in Ida's shade. He fled the noisy town and pompous court, loved the lone hills and simple rural sport, and seldom to the city would resort. Pg 155. Yet he no rustic clownishness professed, nor was soft love a stranger to his breast. The youth had long the nymph Hesperio wooed, oft through the thicket or the mead pursued. Her haply on her father's bank he spied, while fearless she her silver tresses dried. Away she fled not stags with half such speed, before the prowling wolf scud o'er the mead. Not ducks when they the safer flood forsake, pursued by hawks so swift regain the lake. As fast he followed in the hot career, desire the lover winged the virgin fear. A snake unseen now pierced her heedless foot, quick through the veins the venom juices shoot. She fell and scaped by death his fierce pursuit. Her lifeless body frighted he embraced, and cried not, "This I dreaded, but thy haste. Oh, had my love been less or less thy fear! The victory thus bought is far too dear. Accursed snake, yet I'm more cursed than he. He gave the wound, the cause was given by me. Yet none shall say that unrevenged you died." He spoke then, climbed a cliff's o'erhanging side, and resolute leaped on the foaming tide. Tethys received him gently on the wave. The death he sought denied, and feathers gave, debarred the surest remedy of grief. And forced to live, he cursed the unasked relief. Then on his airy pinions upward flies, and at a second fall successless tries. The downy plume a quick descent denies. Enraged, he often dives beneath the wave, and there in vain expects to find a grave. His ceaseless sorrow for the unhappy maid meagred his look and on his spirits preyed. Still near the sounding deep he lives his name, from frequent diving and emerging came. Pg 156. The 12th book. Ovid. Ovid's Metamorphoses. Wholly translated. Connection to the end of the 11th book. Zacchus, the son of Priam, loving a country life, forsakes the court, living obscurely. He falls in love with a nymph, who flying from him was killed by a serpent. For grief of this, he would have drowned himself, but by the pity of the gods is turned into a cormorant. Priam, not hearing of Zacchus, believes him to be dead, and raises a tomb to preserve his memory. By this transition, which is one of the finest in all Ovid the poet, naturally falls into the story of the Trojan War, which is summed up in the present book, but so very briefly in many places that Ovid seems more short than Virgil, contrary to his usual style. Yet the House of Fame, which is here described, is one of the most beautiful pieces in the whole Metamorphoses. The fight of Achilles and Cygnus, and the fray betwixt the Lapith and Centaurs yield to no other part of this poet, and particularly the loves and death of Silarus and Hylanome, the male and female centaur, are wonderfully moving. Priam, to whom the story was unknown, as dead, deplored his metamorphosed son. A cenotaph his name and title kept, and Hector round the tomb with all his brothers wept. Pg 157. This pious office Paris did not share, absent alone and author of the war, which for the Spartan queen the Grecians drew, to avenge the rape and Asia to subdue. 1,000 ships were manned to sail the sea, nor had their just resentments found delay, had not the winds and waves opposed their way. At Aulis with united powers they meet, but their cross winds or calms detain the fleet. Now while they raise an altar on the shore, and Jove with solemn sacrifice adore, a boding sign the priests and people see. A snake of size immense ascends a tree, and in the leafy summit spied a nest, which o'er her callow young a sparrow pressed. Ate with the birds unfledged their mother flew, and hovered round her care, but still in view, till the fierce reptile first devoured the brood, then seized the fluttering dam and drank her blood. This dire ostent the fearful people view. Couches alone by PH bus taught Forknew what heaven decreed, and with a smiling glance thus gratulates to Greece her happy chance. O Argives, we shall conquer Troy is ours, but long delays shall first afflict our powers. 9 years of labour the 9 birds portend. The 10th shall in the town's destruction end. The serpent who his maw obscene had filled, the branches in his curled embraces held. But as in spires he stood, he turned to stone. The stony snake retained the figure still his own. Yet not for this the wind-bound navy weighed. Slack were their sails, and Neptune disobeyed. Some thought him loth the town should be destroyed, whose building had his hands divine employed. Not so the seer, who knew and known foreshowed. The virgin PHBE, with a virgin's blood, page 158, must first be reconciled the common cause, prevailed, and pity yielding to the laws. Fair Iphigenia, the devoted maid, was by the weeping priests in linen robes arrayed. All mourn her fate, but no relief appeared. The royal victim bound the knife already reared, when that offended power who caused their woe, relenting ceased her wrath and stopped the coming blow. A mist before the ministers she cast, and in the virgin's room a hind she placed. The oblation slain, and PHBE reconciled. The storm was hushed, and dimpled oceans smiled. A favourable gale arose from shore, which to the port desired the Grecian galleys bore. Full in the midst of this created space, betwixt heaven, earth, and skies there stands a place, confining on all three with triple bound, whence all things though remote are viewed around, and thither bring their undulating sound. The palace of loud fame, her seat of power, placed on the summit of a lofty tower. 1,000 winding entries long and wide receive of fresh reports a flowing tide. 1,000 crannies in the walls are made, nor gate nor bars exclude the busy trade. Tees built of brass the better to diffuse the spreading sounds and multiply the news, where echoes in repeated echoes play. A mart forever full and open night and day. Nor silence is within nor voice express, but a deaf noise of sounds that never cease, confused and chiding like the hollow roar of tides receding from the insulted shore, or like the broken thunder heard from far, when Jove to distance drives the rolling war. Page 159. The courts are filled with a tumultuous din of crowds or issuing forth or entering in, a thoroughfare of news where some devise things never heard, some mingle truth with lies. The troubled air with empty sounds they beat, intent to hear and eager to repeat. Error sits brooding there with added train of vain credulity and joys as vain. Suspicion with sedition joined are near, and rumors raised and murmurs mixed and panic fear. Fame sits aloft and sees the subject ground, and sees about and skies above inquiring all around. The goddess gives the alarm and soon is known. The Grecian fleet descending on the town. Fixed on defense, the Trojans are not slow to guard their shore from an expected foe. They meet in fight by Hector's fatal hand. Protelaus falls and bites the strand, which with expense of blood the Grecians won, and proved the strength unknown of Priam's son. And to their cost the Trojan leaders felt the Grecian heroes and what deaths they dealt. From these first onsets the Sigan shore was strewed with carcasses and stained with gore. Neptunian Cygnus troops of Greeks had slain. Achilles in his car had scoured the plain, and cleared the Trojan ranks where'er he fought. Cygnus or Hector through the fields he sought, Cygnus he found on him his force essayed, for Hector was to the 10th year delayed. His white-maned steeds that bowed beneath the yoke, he cheered to courage with a gentle stroke, then urged his fiery chariot on the foe, and rising shook his lance in act to throw. But first he cried, O youth, be proud to bear thy death ennobled by Pelides' spear. Page 160. The lance pursued the voice without delay, nor did the whizzing weapon miss the way, but pierced his cuirass with such fury sent, and signed his bosom with a purple dint. At this the seed of Neptune God is born. For ornament not used these arms are worn. This helm and heavy buckler I can spare, as only decorations of the war. So Mars is armed for glory, not for need. 'Tis somewhat more from Neptune to proceed, than from a daughter of the sea to spring. Thy sire is mortal, mine is ocean's king. Secure of death, I should contemn thy dart, though naked and impassable depart. He said, and through the trembling weapon passed, through 9 bullhides each under other placed, on his broad shield and stuck within the last. Achilles wrenched it out and sent again. The hostile gift was vain. He tried a third, a tough Welchesson spear. The inviolable body stood sincere, though Cygnus then did no defense provide, but scornful offered his unshielded side. Not otherwise the impatient hero fared, than as a bull encompassed with a guard, amid the circus roars provoked from far, by sight of scarlet and a sanguine war. They quit their ground, his bended horns elude, in vain pursuing and in vain pursued. Before to farther fight he would advance, he stood considering and surveyed his lance. Doubts if he wielded not a wooden spear. Without a point he looked, the point was there. This is my hand, and this my lance, he said, by which so many thousand foes are dead. O whither is their usual virtue fled? Page 161. I had it once, and the Leonetian wall, and Tenedos confessed it in their fall. Thy streams, Caicus, rolled a crimson flood, and Thebes ran red with her own native's blood. Twice Telephus employed their piercing steel, to wound him first and afterward to heal. The vigor of this arm was never vain, and that my wonted prowess I retain. Witness these heaps of slaughter on the plain. He said, and doubtful of his former deeds, to some new trial of his force proceeds. He chose Ments from among the rest. At him he lanced his spear and pierced his breast. On the hard earth the Lycian knocked his head, and lay supine, and forth the spirit fled. Then thus the hero, neither can I blame. The hand or javelin both are still the same. The same I will employ against this foe, and wish but with the same success to throw. So spoke the chief, and while he spoke he threw. The weapon with unerring fury flew. At his left shoulder aimed, nor entrance found, but back as from a rock with swift rebound. Harmless returned, a bloody mark appeared, which with false joy the flattered hero cheered. Wound there was none, the blood that was in view the lance before from slain Ments drew. Headlong he leaps from off his lofty car, and in close fight on foot renews the war. Raging with high disdain, repeats his blows, nor shield nor armor can their force oppose. Huge cantlets of his buckler strew the ground, and no defense in his broad arms is found. But on his flesh no wound or blood is seen. The sword itself is blunted on the skin. Page 162. This vain attempt the chief no longer bears, but round his hollow temples and his ears his buckler beats the son of Neptune stunned. With these repeated buffets quits his ground. A sickly sweat succeeds, and shades of night. Inverted, nature swims before his sight. The insulting victor presses on the more, and treads the steps the vanquished trod before. Nor rest nor respite gives a stone their lay behind his trembling foe, and stopped his way. Achilles took the advantage which he found, o'erturned, and pushed him backward on the ground. His buckler held him under while he pressed, with both his knees above his panting breast. Unlaced his helm about his chin, the twist he tied, and soon the strangled soul dismissed. With eager haste he went to strip the dead. The vanquished body from his arms was fled. His sea-god sire, t'immortalize his fame, had turned it to the bird that bears his name. A truce succeeds the labors of this day, and arms suspended with a long delay, while Trojan walls are kept with watch and ward. The Greeks before their trenches mount the guard. The feast approached when to the blue-eyed maid his vows for Cygnus slain the victor paid, and a white heifer on her altar laid. The reeking entrails on the fire they threw, and to the gods the grateful odor flew. Heaven had its part in sacrifice, the rest was broiled and roasted for the future feast. The chief invited guests were set around, and hunger first assuaged the bowls were crowned, which in deep draughts their cares and labors drowned. Page 163. The mellow harp did not their ears employ, and mute was all the warlike symphony. Discourse, the food of souls, was their delight, and pleasing chat prolonged the summer's night. The subject deeds of arms and valor shown, or on the Trojan side or on their own. Of dangers undertaken fame achieved. They talked by turns the talk, by turns relieved. What things but these could fierce Achilles tell? Or what could fierce Achilles hear so well? The last great act performed of Cygnus slain did most the martial audience entertain, wondering to find a body free by fate from steel, and which could even that steel rebate. Amazed their admiration they renew, and scarce Pelides could believe it true. Then Nestor thus: what once this age has known, in fated Cygnus, and in him alone, these eyes have seen in sinews long before, whose body not 1,000 swords could bore. Sinews in courage and in strength excelled, and still his authries with his fame is filled. But what did most his martial deeds adorn? Though since he changed his sex, a woman born, a novelty so strange and full of fate, his listening audience asked him to relate. Achilles thus commends their common suit: O father, first for prudence in repute, tell with that eloquence so much thy own, what thou hast heard, or what of sinews known. What was he whence his change of sex begun? What trophies joined in wars with thee he won? Who conquered him, and in what fatal strife the youth without a wound could lose his life? Nelaids, then though tardy age and time have shrunk my sinews and decayed my prime, though much I have forgotten of my store, yet not exhausted I remember more. Page 164. Of all that arms achieved or peace designed, that action still is fresher in my mind than aught beside, if reverend age can give to faith a sanction. In my third, 'twas in my second century I surveyed young Cenis, then a fair Thessalian maid. Cenis the bright was born to high command, a princess and a native of thy land. Divine Achilles every tongue proclaimed, her beauty and her eyes all hearts inflamed. Peleus, thy sire, perhaps had sought her bed among the rest, but he had either led thy mother then, or was by promise tied, but she to him, and all alike her love denied. It was her fortune once to take her way along the sandy margin of the sea. The power of ocean viewed her as she passed, and loved as soon as seen by force embraced. So fame reports her virgin treasures seized, and his new joys the ravisher so pleased, that thus transported to the nymph he cried, "Ask what thou wilt, no prayer shall be denied." This also fame relates the haughty fair, who not the rape even of a god could bear. This answer proud returned to mighty wrongs. A mighty recompense of right belongs. Give me no more to suffer such a shame, but change the woman for a better name. One gift for all she said, and while she spoke, a stern, majestic, manly tone she took. A man she was, and as the Godhead swore, to Sinus turned who Sinus was before. To this the lover adds without request, no force of steel should violate his breast. Glad of the gift, the new-made warrior goes, and arms among the Greeks, and longs for equal foes. Now brave Pirithous, bold Ixion's son, the love of fair Hippodame had won. pg 165. The cloud-begotten race, half men, half beast, invited came to grace the nuptial feast. In a cool cave's recess the treat was made, whose entrance trees with spreading boughs o'ershade. They sat, and summoned by the bridegroom came, to mix with those the Lapithan name. Nor wanted I the roofs with joy resound, and Hymen Hymen rung around. Raised altars shone with holy fires the bride, lovely herself and lovely by her side. A bevy of bright nymphs with sober grace came glittering like a star and took her place. Her heavenly form beheld all, wished her joy, and little wanted, but in vain their wishes all employ. For one most brutal of the brutal blood, or whether wine or beauty fired his blood, or both at once beheld with lustful eyes, the bride at once resolved to make his prize. Down went the board, and fastening on her hair, he seized with sudden force the frighted fair. 'Twas Eurytus began his bestial kind, his crime pursued, and each as pleased his mind. Or her whom chance presented took the feast, an image of a taken town expressed. The cave resounds with female shrieks, we rise, mad with revenge to make a swift reprise. And Theseus first what frenzy has possessed. O Eurytus, he cried thy brutal breast, to wrong Pirithous, and not him alone. But while I live, two friends conjoined in one. pg 166. To justify his threat, he thrusts aside the crowd of centaurs, and redeems the bride. The monster not replied, for words were vain, and deeds could only deeds unjust maintain. But answers with his hand, and forward pressed, with blows redoubled on his face and breast. An ample goblet stood of antique mould, and rough with figures of the rising gold. The hero snatched it up, and tossed in air, full at the front of the foul ravisher. He falls, and falling vomits forth a flood of wine and foam and brains, and mingled blood, half roaring and half neighing through the hall. Arms, arms, the double formed, with fury call, to wreak their brother's death, a medley flight of bowls and jars at first supply the fight. Once instruments of feasts, but now of fate. Wine animates their rage, and arms their hate. Bold Amicus from the robbed vestry brings the chalices of heaven and holy things, of precious weight askance that hung on high, with tapers filled to light the sacristy. Torn from the cord with his unhallowed hand, he threw amid the Lapithan band. On Celadon the ruin fell and left his face of feature and of form bereft. So when some brawny sacrificer knocks before an altar led an offered ox, his eyeballs rooted out are thrown to ground. His nose dismantled in his mouth is found. His jaws cheeks front one undistinguished wound. This belates the avenger could not brook, but by the foot a maple board he took, and hurled at Amicus, his chin is bent against his chest, and down the centaur sent, whom sputtering bloody teeth the second blow of his drawn sword dispatched to shades below. Page 167. Grinius was near, and cast a furious look on the side altar, censed with sacred smoke, and bright with flaming fires. The gods, he cried, have with their holy trade our hands supplied. Why use we not their gifts then from the floor? An altar stone he heaved with all the load it bore. Altar and altars freight together flew, where thickest thronged the Lapithan crew, and at once Brodias and Aureus slew. Aureus' mother Michael was known, down from her sphere to draw the labouring moon. Exadius cried unpunished shall not go. This fact if arms are found against the foe. He looked about whereon a pine was spread, the votive horns of a stag's branching head. At Grinius these he throws so just they fly, that the sharp antlers stuck in either eye. Breathless and blind, he fell with blood besmeared. His eyeballs beaten out hung dangling on his beard. Fierce Arachtus from the hearth, a burning brand, selects and whirling waves, till from his hand the fire took flame, then dashed it from the right on fair Charaxus' temples near the site. The whistling pest came on and pierced the bone, and caught the yellow hair that shriveled while it shone, caught like dry stubble fired, or like searwood. Yet from the wound ensued no purple flood, but looked a bubbling mass of frying blood. His blazing locks sent forth a crackling sound, and hissed like red-hot iron within the smithy drowned. The wounded warrior shook his flaming hair. Then what a team of horse could hardly rear. He heaves the threshold stone, but could not throw. The weight itself forbade the threatened blow. Page 168. Which dropping from his lifted arms came down, full on Comet's head, and crushed his crown. Nor Arachtus then retained his joy, but said, so by their fellows may our foes be sped. Then with redoubled strokes he plies his head. The burning lever not deludes his pains, but drives the battered skull within the brains. Thus flushed the conqueror with force renewed. Evagrius Dryas Corythus pursued. First Corythus with downy cheeks he slew, whose fall when fierce Evagrius had in view. He cried what palm is from a beardless prey. Arachtus prevents what more he had to say, and drove within his mouth the fiery deaths, which entered hissing in and choked his breath. At Dryas next he flew, but weary chance no longer would the same success advance. But while he whirled in fiery circles round, the brand a sharpened stake strong Dryas found, and in the shoulder's joint inflicts the wound. The weapon struck, which roaring out with pain, he drew nor longer durst the fight maintain, but turned his back for fear, and fled amain. With him fled Orneus, with like dread possessed, Thaumas and Medon wounded in the breast, and Murmeros in the late race renowned, now limping ran and tardy with his wound. Pholus and Melanius from fight withdrew, and Abaz maimed who boars encountering slew, and Augurastilos whose art in vain from fight dissuaded the forfeited train. Now beat the hoof with Nessus on the plain, but to his fellow cried, be safely slow. Thy death deferred is due to great Alcide's bow. Meantime strong Dryas urged his chance so well, that Lycida's Arios in bruise fell. Page 169. All one by one, and fighting face to face, Crenus fled to fall with more disgrace. For fearful while he looked behind he bore betwixt his nose and front the blow before. Amid the noise and tumult of the fray, snoring and drunk with wine aphides lay. Even then the bowl within his hand he kept, and on a bear's rough hide securely slept. Him Forbes with his flying dart transfixed. Take thy next draught with Stygian waters mixed, and sleep thy fill, the insulting victor cried. Surprised with death, unfelt the centaur died. The ruddy vomit, as he breathed his soul, repassed his throat and filled his empty bowl. I saw Petrus' arms employed around a well-grown oak to root it from the ground. This way and that he wrenched the fibrous bands. The trunk was like a sapling in his hands, and still obeyed the bent while thus he stood. Perithus' dart drove on and nailed him to the wood. Lycus and Chromes fell by him oppressed. Helops and Dictys added to the rest. A nobler palm Helops through either ear, transfixed, received the penetrating spear. This Dictys saw and seized with sudden fright, leapt headlong from the hill of steepy height, and crushed an ash beneath that could not bear his weight. The shattered tree receives his fall and strikes within his full-blown paunch the sharpened spikes. Strong Apharis had heaved a mighty stone, the fragment of a rock, and would have thrown. But Theseus, with a club of hardened oak, the cubit bone of the bold centaur broke, and left him maimed, nor seconded the stroke. Then leapt on tall Bioner's back, who bore no mortal burden but his own before. Page 170. Pressed with his knees, his sides the double man, his speed with spurs increased unwilling ran. One hand the hero fastened on his locks, his other plied him with repeated strokes. The club hung round his ears and battered brows. He falls, and lashing up his heels, his rider throws. The same Herculean arms Needhamnus wound, and lay by him Lycotas on the ground, and Hippasus, whose beard his breast invades, and Ripheus, haunter of the woodland shades, and Tereus, used with mountain bears to strive, and from their dens to draw the indignant beasts alive. Demoleon could not bear this hateful sight, or the long fortune of the Athenian knight, but pulled with all his force to disengage from earth a pine, the product of an age. The root stuck fast, the broken trunk he sent at Theseus. Theseus frustrates his intent, and leaps aside by Pallas, warned the blow to shun, for so he said, and we believed it so. Yet not in vain the enormous weight was cast, which Crantor's body sundered at the waist. Thy father's squire Achilles and his care, whom conquered in the Dolopian wars, their king his present ruin to prevent, a pledge of peace implored to Peleus sent. Thy sire with grieving eyes beheld his fate, and cried, not long-loved Crantor shalt thou wait. Thy vowed revenge at once he said, and threw his ashen spear, which quivered as it flew, with all his force and all his soul applied. The sharp point entered in the centaur's side. Both hands to wrench it out the monster joined, and wrenched it out, but left the steel behind. Stuck in his lungs it stood, enraged he rears his hoofs, and down to ground thy father bears. Page 171. Thus trampled underfoot, his shield defends, his head his other hand the lance portends. Even while he lay extended on the dust, he sped the centaur with one single thrust. Two more his lance before transfixed from far, and two his sword had slain in closer war. To these was added Dorylas, who spread a bull's two goring horns around his head. With these he pushed in blood already died. Him fearless I approached, and thus defied. Now monster, now by proof it shall appear, whether thy horns are sharper or my spear. At this I threw, for want of other ward. He lifted up his hand, his front to guard. His hand it passed, and fixed it to his brow. Loud shouts of ours attend the lucky blow. Him Peleus finished with a second wound, which through the navel pierced. He reeled around, and dragged his dangling bowels on the ground. Trod what he dragged, and what he trod he crushed, and to his mother earth with empty belly rushed. Nor could thy form, O Cilarus, foreshow thy fate, if form to monsters men allow. Just bloomed thy beard of golden hue. Thy locks in golden waves about thy shoulders flew. Sprightly thy look, thy shapes in every part, so clean as might instruct the sculptor's art. As far as man extended where began, the beast was equal to the man. Add but a horse's head, and neck, and he, O Castor, was a courser worthy thee. So was his back proportioned for the seat, so rose his brawny chest, so swiftly moved his feet. Coal-black his colour, but like jet it shone. His legs and flowing tail were white alone. Page 172. Beloved by many maidens of his kind, but fair Hylanome possessed his mind. Hylanome for features and for face, excelling all the nymphs of double race. Nor less her blandishments than beauty move, at once both loving and confessing love. For him she dressed for him with female care. She combed and set in curls her auburn hair, of roses, violets, and lilies mixed, and sprigs of flowing rosemary betwixt. She formed the chaplet that adorned her front, in waters of the Pegasan fount, and in the streams that from the fountain play. She washed her face and bathed her twice a day. The scarf of furs that hung below her side was ermine, or the panther's spotted pride, spoils of no common beast, with equal flame. They loved their sylvan pleasures were the same. All day they hunted, and when day expired, together to some shady cave retired. Invited to the nuptials both repair, and side by side they both engage in war, uncertain from what hand a flying dart at Cilarus was sent, which pierced his heart. The javelin drawn from out the mortal wound, he faints with staggering steps, and seeks the ground. The fair within her arms received his fall, and strove his wandering spirits to recall. And while her hand the streaming blood opposed, joined face to face his lips with hers she closed. Stifled with kisses, a sweet death he dies. She fills the fields with undistinguished cries. At least her words were in her clamor drowned, for my stunned ears received no vocal sound. In madness of her grief she seized the dart, new drawn and reeking from her lover's heart. Page 173. To her bare bosom the sharp point applied, and wounded fell, and falling by his side, embraced him in her arms, and thus embracing died. Even still methinks I see Fawcombs. Strange was his habit, and as odd his dress. 6 lions' hides with thongs together fast, his upper part defended to his waist, and where man ended the continued vest, spread on his back the house and trappings of a beast, a stump too heavy for a team to draw. It seems a fable, though the fact I saw. He threw at Phalan the descending blow, divides the skull and cleaves his head in two. The brains from nose and mouth, and either came issuing out as through a colander. The curdled milk, or from the press the whey, driven down by weights above, is drained away. But him, while stooping down to spoil the slain, pierced through the paunch, I tumbled on the plain. Then Chthonius and Teleboas I slew. A fork the former armed a dart his fellow threw. The javelin wounded me, behold the scar. Then was my time to seek the Trojan war. Then I was Hector's match in open field. But he was then unborn, at least a child. Now I am nothing, I forbear to tell. By Periphantes, how Pyretus fell. The centaur by the night, nor will I stay on Amphix, or what deaths he dealt that day. What honour with a pointless lance he won, stuck in the front of a forfeited man. What fame young Macarus obtained in fight, or dwell on Nessus, now returned from flight. How prophet Mopsus not alone divined, whose valour equalled his foreseeing mind. Page 174. Already Sinus, with his conquering hand, had slaughtered 5, the boldest of their band. Pyrachmus, Helymus, Antimachus, Bromus the brave, and stronger Stiphelus. Their names I numbered and remember well, no trace remaining by what wounds they fell. Latrius the bulkiest of the double race, whom the spoiled arms of slain Haelsus grace, in years retaining still his youthful might, though his black hairs were interspersed with white. Betwixt the embattled ranks began to prance, proud of his helm and Macedonian lance, and rode the ring around that either host might hear him while he made this empty boast. And from a strumpet shall we suffer shame, for Sinus still not Sinus is thy name, and still the native softness of thy kind prevails and leaves the woman in thy mind. Remember what thou wert, what price was paid to change thy sex, to make thee not a maid, and but a man in show go card and spin, and leave the business of the war to men. While thus the boaster exercised his pride, the fatal spear of Sinus reached his side. Just in the mixture of the kinds it ran, betwixt the nether breast and upper man. The monster mad with rage and stung with smart, his lance directed at the hero's heart. It struck but bounded from his hardened breast, like hail from tiles which the safe house invest. Nor seemed the stroke with more effect to come than a small pebble falling on a drum. Pg 175. He next his falchion tried in closer fight, but the keen falchion had no power to bite. He thrust, the blunted point returned again, since downright blows he cried and thrusts are vain. Ill prove his siding strong embraces held. He proved his side, the sword repelled. His hollow belly echoed to the stroke, untouched his body as a solid rock. Aimed at his neck at last, the blade in shivers broke. The impassive knight stood idle to deride his rage, and offered oft his naked side. At length, now monster in thy turn, he cried, try thou the strength of Sinus at the word. He thrust, and in his shoulder plunged the sword, then writhed his hand, and as he drove it down, deep in his breast, made many wounds in one. The centaurs saw enraged the unhoped success, and rushing on, in crowds together press. At him and him alone their darts they threw. Repulsed they from his fated body flew. Amazed they stood, till Monachus began. O shame a nation conquered by a man! A womanman, yet more a man is he than all our race, and what he was are we. Now what avail our nerves, the united force of two, the strongest creatures man and horse? Nor goddess born, nor of Ixion's seed. We seem a lover built for Juno's bed. Mastered by this half-man, whole mountains throw with woods at once, and bury him below. This only way remains, nor need we doubt, to choke the soul within, though not to force it out. Pg 176. Heap weights instead of wounds chanced to see, where southern storms had rooted up a tree. This raised from earth against the foe he threw. The example shewn his fellow brutes pursue. With forest loads the warrior they invade. Arthres and Pelians soon were void of shade, and spreading groves were naked mountains made. Pressed with the burden sinews pants for breath, and on his shoulders bears the wooden death. To heave the intolerable weight he tries. At length it rose above his mouth and eyes. Yet still he heaves, and struggling with despair, shakes all aside and gains a gulp of air. A short relief which but prolongs his pain. He faints by fits and then respires again. At last the burden only nods above, as when an earthquake stirs the Iden grove. Doubtful his death, he suffocated seemed, to most but otherwise our Mopsus deemed, who said he saw a yellow bird arise from out the pile and cleave the liquid skies. I saw it too, with golden feathers bright, nor e'er before beheld so strange a sight, whom Mopsus viewing as it soared around our troop, and heard the pinions rattling sound. All hail, he cried, thy country's grace and love, once first of men, below now first of birds above. Its author to the story gave belief. For us our courage was increased by grief, ashamed to see a single man pursued, with odds to sink beneath a multitude. We pushed the foe, and forced to shameful flight. Part fell and part escaped by favor of the night. This tale by Nestor told did much displease Telepomus, the seed of Hercules. pg 177. For often he had heard his father say that he himself was present at the fray, and more than shared the glories of the day. Old Chronicle, he said among the rest, you might have named Alcides at the least. Is he not worth your praise, the Pylian prince? Sighed ere he spoke, then made this proud defense. My former woes in long oblivion drowned. I would have lost, but you renew the wound. Better to pass him o'er than to relate the cause I have your mighty sire to hate. His fame has filled the world and reached the sky, which I wish with truth I could deny. We praise not Hector, though his name we know is great in arms. 'Tis hard to praise a foe. He your great father leveled to the ground Messenia's towers, nor better fortune found Eli's and Pyla's, that a neighboring state, and this my own, both guiltless of their fate. To pass the rest, 12 wanting one he slew, my brethren, who their birth from Neleus drew. All youths of early promise, had they lived, by him they perished, I alone survived. The rest were easy conquest, but the fate of Periclymnos is wondrous to relate. To him, our common grandsire of the main, had given to change his form, and changed resume again. Varied at pleasure, every shape he tried, and in all beasts Alcides still defied. Vanquished on earth at length, he soared above, changed to the bird that bears the bolt of Jove. The new dissembled eagle now endued, with peak and pounces Hercules pursued, and cuffed his manly cheeks and tore his face. Then safe retired and towered in empty space. pg 178. Alcides bore not long his flying foe, but bending his inevitable bow, reached him in air suspended as he stood, and in his pinion fixed the feathered wood. Light was the wound, but in the sinew hung the point, and his disabled wing unstrung. He wheeled in air and stretched his vans in vain. His vans no longer could his flight sustain, for while one gathered wind, one unsupplied hung drooping down, nor poised his other side. He fell the shaft that slightly was impressed, now from his heavy fall, with weight increased, drove through his neck aslant, he spurns the ground, and the soul issues through the weazons wound. Now brave commander of the Rhodian seas, what praise is due from me to Hercules? Silence is all the vengeance I decree for my slain brothers, but 'tis peace with thee. Thus with a flowing tongue old Nestor spoke. Then to full bowls each other they provoke. At length with weariness and wine oppressed, they rise from table and withdraw to rest. The sire of Cygnus, monarch of the main, meantime laments his son in battle slain, and vows the victor's death, nor vows in vain. For 9 long years the smothered pain he bore. Achilles was not ripe for fate before. Then, when he saw the promised hour was near, he thus bespoke the god that guides the year. Immortal offspring of my brother Jove, my brightest nephew, and whom best I love, whose hands were joined with mine to raise the wall of tottering Troy, now nodding to her fall. Dost thou not mourn our power employed in vain, and the defenders of our city slain? To pass the rest could noble Hector lie, unpitied, dragged around his native Troy. Pg 179. And yet the murderer lives himself by far, a greater plague than all the wasteful war. He lives, the proud Pelides lives to boast, our town destroyed, our common labor lost. Oh, could I meet him, but I wish too late, to prove my trident is not in his fate. But let him try, for that's allowed thy dart, and pierce his only penetrable part. Apollo bows to the superior throne, and to his uncle's anger adds his own. Then in a cloud involved he takes his flight, where Greeks and Trojans mixed in mortal fight, and found out Paris lurking where he stood, and stained his arrows with plebeian blood. Bus to him alone the god confessed. Then to the recreant knight he thus addressed: Dost thou not blush to spend thy shafts in vain on a degenerate and ignoble train? If fame or better vengeance be thy care, their aim, and with one arrow end the wars. He said, and showed from far the blazing shield, and sword which but Achilles none could wield, and how he moved a god and mowed the standing field. The deity himself directs aright the envenomed shaft and wings the fatal flight. Thus fell the foremost of the Grecian name, and he, the base adulterer, boasts the fame, a spectacle to glad the Trojan train, and please old Priam after Hector slain. If by a female hand he had foreseen, he was to die, his wish had rather been the lance and double axe of the fair warrior queen. And now the terror of the Trojan field, the Grecian honor, ornament, and shield. Pg 180. High on a pile the unconquered chief is placed, the god that armed him first consumed at last. Of all the mighty man the small remains, a little urn and scarcely filled contains. Yet great in Homer still Achilles lives, and equal to himself survives. His buckler owns its former lord, and brings new cause of strife betwixt contending kings. Who worthiest after him his sword to wield, or wear his armor, or sustain his shield? Even Diomed sat mute, with downcast eyes, conscious of wanted worth to win the prize. Nor Menelaus presumed these arms to claim, nor he, the king of men, a greater name. 2 rivals only rose Laert's son, in the vast bulk of Ajax Telamon, the king who cherished each with equal, and from himself all envy would remove, left both to be determined by the laws, and to the Grecian chiefs transferred the cause. Felisum diximus illa, conjuge pirithum quad pne fephilimus omen. The translation is somewhat obscure. It means all wished her joy, and it had nearly happened that all had wished it in vain. Pg 181. The speeches of Ovid, Ajax, and Ulysses, from the 13th book of Ovid's Metamorphoses. The chiefs were set, the soldiers crowned the field, To these the master of the sevenfold shield upstarted fierce and kindled with disdain, eager to speak, unable to contain his boiling rage. He rolled his eyes around the shore and Grecian galleys hauled aground. Then stretching out his hands, "O Jove," he cried, "must then our cause before the fleet be tried? And dares Ulysses for the prize contend, in sight of what he durst not once defend, but basely fled that memorable day, when I from Hector's hands redeemed the flaming prey? So much tease safer at the noisy bar, with words to flourish than engage in war." Page 182. By different methods we maintained our right, nor am I made to talk, nor he to fight. In bloody fields I labor to be great. His arms are a smooth tongue and soft deceit, nor need I speak my deeds for those you see. The sun and day are witnesses for me. Let him who fights unseen relate his own, and vouch the silent stars and conscious moon. Great is the prize demanded, I confess, but such an abject rival makes it less. That gift those honors he but hoped to gain can leave no room for Ajax to be vain. Losing he wins, because his name will be ennobled by defeat. Who durst contend with me? Were mine own valor questioned, yet my blood without that plea would make my title good. My sire was Telamon, whose arms employed with Hercules these Trojan walls destroyed, and who before with Jason sent from Greece in the first ship brought home the golden fleece. Great Telamon from Achilles derives his birth, the inquisitor of guilty lives. In shades below where Sisyphus, whose son this thief is thought, rolls up the restless heavy stone, just Achilles, the king of gods above, begot thus Ajax is the third from Jove. Nor should I seek advantage from my line, unless Achilles it were mixed with thine. As next of kin Achilles' arms I claim. This fellow would engraft a foreign name upon our stock, and the Sisyphean seed by fraud and theft asserts his father's breed. Then must I lose these arms, because I came to fight uncalled, a voluntary name, nor shunned the cause, but offered you my aid, while he long lurking was to war betrayed. Page 183. Forced to the field he came, but in the rear, and feigned distraction to conceal his fear, till one more cunning caught him in the snare, ill for himself, and dragged him into war. Now let a hero's arms a coward vest, and he who shunned all honors gain the best. And let me stand excluded from my right, robbed of my kinsman's arms, who first appeared in fight. Better for us at home he had remained, had it been true the madness which he feigned, or so believed the less had been our shame, the less his counselled crime which brands the Grecian name. Nor Philoctetes had been left enclosed in a bare isle to wants and pains exposed, where to the rocks with solitary groans his sufferings and our baseness he bemoans, and wishes so may heaven his wish fulfill. The due reward to him who caused his Roman 99 now, he with us to Troy's destruction swore. Our brother of the war by whom are born Alcide's arrows pent in narrow bounds, with cold and hunger pinched and pained with wounds, to find him food and clothing must implore. Against the birds the shafts due to the fate of Troy, yet still he lives, and lives from treason free, because he left Ulysses' company. Poor Palamed might wish so void of aid, rather to have been left than so to death betrayed. The coward bore the man immortal spite, who shamed him out of madness into fight, nor daring otherwise to vent his hate, accused him first of treason to the state, and then for proof produced the golden store himself had hidden in his tent before. Page 184. Thus of two champions he deprived our host. By exile one and one, by treason lost. Thus fights Ulysses, thus his fame extends. A formidable man, but to his friends. Great for what greatness is in words and sound. Even faithful Nestor, less in both, is found. But that he might without a rival reign, he left his faithful Nestor on the plain. Forsook his friend, even at his utmost need. Who tired and tardy with his wounded steed, cried out for aid and called him by his name. But cowardice has neither ears nor shame. Thus fled the good old man, bereft of aid, and for as much as lay in him betrayed. That this is not a fable forged by me, like one of his an Ulyssian lie. I vouch even Diomed, who though his friend, cannot that act excuse much less defend. He called him back aloud, and taxed his fear. And sure enough he heard, but durst not hear. The gods with equal eyes on mortals look. He justly was forsaken, who forsook. Wanted that succor he refused to lend. Found every fellow such another friend. No wonder if he roared that all might hear. His elocution was increased by fear. I heard, I ran, I found him out of breath, pale, trembling, and half-dead with fear of death, though he had judged himself by his own laws, and stood condemned. I helped the common cause. With my broad buckler hid him from the foe. Even the shield trembled as he lay below, and from impending fate the coward freed. Good heaven forgive me for so bad a deed. If still he will persist and urge the strife, first let him give me back his forfeit life. Page 185. Let him return to that opprobrious field. Again creep under my protecting shield. Let him lie wounded, let the foe be near, and let his quivering heart confess his fear. There put him in the very jaws of fate, and let him plead his cause in that estate. And yet when snatched from death, when from below, my lifted shield I loosed, and let him go. Good heavens, how light he rose with what a bound! He sprung from earth, forgetful of his wound. How fresh, how eager, then his feet to ply. Who had not strength to stand, had speed to fly. Hector came on, and brought the gods along. Fear seized alike the feeble and the strong. Each Greek was an Ulysses, such a dread. The approach, and even the sound of Hector bred him fleshed with slaughter, and with conquest crowned. I met and overturned him to the ground, when after matchless, as he deemed in might, he challenged all our host to single fight. All eyes were fixed on me, the lots were thrown, but for your champion I was wished alone. Your vows were heard, we fought, and neither yield. Yet I returned, unvanquished from the field. With Jove to friend, the insulting Trojan came, and menaced us with force our fleet, with flame. Was it the strength of this tongue valiant lord, in that black hour, that saved you from the sword? Or was my breast exposed alone to brave 1,000 swords, 1,000 ships to save the hopes of your return, and can you yield for a saved fleet less than a single shield? Think it no boast, O Grecians, if I deem these arms want Ajax more than Ajax them. Page 186. Or I with them an equal honor shares. They honored to be worn, and I to wear. Will he compare my courage with his sleight? As well he may compare the day with night. Night is indeed the province of his reign, yet all his dark exploits no more contain than a spy taken and a sleeper slain, a priest made prisoner, palace made a prey. But none of all these actions done by day, nor aught of these was done and Diomed away. If on such petty merits you confer so vast a prize, let each his portion share. make a just dividend, and if not all, the greater part to Diomed will fall. But why for Ithacus such arms as those, who naked and by night invades his foes? The glittering helm by moonlight will proclaim the latent robber and prevent his game. Nor could he hold his tottering head upright beneath that motion or sustain the weight, nor that right arm could toss the beamy lance, much less the left that ampler shield advance. Ponderous with precious weight and rough with cost of the round world in rising gold embossed, that orb would ill become his hand to wield. And look, as for the gold, he stole the shield, which should your error on the wretch bestow, it would not frighten but allure the foe. Why asks he what avails him not in fight, and would but cumber and retard his flight, in which his only excellence is placed? You give him death that intercept his haste. Add that his own is yet a maiden shield, nor the least dint has suffered in the field. Guiltless of fight mine, battered, hewed, and bored, worn out of service, must forsake his lord. Pg 187. What farther need of words are right to scan? My arguments are deeds, let actions speak the man. Since from a champion's arms the strife arose, so cast the glorious prize amid the foes. Then send us to redeem both arms and shield, and let him wear who wins them in the field. He said a murmur from the multitude, or somewhat like a stifled shout ensued, till from his seat arose Laert's son, looked down a while and paused ere he begun. Then to the expecting audience raised his look, and not without prepared attention spoke. Soft was his tone, and sober was his face, action his words, and words his action grace. If heaven, my lords, had heard our common prayer, these arms had caused no quarrel for an heir. Still great Achilles had his own possessed, and we with great Achilles had been blessed. But since hard fate and heaven's severe decree have ravished him away from you and me. At this he sighed, and wiped his eyes and drew, or seemed to draw some drops of kindly dew. Who better can succeed Achilles lost, than he who gave Achilles to your host? This only I request, that neither he may gain by being what he seems to be, a stupid thing, nor I may lose the prize by having sense which heaven to him denies. Since great or small, the talent I enjoyed was ever in the common cause employed. Nor let my wit and wonted eloquence, which often has been used in your defense, and in my own, this only time be brought to bear against myself and deemed a fault. Make not a crime where nature made it none, for every man may freely use his own. Pg 188. The deeds of long-descended ancestors are but by grace of imputation ours. Theirs in effect, but since he draws his line from Jove and seems to plead a right divine, from Jove like him I claim my pedigree, and am descended in the same degree. My sire Laertes was Arcesius' heir. Arcesius was the son of Jupiter. No parricide, no banished man is known. In all my line, let him excuse his own. Hermes ennobles to my mother's side, by both my parents to the gods allied, but not because that on the female part my blood is better dare I claim desert, or that my sire from parricide is free, but judge by merit betwixt him and me. The prize be to the best provided yet, that Ajax for a while his kin forget, and his great sire and greater uncle's name, to fortify by them his feeble claim, be kindred and relation laid aside, in honor's cause by laws of honor tried. For if he plead proximity of blood, that empty title is with ease withstood. Peleus, the hero's sire, more nigh than he, and Pyrrhus, his undoubted progeny, inherit first these trophies of the field. To Scyros or to Phthia send the shield. And Teucer has an uncle's right, yet he waives his pretensions, nor contends with me. Then since the cause on pure desert is placed, whence shall I take my rise, what reckon last? I not presume on every act to dwell, but take these few in order as they fell. Thetis, who knew the fates, applied her care to keep Achilles in disguise from war. Pg 189. Until the threatening influence were past, a woman's habit on the hero cast. All eyes were cozened by the borrowed vest, and Ajax, never wiser than the rest, found no Pelides there. At length I came with proffered wares to this pretended dame. She not discovered by her mien or voice, betrayed her manhood by her manly choice. And while on female toys her fellows look, grasped in her warlike hand a javelin shook. Whom by this act revealed I thus bespoke: O goddess-born, resist not heaven's decree. The fall of Ilium is reserved for thee. Then seized him and produced in open light, sent blushing to the field the fatal night. Mine then are all his actions of the war. Great Telephus was conquered by my spear, and after cured to me the Thebans owe. Lesbos and Tenedos their overthrow. Scyros and Scylla not on all to dwell. By me Leonessus and strong Chrysa fell. And since I sent the man who Hector slew, to me the noble Hector's death is due. Those arms I put into his living hand. Those arms Pelides dead I now demand. When Greece was injured in the Spartan prince, and met at Aulis to revenge the offense, 'twas a dead calm or adverse blasts that reigned, and in the port the wind-bound fleet detained. Bad signs were seen, and oracles severe were daily thundered in our general's ear, that by his daughter's blood we must appease Diana's kindled wrath and free the seas. Affection, interest, fame his heart assailed, but soon the father o'er the king prevailed. Bold on himself he took the pious crime, as angry with the gods as they with him. Pg 190. No subject could sustain their sovereign's look, till this hard enterprise I undertook. I only durst the imperial power control, and undermine the parent in his soul. Forced him to exert the king for common good, and pay our ransom with his daughter's blood. Never was cause more difficult to plead than where the judge against himself decreed. Yet this I won by dint of argument, the wrongs his injured brother underwent, and his own office shamed him to consent. 'Twas harder yet to move the mother's mind, and to this heavy task was I designed. Reasons against her love I knew were vain. I circumvented whom I could not gain. Had Ajax been employed our slackened sails, had still at Aulis waited happy gales. Arrived at Troy, your choice was fixed on me, a fearless envoy fit for a bold embassy. Secure I entered through the hostile court, glittering with steel and crowded with resort. There in the midst of arms I plead our cause, urge the foul rape and violated laws, accuse the foes as authors of the strife, reproach the ravisher, demand the wife, Priam Antenor and the wiser few. I moved but Paris and his lawless crew, scarce held their hands and lifted swords but stood in act to quench their impious thirst of blood. This Menelaus knows, exposed to share with me the rough preludium of the war. Endless it were to tell what I have done, in arms or council, since the siege begun. The first encounters past the foe repelled. They skulked within the town, we kept the field. War seemed asleep for 9 long years at length. Both sides resolved to push, we tried our strength. Page 191. Now what did Ajax, while our arms took breath? Versed only in the gross mechanic trade of death. If you require my deeds with ambushed arms, I trapped the foe or tired with false alarms. Secured the ships, drew lines along the plain. The fainting cheered, chastised the rebel train. Provided forage, our spent arms renewed. Employed at home, or sent abroad, the common cause pursued. The king, deluded in a dream by Jove, despaired to take the town, and ordered to remove what subject durst arraign the power supreme, producing Jove to justify his dream. Ajax might wish the soldiers to retain from shameful flight, but wishes were in vain, as wanting of effect had been his words, such as of course his thundering tongue affords. But did this boaster threaten, did he pray, or by his own example urge their stay? None of these, but ran himself away. I saw him run, and was ashamed to see who plied his feet so fast to get aboard as he. Then speeding through the place, I made a stand, and loudly cried, "O base degenerate band, to leave a town already in your hand, after so long expense of blood for fame, to bring home nothing but perpetual shame." These words, or what I have forgotten since, for grief inspired me then with eloquence, reduced their minds, they leave the crowded port, and to their late forsaken camp resort. Dismayed the council, met this man was there, but mute and not recovered of his fear. The recites taxed the king, and loudly railed, but his wide opening mouth with blows I sealed. Then rising, I excite their souls to fame, and kindle sleeping virtue into flame. Page 192. From thence, whatever he performed in fight, is justly mine, who drew him back from flight. Which of the Grecian chiefs consorts with thee, but Diomed desires my company, and still communicates his praise with me. As guided by a god secure he goes, armed with my fellowship amid the foes, and sure no little merit I may boast, whom such a man selects from such an host. Unforced by lots, I went without affright, to dare with him the dangers of the night. On the same errand sent, we met the spy of Hector, double-tongued and used to lie. Him I dispatched, but not till undermined. I drew him first to tell what treacherous Troy designed. My task performed with praise, I had retired, but not content with this, to greater praise aspired. Invaded Arachsus and his Thracian crew, and him and his, in their own strength I slew. Returned a victor, all my vows complete, with the king's chariot in his royal seat. Refuse me now his arms, whose fiery steeds were promised to the spy for his nocturnal deeds, and let dull Ajax bear away my right, when all his days outbalance this one night. Nor fought I darkling, still the sun beheld, with slaughtered Lycians when I strewed the field. You saw and counted as I passed along, Alaster Chromius, Serranos the strong, Alcander Prytanes and Halius, Nomen Charopes and Enamus, Tune Chersidamas and 5 beside, men of obscure descent, but courage tried. All these this hand laid breathless on the ground. Page 193. Nor want I proofs of many a manly wound. All honest, all before believe not me. Words may deceive, but credit what you see. At this he bared his breast and showed his scars, as of a furrowed field, well ploughed with wars. Nor is this part unexercised, said he. That giant bulk of his from wounds is free. Safe in his shield, he fears no foe to try, and better manages his blood than Roman won, but this avails me not. Our boaster strove, not with our foes alone, but partial Jove. To save the fleet, this I confess is true, nor will I take from any man his due. But thus assuming all he robs from you, some part of honor to your share will fall. He did the best indeed, but did not all. Patroclus in Achilles' arms and thought, the chief he seemed, with equal ardor fought, preserved the fleet, repelled the raging fire, and forced the fearful Trojans to retire. But Ajax boasts that he was only thought a match for Hector, who the combat sought. Sure he forgets the king, the chiefs, and me. All were as eager for the fight as he. He but the ninth, and not by public voice, or ours preferred, was only fortune's choice. They fought, nor can our hero boast the event. For Hector from the field, unwounded, went. Why am I forced to name that fatal day? That snatched the prop and pride of Greece away. I saw Pelides sink with pious grief, and ran in vain, alas, to his relief. For the brave soul was fled full of my friend. I rushed amid the war his relics to defend. Page 194. Nor ceased my toil till I redeemed the prey, and loaded with Achilles marched away. Those arms which on these shoulders then I bore, 'tis just you to these shoulders should restore. You see I want not nerves who could sustain the ponderous ruins of so great a man. Or if in others equal force you find, none is endued with a more grateful mind. Did Thetis, then ambitious in her care, these arms thus labored for her son prepare, that Ajax after him the heavenly gift should wear, for that dull soul to stare with stupid eyes on the learned, unintelligible prize. What are to him the sculptures of the shield, heaven's planets, earth, and ocean's watery field? The Pleiades, Hyades less, and greater bear, undipped in seas Orion's angry star, two differing cities graved on either hand. Would he wear arms he cannot understand? Beside what wise objections he prepares against my late accession to the wars. Does not the fool perceive his argument is with more force against Achilles bent? For if dissembling be so great a crime, the fault is common and the same in him. And if he taxes both of long delay, my guilt is less who sooner came away. His pious mother, anxious for his life, detained her son and me, my pious wife. To them the blossoms of our youth were due. Our riper manhood we reserved for you. But grant me guilty 'tis not much my care, when with so great a man my guilt I share. My wit to war the matchless hero brought, but by this fool he never had been caught. Page 195. Nor need I wonder that on me he threw such foul aspersions when he spares not you. If Palamed unjustly fell by me, your honor suffered in the unjust decree. I but accused you doomed, and yet he died, convinced of treason, and was fairly tried. You heard not he was false, your eyes beheld the traitor manifest, the bribe revealed. That Philoctetes is on Lemnos left, wounded, forlorn, of human aid bereft. Is not my crime, or not my crime alone? Defend your justice, for the facts your own. 'Tis true the advice was mine, that staying there, he might his weary limbs with rest repair. From a long voyage free, and from a longer war, he took the counsel, and he lives at least. The event declares, I counseled for the best, though faith is all in ministers of state. For who can promise to be fortunate, now since his arrows are the fate of Troy? Do not my wit or weak address employ. Send Ajax there with his persuasive sense, to mollify the man and draw him thence. But Xanthus, shall run backward I to stand. A leafless mountain and the Grecian band shall fight for Troy if when my counsels fail, the wit of heavy Ajax can prevail. Hard Philoctetes, exercise thy spleen against thy fellows and the king of men. Curse my devoted head above the rest, and wish in arms to meet me breast to breast. Yet I the dangerous task will undertake, and either die myself or bring thee back, nor doubt the same success as when before the Phrygian prophet to these tents I bore, surprised by night, and forced him to declare in what was placed the fortune of the war. Page 196. Heaven's dark decrees and answers to display, and how to take the town, and where the secret lay. Yet this I compassed, and from Troy conveyed the fatal image of their guardian maid. That work was mine for Pallas, though our friend, yet while she was in Troy, did Troy defend. Now what has Ajax done, or what designed? A noisy nothing, and an empty wind. If he be what he promises in show, why was I sent, and why feared he to go? Our boasting champion thought the task not light, to pass the guards, commit himself to night, not only through a hostile town to pass, but scale with deep ascent the sacred place, with wandering steps to search the citadel, and from the priests their patroness to steal, then through surrounding foes to force my way, and bear in triumph home the heavenly prey, which had I not Ajax in vain had held, before that monstrous bulk his sevenfold shield. That night to conquer Troy I might be said, when Troy was liable to conquest made. Why point'st thou to my partner of the war? Tydides had indeed a worthy share in all my toil and praise, but when thy might our ships protected didst thou singly fight, all joined, and thou of many wert but one. I asked no friend, nor had but him alone, who had he not been well assured that art and conduct were of war the better part, and more availed than strength, my valiant friend had urged a better right than Ajax can pretend. As good at least Eurypylus may claim, and the more moderate Ajax of the name, the Cretan king and his brave charioteer, and Menelaus bold with sword and spear. Page 197. All these had been my rivals in the shield, and yet all these to my pretensions yield. Thy boisterous hands are then of use when I, with this directing head, those hands apply. Brawn without brain is then my prudent care, foresees, provides, administers the war. Thy province is to fight, but when shall be the time to fight? The king consults with me. No dram of judgment with thy force is joined. Thy body is of profit, and my mind, but how much more the ship her safety owes to him who steers than him that only rows. By how much more the captain merits praise than he who fights and fighting but obeys. By so much greater is my worth than thine, who canst but execute what I design. What gainst thou, brutal man, if I confess thy strength superior when thy wit is less? Mind is the man, I claim my whole desert, from the mind's vigor and the immortal part. But you, O Grecian chiefs, reward my care. Be grateful to your watchmen of the war for all my labors in so long a space. Sure I may plead a title to your grace. Enter the town, I then unbarred the gates, when I removed their tutelary fates. By all our common hopes, if hopes they be, which I have now reduced to certainty, by falling Troy, by yonder tottering towers, and by their taken gods, which now are ours. Or if there yet a farther task remains, to be performed by prudence or by pains, if yet some desperate action rests behind, that asks high conduct and a dauntless mind, if aught be wanting to the Trojan doom, which none but I can manage and o'ercome. Page 198. Award those arms I ask by your decree, or give to this what you refuse to me. He ceased, and ceasing with respect he bowed, and with his hand at once the fatal statue showed. Heaven, air, and ocean rung with loud applause, and by the general vote he gained his cause. Thus conduct won the prize when courage failed, and eloquence o'er brutal force prevailed. The death of Ajax, he who could often and alone withstand the foe, the fire, and Jove's own partial hand, now cannot his unmastered grief sustain, but yields to rage, to madness, and disdain. Then snatching out his falchion, thou said he, art mine, Ulysses, lays no claim to thee. O often tried and ever trusty sword, now do thy last kind office to thy lord. 'Tis Ajax who requests thy aid to show, none but himself could overthrow. He said, and with so good a will to die, did to his breast the fatal point apply. It found his heart away, till then unknown, where never weapon entered but his own. No hands could force it, then so fixed it stood, till out it rushed, expelled by streams of spouting blood. The fruitful blood produced a flower which grew on a green stem and of a purple hue, like his whom unaware Apollo slew. Inscribed in both, the letters are the same, but those express the grief, and these the name. Page 199. The story of Assis, Polyphemus, and Galatea, from the 13th book of Ovid's Metamorphoses. Assis, the lovely youth, whose loss I mourn, from Faunus and the nymph Symethes born, was both his parents' pleasure, but to me was all that love could make a lover be. The gods our minds in mutual bands did join. I was his only joy, and he was mine. Now 16 summers the sweet youth had seen, and doubtful down began to shade his chin, when Polyphemus first disturbed our joy, and loved me fiercely as I loved the boy. Ask not which passion in my soul was higher, my last aversion or my first desire. Nor this the greater was, nor that the less. Both were alike, for both were in excess. Thee, Venus, thee both heaven and earth obey. Immense thy power and boundless is thy sway. The Cyclops, who defied the ethereal throne, and thought no thunder louder than his own. Page 200. The terror of the woods and wilder far than wolves in plains or bears in forests are. The inhuman host who made his bloody feasts on mangled members of his butchered guests, yet felt the force of love and fierce desire, and burnt for me with unrelenting fires. Forgot his caverns and his woolly care, assumed the softness of a lover's air, and combed with teeth of rakes his rugged hair. Now with a crooked scythe his beard he sleeks, and mows the stubborn stubble of his cheeks. Now in the crystal stream he looks to try his simagers, and rolls his glaring eye. His cruelty and thirst of blood are lost, and ships securely sail along the coast. The prophet Telemus arrived by chance, where Taenarus summits to the seas advance, who marked the tracks of every bird that flew, and sure presages from their flying drew, foretold the Cyclops that Ulysses' hand in his broad eye should thrust a flaming brand. The giant, with a scornful grin, replied, Vain augur, thou hast falsely prophesied. Already love his flaming brand has tossed. Looking on two fair eyes, my sight I lost. Thus warned in vain, with stalking pace he strode, and stamped the margin of the briny flood. With heavy steps and weary sought Aegeon, the cool retirement of his gloomy den. a promontory sharpening by degrees, ends in a wedge and overlooks the seas. On either side, below the water flows. This airy walk the giant lover chose. Here on the midst, he sate his flocks unnalled. Their shepherd followed and securely fed. Page 201. A pine so burly and of length so vast, that sailing ships required it for a mast. He wielded for a staff his steps to guide, but laid it by his whistle while he tried. 100 reeds of a prodigious growth scarce made a pipe proportioned to his mouth, which when he gave it wind the rocks around, and watery plains the dreadful hiss resound. I heard the ruffian shepherd rudely blow, where in a hollow cave I sat below. On a cis bosom I my head reclined, and still preserved the poem in my mind. O lovely Galatea, whiter far than falling snows and rising lilies are, more flowery than the meads, as crystal bright, erect as alders and of equal height, more wanton than a kid, more sleek thy skin than orient shells that on the shores are seen, than apples fairer when the boughs they laid, pleasing as winter suns or summer shade, more grateful to the sight than goodly plains, and softer to the touch than down of swans, or curds new turned and sweeter to the taste than swelling grapes that to the vintage haste, more clear than ice or running streams that stray through garden plots but are more swift than they. Yet Galatea harder to be broke than bullocks unreclaimed to bear the yoke, and far more stubborn than the knotted oak, like sliding streams impossible to hold, like them fallacious, like their fountains cold, more warping than the willow to decline, my warm embrace more brittle than the vine, immovable and fixed in thy disdain, rough as these rocks and of a harder grain. Page 202. More violent than is the rising flood, and the praised peacock is not half so proud, fierce as the fire and sharp as thistles are, and more outrageous than a mother bear, deaf as the billows to the vows I make, and more revengeful than a trodden snake, in swiftness fleeter than the flying hind, or driven tempests or the driving wind. All other faults with patience I can bear, but swiftness is the vice I only fear. Yet if you knew me well, you would not shun my love, but to my wished embraces run, would languish in your turn and court my stay, and much repent of your unwise delay. My palace in the living rock is made by nature's hand a spacious pleasing shade, which neither heat can pierce nor cold invade. My garden filled with fruits you may behold, and grapes in clusters imitating gold, some blushing bunches of a purple hue, and these and those are all reserved for you. Red strawberries in shades expecting stand, proud to be gathered by so white a hand. Autumnal cornels latter fruit provide, and plums to tempt you turn their glossy side, not those of common kinds, but such alone as in fashion orchards might have grown. Nor chestnuts shall be wanting to your food, nor garden fruits, nor wildings of the wood. The laden boughs for you alone shall bear, and yours shall be the product of the year. The flocks you see are all my own beside, the rest that woods and winding valleys hide, and those that folded in the caves abide. Ask not the numbers of my growing store. Who knows how many knows he has no more. Page 203. Nor will I praise my cattle, trust not me, but judge yourself and pass your own decree. Behold their swelling dugs, the sweepy weight of ewes that sink beneath the milky freight. In the warm folds their tender lambkins lie, apart from kids that call with human cry. New milk in nut-brown bowls is duly served. For daily drink the rest for cheese reserved. Nor are these household dainties all my store. The fields and forests will afford us more. The deer, the hare, the goat, the savage boar. All sorts of venison, and of birds the best. A pair of turtles taken from the nest. I walked the mountains, and 2 cubs I found, whose dam had left them on the naked ground. So like that no distinction could be seen. So pretty they were presents for a queen. And so they shall, I took them both away, and keep to be companions of your play. O raise, fair nymph, your beauteous face above the waves, nor scorn my presence and my love. Come, Galatea, come and view my face. I late beheld it in the watery glass, and found it lovelier than I feared it was. Survey my towering stature and my size. Not Jove, the Jove you dream, that rules the skies, bears such a bulk, or is so largely spread. My locks, the plenteous harvest of my head, hang o'er my manly face, and dangling down, as with a shady grove, my shoulders crown. Nor think, because my limbs and body bear a thick-set underwood of bristling hair. Page 204. My shape deformed, what fouler sight can be than the bald branches of a leafless tree? Foul is the steed without a flowing mane, and birds without their feathers and their train. Wool decks the sheep, and man receives a grace from bushy limbs and from a bearded face. My forehead with a single eye is filled, round as a ball and ample as a shield. The glorious lamp of heaven, the radiant sun, is nature's eye, and she's content with one. Add that my father sways your seas, and I, like you, am of the Watry family. I make you his, in making you my own. You I adore, and kneel to you alone. Jove with his fabled thunder I despise, and only fear the lightning of your eyes. Frown not, fair nymph, yet I could bear to be disdained, if others were disdained with me. But to repulse the Cyclops and prefer the love of a Sichevans I cannot bear. But let the stripling please himself, nay more, please you, though that's the thing I most abhor. The boy shall find, if ere we cope in fight, these giant limbs endued with giant might, his living bowels from his belly torn, and scattered limbs shall on the flood be borne. Thy flood, ungrateful nymph, and fate shall find that way for thee and a Cis to be joined. For oh, I burn with love, and thy disdain augments at once my passion and my pain. Translated TNA flames within my heart, and thou inhuman wilt not ease my smart. Lamenting thus in vain, he rose and strode with furious paces to the Neigboring wood. Restless his feet, distracted was his walk. Mad were his motions, and confused his talk. Page 205. Mad as the vanquished bull when forced to yield his lovely mistress and forsake the field. Thus far unseen, I saw when fatal chance his looks directing with a sudden glance. Cis and I were to his sight betrayed, where not suspecting we securely played. From his wide mouth a bellowing cry he cast. I see, but this shall be your last. A roar so loud made TNA to rebound, and all the Cyclops labored in the sound. Affrighted with his monstrous voice I fled, and in the neighboring ocean plunged my head. Poor Cis turned his back, and help he cried. Help, Galatea, help my parent gods, and take me dying to your deep abodes. The Cyclops followed, but he sent before a rib which from the living rock he tore, though but an angle reached him of the stone. The mighty fragment was enough alone to crush all Cis. 'Twas too late to save, but what the fates allowed to give I gave. That Cis to his lineage should return, and roll among the river guards his urn. Straight issued from the stone a stream of blood, which lost the purple mingling with the flood. Then like a troubled torrent it appeared. The torrent too in little space was cleared. The stone was cleft, and through the yawning chink, new reeds arose on the new river's brink. The rock from out its hollow womb disclosed a sound like water in its course opposed. When wondrous to behold full in the flood, up starts a youth, and navel high he stood. Horns from his temples rise, and either horn thick wreaths of reeds his native growth adorn. Were not his stature taller than before, his bulk augmented, and his beauty more. Page 206. His color blue for a cis he might pass, and a cis changed into a stream he was. But mine no more, he rolls along the plains with rapid motion, and his name retains. Villos Cachelos Ers. Page 207. Of the Pythagorean philosophy, from the 15th book of Ovid's Metamorphoses. The 14th book concludes with the death and deification of Romulus. The 15th begins with the election of Numa to the crown of Rome. On this occasion, Ovid, following the opinion of some authors, makes Numa the scholar of Pythagoras, and to have begun his acquaintance with that philosopher at Crotona, a town in Italy. From thence, he makes a digression to the moral and natural philosophy of Pythagoras, on both which our author enlarges, and which are the most learned and beautiful parts of the Metamorphoses. A king is sought to guide the growing state, one able to support the public weight, and fill the throne where Romulus had sate. Renown, which oft bespeaks the public voice, had recommended Numa to their choice. A peaceful pious prince, who not content to know the Sabine, writes his study bent to cultivate his mind, to learn the laws of nature, and explore their hidden cause. Page 208. Urged by this care his country he forsook, and to Crotona thence his journey took. Arrived he first enquired the founder's name of this new colony, and whence he came. Then thus a senior of the place replies, well read and curious of antiquities. Tis said Alcides hither took his way from Spain, and drove along his conquered prey. Then leaving in the fields his grazing cows, he sought himself some hospitable house. Good Croton entertained his godlike guest, while he repaired his weary limbs with rest. The hero thence departing blessed the place, and here he said, in time's revolving race, a rising town shall take its name from thee. Revolving time fulfilled the prophecy, for Mesilos, the justest man on earth, a lemon's son at Argos had his birth. Him Hercules armed with his club of oak, o'ershadowed in a dream, and thus bespoke, go leave thy native soil, and make abode where Sares rolls down his rapid flood. He said, and sleep forsook him, and the god, trembling he waked, and rose with anxious heart. His country laws forbade him to depart. What should he do? 'Twas death to go away, and the god menaced if he dared to stay. All day he doubted, and when night came on, sleep and the same forewarning dream begun. Once more the god stood threatening o'er his head, with added curses if he disobeyed. Twice warned he studied flight, but would convey at once his person and his wealth away. Thus while he lingered, his design was heard, a speedy process formed, and death declared. Witness there needed none of his offense. Against himself the wretch was evidence. Page 209. Condemned and destitute of human aid, to him for whom he suffered, thus he prayed. O power, who hast deserved in heaven a throne, not given, but by thy labors made thy own, pity thy suppliant, and protect his cause. whom thou hast made obnoxious to the laws. A custom was of old, and still remains, which life or death by suffrages ordains. White stones and black within an urn are cast. The first absolve, but fate is in the last. The judges to the common urn bequeath their votes and drop the sable signs of death. The box receives all black, but poured from thence. The stones came candid forth the hue of innocence. Thus Aluminides his safety won, preserved from death by Alcumena's son. Then to his kinsman God his vows he pays, and cuts with prosperous gales the Ionian seas. He leaves Tarentum favoured by the wind, and Thurine bays and Temises behind. Soft Sybaris and all the capes that stand. Along the shore he makes in sight of land, still doubling and still coasting till he found the mouth of Sares and promised ground. Then saw where, on the margin of the flood, the tomb that held the bones of Croton stood. Here by the god's command he built and walled the place predicted and Crotona called. Thus fame from time to time delivers down the sure tradition of the Italian town. Here dwelt the man divine whom Samos bore, but now self-banished from his native shore, because he hated tyrants nor could bear the chains which none but servile souls will wear. He, though from heaven, remote to heaven could move, with strength of mind, and tread the abyss above. Page 210. And penetrate, with his interior light, those upper depths which nature hid from sight, and what he had observed and learnt from thence, loved in familiar language to dispense. The crowd with silent admiration stand, and heard him as they heard their God's command, while he discoursed of heaven's mysterious laws, the world's original and nature's cause, and what was God and why the fleecy snows in silence fell and rattling winds arose. What shook the steadfast earth and whence begun the dance of planets round the radiant sun? If thunder was the voice of angry Jove, or clouds with nitre pregnant burst above, of these and things beyond the common reach, he spoke and charmed his audience with his speech. He first the taste of flesh from tables drew, and argued well if arguments could move. O mortals, from your fellows' blood abstain, nor taint your bodies with a food profane, while corn and pulse by nature are bestowed, and planted orchards bend their willing load, while labored gardens wholesome herbs produce, and teeming vines afford their generous juice. Nor tardier fruits of cruder kind are lost, but tamed with fire or mellowed by the frost, while kind to pails distended udders bring, and bees their honey redolent of spring, while earth not only can your needs supply, but lavish of her store provides for luxury. A guiltless feast administers with ease, and without blood is prodigal to please. Wild beasts their maws with their slain brethren fill, and yet not all, for some refuse to kill. Sheep, goats, and oxen, and the nobler steed, on browse and corn the flowery meadows feed. Page 211. Bears, tigers, wolves, the lion's angry brood, whom heaven endued with principles of blood, he wisely sundered from the rest to yell, in forests and in lonely caves to dwell, where stronger beasts oppress the weak by might, and all in prey and purple feasts delight. O impious use to nature's laws opposed, where bowels are in other bowels closed, where fattened by their fellows' fat they thrive, maintained by murder and by death they live. Tease then for naught that Mother Earth provides, the stores of all she shows and all she hides. If men with fleshly morsels must be fed, and chew with bloody teeth the breathing bread, what else is this but to devour our guests, and barbarously renew cyclopean feasts. We by destroying life, our life sustain, and gorge the ungodly maw with mates obscene. Not so the golden age, who fed on fruit, nor durst with bloody meals their mouths pollute. Then birds in airy space might safely move, and timorous hares on heaths securely rove. Nor needed fish the guileful hooks to fear, for all was peaceful, and that peace sincere. Whoever was the wretch, and cursed be he, that envied first our food simplicity. The essay of bloody feasts on brutes began, and after forged the sword to murder man. Had he the sharpened steel alone employed on beasts of prey that other beasts destroyed, or men invaded with their fangs and paws, this had been justified by nature's laws and self-defense. But who did feasts begin? Of flesh he stretched necessity to sin. To kill Manculus man has lawful power, but not the extended license to devour. Page 212. Ill habits gather by unseen degrees, as brooks make rivers, rivers run to seas. The sow with her broad snout for rooting up the entrusted seed was judged to spoil the crop, and intercept the sweating farmer's hope. The covetous churl of unforgiving kind, the offender to the bloody priest resigned. Her hunger was no plea for that she died. The goat came next in order to be tried. The goat had cropped the tendrils of the vine. In vengeance laity and clergy join. Where one had lost his profit, one his wine. Here was at least some shadow of offense. The sheep was sacrificed on no pretense, but meek and unresisting innocence. A patient, useful creature born to bear the warm and woolly fleece that clothed her murderer, and daily to give down the milk she bred, a tribute for the grass on which she fed. Living both food and raiment she supplies, and is of least advantage when she dies. How did the toiling ox his death deserve? A downright simple drudge, and born to serve. O tyrant, with what justice canst thou hope the promise of the year, a plenteous crop, when thou destroyest thy laboring steer who tilled and ploughed with pains thy else ungrateful field? From his yet reeking neck to draw the yoke, that neck with which the surly clods he broke, and to the hatchet yield thy husbandman, who finished autumn and the spring began. Nor this alone, but heaven itself to bribe. We to the gods our impious acts ascribe. First recompense with death their creatures' toil, then call the blessed above to share the spoil. Page 213. The fairest victim must the powers appease, so fatal tase, sometimes too much to please. A purple fillet his broad brows adorns, with flowery garlands crowned and gilded horns. He hears the murderous prayer the priest prefers, but understands not 'tis his doom he hears. Beholds the meal betwixt his temples cast, the fruit and product of his labors past, and in the water views perhaps the knife, uplifted to deprive him of his life. Then broken up, alive his entrails sees, torn out for priests to inspect the gods' decrees. From whence, O mortal men, this gust of blood? Have you derived an interdicted food? Be taught by me this dire delight to shun, warned by my precepts, by my practice won. And when you eat the well-deserving beast, think on the laborer of your field you feast. Now, since the God inspires me to proceed, be that whate'er inspiring power obeyed. For I will sing of mighty mysteries, of truths concealed before from human eyes. Dark oracles unveil and open all the skies. Pleased as I am to walk along the sphere of shining stars and travel with the year, to leave the heavy earth and scale the height of Atlas, who supports the heavenly weight. to look from upper light and thence survey mistaken mortals wandering from the way, and wanting wisdom fearful for the state of future things and trembling at their fate. Those I would teach, and by right reason, to think of death as but an idle thing. Why thus affrighted at an empty name, a dream of darkness and fictitious flame, vain themes of wit which but in poems pass, and fables of a world that never was. Page 214. What feels the body when the soul expires, by time corrupted or consumed by fires? Nor dies the spirit, but new life repeats in other forms and only changes seats. Even I who these mysterious truths declare was once Euphorbus in the Trojan War. My name and lineage I remember well, and how in fight by Sparta's king I fell. In Argive Juno's fane I late beheld. My buckler hung on high and owned my former shield. Then death so called is but old matter dressed in some new figure and a varied vest. Thus all things are, but altered nothing dies, and here and there the unbodied spirit flies, by time or force or sickness dispossessed, and lodges where it lights in man or beast, or hunts without till ready limbs it find, and actuates those according to their kind. From tenement to tenement is tossed. The soul is still the same, the figure only lost. And as the softened wax new seals receives, this face assumes and that impression leaves. Now called by one, now by another name. The form is only changed, the wax is still the same. So death so called can but the form deface. The immortal soul flies out in empty space, to seek her fortune in some other place. Then let not piety be put to flight, to please the taste of glutton appetite, but suffer inmate souls secure to dwell, lest from their seats your parents you expel. With rabid hunger feed upon your kind, or from a beast dislodge a brother's mind. And since like Tiphys parting from the shore, in ample seas I sail and depths untried before. Page 215. This let me further add that nature knows no steadfast station, but or ebbs or flows. Ever in motion, she destroys her old, and casts new figures in another mold. Even times are in perpetual flux, and run like rivers from their fountain rolling on. For time no more than streams is at a stay. The flying hour is ever on her way, and as the fountain still supplies her store, the wave behind impels the wave before. Thus in successive course the minutes run, and urge their predecessor minutes on. Still moving ever new, for former things are set aside like abdicated kings, and every moment alters what is done, and innovates some act till then unknown. Darkness we see emerges into light, and shining suns descend to sable night. Even heaven itself receives another dye, when wearied animals in slumbers lie. Of midnight ease another, when the grey of morn preludes the splendor of the day. The disk of Phbus, when he climbs on high, appears at first but as a bloodshot eye, and when his chariot downward drives to bed, his ball is with the same suffusion red, but mounted high in his meridian race. All bright he shines, and with a better face, for their pure particles of their flow, far from the infection of the world below. Nor equal light the unequal moon adorns, or in her waxing or her waning horns. For every day she wanes her face is less, but gathering into globe she fattens at increase. Perceiv'st thou not the process of the year, how the 4 seasons in 4 forms appear, resembling human life in every shape they wear? Page 216. Spring first like infancy shoots out her head, with milky juice requiring to be fed. Helpless though fresh and wanting to be led. The green stem grows in stature and in size, but only feeds with hope the farmer's eyes. Then laughs the childish year with flowerets crowned, and lavishly perfumes the fields around. But no substantial nourishment receives. Infirm the stalks, unsolid are the leaves. Proceeding onward whence the year began. The summer grows adult and ripens into man. This season, as in men, is most replete with kindly moisture and prolific heat. Autumn succeeds a sober, tepid age, not froze with fear, nor boiling into rage, more than mature and tending to decay. When our brown locks repine to mix with odious grey, last winter creeps along with tardy pace. Sour is his front, and furrowed is his face. His scalp, if not dishonored quite of hair. The ragged fleece is thin, and thin is worse than bare. Even our own bodies daily change receive, some part of what was theirs before they leave. Nor are today what yesterday they were, nor the whole same tomorrow will appear. Time was when we were sowed and just began. From some few fruitful drops the promise of a man. Then nature's hand fermented as it was, molded to shape the soft coagulated mass. And when the little man was fully formed, the breathless embryo with a spirit warmed. But when the mother's throes begin to come, the creature pent within the narrow room breaks his blind prison, pushing to repair his stifled breath and draw the living air. Cast on the margin of the world he lies, a helpless babe, but by instinct he cries. Page 217. He next essays to walk, but downward pressed. On 4 feet imitates his brother beast. By slow degrees he gathers from the ground his legs, and to the rolling chair is bound. Then walks alone, a horseman now become. He rides a stick and travels round the room. In time he vaunts among his youthful peers, strongboned and strung with nerves in pride of years. He runs with mettle his first merry stage, maintains the next abated of his rage, but manages his strength and spares his age. Heavy the third and stiff he sinks apace, and though teased downhill all, but creeps along the race. Now sapless on the verge of death he stands, contemplating his former feet and hands, and Milo-like his slackened sinews sees, and withered arms once fit to cope with Hercules, unable now to shake, much less to tear the trees. So Helen wept when her too faithful glass reflected to her eyes the ruins of her face, wondering what charms her ravishers could spy, to force her twice or even but once enjoy. Thy teeth devouring time, than envious age, on things below still exercise your rage. With venomed grinders you corrupt your meat, and then at lingering meals the morsels eat. Nor those which elements we call abide, nor to this figure, nor to that are tied. For this eternal world is said of old, but 4 prolific principles to hold. 4 different bodies, 2 to heaven ascend, and other 2 down to the center tend. Fire first with wings expanded mounts on high, pure void of weight, and dwells in upper sky. Then air, because unclogged in empty space, flies after fire and claims the second place. Page 218. But weighty water, as her nature guides, lies on the lap of earth, and Mother Earth subsides. All things are mixed with these, which all contain, and into these are all resolved again. Earth rarefies to dew expanded more. The subtle dew in air begins to soar, spreads as she flies, and weary of her name, extenuates still and changes into flame. thus having by degrees perfection won. Restless they soon untwist the web they spun, and fire begins to lose her radiant hue, mixed with gross air, and air descends to dew, and dew condensing does her form forgo, and sinks a heavy lump of earth below. Thus are their figures never at a stand, but changed by nature's innovating hand. All things are altered, nothing is destroyed. The shifted scene for some new show employed. Then to be born is to begin to be some other thing we were not formerly. And what we call to die is not to appear, or be the thing that formerly we were. Those very elements which we partake, alive when dead some other bodies make, translated grow, have sense, or can discourse. But death on deathless substance has no force. That forms are changed, I grant, that nothing can continue in the figure it began. The golden age to silver was debased, to copper that our metal came at last. The face of places and their forms decay, and that is solid earth that once was sea. Seas in their turn, retreating from the shore, make solid land what ocean was before. And far from strands are shells of fishes found, and rusty anchors fixed on mountain ground. Page 219. And what were fields before now washed and worn by falling floods from high to valleys turn, and crumbling still descend to level lands. And lakes and trembling bogs are barren sands, and the parched desert floats in streams unknown, wondering to drink of waters not her own. Here nature living fountains opes, and there seals up the wombs where living fountains were. Or earthquakes stop their ancient course and bring diverted streams to feed a distant spring. So Lyca swallowed up is seen no more, but far from thence knocks out another door. Thus Erasinus Dives, and blind in earth, runs on and gropes his way to second birth, starts up in Argus meads and shakes his locks around the fields and fattens all the flocks. So Mysus by another way is led, and grown a river now disdains his head, forgets his humble birth, his name forsakes, and the proud title of Caicus takes. Large Amenane, impure with yellow sands, runs rapid often, and as often stands. And here he threats the drunken fields to drown, and there his dogs deny to give their liquor down. And negroes once did wholesome draughts afford, but now his deadly waters are abhorred, since hurt by Hercules as fame resounds. The centaur in his current washed his wounds. The streams of Hypanes are sweet no more, but brackish lose their taste they had before. Antisaw Pharaoh's Tyre in seas were pent, once isles, but now increase the continent, while the Leucadian coast, mainland before, by rushing seas is severed from the shore. Page 220. So Zancle to the Italian earth was tied, and men once walked where ships at anchor ride, till Neptune overlooked the narrow way, and in disdain poured in the conquering sea. Two cities that adorn the Achaean ground, Baris and Hellas, no more are found, but whelmed beneath a lake are sunk and drowned, and boatmen through the crystal water show to wondering passengers the walls below. Near Tiarzen stands a hill exposed in air to winter winds of leafy shadows bear. This once was level ground, but strange to tell, the included vapors that in caverns dwell, laboring with colic pangs and close confined, in vain sought issue from the rumbling wind. Yet still they heaved for vent, and heaving still, enlarged the concave and shot up the hill, as breath extends a bladder, or the skins of goats are blown to enclose the hoarded wines. The mountain yet retains a mountain's face, and gathered rubbish heals the hollow space of many wonders which I heard or knew. Retrenching most, I will relate but few. What are not springs with qualities opposed, endued at seasons and at seasons lost. Thrice in a day thine ammon change their form, cold at high noon, at morn, and evening warmth. Thine athaman will kindle wood if thrown on the piled earth and in the waning moon. The Thracians have a stream if any try. The taste his hardened bowels petrify. Whate'er it touches it converts to stones, and makes a marble pavement where it runs. Grathais and Sybaris her sister flood, that slide through our Calabrian neighbour wood. With gold and amber dye the shining hair, and thither youth resort for who would not be fair. Page 221. But stranger virtues yet in streams we find. Some change not only bodies, but the mind. Who has not heard of Salmacis obscene, whose waters into women soften men? Of Thiopian lakes which turn the brain to madness, or in heavy sleep constrain. Clitorian streams the love of wine expel. Such is the virtue of the abstemious well. Whether the colder nymph that rules the flood extinguishes and balks the drunken god, or that Melampus so have some assured, when the mad Piartides with charms he cured, and powerful herbs both charms and simples cast into the sober spring where still their virtues last. Unlike effects Lyncestes will produce, who drinks his waters though with moderate use, reels as with wine and sees with double sight, his heels too heavy and his head too light. Ladon once Phenios, an Arcadian stream, ambiguous in the effects as in the name. By day is wholesome beverage, but is thought by night infected and a deadly draught. Thus running rivers and the standing lake, now of these virtues, now of those partake. Time was, and all things time and fate obey, when fast Ortygia floated on the sea. Such were Cyanean isles when Typhis steered, betwixt their straits and their collision feared. They swam where now they sit, and firmly joined, secure of rooting up, resist the wind. Nor TNA, vomiting sulphurous fire, will ever belch for sulphur, will expire. The veins exhausted of the liquid store, time was she cast no flames in time, will cast no more. For whether earth's an animal and air, imbibes her lungs with coolness to repair. Page 222. And what she sucks remits, she still requires. Inlets for air, and outlets for her fires. When tortured with convulsive fits, she shakes. That motion chokes the vent, till other vent she makes. Or when the winds in hollow caves are closed, and subtle spirits find that way opposed, they toss up flints in air, the flints that hide. The seeds of fire, thus tossed in air, collide, kindling the sulphur till the fuel spent. The cave is cooled, and the fierce winds relent. Or whether sulphur, catching fire, feeds on its unctuous parts, till all the matter gone. The flames no more ascend, for earth supplies the fat that feeds them, and when earth denies that food by length of time consumed the fire, famished for want of fuel, must expire. A race of men there are, as fame has told, who shivering suffer Hyperborean cold, till 9 times bathing in Minerva's lake. Soft feathers to defend their naked sides they take. 'Tis said the Scythian wives believe, who will transform themselves to birds by magic skill, smeared over with an oil of wondrous might, that adds new pinions to their airy flight. But this by sure experiment we know, that living creatures from corruption grow, hide in a hollow pit a slaughtered steer. Bees from his putrid bowels will appear, who like their parents haunt the fields and bring their honey harvest home and hope another spring. The warlike steed is multiplied, we find, to wasps and hornets of the warrior kind, cut from a crab his crooked claws and hide. The rest in earth a scorpion thence will glide. Page 223. And shoot his sting his tail in circles tossed, refers the limbs his backward father lost, and worms that stretch on leaves their filmy loom, crawl from their bags and butterflies become. Even slime begets the frog's loquacious race, short of their feet at first in little space. With arms and legs endued long leaps they take, raised on their hinder part and swim the lake. And waves repel for nature gives their kind, to that intent a length of legs behind. The cubs of bears a living lump appear, when whelped and no determined figure wear. Their mother licks them into shape and gives as much of form as she herself receives. The grubs from their sexangular abode crawl out unfinished like the maggot's brood, trunks without limbs till time at leisure brings the thighs they wanted and their tardy wings. The bird who draws the car of Juno vain, of her crowned head and of her starry train, and he that bears the artillery of Jove, the strong-pounced eagle and the billing dove, and all the feathered kind who could suppose, but that from sight the surest sense he knows, they from the included yoke not ambient white arose. There are who think the marrow of a man's, which in the spine while he was living ran, when dead the pith corrupted will become a snake and hiss within the hollow tomb. All these receive their birth from other things, but from himself the phnix only springs, self-born begotten by the parent flame, in which he burned another and the same, who not by corn or herbs his life sustains, but the sweet essence of amomum drains, and watches the rich gums Arabia bears, while yet in tender dew they drop their tears. Page 224. He his 5 centuries of life fulfilled, his nest on oaken boughs begins to build, or trembling tops of palm, and first he draws the plan with his broad bill and crooked claws. Nature's artificers on this, the pile, is formed and rises round then with the spoil of cassia cinnamon and stems of nard. For softness strewed beneath his funeral bed is reared, funeral and bridal both and all around. The borders with corruptless myrrh are crowned on this incumbent till thurial flame first catches, then consumes the costly frame, consumes him too, as on the pile he lies. He lived on odors, and in odors dies. An infant phnix from the former springs, his father's heir, and from his tender wings shakes off his parent dust, his method he pursues, and the same lease of life on the same terms renews. When grown to manhood, he begins his reign, and with stiff pinions can his flight sustain. He lightens of its load the tree that bore his father's royal sepulchre before, and his own cradle this, with pious care. Placed on his back, he cuts the buxom air, seeks the sun's city and his sacred church, and decently lays down his burden in the porch. A wonder more amazing would we find. The hyena shows it of a double kind, varying the sexes in alternate years. In one begets, and in another bears. The thin chameleon fed with air receives the color of the thing to which he cleaves. Page 225. India when conquered, on the conquering gods, for planted vines the sharp-eyed lynx bestowed, whose urine shed before it touches earth, congeals in air and gives to gems their birth. So coral soft and white in ocean's bed, comes hardened up in air and glows with red. All changing species should my song recite. Before I ceased, would change the day to night. Nations and empires flourish and decay. By turns command, and in their turns obey. Time softens hardy people time again. Hardens to war a soft, unwarlike train. Thus Troy for 10 long years her foes withstood, and daily bleeding bore the expense of blood. Now for thick streets it shows an empty space, or only filled with tombs of her own perished race. Herself becomes the sepulchre of what she was. Mycene Sparta, Thebes of mighty fame, are vanished out of substance into name. And Dardan Rome, that just begins to rise, on Tiber's banks in time shall mate the skies, widening her bounds and working on her way. Even now she meditates imperial sway. Yet this is change, but she by changing thrives. Like moons new born, and in her cradle strives to fill her infant thorns. An hour shall come when the round world shall be contained in Rome. For thus old saws foretell in Helenus, Anchises' drooping son enlivened thus, when Ilium now was in a sinking state, and he was doubtful of his future fate. O goddess born with thy hard fortune strive, Troy never can be lost, and thou alive. Thy passage thou shalt free through fire and sword, and Troy in foreign lands shall be restored. Page 226. In happier fields a rising town I see, greater than what e'er was, or is, or e'er shall be. And heaven yet owes the world a race derived from thee, sages and chiefs of other lineage born. The city shall extend, extended shall adorn. But from Aeolus he must draw his birth, by whom thy Rome shall rule the conquered earth, whom heaven will lend mankind on earth to reign, and late require the precious pledge again. This Helenus to great Nais told, which I retain ere since in other mold. My soul was clothed, and now rejoice to view my country walls rebuilt, and Troy revived anew, raised by the fall decreed by loss to gain, enslaved but to be free, and conquered but to reign. 'Tis time my hard-mouthed coursers to control, apt to run riot and transgress the goal. And therefore I conclude whatever lies in earth, or flits in air, or fills the skies, all suffer change, and we that are of soul and body mixed are members of the whole. Then when our sires or grandsires shall forsake the forms of men, and brutal figures take, thus housed securely let their spirits rest, nor violate thy father in the beast, thy friend, thy brother, any of thy kin. If none of these, yet there's a man within. O spare to make a Thyestean meal, to enclose his body and his soul expel. Ill customs by degrees to habits rise. Ill habits soon become exalted vice. What more advance can mortals make in sin? So near perfection, who with blood begin? Deaf to the calf that lies beneath the knife, looks up and from her butcher begs her life. Page 227. Deaf to the harmless kid that ere he dies, all methods to procure thy mercy tries, and imitates in vain thy children's cries. Where will he stop who feeds with household bread, then eats the poultry which before he fed? Let plough thy steers that, when they lose their breath, to nature not to thee, they may impute their death. Let goats for food their loaded udders lend, and sheep from winter cold thy sides defend. But neither springes nets nor snares employ, and be no more ingenious to destroy. Free as in air, let birds on earth remain, nor let insidious glue their wings constrain. Nor opening hounds the trembling stag affright, nor purple feathers intercept his flight, nor hooks concealed in baits for fish prepare. nor lines to heave them twinkling up in air. Take not away the life you cannot give, for all things have an equal right to live. Kill noxious creatures where 'tis sin to save. This only just prerogative we have. But nourish life with vegetable food, and shun the sacrilegious taste of blood. These precepts by the Samian sage were taught, which godlike Numa to the Sabines brought, and thence transferred to Rome by gift his own. A willing people and an offered throne. O happy monarch sent by heaven to bless a savage nation with soft arts of peace, to teach religion rapine, to restrain, give laws to lust, and sacrifice ordain. Himself a saint, a goddess was his bride, and all the muses o'er his acts preside. Page 229. Translations from Ovid's Art of Love. Page 231. The first book of Ovid's Art of Love. In Cupid's school wooer would take degree, must learn his rudiments by reading me. Seamen with sailing arts their vessels move. Art guides the chariot, art instructs to love. Of ships and chariots others know the rule, but I am master in love's mighty school. Cupid indeed is obstinate and wild, a stubborn god, but yet the god's a child, easy to govern in his tender age, like fierce Achilles in his pupillage. That hero born for conquest trembling stood before the centaur and received the rod, as Chiron mollified his cruel mind with art and taught his warlike hands to wind the silver strings of his melodious lyre. So love's fair goddess does my soul inspire. Page 232. To teach her softer arts to soothe the mind, and smooth the rugged breasts of humankind. Yet Cupid and Achilles, each with scorn and rage, were filled, and both were goddess-born. The bull reclaimed, and yoked the burden draws. The horse receives the bit within his jaws, and stubborn love shall bend beneath my sway. Though struggling oft, he strives to disobey. He shakes his torch, he wounds me with his darts, but vain his force and vainer are his arts. The more he burns my soul or wounds my sight, the more he teaches to revenge the spite. I boast no aid the Delphian god affords, nor auspice from the flight of chattering birds. Nor Clio nor her sisters have I seen, as Hesiod saw them on the shady green. Experience makes my work a truth so tried. You may believe, and Venus be my guide. Far hence, ye vestals, be who bind your hair, and wives who gowns below your ankles wear. I sing the brothels loose and unconfined, the unpunishable pleasures of the kind, which all alike for love or money find. You who in Cupid's rolls inscribe your name, first seek an object worthy of your flame, then strive with art your lady's mind to gain, and last provide your love may long remain. On these three precepts all my work shall move. These are the rules and principles of love. Before your youth with marriage is oppressed, make choice of one who suits your humor best. And such a damsel drops not from the sky. She must be sought for with a curious eye. The wary angler in the winding brook knows what the fish and where to bait his hook. The fowler and the huntsman know by name the certain haunts and harbor of their game. Page 233. So must the lover beat the likeliest grounds, the assembly where his quarry most abounds. Nor shall my novice wander far astray. These rules shall put him in the ready way. Thou shalt not sail around the continent, as far as Perseus or as Paris went, for Rome alone affords thee such a store, as all the world can hardly show thee more. The face of heaven with fewer stars is crowned than beauties in the Roman sphere are found. Whether thy love is bent on blooming youth, on dawning sweetness in unartful truth, or courts the juicy joys of riper growth, here mayst thou find thy full desires in both. Or if autumnal beauties please thy sight, an age that knows to give and take delight, millions of matrons of the graver sort, in common prudence will not balk the sport. In summer heats thou needst but only go to Pompey's cool and shady portico, or Concord's fane, or that proud edifice, whose turrets near the bawdy suburb rise, or to that other portico where stands the cruel father urging his commands, and 50 daughters wait the time of rest, to plunge their poniards in the bridegroom's breast, or Venus' temple where on annual nights they mourn Adonis with Assyrian rites, nor shun the Jewish walk where the fowl drove, on Sabbaths rest from everything but love, nor Isis' temple for that sacred whore makes others what to Jove she was before. And if the hall itself be not belied, even there the cause of love is often tried, near it at least, or in the palace yard, from whence the noisy combatants are heard. Pg 234. The crafty counsellors in formal gown, their gain another's cause, but lose their own. Their eloquence is nonplussed in the suit, and lawyers who had words at will are mute. Venus from her adjoining temple smiles to see them caught in their litigious wiles. Grave senators led home the youthful dame, returning clients when they patrons came. But above all the playhouse is the place. There's choice of quarry in that narrow chase. There take thy stand, and sharply looking out, soon mayst thou find a mistress in the rout, for length of time or for a single bout. The theatres are berries for the fair. Like ants on molehills thither they repair. Like bees to hives so numerously they throng. It may be said they to that place belong. Thither they swarm who have the public voice. There choose if plenty not distracts thy choice. To see and to be seen in heaps they run, some to undo and some to be undone. From Romulus the rise of plays began, to his new subjects a commodious man, who his unmarried soldiers to supply, took care the commonwealth should multiply, providing Sabine women for his braves, like a true king to get a race of slaves. His playhouse not of Parian marble made, nor was it spread with purple sails for shade. The stage with rushes or with leaves they strewed. No scenes in prospect, no machining guard. On rows of homely turf they sat to see, crowned with the wreaths of every common tree. There while they sat in rustic majesty, each lover had his mistress in his eye, and whom he saw most suiting to his mind, for joys of matrimonial rape designed. Pg 235. Scarce could they wait the plaudit in their haste, but ere the dances and the song were past, the monarch gave the signal from his throne, and rising bade his merry men fall on. The martial crew, like soldiers ready pressed, just at the word too was the best. With joyful cries each other animate, some choose and some at hazard seize their mate. As doves from eagles or from wolves the lambs, so from their lawless lovers fly the dames. Their fear was one, but not one face of fear. Some rend the lovely tresses of their hair. Some shriek, and some are struck with dumb despair. Her absent mother one invokes in vain. One stands amazed, not daring to complain. The nimbler trust their feet, the slow remain. But not availing, all are captives led, trembling and blushing to the genial bed. she who too long resisted or denied. The lusty lover made by force a bride, and with superior strength compelled her to his side. Then soothed her thus: my soul's far better part, cease weeping, nor afflict thy tender heart. For what thy father to thy mother was, that faith to thee that solemn vow I pass. Thus Romulus became so popular. This was the way to thrive in peace and war, to pay his army and fresh whores to bring, who would not fight for such a gracious king. Thus love in theatres did first improve, and theatres are still the scenes of love. Nor shun the chariots and the coursers' race. The circus is no inconvenient place. No need is there of talking on the hand, nor nods nor signs which lovers understand. Page 236. But boldly next the fair your seat provide, close as you can to hers, and side by side. Pleased or unpleased, no matter crowding sit, for so the laws of public shows permit. Then find occasion to begin discourse. Inquire whose chariot this, and whose that horse. To whatsoever side she is inclined, suit all your inclinations to her mind. Like what she likes, from thence your court begin, and whom she favours wish that he may win. But when the statues of the deities, in chariots rolled, appear before the prize, when Venus comes with deep devotion rise, if dust be on her lap or grains of sand, brush both away with your officious hand. If none be there, yet brush that nothing thence, and still to touch her lap make some pretence. Touch anything of hers, and if her train sweep on the ground, let it not sweep in vain, but gently take it up and wipe it clean. And while you wipe it with observing eyes, who knows but you may see her naked thighs? Observe who sits behind her, and beware lest his encroaching knee should press the fair. Light service takes light minds, for some can tell of favours won by laying cushions well. By fanning faces some their fortune meet, and some by laying footstools for their feet. These overtures of love the circus gives, nor at the swordplay lest the lover thrives. For there the son of Venus fights his prize, and deepest wounds are oft received from eyes. One while the crowd their acclamations make, or while he bets and puts his ring to stake, is struck from far and feels the flying dart, and of the spectacle is made a part. Page 237. Caesar would represent a naval fight, for his own honor and for Rome's delight. From either sea the youths and maidens come, and all the world was then contained in Rome. In this vast concourse, in this choice of game, what Roman heart but felt a foreign flame? Once more our prince prepares to make us glad, and the remaining east to Rome will add. Rejoice, ye Roman soldiers, in your urns. Your ensigns from the Parthians shall return, and the slain Crassi shall no longer mourn. A youth is sent those trophies to demand, and bears his father's thunder in his hand. Doubt not the imperial boy in wars unseen. In childhood all of Caesar's race are men. Celestial seeds shoot out before their day, prevent their years, and brook no dull delay. Thus infant Hercules the snakes did press, and in his cradle did his sire confess. Bacchus a boy, yet like a hero fought, and early spoils from conquered India brought. Thus you your father's troops shall lead to fight, and thus shall vanquish in your father's right. These rudiments you to your lineage owe, born to increase your titles as you grow. Brethren, you had revenge your brethren slain. You have a father, and his rights maintain. Armed by your country's parent and your own, redeem your country and restore his throne. Your enemies assert an impious cause. You fight both for divine and human laws. Already in their cause they are overcome. Subject them too, by force of arms to Rome. Great Father Mars with greater Caesar join, to give a prosperous omen to your line. One of you is, and one shall be divine. Page 238. I prophesy, you shall overcome. My verse shall bring you back in triumph home. Speak in my verse, exhort to loud alarms. Oh, were my numbers equal to your arms! Then would I sing the Parthians' overthrow. Their shot a verse sent from a flying bow. The Parthians, who already flying fight, already give an omen of their flight. Oh, when will come the day, by heaven designed, when thou, the best and fairest of mankind, drawn by white horses, shalt in triumph ride, with conquered slaves attending on thy side, slaves that no longer can be safe in flight. O glorious object, O surprising sight! O day of public joy too good to end in night! On such a day, if thou, and next to thee, some beauty sits the spectacle to see, if she inquire the names of conquered kings, of mountains, rivers, and their hidden springs, answer to all thou knowest, and if need be, of things unknown seem to speak knowingly. This is Euphrates crowned with reeds, and there flows the swift Tigris with his sea-green hair. Invent new names of things unknown before. Call this Armenia, that the Caspian shore. Call this a Mede, and that a Parthian youth. Talk probably no matter for the truth. In feasts as at our shows, new means abound. More pleasure there than that of wine is found. The Paphian goddess there her ambush lays, and love betwixt the horns of Bacchus plays. Desires increase at every swelling draught. Brisk vapors add new vigor to the thought. Their Cupid's purple wings no flight afford, but wet with wine he flutters on the board. He shakes his pinions, but he cannot move. Fixed he remains, and turns a maudlin love. Page 239. Wine warms the blood, and makes the spirits flow. Care flies, and wrinkles from the forehead go. Exalts the poor, invigorates the weak. Gives mirth and laughter, and a rosy cheek. Bold truths it speaks, and spoken dares maintain, and brings our old simplicity again. Love sparkles in the cup, and fills it higher. Wine feeds the flames, and fuel adds to fire. But choose no mistress in thy drunken fit. Wine gilds too much their beauties and their wit. Nor trust thy judgment when the tapers dance, but sober, and by day thy suit advance. By daylight Paris judged the beauteous three, and for the fairest did the prize decree. Night is a cheat, and all deformities are hid or lessened in her dark disguise. The sun's fair light each error will confess, in face, in shape, in jewels, and in dress. Why name I every place where youths abound? 'Tis loss of time, and a too fruitful ground. The bay and baths where ships at anchor ride, and wholesome streams from sulphur fountains glide, where wounded youths are by experience taught. The waters are less healthful than they thought. Or Dian's fane, which near the suburb lies, where priests for their promotion fight a prize. That maiden goddess is love's mortal foe, and much from her his subjects undergo. Thus far the sportful muse, with myrtle bound, has sung where lovely lasses may be found. Now let me sing how she who wounds your mind, with art may be to cure your wounds inclined. Young nobles, to my laws attention lend, and all you vulgar of my school attend. First then believe all women may be won. Attempt with confidence, the work is done. Page 240. The grasshopper shall first forbear to sing in summer season, or the birds in spring. Then women can resist your flattering skill. Even she will yield who swears she never will. To secret pleasure both the sexes move, but women most, who most dissemble love. 'Twere best for us if they would first declare, avow their passion, and submit to prayer. The cow by lowing tells the bull her flame. The neighing mare invites her stallion to the game. Man is more temperate in his lust than they, and more than women can his passion sway. Biblis we know did first her love declare, and had recourse to death in her despair. Her brother she her father mere her sought, and loved, but loved not as a daughter ought. Now from a tree she stills her odorous tears, which yet the name of her who shed them bears. In Ida's shady vale a bull appeared, white as the snow, the fairest of the herd. A beauty spot of black there only rose, betwixt his equal horns and ample brows, the love and wish of all the Cretan cows. The queen beheld him as his head he reared, and envied every leap he gave the herds. A secret fire she nourished in her breast, and hated every heifer he caressed. A story known, and known for true I tell, nor Crete though lying can the truth conceal. She cut him grass so much can love command. She stroked, she fed him with her royal hand, was pleased in pastures with the herd to roam, and Minos by the bull was overcome. Cease queen with gems tad on thy beauteous brows, the monarch of thy heart no jewel knows. Page 241. Nor in thy glass compose thy looks and eyes, secure from all thy charms thy lover lies. Yet trust thy mirror when it tells thee true, thou art no heifer to allure his view. Soon wouldst thou quit thy royal diadem, to thy fair rivals to be horned like them. If Minos please, no lover seek to find, if not at least seek one of humankind. The wretched queen the Cretan court forsakes, in woods and wilds her habitation makes. She curses every beauteous cow she sees. Ah, why dost thou my lord and master please, and think'st ungrateful creature as thou art, with frisking awkwardly to gain his heart? She said, and straight commands with frowning look, to put her undeserving to the yoke, or feigns some holy rites of sacrifice, and sees her rival's death with joyful eyes. Then when the bloody priest has done his part, pleased in her hand she holds the beating heart, nor from a scornful taunt can scarce refrain. Go fool, and strive to please my love again. Now she would be Europa, I now. One bore a bull, and one was made a cow. Yet she at last her brutal bliss obtained, and in a wooden cow the bull sustained, filled with his seed, accomplished her desire, till by his form the son betrayed the sire. If Atreus' wife to incest had not run, but ah, how hard it is to love but one, his courser's bus had not driven away, to shun that sight and interrupt the day. Page 242. Thy daughter Nissus pulled thy purple hair, and barking sea dogs yet her bowels tear. At sea and land Atrides saved his life, yet fell a prey to his adulterous wife, who knows not what revenge Medea sought, when the slain offspring bore the father's fault. Thus Nix did a woman's love bewail, and thus Hippolytus by Dra fell. These crimes revengeful matrons did commit. Hotter their lust, and sharper is their wit. Doubt not from them an easy victory. Scarce of 1,000 dames will one deny. All women are content that men should woo. She who complains, and she who will not do. Rest then secure, whate'er thy luck may prove, not to be hated for declaring love. And yet how canst thou miss, since womankind is frail and vain, and still to change inclined? Old husbands and stale gallants they despise, and more another's than their own they prize. A larger crop adorns our neighbour's field. More milk his kine from swelling udders yield. First gain the maid, by her thou shalt be sure. A free access and easy to procure. Who knows what to her office does belong, is in the secret and can hold her tongue. Bribe her with gifts, with promises and prayers, for her good word goes far in love affairs. The time and fit occasion leave to her, when she most aptly can thy suit prefer. The time for maids to fire their lady's blood is when they find her in a merry mood, when all things at her wish and pleasure move. Her heart is open then, and free to love. Then mirth and wantonness to lust betray, and smooth the passage to the lover's way. Page 243. Troy stood the siege when filled with anxious care. One merry fit concluded all the war. If some fair rival vex her jealous mind, offer thy service to revenge in kind. Instruct the damsel while she combs her hair, to raise the choler of that injured fair, and sighing make her mistress understand she has the means of vengeance in her hand. Then naming thee thy humble suit prefer, and swear thou languishest and deest for her. Then let her lose no time but push at all, for women soon are raised and soon they fall. Give their first fury leisure to relent. They melt like ice and suddenly repent. To enjoy the maid will that thy suit advance. 'Tis a hard question and a doubtful chance. One maid corrupted bawds the better fort, another for herself would keep the sport. Thy business may be furthered or delayed, but by my counsel let alone the maid, even though she should consent to do the feat. The profit's little and the danger great. I will not lead thee through a rugged road, but where the way lies open, safe, and broad. Yet if thou find'st her very much thy friend, and her good face her diligence commend, let the fair mistress have thy first embrace, and let the maid come after in her place. But this I will advise, and mark my words, for 'tis the best advice my skill affords. If needs thou with the damsel wilt begin, before the attempt is made make sure to win, for then the secret better will be kept, and she can tell no tales when once she's dipped. 'Tis for the fowler's interest to beware. The bird entangled should not scape the snare. Page 244. The fish once pricked avoids the bearded hook, and spoils the sport of all the neighbouring brook. But if the wench be thine, she makes thy way, and for thy sake her mistress will betray. Tell all she knows, and all she hears her say. Keep well the counsel of thy faithful spy, so shalt thou learn whene'er she treads awry. All things the stations of their seasons keep, and certain times there are to sow and reap. Ploughmen and sailors for the season stay, one to plough land and one to plough the sea. So should the lover wait the lucky day. Then stop thy suit, it hurts not thy design, but think another hour she may be thine. And when she celebrates her birth at home, or when she views the public shows of Rome, know all thy visits then are troublesome. Defer thy work, and put not then to sea, for that's a boding and a stormy day. Else take thy time, and when thou canst begin to break a Jewish Sabbath, think no sin, nor even on superstitious days abstain. Not when the Romans were at Alia slain. Ill omens in her frowns are understood. When she's in humour, every day is good, but then her birthday seldom comes a worse, when bribes and presents must be sent of course, and that's a bloody day that costs thy purse. Be staunch, yet parsimony will be vain. The craving sex will still the lover drain. No skill can shift them off, nor art remove. They will be begging when they know we love. The merchant comes upon the appointed day. Who shall before thy face his wares display? To choose for her she craves thy kind advice, then begs again to bargain for the price. Page 245. But when she has her purchase in her eye, she hugs thee close and kisses thee to buy. "'Tis what I want, and 'tis a penn'orth too. In many years I will not trouble you. If you complain, you have no ready coin. No matter 'tis but writing of a line, a little bill not to be paid at sight. Now curse the time when thou wert taught to write. She keeps her birthday, you must send the cheer, and shall be born 100 times a year. With daily lies she dribs thee into cost. That earring dropped a stone, that ring is lost. They often borrow what they never pay. Whate'er you lend her, think it thrown away. Had I 10 mouths and tongues to tell each art, all would be wearied ere I told a part. By letters, not by words, thy love begin, and ford the dangerous passage with thy pen. If to her heart thou aim'st to find the way, extremely flatter and extremely pray. Priam by prayers did Hector's body gain, nor is an angry god invoked in vain. With promised gifts her easy mind bewitch, for e'en the poor in promise may be rich. Vain hopes a while her appetite will stay. 'Tis a deceitful but commodious way. Who gives is mad, but make her still believe 'twill come, and that's the cheapest way to give. E'en barren lands fair promises afford, but the lean harvest cheats the starving lord. Buy not thy first enjoyment, lest it prove of bad example to thy future love, but get it gratis, and shall give thee more, for fear of losing what she gave before. The losing gamester shakes the box in vain, and blades and loses on in hopes to gain. Page 246. Write then, and in thy letter, as I said, let her with mighty promises be fed. Side it by a letter was betrayed, writ on an apple to the unwary maid. She read herself into a marriage vow, and every cheat in love the gods allow. Learn eloquence, ye noble youth of Rome. It will not only at the bar o'ercome sweet words the people and the senate move, but the chief end of eloquence is love. But in thy letter hide thy moving arts. Affect not to be thought a man of parts. None but vain fools to simple women preach. A learned letter oft has made a breach. In a familiar style your thoughts convey, and write such things as present you would say. Such words as from the heart may seem to move. 'Tis wit enough to make her think you love. If sealed she sends it back and will not read. Yet hope in time the business may succeed. In time the steer will to the yoke submit. In time the restive horse will bear the bit. Even the hard plowshare use will wear away, and stubborn steel in length of time decay. Water is soft and marble hard, and yet we see soft water through hard marble eat. Though late yet Troy at length in flames expired, and 10 years more Penelope had tired. Perhaps thy lines unanswered she retained. No matter, there's a point already gained, for she who reads in time will answer too. Things must be left by just degrees to grow. Perhaps she writes, but answers with disdain, and sharply bids you not to write again. What she requires she fears you should accord. The jilt would not be taken at her word. Page 247. Meantime, if she be carried in her chair, approach, but do not seem to know she's there. Speak softly to delude the standers by, or if aloud, then speak ambiguously. If sauntering in the portico she walk, move slowly too, for that's a time for talk. And sometimes follow sometimes be her guide. But when the crowd permits, go side by side. Nor in the playhouse let her sit alone. For she's the playhouse and the play in one. There thou mayst ogle or by signs advance thy suit and seem to touch her hand by chance. Admire the dancer who her liking gains, and pity in the play the lover's pains. For her sweet sake the loss of time despise. Sit while she sits, and when she rises, rise. But dress not like a fop, nor curl your hair, nor with a pumice make your body bare. Leave those effeminate and useless toys to eunuchs who can give no solid joys. Neglect becomes a man, thus Theseus found. Uncurled, uncombed the nymph, his wishes crowned. The rough Hippolytus was Phaedra's care, and Venus thought the rude Adonis fair. Be not too finical, but yet be clean, and wear well-fashioned clothes like other men. Let not your teeth be yellow or be foul, nor in wide shoes your feet too loosely roll. Of a black muzzle and long beard beware, and let a skillful barber cut your hair. Your nails be picked from filth and even pared, nor let your nasty nostrils bud with beard. Cure your unsavory breath, gargle your throat, and free your armpits from the ram and goat. Dress not in short, too little or too much, and be not wholly French, nor wholly Dutch. Page 248. Now Bacchus calls me to his jolly rites. Who would not follow when a god invites? He helps the poet, and his pen inspires, kind and indulgent to his former fires. Fair Ariadne wandered on the shore, forsaken now, and Theseus loved no more. Loose was her gown, dishevelled was her hair, her bosom naked, and her feet were bare. Exclaiming, on the water's brink she stood. Her briny tears augment the briny flood. She shrieked and wept, and both became her face. No posture could that heavenly form disgrace. She beat her breast, the traitor's gone, said she. What shall become of poor forsaken me? What shall be Kamesh, had not time for more? The sounding cymbals rattled on the shore. She swoons for fear, she falls upon the ground. No vital heat was in her body found. The Mimilonian dames about her stood, and scudding satyrs ran before their god. Silenus on his ass did next appear, and held upon the main, the god was clear. The drunken sire pursues the dames retire. Sometimes the drunken dames pursue the drunken sire. At last he topples over on the plain. The satyrs laugh and bid him rise again. And now the god of wine came driving on, high on his chariot by swift tigers drawn. Her colour, voice, and sense forsook the fair. Thrice did her trembling feet for flight prepare, and thrice affrighted did her flight forbear. She shook like leaves of corn when tempests blow, or slender reeds that in the marshes grow. To whom the god compose thy fearful mind, in me a truer husband thou shalt find. Page 249. With heaven I will endow thee, and thy star shall with propitious light be seen afar, and guide on seas the doubtful mariner. He said, and from his chariot leaping light, lest the grim tigers should the nymph affright, his brawny arms around her waist he threw. For gods whate'er they will with ease can do, and swiftly bore her thence the attending throng. Shout at the sight, and sing the nuptial song. Now in full bowls her sorrow she may steep. The bridegroom's liquor lays the bride asleep. But thou, when flowing cups in triumph ride, and the loved nymph is seated by thy side, invoke the god and all the mighty powers, that wine may not defraud thy genial hours. Then in ambiguous words thy suit prefer, which she may know were all addressed to her. In liquid purple letters write her name, which she may read and reading find the flame. Then may your eyes confess your mutual fires. For eyes have tongues and glances tell desires. Whene'er she drinks be first to take the cup, and where she laid her lips the blessing sup. When she to carving does her hand advance, put out thy own and touch it as by chance. Thy service even her husband must attend. A husband is a most convenient friend. Seat the fool cuckold in the highest place, and with thy garland his dull temples grace. Whether below or equal in degree, let him be lord of all the company, and what he says be seconded by thee. 'Tis common to deceive through friendship's name, but common though it be 'tis still to blame. Thus factors frequently their trust betray, and to themselves their masters' gains convey. Page 250. Drink to a certain pitch, and then give o'er. Thy tongue and feet may stumble drinking more. Of drunken quarrels in her sight beware. Pot valor only serves to fright the fair. Eurytion justly fell by wine oppressed, for his rude riot at a wedding feast. Sing if you have a voice, and show your parts. In dancing, if endued with dancing arts. Do anything within your power to please. Nay, even affect a seeming drunkenness. Clip every word, and if by chance you speak too home, or if too broad a jest you break, in your excuse the company will join, and lay the fault upon the force of wine. True drunkenness is subject to offend, but when 'tis feigned 'tis oft a lover's friend. Then safely you may praise her beauteous face, and call him happy who is in her grace. Her husband thinks himself the man designed, but curse the cuckold in your secret mind. When all are risen and prepare to go, mix with the crowd and tread upon her toe. This is the proper time to make thy court, for now she's in the vein and fit for sport. Lay bashfulness, that rustic virtue by, to manly confidence thy thoughts apply. On fortune's foretop timely fix thy hold. Now speak, and speed, for Venus loves the bold. No rules of rhetoric here I need afford. Only begin, and trust the following word. It will be witty of its own accord. Act well the lover, let thy speech abound in dying words that represent thy wound. Distrust not her belief, she will be moved. All women think they merit to be loved. Sometimes a man begins to love in jest, and after feels the torment he professed. Page 251. For your own sakes be pitiful ye fair, for a feigned passion may a true prepare. By flatteries we prevail on womankind, as hollow banks by streams are undermined. Tell her her face is fair, her eyes are sweet, her taper fingers praise, and little feet. Such praises even the chaste are pleased to hear. Both maids and matrons hold their beauty dear. Once naked Pallas with Jove's queen appeared, and still they grieve that Venus was preferred. Praise the proud peacock, and he spreads his train. Be silent, and he pulls it in again. Pleased is the courser in his rapid race. Applaud his running, and he mends his pace. But largely promise and devoutly swear, and if need be call every god to hear. Jove sits above forgiving with a smile the perjuries that easy maids beguile. He swore to Juno by the Stygian lake. Forsworn he dares not an example make, or punish falsehood for his own dear sake. 'Tis for our interest that the gods should be. Let us believe them, I believe they see, and both reward and punish equally. Not that they live above like lazy drones, or kings below supine upon their thrones. Lead then your lives as present in their sight. Be just in dealings, and defend the right. By fraud betray, not nor oppress by might. But 'tis a venial sin to cheat the fair. All men have liberty of conscience there. On cheating nymphs, a cheat is well designed. 'Tis a profane and a deceitful kind. 'Tis said that Egypt for 9 years was dry. Nor Nile did floods, nor heaven did rain supply. A foreigner at length informed the king that slaughtered guests would kindly moisture bring. Page 252. The king replied, on thee the lot shall fall. Be thou my guest, the sacrifice for all. Thus Phalaris perilous taught to low, and made him season first the brazen cow. A rightful doom, the laws of nature cry. 'Tis the artificers of death should die. Thus justly women suffer by deceit. Their practice authorizes us to cheat. Beg her with tears thy warm desires to grant. For tears will pierce a heart of adamant. If tears will not be squeezed, then rub your eye. Or anoint the lids, and seem at least to cry. Kiss if you can resistance, if she make. And will not give you kisses, let her take. Fie, you naughty man, are words of course. She struggles, but to be subdued by force. Kiss only soft, I charge you, and beware. With your hard bristles not to brush the fair. He who has gained a kiss, and gains no more, deserves to lose the bliss he got before. If once she kiss, her meaning is expressed. There wants but little pushing for the rest, which if thou dost not gain by strength or art, the name of clown then suits with thy desert. 'Tis downright dullness, and a shameful part. Perhaps she calls it force, but if she scape, she will not thank you for the omitted rape. The sex is cunning to conceal their fires. They would be forced e'en to their own desires. They seem to accuse you with a downcast sight, but in their souls confess you did them right. Page 253. Who might be forced, and yet untouched depart. Thank with their tongues, but curse you with their heart. Fair Phbe and her sister did prefer to their dull mates the noble ravisher. What Deidamia did in days of yore. The tale is old, but worth the reading o'er. When Venus had the golden apple gained, and the just judge fair Helen had obtained, when she with triumph was at Troy received. The Trojans joyful, while the Grecians grieved. They vowed revenge of violated laws, and Greece was arming in the cuckold's cause. Achilles by his mother warned from war, disguised his sex, and lurked among the fair. What means acids to spin and sow? With spear and sword in field thy valor show, and leaving this, the nobler Pallas know. Why dost thou in that hand the distaff wield, which is more worthy to sustain the shield? Or with that other draw the woolly twine? The same the fates for Hector's thread assign. Brandish thy falchion in thy powerful hand, which can alone the ponderous lance command. In the same room, by chance the royal maid was lodged, and by his seeming sex betrayed. Close to her side the youthful hero laid. I know not how his courtship he began, but to her cost she found it was a man. 'Tis thought she struggled, but with all 'tis thought, her wish was to be conquered when she fought. For when disclosed, and hastening to the field, he laid his distaff down, and took the shield. With tears her humble suit she did prefer, and thought to stay the grateful ravisher. Page 254. She sighs, she sobs, she begs him not to part. And now 'tis nature what before was art. She strives by force her lover to detain, and wishes to be ravished once again. This is the sex they will not first begin, but when compelled are pleased to suffer sin. Is there who thinks that women first should woo? Lay by thy self-conceit, thou foolish beau. Begin and save their modesty, the shame. 'Tis well for thee, if they receive thy flame. 'Tis decent for a man to speak his mind. They but expect the occasion to be kind. Ask that thou mayst enjoy, she waits for this. And on thy first advance depends thy bliss. Even Jove himself was forced to sue for love. None of the nymphs did first solicit Jove. But if you find your prayers increase her pride, strike sail a while and wait another tide. They fly when we pursue, but make delay. And when they see you slacken, they will stay. Sometimes it profits to conceal your end. Name not yourself her lover, but her friend. How many skittish girls have thus been caught? He proved a lover who a friend was thought. Sailors by sun and wind are swarthy made. A tan complexion best becomes their trade. 'Tis a disgrace to ploughmen to be fair. Bluff cheeks they have, and weather-beaten hair. The ambitious youth who seeks an olive crown is sunburnt with his daily toil and brown. But if the lover hopes to be in grace, wan be his looks and meagre be his face. That colour from the fair compassion draws. She thinks you sick, and thinks herself the cause. Orion wandered in the woods for love. His paleness did the nymphs to pity move. His ghastly visage argued hidden love. Page 255. Nor fail a nightcap in full health to wear. Neglect thy dress, and discompose thy hair. All things are decent that in love avail. Read long by night, and study to be pale. Forsake your food, refuse your needful rest. Be miserable, that you may be blessed. Shall I complain, or shall I warn you most? Faith, truth, and friendship in the world are lost. A little and an empty name they boast. Trust not thy friend, much less thy mistress praise. If he believe, thou mayst a rival raise. 'Tis true Patroclus, by no lust misled, sought not to stain his dear companion's bed. Nor Pylades Hermione embraced. Even Ph. to Pirithous still was chaste. But hope not thou in this vile age to find those rare examples of a faithful mind. The sea shall sooner with sweet honey flow, or from the furze's pears and apples grow. We sin with gust, we love by fraud to gain, and find a pleasure in our fellows' pain. From rival foes you may the fair defend, but would you ward the blow, beware your friend. Beware your brother and your next of kin, but from your bosom friend your care begin. Here I had ended, but experience finds that sundry women are of sundry minds, with various crotchets filled and hard to please. They therefore must be caught by various ways. All things are not produced in any soil. This ground for wine is proper that for oil. So 'tis in men, but more in womankind. Different in face, in manners, and in mind. But wise men shift their sails with every wind. As changeful Proteus varied oft his shape, and did in sundry forms and figures scape. Page 256. A running stream, a standing tree became, a roaring lion, or a bleating lamb. Some fish with harpoons, some with darts are struck. Some drawn with nets, some hang upon the hook. So turn thyself, and imitating them, try several tricks, and change thy stratagem. One rule will not for different ages hold. The jades grow cunning as they grow more old. Then talk not bawdy to the bashful maid. Broad words will make her innocence afraid. Nor to an ignorant girl of learning speak. She thinks you conjure when you talk in Greek. And hence 'tis often seen the simple shun the learned, and into vile embraces run. Part of my task is done, and part to do. But here 'tis time to rest myself and you. Page 257. From Ovid's Amours. Book Roman 1 Elig 1. For mighty wars I thought to tune my lute, and make my measures to my subject suit. 6 feet for every verse the muse designed, but Cupid laughing when he saw my mind. From every second verse a foot purloined. Who gave thee, boy, this arbitrary sway on subjects not thy own commands to lay? Who bus only and his laws obey? 'Tis more absurd than if the queen of love should in Minerva's arms to battle move, or manly Pallas from that queen should take her torch and o'er the dying lover shake. In fields as well may Cynthia sow the corn, or Ceres wind in woods the bugle horn. As well may bus quit the trembling string, for sword and shield and Mars may learn to sing. Already thy dominions are too large. Be not ambitious of a foreign charge. Page 258. If thou wilt reign o'er all and everywhere, the god of music for his harp may fear. Thus when with soaring wings I seek renown, thou pluck'st my pinions and I flutter down. Could I on such mean thoughts my muse implore? I want a mistress or a blooming boy. Thus I complained his bow the stripling bent, and chose an arrow fit for his intent. The shaft his purpose fatally pursues. Now, poet, there's a subject for thy muse. He said too well, alas, he knows his trade. For in my breast a mortal wound he made. Far hence, ye proud hexameters, remove. My verse is paced and trammelled into love. With myrtle wreaths my thoughtful brows enclose, while in unequal verse I sing my woes. Page 259. From Ovid's Amours, Book Roman 1 Elig 4. To his mistress, whose husband is invited to a feast with them, the poet instructs her how to behave herself in his company. Your husband will be with us at the treat. May that be the last supper he shall eat. And am poor, I a guest invited there, only to see while he may touch the fair, to see you kiss and hug your nauseous lord, while his lewd hand descends below the board. Now wonder not that Hippodamia's charms, at such a sight the centaurs urge to arms, that in a rage they threw their cups aside, assailed the bridegroom, and would force the bride. I am not half a horse, I would I were, yet hardly can from you my hands forbear. Take then my counsel, which observed may be of some importance both to you and me. Be sure to come before your man be there. There's nothing can be done but come howe'er. Page 260. Sit next him that belongs to decency, but tread upon my foot in passing by. Read in my looks what silently they speak, and slyly with your eyes your answer make. My lifted eyebrow shall declare my pain, my right hand to his fellow shall complain, and on the back a letter shall design, besides a note that shall be writ in wine. Whene'er you think upon our last embrace, with your forefinger gently touch your face. If any word of mine offend my dear, pull with your hand the velvet of your ear. If you are pleased with what I do or say, handle your rings or with your fingers play. As suppliants use at altars, hold the board. Whene'er you wish the devil may take your lord, when he fills for you never touch the cup, but bid the officious cuckold drink it up. The waiter on those services employ. Drink you and I will snatch it from the boy, watching the part where your sweet mouth hath been, and thence with eager lips will suck it in, if he with clownish manners thinks it fit to taste and offer you the nasty bit. Reject his greasy kindness and restore the unsavory morsel he had chewed before. Nor let his arms embrace your neck, nor rest your tender cheek upon his hairy breast. Let not his hand within your bosom stray, and rudely with your pretty boobies play. But above all, let him no kiss receive. That's an offence I never can forgive. Do not that sweet mouth resign, lest I rise up in arms and cry 'tis mine. I shall thrust in betwixt and void of fear. The manifest adulterer will appear. Page 261. These things are plain to sight, but more I doubt. What you conceal beneath your petticoat. Take not his leg between your tender thighs, nor with your hand provoke my foe to rise. How many love inventions I deplore, which I myself have practiced all before. How oft have I been forced the robe to lift, in company to make a homely shift, for a bare bout ill huddled o'er in haste, while o'er my side the fair her mantle cast. You to your husband shall not be so kind, but lest you should your mantle leave behind, encourage him to tope, but kiss him not, nor mix one drop of water in his pot. If he be fuddled well and snores apace, then we may take advice from time and place. When all depart, when compliments are loud, be sure to mix among the thickest crowd. There I will be, and there we cannot miss, perhaps to grumble, or at least to kiss. Alas, what length of labour I employ, just to secure a short and transient joy. For night must part us, and when night is come, tucked underneath his arm, he leads you home. He locks you in, I follow to the door. His fortune envy, and my own deplore. He kisses you, he more than kisses too. The outrageous cuckold thinks it all his due. But add not to his joy by your consent, and let it not be given, but only lent. Return no kiss, nor move in any sort. Make it a dull and a malignant sport. Had I my wish, he should no pleasure take, but slubber o'er your business for my sake. And whate'er fortune shall this night befall, coax me tomorrow by forswearing all. Page 263. Preface. On. Translation. Prefixed to Dryden's Second Miscellany, published in 1685. For this last half-year I have been troubled with the disease, as I may call it, of translation. The cold prose fits of it, which are always the most tedious with me, were spent in the history of the leg. The hot, which succeeded them, in this volume of verse miscellanies. The truth is, I fancied to myself a kind of ease in the change of the paroxysm, never suspecting but that the humour would have wasted itself in 2 or 3 pastorals of Theocritus, and as many odes of Horace, but finding, or at least thinking, I found something that was more pleasing in them than my ordinary productions, I encouraged myself to renew my old acquaintance with Lucretius and Virgil, and immediately fixed upon some parts of them, which had most affected me in the reading. Page 264. These were my natural impulses for the undertaking, but there was an accidental motive, which was full as forcible, and God forgive him who was the occasion of it. It was my Lord Roscommon's essay on translated verse, which made me uneasy till I tried whether or no I was capable of following his rules, and of reducing the speculation into practice. For many a fair precept in poetry is like a seeming demonstration in the mathematics, very specious in the diagram, but failing in the mechanic operation. I think I have generally observed his instructions. I am sure my reason is sufficiently convinced, both of their truth and usefulness, which in other words is to confess no less a vanity than to pretend that I have at least in some places made examples to his rules. Yet withal I must acknowledge that I have many times exceeded my commission, for I have both added and omitted, and even sometimes very boldly made such expositions of my authors as no Dutch commentator will forgive me. Perhaps in such particular passages I have thought that I discovered some beauty yet undiscovered by those pedants, which none but a poet could have found. Where I have taken away some of their expressions and cut them shorter, it may possibly be on this consideration that what was beautiful in the Greek or Latin would not appear so shining in the English, and where I have enlarged them I desire the false critics would not always think that those thoughts are wholly mine, but that either they are secretly in the poet, or may be fairly deduced from him, or at least, if both those considerations should fail, that my own is of a piece with his, and that if he were living and an Englishman, they are such as he would probably have written. Page 265. For after all, a translator is to make his author appear as charming as possibly he can, provided he maintains his character, and makes him not unlike himself. Translation is a kind of drawing after the life, where every one will acknowledge there is a double sort of likeness, a good one and a bad it is. One thing to draw the outlines, true the features like the proportions, exact the coloring itself, perhaps tolerable, and another thing to make all these graceful by the posture, the shadowings, and chiefly by the spirit, which animates the whole. I cannot without some indignation look on an ill copy of an excellent original, much less can I behold with patience Virgil, Homer, and some others, whose beauties I have been endeavoring all my life to imitate, so abused, as I may say to their faces, by a botching interpreter, what English readers unacquainted with Greek or Latin will believe me or any other man when we commend those authors, and confess we derive all that is pardonable in us from their fountains, if they take those to be the same poets whom our Ogilbys have translated. But I dare assure them that a good poet is no more like himself in a dull translation than his carcass would be to his living body. There are many who understand Greek and Latin, and yet are ignorant of their mother tongue. The proprieties and delicacies of the English are known to few. It is impossible, even for a good wit, to understand and practice them without the help of a liberal education, long reading and digesting. Of those few good authors, we have amongst us the knowledge of men and manners, the freedom of habitudes and conversation, with the best company of both sexes, pg 266, and in short without wearing off the rust which he contracted while he was laying in a stock of learning. Thus difficult it is to understand the purity of English, and critically to discern not only good writers from bad, and a proper style from a corrupt, but also to distinguish that which is pure in a good author from that which is vicious and corrupt in him. And for want of all these requisites, or the greatest part of them, most of our ingenious young men take up some creed-up English poet for their model, adore him, and imitate him as they think, without knowing wherein he is defective, where he is boyish and trifling, wherein either his thoughts are improper to his subject, or his expressions unworthy of his thoughts, or the turn of both is unharmonious. Thus it appears necessary that a man should be a nice critic in his mother tongue before he attempts to translate in a foreign language. Neither is it sufficient that he be able to judge of words and style, but he must be a master of them too. He must perfectly understand his author's tongue, and absolutely command his own, so that to be a thorough translator, he must be a thorough poet. Neither is it enough to give his author's sense in good English, in poetical expressions, and in musical numbers, for though all these are exceeding difficult to perform, there yet remains a harder task, and it is a secret of which few translators have sufficiently thought. I have already hinted a word or two concerning it. That is the maintaining the character of an author, which distinguishes him from all others, and makes him appear that individual poet whom you would interpret. For example, not only the thoughts but the style and versification of Virgil and Ovid are very different, yet I see even in our best poets, who have translated some parts of them, that they have pg 267 confounded their several talents, and by endeavoring only at the sweetness and harmony of numbers, have made them both so much alike, that if I did not know the originals, I should never be able to judge by the copies which was Virgil, and which was Ovid. It was objected against a late noble painter, that he drew many graceful pictures, but few of them were alike, and this happened to him, because he always studied himself more than those who sat to him. In such translators, I can easily distinguish the hand which performed the work, but I cannot distinguish their poet from another. Suppose two authors are equally sweet, yet there is as great distinction to be made in sweetness as in that of sugar and that of honey. I can make the difference more plain by giving you, if it be worth knowing, my own method of proceeding in my translations. Out of 4 several poets in this volume, Virgil, Theocritus, Lucretius, and Horace, in each of these, before I undertook them, I considered the genius and distinguishing character of my author. I looked on Virgil as a succinct and grave, majestic writer, one who weighed not only every thought, but every word and syllable, who was still aiming to crowd his sense into as narrow a compass as possibly he could, for which reason he is so very figurative that he requires, I may almost say, a grammar apart to construe him.